'Cause I'm sick and you got me spinning like a carousel light. I'm upside down, go round and round and round and round. You're lightning, baby, don't you let me down. I feel let me good, good, good with the moon. When the sun comes up, then I'll love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. I feel let me good, good, good with the moon. When the sun comes up, then I'll love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. I can't see clearly, no, it's really the way you wrap around me like I'm feeling oasis. Yeah, run away, it's the best kind of terrified. Forever up in my mind. I'm upside down, go round and round and round and round. You're lightning, baby, don't you let me down. I feel let me good, good, good with the moon. When the sun comes up, then I'll love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. I feel let me good, good, good with the moon. When the sun comes up, then I'll love you too. I do, 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 do. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood. Come on, get me in a mood, 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 mood.
I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat, throw. You know, it's your road, it's your road, it's your road. Yeah, they call me in just to murder the flow. Mr. Heathcliff Huxtable, my low sweater's dope. A little Ali, yeah, I wrote it a dope. Roper a dope, till down Frazier go. Last on the cash flow, off to the next show. This year OP, on the track smashing. Live off Michigan Ave, fresh out the mansion. Sale clerks say, he's so handsome. From Heathrow to LAX, I drop anthems. Put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat, throw. You know, it's your road, it's your road, it's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs lamping, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, cue the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Hyro and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino. Sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. Is Mr. Uncontested, that's my answer. Final, 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 final. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, foul, hit a heat, throw. You know, it's your road, it's your road, it's your road.
See, I've been wondering if you'll come over. Will you come over to me?
Look at the state I'm in, and I am sober. I am sober.
I'm addicted to that something.
at you now, and I feel the power from you.
And I don't know how,
But you got my mind racing, it's racing, oh. I'm addicted to that something. It always happens every time we touch. We made something out of nothing, and now I can't let go. You are all that I see. I've been looking for some synchronicity, and when it comes to you and me, no, we can't escape this electricity.
every stroke has got me singing out. Every stroke has got me.
Yum. 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 Sipsky?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm good for now, though. Thanks.
Misters, what can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 BO3s. You know how I like them, 30 rounds. And then precisely 1 death segment after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more every 5 minutes until one of us can't talk anymore.
Excellent strategy, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with BO1s for now, though. Thank you.
It's his first day on the caster desk. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. You're able to drink energy drinks during the day and still do your job, still function?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your broadcast. I mean, the fans are absolutely...
Fuck the fans. Your only responsibility is to put viewership on the table. You got a casting partner?
I do. I do have a duo. His name is Moses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Moses. Name of the game. Move the viewers from other esports into Counter-Strike.
Right, but if you can entertain the fans at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number 1 rule of Counter-Strike, I don't care if you're Henry G, I don't care if you're Chad Virtual, nobody knows whether a series is going to go 2 maps, 3, overtime, or be fucking forfeited, least of all the casters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
Yeah, Fugazi, it's fake.
Fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It's not fucking real, right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit.
Right.
We don't build anything. So you got a fan who watched one IEM and now Pro League is live and all of a sudden he's all fucking happy and he wants to go outside and socialize. You don't let him do that, do you?
Right.
Because that would make it real.
Okay.
Now, what do? You get another brilliant season, a special season, another segment for him to watch during the break. And he will, every single time, because they're fucking fans. And you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's watching CS, which he is on paper, but me and you, the casters,
Right.
we're taking home cold hard cash via content creation, motherfucker.
Right. That's incredible, sir. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you should be. There's 2 keys to success in the caster business. First off, you got to stay relaxed. You play pugs?
Do I play pugs? Yes, I do play pugs. I frag out.
How many times a week?
2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. See, me personally, I play pugs twice a day.
Wow.
Once in the morning after I work out, and then once again after lunch.
Really?
Why? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. 1st to 16, overtime score lines, economy management, high frequencies, bang, 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 fucking digits, kick. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. The grind can wake some people out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you've got to stay focused and stay in the game. Keep up to date with HLTV and Reddit.
Done.
This is not a tip, this is a prescription. Trust me, if you don't, you will fall out of meta, glitch your differential, and tip the fuck over, or worse yet, and I've seen it happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Implosions are ugly. Pop off to the gaming PCs, win some Elo anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll be fucking clicking your mouse and thinking about commentary.
Right, yeah.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called Monster Energy.
Right.
It'll keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your voice box talk faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Revolutions, you follow?
Revolutions, yeah, it's, yeah.
Keep the fans in the stream and it goes 24/7, 365, every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game. With a common denominator. Go! Go! CSGO. And the frags come in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination. It's a 5-week league, no matter where we go.
I'm here with Nico from G2. We had a difficult task of finding 15 of his best plays, best highlights, and we're going to go through them, try to find the 10 and rank them from the most impactful ones, or just the ones that Nico liked the most. So let's get it started. This one, we already know this one.
Yeah, we do.
This is one of this is one of the earlier ones that really caught everyone's eye.
Well, the worst thing about this one is that I made this HP Deagle and then we lost Antico right after, so it didn't have a
We don't
huge
talk about
impact.
those. We don't talk about those.
But yeah, the highlight was great.
I wonder how many highlights are going to be just you with the Deagle.
Yeah, probably a couple of from mouse time. I think there was probably like 3 or 4.
And maybe this was phase they saw. They felt this round and they're like, we should get this guy. This guy is pretty good.
I remember this one. It was online.
I'm not sure I remember this one. With the op as well. Yeah. You had a lot of op highlights in mouse, right?
Yeah, I played the op way more often than I do nowadays.
This was nice, but it was,
cool.
It feels like
just online. I feel like there was so many more highlights before than nowadays.
Oh
so
yeah,
everyone's
because people
playing safe. Like, they don't give you a chance to make a highlight.
Does that make you sad?
Yes.
Ooh, casting as well.
This was against SK, yeah. This was in Dallas, actually.
I like how Fallen didn't turn at all.
Yeah. This was in Dallas. It was Pro League Dallas or I Am Dallas? I don't know what it was. But this is one of my favorite clutches.
Oh yeah, this was sick. I think I remember it as well.
Better, I think.
You were just turning around.
He knows there's a player behind him, but if he gets rid of the player on the side, he might have just done enough. The time is running out. Nico, how is he doing?
That was sick.
This one was great, and it was in the arena as well, so...
It was sick. It was like the patience was really cool, right? Like not overextending.
And it was also the first time we had beaten SK, I think, in like ages.
What do you say, top 5 for now? You seem to really like it. Let's put it in the top 5. We'll see what else is there.
This was Las Vegas against Virtus Pro.
Oh yeah, I remember the one tap.
Yeah. This was my last event in mouse.
Yeah, you balled out that event as well. Like you went out with a bang. That was great. Like that's vintage Nico.
I think that was in the arena as well. It was just empty.
Yeah, around like 6, 7.
7, 8.
Yeah, we'll see. 7, 8.
7, 8. I mean 8, 9.
6, 7, 8. Shout out one time. Ah, that's too up. One of your favorite spots.
This was against Hellraisers or Fnatic? Hellraisers, yeah.
Wow, you remember a lot of these.
I do. I mean, this one was...
We won't talk about that one.
I mean, this one can just...
Outside the top 10?
Outside the top 10.
It was also...
It was online. It was
online.
Nothing crazy.
Oh yeah, this one. This was sick. I was there for this one.
This was probably my favorite one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was so impactful as well, right? It was a tough game. It was to go to OT.
Yeah, So
It was quarterfinals, right?
quarterfinal, yeah.
You know, do you feel also like some of these rounds, you know, the impact that it has also on the lineup, like on the team, you know, what it's the clutch round, it's obviously, you know, a big deal to win the round. It's a round you're not supposed to win, but also like how it uplifts the team, like gives everyone more energy, you know, like people start believing maybe in the comeback.
Yeah, you definitely, we feel the same way, especially when you play in the arena and like once you win this clutch and like just crowd goes crazy and you just feel more hyped and you have more trust in everyone. I mean,
One for now?
For now, yeah, you can go number one. I was against Navi, I think Star Leather.
Wow, you were actually the one shooting and not baiting. Like that was like a way to switch.
Yeah, because I was the monster player and we had a guy from A hiding, I think, in barrels, so that's why.
So then you just decided, well, I'm still gonna kill everyone. That was pretty clean though.
Yeah, it was.
Did you say it was Star Ladder?
I think it was a Star Leather. It was after Boston Major, I think.
Oh yeah, so you had a lot of rage inside of you, ready to be unleashed. There it is. Alex losing his voice.
I'm just so sad this was not in the arena. If it was in some like important game, it would be crazy.
It would have been one of the craziest highlights for sure. But again, another cash deagle. It seems to be a recurring
This was one of the first craziest highlights I think I ever done.
And also this 4 shot on RPK is he just shows up, like he just shows up to help the team and just gets deleted from the map. Where do you want it?
I mean, can I go top 2 or 3?
You see, they also removed cash, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's like there's a conspiracy against you, I'm telling you.
Definitely favorite map to play.
Major final? Was Henry and
This
Matt
was
casting, so it wasn't.
It was IEM New York, ESL1 New York, 2017, the one that we have won.
Oh, that was the one where we had like the highest land performance in the history.
Yeah, that was the one where
That was crazy. Oh, IEM Katowice.
IEM Katowice.
That was right after the major as well. We played them in the
Oh,
semis.
yeah. Did we play Overpass?
It was clean.
It was in the arena.
I guess you could put like
Top 8,
number
9,
8, yeah.
because it was eco as well, so...
There's another cash highlight. Half of them are on cash.
Yeah, this is the...
Was this the op flick?
This was the time where you were coaching me, Janko.
Oh, yeah, of course. Some of your best Counter-Strike. I remember this. This when you're gonna have that flash and an insane flick. Or?
No flash, no flash. No, I jump up on period and kill snacks.
Yeah, just a BDP as we call it. Like,
I think it was like ECS online. This is the first event we got Call Zero, I think.
outside the top 10.
Outside top 10.
I guess it was one.
It wasn't crazy.
And also, we don't talk about those times when I was coaching. All right, Old Inferno. Oh, that's some prediction skills.
Man, CS was so much easier before, it's crazy.
Right? Everyone was like so reckless playing. Oh, that's a nice double right there.
Can go outside top 10 as well.
Yeah, because you feel like it's too easy, the level of difficulty back
No, but
then.
just like with op, it was not too crazy.
This was a recent one.
No, it was not. This was group stage of, I think it was also Pro League Dallas or something.
Katowice 2018.
2018? Yeah. I mean, it was in groups as well.
It was against Order.
1v3.
Just that first 2 shots, right, are so clean. This was the one I mentioned. Yeah, this is the flag. Now this flick, this is just like, what?
They haven't even seen it, the casters.
Yeah, the casters didn't even like notice it. That's how fast it was. This you can see at the end you let go of the controls, like you were super hyped.
I think it was the major qualifier or something like that, so it was pretty important for us because we were not really the team to get to the major always.
Yeah, you were in mouse. This was still a mouse highlight. Yeah, this is like, you want to put it in 8 for now. I know this is the equal where you had the AK, the ace.
Actually, yeah.
Now Poison, he's vulnerable. There's so many players that they're all going to come into action. Nice reaction. Oh, Nico popping off. The only weapon in play. And now he's on for an ace clutch. Oh, Nico. Oh,
Did you hear him?
Nico.
No, I haven't.
No,
I
you
remember
just
Sponge saying it after that. I probably have heard him, but I haven't heard him. I just turned.
Yeah,
I mean, I had nowhere else to look, so
yeah.
it was just good timing for me to turn. Oh, this was good.
Auto sniper, of course.
ESL 1 New York. And we're unstoppable here.
That has to have been Carrigan.
Yeah, I think he bought it accidentally or something, so he just like took it. It was like 12-0 or something.
Oh god.
The auto sniper that gives the Clippers their best chance, except that Nico's still in the back of the sight. And he's got
Just see the confidence, man. Like,
It's crazy. Good times.
so this one, but there's still a spot in the top 10, so we can just put it. You want it somewhere in the top 10, then we'll figure out the order.
Top 3, you can put this one maybe.
The SK clutch is 4.
Yeah,
Mirage and
top
5 is...
against FaZe, it's okay.
Is there anything worse than, you know, like the momentum swings so much, but you like having a highlight like that, and then you screw up the following round? It's supposed to be the easy one.
Just felt useless after that. I think we lost like full eco or something. It was not like we were in a force. Eco ace against complexity is not really top 10. Should be higher, I guess. Because that one had more impact as well.
So you want that like maybe in 8th?
Yeah, I guess so. We should put this AKA Overpass against Cloud9 in the last one. It was like full eco, it wasn't anything crazy.
Alright. So complexity 8th, Hellraisers 9, and then the Cloud9 one on 10th.
Yeah.
And also, just because it was right after Boston, so it must have felt good
It did feel good
to
actually.
have a highlight round.
That was this game
against
that like we actually won Inferno in overtimes after.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. A lot of the highlights have been from, you know, mouse times and everything. I think
FaZe early.
just a
That's
testament.
Just, the game was just
yeah.
different, I would say.
Well, the players as well individually, right?
Players.
Gotten so much better.
Itself as well, yeah.
OG double pick, boys. Yeah, OG double pick. Let's smoke. Let's try the smoke. We one way shit.
When they're smoking, guys, when they're smoking, middle one way. They will be afraid to go out.
One out donut.
He's
Snapping A. Hope shooting an A.
Ending
A.
A.
Guys are gonna fake me.
It's clear.
Take it slow as you can.
They're going to pull the defense over. Remember, the bomb is still going to finish at the A bomb site. Madden needs to do something big. All 5 players from ENCE are on the wrong side of the map.
Can you rush donut now, boys? To split A?
I'm ready.
Okay, rush donut. Flashing going. One more noob.
2A, 2B, let's go!
Go and hold the donut for you.
Donut clear, I have donut.
I flash right side and we take the pull back, okay?
Yeah.
Flashing drive. Temple up, temple up.
As well. I'm with the city.
I have it.
2 temple.
I have donut.
I'm flashing in front of Bubble. Side, default. I'm dinked. Look at that.
Donut dead.
FaZe are dragging it back. It's overtime looming, and FaZe have done it. Carrigan finds the way to the perfect round right at the end.
He had him on a string, pulled him every which way, whichever way he wanted.
Back side now.
Every side, no.
What's it up? I don't know.
Red one.
2v2.
One to
Elbow. Another gamer.
Who's done it? The other guy's done it.
Have up under you.
Molo. Yeah. 2 molos on Pen. Default. One. Maybe he went to cave.
ENCE did not expect to have a chance in this, but suddenly one is presented to them.
Give it smoke, Pavel, give it smoke. Give me.
I smoke.
They have to take it. These are the moments that don't come often.
Yeah, Molo full bomb. I gotta go banana, bro.
The molly's not used for the plant either. It's used to try and dispel them. They're moving in. D has onto the site. Maybe he has to tap it, get on it, stick it through. Robs isn't getting it. Oh my goodness, D!
Let's go! Well played, Merchant Pavel.
And still uncomfortable to plant.
Left side plant. One temple.
Hey, lobby. Hey, lobby. Donut.
And it is Brokey who thrusts himself into the clutch. And Brokey, he knows you're in his temple, you're in his home, and he is going to look for you.
Nice, Brokey! Good fucking shit, Brokey!
I love you, bro. I love you, bro.
Is it wrong? Is it right?
I have best pawn, I will fuck them up.
Okay.
Is it dark? Is it light? Am I
Last day, the rushing gate.
And Robs hears all the footsteps. Madden's coming through.
That donut. Like,
Stay in donut.
One side.
Side one.
I flash CT.
Plan. I have backside. Take backside.
Sided.
Yeah.
Temple dead.
Nice.
There's a second angle to this attack onto the bomb side. Oh, Brokey goes quick.
Oh,
he goes fast before the plant. Sun Pius handles it.
Elbow pushing.
Elbow pushing.
Let's for him. We have Molly ult.
I'm just sticking it.
Yeah, take it.
And the molly goes in. That can make the difference. It's too late. It's too late. He's burning and the defuse is already through. Carrigan's going to take it. Sure, Sun Pius at the end makes it look nice. There was a little bit of spice, but it's certainly the round for FaZe.
8P dead.
Nice! Fucking nice ball, Luan.
Is it dark? Is it light?
Nice.
Am I loved?
Together now.
Good job.
Can you
Nice. One more. Pushing one more. One more.
FaZe Clan, they do not break through. They do not get it done. And this game is over.
We are never giving up, bro.
Ends are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
This series is going to be legendary. Let's win it.
Just the one bomb, and they get picked by someone from the heaven. Gets himself a hat trick.
To see a quiet game on Vertigo, the first of the clutch of it. The second. Secured it with the clutch.
Information on the force, an amazing shot on the second here. She might be enough, Alex. Touchdown, 183! And it is enough. Magnificent clutch coming in from Emma.
Can he get the second? But it's not! Stalling on the snow train!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Well, would you believe it? Day 24 of ESL Pro League in its 18th season. We are well into the playoffs now, Scrawny. I'm so excited for today.
We're getting deep. We're trying to find our very last CSGO champion. You've made it all 24 days. The whole crew's made it 24 days, and now the crew has gotten a lot bigger.
Yeah, very special treat. We got an audience joining us here today. I think they're ready for some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think I am too.
Let's get it on.
Twist remains supreme.
He can still sing it. He can sing it. Oh no, Val, they've done it. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. Balls on
Wow, the studio is certainly filling up, and for good reason. Quarterfinals on the horizon here at ESL Pro League Season 18. Just 6 teams remaining, but unfortunately 2 are going to be bid farewell today. Boys that are going nowhere. Hello, gentlemen. How's your morning been? Been good?
Really, really good.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of gym, a little bit of sun, by the pool, having a grand old time. trying to take care of yourself.
It's been great. Jason has been DJing in the green room. You heard the Danger Zone, all the Kenny Loggins classics, and yeah, the energy is high here, Freya.
It's just whatever you need to get going in the morning, you know? Playing with the boys, it's going to be a good day.
Whatever gets the people going. We do have to revisit, though, our 1xBet tier list because some things have changed since the last time we had this board up. We had quite a lot of upsets here at Pro League, right, Jason?
Yeah, we have. I mean, obviously, the big one that just happened yesterday, you can take Vitality right off the board.
Yeah,
Earlier in the event, a surprising one, Astralis getting right off the board. So, and a lot of these to the hands of Eternal Fire. Monty upsetting Vitality, but Eternal Fire has been the upset kings of this event.
And none of the princes have survived. Look at where we are. We had VP, we had FaZe over there. Both these teams have unfortunately left us already here at Pro League Season 18, so good for us. Thank God G2 and ENCE haven't played yet, so we can pretend like maybe we were right.
Today's the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. Today's the day. It's the reckoning.
Day. Okay, so these guys dead now here at EPL.
Dead now,
Does this change anything about, you know, some of the teams? Obviously, Eternal Fire were down there in the commoners. I think they deserve to move up a few ranks, right?
A bit. Yeah, tonight for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they've put up a great fight. Fallen yesterday to Navi, just not a great matchup for them. And I think Monty absolutely has to go up.
Bye. Should we promote Navi? I think they've been one of the
Navi
only
need to
teams
get
that
promoted.
really impressed us.
Yeah, and like carrying it through the group stage as well. Like, right? Like that was the big thing is can they repeat the group stage impressiveness that they showed off? And yeah, they're going to be princes now.
They're going to be princes?
Yeah.
Okay, do obviously Fnatic out as well.
I mean, today it's like a promotion day for Mouse. Today's a promotion day.
Yeah, I was going to say, where would you put Mouse? Do they go all the way up to princes? Do they go all the way up to kings?
Can we revisit that after maybe the game today? Just, you know,
no.
hindsight.
The fun of it is doing it now.
Damn it.
Should we put them in the middle ground then? You know, might
No,
go
they're
up,
at least princes,
might
I
come
think.
tumbling down.
I think
Really?
they're at least princes.
Okay, you've got the deciding vote, Janko, for going by democracy.
I'll leave them there, Freya.
Yeah, middle ground. That's
Yes.
fine. Middle of the pack. Okay, Monty, where are these guys going? Having taken down
They definitely deserve a bump.
Vitality?
They deserve a bump. The way they destroyed Vitality. Demke was amazing. SDY had some really interesting words in the interview as well. Even he was struggling on the second map. Still found a way to close the in-30 versus Vitality. That's a promotion guaranteed. Another team that we could kick out the board immediately. Furia didn't really make an impression here in Pro League.
R.I.P.
Yeah, they might actually get demoted to the commoners in the future.
Laid off. See ya.
If we ever come back to this medieval theme.
Yeah, because that was
It worked out so great.
I think it worked out pretty well. It's quite, I like it.
Yeah,
Fruitful.
yeah, no, it makes sense out of all the tier lists we had. There was
the
one that
best
actually
one.
did make sense.
That's
Yeah,
the
it took us
best
5
one.
weeks to get here.
Mobby
Hey, come on.
Survivors?
My dolphin animal tier list was exquisite.
It's decent.
We
That was
spent
week
longer
one.
talking about the animals than the actual teams on that tier list,
Yeah,
Janko.
there's some interesting facts about dolphins in that segment, if I remember correctly.
Where's Mobby
I'm going to have to
Survivor?
go back and watch it. I was just thinking, if we leave Moistar down there, then that means we are entering the most one-sided game ever of the playoffs. Is that what's going to happen, Movistar against us? Is that the most one-sided game we've had in Pro League? Because we have Commoners versus Kings. When has that ever happened, Freya?
I guess it hasn't yet.
Just for history.
I'm trying to wrap my brain.
It's happened
Guess
plenty of
not.
times. It's called a revolution.
Okay.
So is there going to be a revolution, Janko?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, the monarchy
No?
reigns supreme, and I think ends take care of business today versus Movistar.
Okay, looking at these teams at the bottom, are there any that, you know, are big warning signs? Obviously, teams have to be eliminated. Some, I think it's fair to say we did expect, but the likes of, you know, Vitality, FaZe, Astralis, VP.
I don't know if I'd say like warning signs as much as like confirmation, right? Like we all had discussed for ages FaZe being a little bit crazy. The Astralis loss, I wouldn't say is like a warning sign.
You're willing to put them into the asylum now?
Yeah, throw them in there.
For a couple of weeks?
Vitality's no like warning sign, but just a disappointment. Astralis I would put in that same kind of vein. So not really like warning signs, just sort of confirmation of some of the issues that we've seen creeping up.
VP? Where do you put VP? Is that a one-time disappointment, or is it actually, hold on a second, we get worried, we get
Even when
concerned?
VP's doing good, it's a disappointment.
Maybe we were overhyping them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was ready to jump on that train. I was fully buying into the VP stock, immediately got wrecked.
I was the conductor. True.
Yeah, you're going down with the ship.
See, no rehearsal, by the way, no rehearsal, just immediate improvisation.
Just pure talent, really.
Pure talent. Yeah, I mean, when
why they call us
creative
talent.
genius like these meet suddenly.
So, yeah, for VP, does that, you know, breed signs of maybe there should be a
Listen,
change?
the problem
or-
is with CS2, with this being the last CSGO LAN.
Confirmed today.
Confirmed today, and the next one being in CS2, no teams are going to do something too crazy, right? At least they're going to give it a couple of events to see how the players feel in the new game. Are they going to be motivated, right, to grind it out and learn the new game completely? So I think, sure, FaZe, absolutely disappointing start of the season, but with how they've been approaching CS2, maybe they're the best team in the world 2 weeks from now. Who knows?
Yeah, I think the motivation point's a really good one to hit on, particularly with FaZe, because Twist literally said in an interview, right? Like the fact that he lost motivation for CS because CS2 was out, which is, not great to hear.
Is this like you have the same emotion like when you saw Frodo chase Sam away on those steps?
Yeah, despair and just a deep sadness. Deep. Yeah.
We'll have a session on this. We can talk about it.
Perfect, man.
We'll get there eventually.
I mean, Maniac, don't want to throw him under the bus
No,
here,
it's
but
happened.
I think you need a session after the Vitality game yesterday.
I don't know,
Jesus.
actually. Maybe I just dissociated watching this game from Vitality.
Okay.
Just put it in
Is that a healthy
drawer
way
down
to
there.
deal with it?
It's
You know,
very
lock
unhealthy.
it in the box and
No, it's
throw
extremely
it?
unhealthy,
Yeah.
so I just pretend like it never happened. If I close my eyes and I wait 10 seconds, I
Which
open
is
them up.
equally unhealthy.
Very, very unhealthy. No, this was a catastrophe kind of Vitality. Maybe coming out with CS2 coming out, it's a good sign to just get a kick in your ass, realizing if you play like shit.
But I think
most
the
likely
key
you would
is with
lose.
Vitality doesn't change any of our perspectives like long term. Like,
No,
it's still-
it
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah.
I agree.
They're not in the same position as a FaZe, like where disregarding of the change of game, we would wonder, hey, is the Magic going to stick together? What's going to happen?
FaZe has to repair our trust and love. Vitality still have it. We're just a little disappointed in the situation.
They have to reforge the sword, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. From the shards of Narsa.
We happy with
Whatever it's
this?
called.
Obviously, Eternal Fire.
How did I know that?
Eternal Fire are eliminated, but I think we should keep them up there as Knights, right? It's just to put a...
Also, they stay on the board?
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Fair
so.
enough.
I think they
I'm fine.
deserve it, yeah. What's your boy Major done to you?
No, I love Major. What are you talking about? Don't try to gas me out. I like Major.
You happy with this? Thumbs up all round?
Why is Eternal Fire the only team that's been eliminated that we
See, thank you,
still haven't-
Jason.
No, because
But when I
think they
mentioned
did
that, that's a
so
problem.
well that they impressed us, that they deserve
Which means
to be
all of the other
Knights.
teams in the below did so badly, right? That's what you're telling
I
us?
mean,
That's fair.
maybe. Yeah, Jason said
Other
it's fair.
teams underperformed. They overachieved.
Exactly.
Sold.
Yeah. I
Absolutely
think
sold.
this is perfect, just the way it is. So I think it's time to get right into the news with some of the boys at the casting desk.
Hello, yes,
guys.
it's the
Hi.
news.
Hey,
Look
everyone.
at this.
The
Look at
Triple H
this.
Gazette.
We've
Calling
got
it the news desk.
the Triple H's presenting the news.
I'm like the
This-
newsroom intern, though. It's my first time doing
Oh.
this.
First time on
I'm
the
willing to learn.
Are you excited?
Just read
Very
off of the
excited.
teleprompter right there.
That's how it
Don't
works.
Get that wrong.
Oh, that's how you guys
It's
do
all-
it.
yeah,
That's
we'll
how you
do
keep
it
it so
live.
pro.
Yeah, yeah,
All right,
yeah.
let's get into
Good.
it.
Okay. So we're ready for the news.
I'm so
Here we
ready.
are. We're going to start off with a little bit of kind of a community check-in almost, right? Obviously, I don't know if you all are aware, but this little game, CS2, released
I've
the
heard
other
of it,
day.
yeah.
So this is a new smoke.
Smike.
Good start.
Smikes are available here in CS2.
It's all, obviously, we've got to relearn all our
This
names,
is
right? We've got to relearn everything. Henry.
little-
So Harry's got the lineups for us.
Yeah.
So line up Larry.
Here's the lineup. Here's the smike, right? So they love it. All this util.
So this is like classic
This is to
retake
retake
utility.
banana, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And so you would have seen this
How
in
do we feel about the
CS:GO.
HE? I don't think the
I don't
HE
like
is,
that.
The
I don't like
HE
the
sucks.
HE
That
either.
HE, I'm
The
just
HE
telling
does
you
suck.
that HE does suck. But everything else is not.
Everything else looks pretty good. So face
For a
it.
flash then.
I give that 9 out of 10.
Maybe that was meant to be a flash. I'll call it a flash.
Here we go. Vertigo elevator smoke.
Ooh.
This one's from Nades Out Here. The
Yes.
Not out
Make
here
sure you
with a
follow that
branch.
account. He's got
Look at
all the
that.
gold.
That Jame used to throw that. That's the same lineup as a walkthrough.
Let's have a look at
from
that
his
lineup one
corner.
more time.
Jame
So-
throws this anyway.
On
and
the
go.
corner,
This
little-
hasn't changed at all. That's lovely. We love that. It's a
Little
walk
walking
throw.
jump throw.
Yeah, you can get a bind for that. You don't need it.
Yeah,
it
that's
helps.
beautiful. Harry, this is great
There
stuff
you
so
go.
far.
Lovely.
I'm feeling very informed.
Well, don't worry. There's one more. This one's
I love
actually
this,
from a little
yeah.
streamy weemy as well.
I know this guy.
You know who that is?
Yes,
All
indeed.
right,
That's
good.
Twist, isn't it?
All right, that is Twist. But take a look at this. We're watching. Apparently, this is
So,
Robs
creep up the ladder.
lining up his smoke for heaven for
I
the
don't know
retake.
what he's lining up on, but I believe it works.
I guess the ladder itself. But this is like the one-way retake smoke, a
And
different
look
way
at
of throwing
how
it
it's
from the ladder.
bloomed.
And
Look,
that's
you see
now
it from this
it's worth
POV.
remembering. That's now the only way you can throw that because it won't go through the wall. Typically,
Yes.
you drop it on the
Yeah,
bucket,
good
throw it
point.
from outside. It won't go through the wall anymore. That's gone. So you have to. You could throw this and go anyway with a different lineup, but now you have to throw it in this weird position to cover you as much as you can.
Make
so
sure
you can scale that
you
head.
practice that one on the server first.
Yes.
It looks a little technical, but still very impressive. I'm
You
sure
look
we'll see you some pro
look
play.
at who they're off. Look at who
they
they're
up
up.
against?
Look at that.
I
Echo.
didn't see.
Echo.
Eku.
Yeah.
Our boy Eku.
Our boy.
Eku
All right.
wherever you are.
Yeah, so take
that's
a
all
look
the
at this.
utility, all the smites.
Yeah, so now...
You want to read this one, Harry? You wanna
This
break
is
this
a
down
tweet
in
from
English?
Launders. CS2 smites are going to give us big moments. I've always said there's a unique sandbox mechanic that defines the best games we watch top players compete in. Fortnite's building/editing. Rainbow Six's wall banging. Valorant's
everything.
CS2 smokes.
That's a good
and
one.
So yeah, I like that. You know,
it's true, though,
I do like the new smokes.
I like
and
the
it
word
does-
sandbox as well, right? Because it means like you have to think on the fly. It's not just a binary approach. The smoke's down. You don't have to respect it necessarily. You can actually remove it in some ways with the HE. So that's an interesting element, a new layer of detail.
All right, take a look at this one. So Device coming in with his take. He said, for now, CS2 is okay, but with time, the rubber banding on teammates and wobbly gameplay should get addressed. It's not smooth, and that is usually what we expect from FPS games. Doesn't feel good nor better than CSGO, which is fine for now, but not forever. I actually think pretty
overall,
take,
great take.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah. It's a shame the rubber banding still kind of exists. Like, it's much better than it was, like 10 times better, but it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But let's be honest here. This has to be the best ever Counter-Strike release in terms of day one, in terms of what we have on offer, like, compared to all the other releases. So yeah, definitely room for improvement, some issues, but overall I think most of us are pretty happy.
And it does feel a lot better. Like, the shooting feels a lot smoother, the movement feels a little bit better. I know nothing was in the patch notes really about this moving in from the beta like last week to the release now, but it does feel better, even if that is placebo. I'll take sure.
Right, look, so now we have this Elige coming in with his take after some scrims and pugs. He's come in with how rubber banding is still an issue. There's FPS drops for 1 to 2 seconds. It's hard to tell if a molly misses. The sound cue isn't like super good.
I
can get behind that. I think that's actually dead on. And when smokes get extinguished, FPS drops super hard. Sound feels muffled, and it's hard to hear people running. I've kind of played around with the sound settings a lot now.
Those 3 different settings, like crisp, smooth, and
there's
natural.
one that we actually overlooked, which lets you like decide about how strongly you want it to pan to the left and right of your headphones based
I'm
on
max
whether.
that out.
Yeah, I have mine quite high.
Don't you only have one headphone on most of the time anyway?
Yeah.
So you just get it straight all in the
Well, yeah, everyone's always on the left.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's pretty good, though.
Where is he? I think he's on your left. If I had to guess. So yeah, look, right, Hugo, talk us through it.
All right, yeah, Faceit dropped a big new update for the matchmaking system as well. This is an interesting one. Includes a few things. Forced anti-cheat, I think, firstly coming through. Right, no, it was pretty inconsistent prior to CS2. Some people had to use anti-cheat, some people didn't. Now we all have to do. That makes sense. Smurfs, they're working on that. They have expanded ID verification. What else have we got there? Anti-cheat, blah, 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 blah. Priority verified matchmaking. Obviously, we all saw the verification last season actually come through of ESL Pro League, and now it's being pushed to the point where there is a significant benefit to being verified. You'll be prioritized to match with other verified users.
Yeah, it is great that we have like ELO within the main client these days, but I think Faceit would always be the de facto place to play high-level CS2 at this point, mainly because of the anti-cheat. That's one of the biggest disappointments for me. But with the release of CS2, we didn't get a big VAC update. There's no hardware checks, etc., etc. So that's massive from Faceit, and I think it's still going to be a very popular platform, even though we've got ELO built in the game.
This one is nice as well. We have more servers, and you can select which servers. And so now we have, I think, 2 more servers in Europe as well. Cool. And you can pick which servers you want to play. So you can pick more Western Europe, more Eastern Europe.
Good for Maltese gamers, let me tell you.
That's true. That's true. What's your best ping right now?
Right now, Frankfurt. We get like maybe 30 for that on a good day.
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, of course. Is the correct
so lastly,
vernacular.
we can get onto this, which was the transition into CS2. Yeah, sorry, I don't know why I started.
No, this is cool. This is ESL just announcing how it's going to work. Basically, from now on, you're moving from October 2nd or October 3rd. Basically, everything is turning into CS2. That's right after Pro League. We finish on October 1st. Everything's moving into CS2. Impact League, Challenger League, qualifiers. Right. Of course, Sydney as well announced in about 2 weeks, mid-October, will be on CS2 as well, which is exciting. Also, with this comes MR12. So we're going to have MR12 obviously across all leagues at the same time. Now that does mean for Challenger, this is an important note for those competing in the Challenger League or any ESEA or Faceit League, that
while there have been MR15 games obviously across the season, now we're switching to MR12. Round difference will not be a deciding factor. If it comes down to it later, you will end up playing head-to-head matches to decide if there's any round difference issues, obviously, because the literal format is changing. So this is really cool, and you can see at the end the upcoming tournaments, qualifiers, Impact, Challengers.
It is great.
Exciting times, Henry.
Yeah, what a move to make. CS2, it's going to be thrown into the mix very soon indeed. I guess my only concerns would be like we're missing features like Match Medic, for example. Like there's going to be some growing pains coming here, but we have to make the move eventually. No better time than present, Harry. Move forward, move on, and welcome CS2 to our ecosystem.
Well, moving forward and moving on is exactly what we're going to do, Henry. We're going to give this one back over to Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, have you guys been playing any more CS2 overnight?
I didn't play any last night.
I've been playing.
You were playing last night.
Actually, that's how I sounded last night after the games we played.
For good or bad?
Wasn't as successful, Freya, as the first night.
No.
Yesterday, we dwelled deep into some 10
I had a great time. Yeah, I had a really good time, especially on Vertigo.
Yeah, you
Were
see,
you on
like,
the winning team?
Okay, winner's couch and the loser's
I wasn't
couch,
playing. I just want to make that clear.
It's not even about winning and losing, just the experience. You know, the gameplay, the communication wasn't really top-notch.
Stunna had a really good time.
So hold on, who was in your team?
Probably the only one.
Well, he's not here to defend himself, so this is the best time to pile on. Do you
Okay, so
want to
Trace,
let everybody know
Yanko,
the truth?
who else?
The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Well, I don't know. There was this thing called the Rulon Club. You know, in 1.6 is when if you go 0-15, it's called the Rulon Club. I don't know if it's like in MR.
Okay.
Somehow he managed to do it in MR12. So.
We didn't have a club, but he did get 0 kills in a game.
Oh. Ouch.
That was the
Anyway,
second
moving
game
on.
when he matched up with me. In the first game when he was against me, he was like
hit a couple
simple.
headshots.
And who else was on your team? You,
Harry.
Trace?
Well, we had so it was like 2 different teams 2 times. Me and Harry were in it together throughout.
Wow.
We're using the Faceit hub again to do it?
No, it was just private matchmaking.
Oh, okay. All right. So then that means you pick teams.
No, it automatically assigned it.
randomized.
Yeah,
Private matchmaking. Yeah,
Oh.
we figured we could have done it on a hub elsewhere, but then why not use the new
We wanted to test out the new
in-game
features.
mechanic?
What kind of server did it put you on?
You know what's really
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know, but pings were fine.
whichever
like
one it
40-ish?
wanted to.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm curious, because
logical
everybody
one,
would
yeah.
have been, or most people would have been from Malta, right?
Yes,
Playing.
all the,
It wasn't
8 of
raining,
us.
so internet was stable.
Ah, yes, yes, indeed, yes, indeed. It's
What
a
we
classic.
discovered though is that if you party up ahead of time and then queue private matchmaking using like the share code, that you can actually like stick a couple people together. For example, if
Okay.
everybody just puts in the code on their own, it'll randomize all 10 players. But if I were to join Hugo and then he puts in the code, then at
you're
least
together.
the 2 of us are stuck together and the other 8 will be randomized.
So you can influence the randomizer.
Yeah, that's a cool little feature. I'll go about that.
We're learning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Sorry to bring out the bad memories, Janko. So let's move to some good ones. We're going to throw it back to the year, which is 2017, and we're going to enter our submissions for what we thought was the most, pivotal, epitomizing moments of the year. I guess we'll begin with mine. Isn't super epitomizing of the year, but this was when Rops was brought to the Faceit London HQ because people were all accusing him of cheating. So FPL guys said, "Okay, come over. We'll see if you're legit." Of course he was.
Well,
and the birth of Rops happened.
You're going to get accused of cheating, Freya, if you look at the top left-hand corner of your screen back in 2017. That's how it went down, right? The kid was sitting close to the monitor and he was looking at the radar. And that's, we get everybody quite suspicious of what the young Estonian could be up to.
Hey, there were a lot of very notorious voices in the ecosystem of Counter-Strike thinking that this man wasn't legit.
Yeah.
Really, very much. I remember watching
don't
the
wanna name
streams.
drop,
They were
but-
playing FPL. People were like, oh, this Robs, this kid, like, never played Counter-Strike at the top level. What the hell is wrong with him? That was kind of
I
bolder.
can't believe it was 2017, though.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Time flies, man.
Yeah.
But he also mentioned back then, like he said at the time, he was feeling like he's like, this is kind of cool. Like all these players that are like pros and
They're
they're
the ones
really
he
good at the game,
respects.
and the ones he respects, like all think he's so good that he's cheating. And he was like, yeah, it was kind of
Take it as
sweet in a
compliment.
way. Yeah.
Yanko, what was your moment you were throwing into the ring for this year?
I think in 2017 I put something about FaZe. I think Olaf and Guardian joining FaZe.
Okay.
Was my moment,
Yep.
and this was like twofold because first of all, it was a blockbuster roster move. With FaZe bringing in one of the best operas in the world and the best, one of the best
in recent history.
best player in the world. And wow, this is now really a star-studded lineup. And I think also because FaZe was really successful for a time with that lineup, and I think they were the first really massive international roster, and they paved the way for everyone else. And look at it now. Now most of the teams that are best in the world are international.
So now that Counter-Strike has lost its national identity, you guys can all blame FaZe. Thank you, Yanko.
Absolutely.
That's not a bad thing to be blamed. That's great.
Blame Nico specifically.
We need to bring back more national Counter-Strike. I don't like the loss of identity that we have in recent history. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's like this is why
you miss the language. You miss them speaking their own language.
No, it's supporting. So here's the thing: if you're not a sick player or have a big personality, and you're just a Tom, Dick, or Harry, no offense, Harry, and you're in one of these international teams, there's no identity. People aren't getting excited about these rosters because unless you're doing something mental in the server or on a stage or having an upset game, there's nothing to support. Right? Like what? And this is a problem.
It's up to the players to create personalities, to connect with the fans, be out there.
I was doing it the easy way, Matthew. I was just sending everybody back home.
You and I, we were answering interviews. That's why we're here now. That's the way. Just answer the interviews. That's the way you make sure you're there.
How do we do that?
I agree with you, Chad. I miss the national angle of some of these games.
Just one event a year, just to bring it back, have a proper World Cup, have all the best players.
Well, this next moment might whet your appetite, Jason. It's not yours, but it's Henry's. So, Connor, you can take this one away. It's Virtus Pro versus Immortals in Krakow. This was one of the most crazy crowds I've seen. I don't know whether it's a specific moment Henry's picked out.
Let me. I know, because
Why
Connor,
VP
you could
Immortals? Why not?
Because the VP game was mad in the arena. It was
in
loud.
The arena was mental. It was like the circular stage in the center. It was going absolutely bonkers inside that arena. But this was a bracket in which Virtus Pro had a path to the grand finals laid out in front of them for them to take the red carpet. It was the easiest path you could have asked for before the event. And Immortals did what they did the whole event, which is just shock everyone with this double op, aggressive, in-your-face playstyle.
What he said.
Yeah, well,
KNG and Henny was kind of exciting. Thanks, KNG, Henny together with the AWP. That was
the worst part about this event was the soundproof booths. Get them out.
Yeah.
Get them out.
Well, they weren't even soundproof, were they? We've never really had soundproof booths.
I mean, at the time, they were fake soundproof.
Yeah, they worked, though. I mean, we played the show match in them, and it obviously doesn't get as loud as when VP's playing. But
do you think you created reactions from the crowd to actually test the sound booth?
Yeah, well, Henry went outside and smashed a PC.
Yeah.
Everyone thought it was real. Everyone thought he really smashed a PC. It was like, well, it is a case of a computer that he threw at the ground. That is true.
Mr. Mathieu, your moment kind of goes
we're actually
hand
staying.
in hand with this.
We're staying in the same context. I went for the Krakow, of course, and Zeus actually winning a major with Gambit at the time. And I thought this was such a weird episode of Stranger Things after being removed from Na'Vi.
With a dead team.
No, exactly, that's the thing, right? Zeus, just for context, gets removed from Na'Vi because they don't believe in his playstyle anymore. Think it's washed, it's never going to work. He goes to a different roster and then wins the major and then goes back to Na'Vi after he's won it. Like, there's no more bowler moves. Like, listen, guys, I've just proven to you I can win a major without y'all. So here I come again,
groove?
And I'm your captain.
Yeah.
I think it was a good time. Plus, I'm a big fan of Adrian as a player, personally.
Yeah.
Really liked Adrian.
And Hobbit was at his peak at this time as well, so he was a lot of fun to watch.
And he suffered before that as well.
Sure.
Like,
well, I mean, the funny thing about that whole run from Gambit was that they literally had to cancel their boot camp because the team died 3 or 4 days into it. They got in just massive arguments and couldn't actually practice together and just ended the boot camp.
Should we make a list once of all of the dead teams that won majors? Because Friends has a submission or two.
Envious, right? Envious includes.
Envious was pretty much, that was it. They won the major anyway.
Yeah.
We should make a list.
And then Kikio, obviously, because that's the
problem.
narrative we've been going on. Jason, your moment up next. We're going with a
Polish
theme here.
Yeah, it is a very Polish theme. Well, this was the final trophy that the Virtus Plow lifted, and obviously the Mercedes coming into play. I'll tell you what, in the history of Counter-Strike, this is probably my favorite team to watch, was this Virtus Pro lineup, the Virtus Plow. And in all my years of Counter-Strike, in over 20 years, I've never seen a team break up quite this way over the Mercedes gift. Obviously, not too many teams are getting gifted Mercedes, but just having this tear a team apart was just a crazy thing to watch unfold over that 3-month period.
It's going to happen. It's a team game. You're going to give one guy a car. We won as a team, Jason. Where's my car?
I don't think it's incorrect. I think I would feel the same way if I did not get the Mercedes and a teammate of mine got the Mercedes. But, I mean, it was just, that was heartbreaking. I thought that team brought a lot of heart and soul into Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Chad, what do you got to throw?
I'll be honest, Freya. We submitted this over a week ago. I don't know what I submitted.
Astralis winning the major.
Yes, that's first of many. So I suppose this was not the roster that went on to redefine Counter-Strike, but it was the beginning, right? It was the inklings. This is with Kyobi on the team, and then as we moved further down the track, that's when Magis came in, and they became the team that we all know and love to this day.
It looks like you've submitted a really bad reviews, like an Uber.
1 star.
1 star out of 4.
And they
did not like
VP
it.
in the final, coming back on T-side train. I remember watching that game live from home at 4 a.m. and I just couldn't believe that VP is not closing it out. And that was Glaive with some of his best calling
Just
in
a
high
Tech
pressure
9
situation.
outer yard rush.
Yeah.
And then it set up for the E-League Clash for Cash.
It did.
A one-off that I got a really nice jacket from.
It is a nice jacket.
And yeah,
What a result.
Suitcase of cash.
The only time I work for E-League.
Have you ever seen $250,000 in a suitcase?
Yeah, that's right. It was. It was actual money.
lying around, or
It was actually real.
Yeah, they had it on the podium in the middle of the
way.
studio. Yeah.
That's so cool. Man. Okay, who are we voting for? Which moment was your fave from that selection?
I mean, I
like
think
the
it-
car, personally. It's kind of...
The car is cool.
Yeah.
It's a cool story. I think if you want to go in the context of the game and the ecosystem, Astralis winning their first major was massive, considering those guys up until that point were considered the biggest chokers in CSGO.
Yeah?
It's just that there was a year, essentially, between that and then winning everything, right?
Yeah. Anyway, it wasn't even the same team, but
Yeah,
it was great to break through that ceiling of we're never actually going to win a trophy.
Yeah?
And then Kirby
Doesn't
made
sound like
sure
we're
that-
agreeing on a moment here.
Is it equally weak or equally high? Our submissions, like,
I think I don't know if they're weak, but I just think that in that, like, so for example, I know we're talking about,
2017 was not a good year, you know?
Well, we're talking about dead teams, right? Winning majors, like that. The Immortal stuff versus Gambit falls into like a fluke major category, right? We've had a couple of those, and they're not always grand final wins, but some of them are like the way that the brackets are formulated and stuff. So it wasn't that it was an underwhelming year by any stretch of the imagination. Everything was popping off, right? There was a lot going on, but
you know what? I vote for Zeus. I love Zeus.
I'll take it.
I
I'm
vote for
voting for
Taz.
Zeus.
Yeah, I vote for Taz as well.
I like the drama.
I vote for Taz.
Taz.
I'm
Taz.
gonna make it tied 3. I'm going
Three
with the
and three?
Gambit win too.
Zeus
Yeah.
and Taz.
Producer
Shaking
Reese, what are you
hands.
going for? Reese, tell us. Break this tie.
He's going with Taz.
Taz. There it is. The controversy. I knew it.
Damn it.
Insider knowledge.
Wow.
Something going on.
Thanks for your submissions, guys.
You're welcome.
Good
Thank
stuff.
you for
Yeah, thanks, Connor.
Yeah,
Mostly
weird.
thanks you. We do actually have a game to be getting underway. It's ENT versus Movistar. So let's check in with Movistar. We've got Mopos and Adams speaking a little bit about the Spanish scene and Adams' first LAN.
In Spain right now, the CSGO is in a critical position. The only professional team that we have is ours. The others are right now are just amateurs teams. The most experienced players that we had just left for Valorant, but maybe eventually with time they are going to do it. The solution for me would be just start competing more in Portuguese tournaments. They should start just mixing the teams, understand the way that they play and the way that they are making efforts just to grow. We are sticking is because we really like to be just playing in a Spanish team with Spanish players, just trying to help them grow and just show the world that we are here.
For me, it felt great to join Movistar. It always was my dream to join these guys' team. Team atmosphere is very good. I think that's why we are playing very good right now, because we are like a family, and that matters a lot in our team. For me, it's like playing on bootcamp. It's almost the same. I think I'm a very chill person, and it's fine for me.
He's going to be a really good player with time. He's just focusing on CS, so I think that he's going to have a really bright future.
He's got a chance in this one. Simple! Makes it look too clean.
That's an AK frontside Misty or something like that. That's some of the Aurora players, I think. That's like the blue-haired people, or the team with all of them. I don't think it's Kenzie. That doesn't look like Kenzie. That's like, oh. I just have to say Kenzie. That's the only guy I remember from the team. Oh wow. I'm guessing Condom Man. That's all I got. We have the AK Asimov, P90 Asimov, Op Asimov, M4A4 Asimov, and I think there might be a P250 Asimov. So I think it's 5. Since that's a Gamma Doppler, I think that has to be the Chroma cases. Oh, Gamma, oh, of course. The Dopplers are from the Chroma. That's something like something with glass, I think. Something with glass. I can't remember. I only remember glass. I don't remember the first thing. I'm just guessing broken glass.
Both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Movistar Riders versus Ents. Ents making their first appearance here in the playoffs for the quarterfinals after topping their group. For Movistar, though, this has been quite the revelation for this team. And coming into this matchup, Matthew, we've got an extra spicy little morsel because guess who's going to be on the other side of the server to them? Oh, that's right. It's their former teammate.
Yeah, it's our friend Sampaias, of course, who had been, I would argue, discovered through the ranks of Movistar Riders. We all remember IEM Cologne, seeing him on that stage and deliver what was going to be a string of very high caliber performance on stage. But I just think he's a great case study. We always talk about what it means to play against your own former team. And that is exactly what's happening here, right? You have the motivational aspect of it, but you have the knowledge aspect of it, of course. Maybe that's a bit exaggerated.
What a graphic.
Is he about to psych up them?
That's brilliant.
Yeah, that's really good. And a big smile on his face as he destroys his former team.
Chad, I'm
the
not gonna
sun
lie.
is a deadly laser, as we know.
I heard for your spine right there. You're gonna have to help me out.
I'm melting into the couch, Matthew. Do you want to know why I've taken this posture?
Please,
And
please
I don't want to
me.
detract from the conversation that you want to have, but Movistar only beat Furia and Gamer Legion to get here.
And 19.
Yeah.
So yeah, not the most
You're
proven
like
run.
uninterested.
I think that could make 2 of us, but I can't do it now. But
Okay.
I think the last sort of tough game Ents had was 6 weeks ago in the final of Gamers 8 against Vitality. They beat EG, MIBR, and Big.
Damn.
To be at this stage of the
All
tournament.
right, well, if we're
So the cards are equal.
I like the counter argument, but keep in mind, Ents have been in 4 grand finals in a row now, and they've won only one of them, sure, but that's still 3 second places. It's not bad. Chad?
Can I return to Matthew's point for a second? I want to get the consensus of the room. Who do you think's more motivated? The remainder of the Movistar players to beat Creamy Pius, or Sampaias to just make sure that he is the best Spanish player?
I think it's Ents to not get upset, because all we've been seeing all tournament long is upsets.
That wasn't an option.
Yeah, thank you for
secret
not
option C.
answering his question. He was pretty good at it.
I think I still got an answer. You know, like this tournament is wide open, Chad. It's wide open. All the favorites are gone. Vitality have gone.
Yeah, but we're
FaZe have
talking
gone.
about-
The tournament is not wide open.
We're talking about former
it's a lot more wide
teammates.
open than it was 48 hours ago.
And one of them will win the tournament.
One of the two from this side of the bracket should win the tournament.
Speaking from experience, when you have a player from your team that gets a promotion, quote unquote, gets to a better team, and you go up against him, I think you are extremely motivated to prove to him that you can
He
still
made the
beat his
wrong
ass.
choice, yeah.
No, he didn't make a wrong choice, because no one is going to argue
True.
he made
No,
the wrong choice, but you want to beat his ass.
True.
Just to remember that, hey, you know, I can still beat you. I don't care you got the Ents jersey on. We can beat you. And I think this is something that motivates you a whole lot if you're Mopos, if you're Alex, who played with him in that jersey.
So there's way more motivation for Mo. I think Sampaias cares. He's moved on.
You don't think he cares at all?
He's moved on to greener
He won the
pastures.
breakout.
He's won like the titles and everything. And Movistar, he left them on a high.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing.
And they've been struggling
They just
since.
made it like together. You know, they finally, after years of struggling, like they started having international success. And he leaves for Ents. That is like, you know, the Morgul blade. It never really truly heals, Chad.
The what?
So
What are
I
we
think
talking
that's
about
part
now?
of
Are we
what
talking
we're
Lord of
doing.
the
I
Rings?
don't think Chad is not the right person for the
Rings.
reference like that.
No, it's Hugo, no, it's Henry.
I'm not really big on Lord
What,
of
the
Rings
what
either.
blade? What blade?
If Yanko ever makes a reference, it's Lord of the Rings. Just assume
I could
that
do
from
more
now
than just
on.
Lord of the Rings. It's just fun.
I haven't seen it so far at this tournament. Let's bring up some pairs in our Air Force Aim High coming into this one, because I was actually chatting to him on Media Day, talking about this exact opportunity. You know, you might maybe be facing Movistar in this matchup. How are you going to be feeling about that? And he was saying, you know, as much as it pains him to probably have to take them down, he does hope for the best for the region, right? Because we're talking about Movistar coming from Spain, having to get a few more, you know, international names into the mix. And let's be real, like, the region is struggling. We've heard that from the players as well.
And I think that's why it is sort of exciting. I'm trying to help Chad's spine over there. Thank you. It is exciting to see Movistar Riders being able, in spite of an easier bracket, to rise to the ranks and be here in Pro League in quarterfinal with losing their best player, because that's usually the problem. When you have a team like that that rises and one player that is very clearly better than anybody else on the roster, you pluck him up, you take him away from that team, and that team falls into despair, disappear basically. We don't hear about him, we don't see anything about him anymore. So now you bring in Martinez, you have Adams as well, just on the Portuguese scene, and here they are again.
Oh, a Just Peak. Actually, you've got me excited again. Now you've mentioned his name. Just Crouch Peak. There's nothing quite like a Just Crouch Peak, is there?
I don't think anyone's going to be ready for it either.
No,
I think everyone's
is.
probably forgotten about it. You know, it was a couple of weeks ago now, and suddenly he's going to be crouching and swinging and just everything. It's going to be wild. Yeah.
Before we do, sorry to cut you off, Hugo. We do actually have to hear from Sam Payas to see how he is actually feeling.
How
against
much he
Movistar.
cares.
Let's see.
Yes, hello everybody. It's time to get into another quarterfinal. You're not there yet, brother, but you are back in action. Game over top of Movistar Riders. That's what you're looking for now, bro. So listen, obviously your trajectory with ENCE, you've really come into your own lately, okay? Sun Pius in playoffs is becoming something. Do you feel that weight on your shoulders, or do you feel as though ENCE in this form right now, you're kind of covered no matter what kind of day you have?
Yeah, I think it's just about ENCE. It's not about myself. I think it's, the team is performing really good in the tournament. So, yeah, we just need to keep vibing, keep feeling it, and try to enjoy as much as we can.
And how are you vibing in Malta at the moment? You guys obviously had a little break. You've bounced back into the action. We've had a lot of conversation about teams feeling cold, teams feeling a little out of it. How is that with ENCE?
Well, I think we are feeling really good. We are just having fun, enjoying each other a lot. And, yeah, it's normally showing up in the server, so I think it's going to show up today again.
Diha's not giving you any problems lately?
No, not too much. He's playing so much CS2, but all good.
And what about Madden? Same boat? I know the two of them together, man, it can get a little wild.
Yeah, they are wild. They are really wild.
Do you have any goals here with Pro League in terms of an individual level? Because, I mean, dude, you are having an incredible year, that is to be said. And I think that, you know, you can put yourself in the shoes of Movistar Riders very obviously. You made your name with them. Now you have to kind of put them down as they're having another great run without you. So is this the Sun Pius show today?
We will see, but I hope so.
Yeah? All right, best of luck out there, man. And give them hell.
Yes, Empire's been looking red hot so far, 2023. Seems like he does care about putting his former teammates down.
But you're not going to get any like hot takes on the interview. I still remember him walking to the desk in Cologne after he destroyed Vitality, and all he says is, Snappy has very good flashes. I'm like, bro, you cannot tell that to us.
Do
You
you
just had
understand
90
the
kills,
gravity?
700 million opening kills. Don't tell me about the flash of your IGL.
He just
very
made
modest.
it to the grand
admits
final,
what Zybo
man.
cannot, unfortunately.
When Alex tried to say that. When Alex said they're flashing for him, they didn't believe him.
What do we got here? Overpass picks. This is already different from the video they had, which was 7 months ago online. Anubis coming in for the pick of ENCE. I feel that's a bit of a punish. T-side start for Movistar Riders here. We're going to end up with Nuke? No, we're Nuke's already long gone. What am I talking about? Ancient is the third. Okay, Overpass Anubis Ancient. Ooh, I'm curious, because Movi don't have the best record on it.
Caddy, I have a question I would like to submit to the group. Maybe to get you interested. Do we think ENCE play the best Counter-Strike in the world currently? Yes or no? Is ENCE playing the best Counter-Strike?
Yes?
Just Counter-Strike as the purest form of it, do they play the best Counter-Strike in the world? I think that's the case.
Yeah, I might have to agree, because what we would be talking G2, who I'd attest a lot of it to making sure that all the individuals are on point. Vitality just got knocked out yesterday, so it would be hard for me to say as of right now.
Even before that, I would have put ENCE's Counter-Strike above that of Vitality.
Okay, I like the range of ENCE. I like the ability they have on a lot of different maps to play different styles. It's not just fast and execute heavy, right? Snappy has a good understanding of how he wants to use all of his pieces. In this game here, it's like 90-10 I have ENCE winning. 90-10.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, I think that's a fair analogy. And Harry, you're looking at me.
I think Movi are going to win.
Okay. Thanks.
Do you have a Movistar Riders under
Thanks,
that
Harry.
you can show us?
No, I would just be my bare chest, and that's all
do
you need.
Do you have
That's all you
any
need to rep
logic? Any
Movi.
logic, or are you the new Anders?
Just the new Anders.
Fair enough. He's admitted it at least.
Yeah.
Hashtag go Movi.
Who's winning the next
Hashtag go
major,
Movi.
Harry?
Yeah, predict it now. You can't be wrong.
Eternal Fire.
Mate, it is the next new Anders. All right.
That's a great answer.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Hashtag I think we need to go to break. Let's get this game underway.
Hashtag break.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean. Remains supreme.
We are capable of playing really structured, and we are also capable to play super individually. So you just need to be careful about every part of the map. We are quite unpredictable also.
We just really enjoy to play with each other. We are always trying to fix our mistakes, improve everything that we have inside the game. I think that's the most important thing about my team.
I didn't play my entire career with someone like him. He's just super electric, super dynamic, super smart. I think he's one of the most important players in our team.
ENCE has to be afraid about us. Doesn't matter if you just play against the best team in the world or the worst. Almost every team can beat each other.
Playing against my old organization and my old team just only makes me feel happy, right? It's gonna be a nice game and we just need to enjoy it.
Playing against Payos is not strange, to be honest. He's a really friend of me and the team, so it's a really exciting game.
Well, that's Spanish sun shining brightly here on our crowd in Malta. It is the Pro League Season 18 playoffs, and it's time to get it underway. We've missed the crowd, we've missed the people. We are men of the people,
And today we've got it all. We've got what could be the makings of an electric matchup.
Yes, indeed, Connor. The Maltese crowd have come out here in their hundreds. You can see they were rampacked there towards the backstage. And we've got a hell of a quarterfinal to kick things off. Ents versus Movistar Riders. Jason, no love lost between these two teams. Sun Pius taking on Movistar Riders. You ought to be fired up.
Yeah, you have to be. I don't even believe those words. Oh, they're friends, they're friendly, it's a good time. There's no friends in Counter-Strike, not when you're on opposite ends of the server. This is a little bit of a grudge match, and obviously that little battle between Sun Pius and his whole squad, that's a matter of principle, right? Like, did you make the mistake of leaving? Have you left a team that could have been something excellent? Or for Sun Pius, it's just like, this is why I left you, because now I get to batter you and move on in the playoffs to, as you know, Connor, the semifinals.
Yes, that's right, the semifinals. Yes. They do indeed come after the quarterfinals, and this is the quarterfinal today. A couple rounds of playoffs in our back pocket already, but Ents, one of the teams that are trying to not be another bunch of chumps getting upset by the squads that have been here longer.
I think if you're Ents too, you're still like in that weird stage. You're one of the best teams in the world, but like you still get overshadowed by the Vitalities, by the G2s. I think this is Ents being like, we're in like 4 finals in a row and we still don't get picked as favorites to win events. So they still probably feel like there's something to prove.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The quarterfinal is underway here. It's the first man picked by Movistar Riders. They'll have a T-side start here on Overpass. It's slow, methodical as they set themselves up towards the B bomb site. They do have a bit of utility as well. One smoke available. A P250 in the hands of Martinez as well. And we have got a bit of a 4-man stack from Ents towards the B bomb site. So, as they get ready to enter through the Monster Tunnel, it's going to be Madden with first contact and Dia with the first frag, make it a double.
Oh, he just peeks in as Madden's preparing those dual Berettas. I mean, his one single USP bullet just pulling a player off. You see the kind of quick readjustment from the second, all dead, of course, at the hands of Dia. And, you know, we've got a Sun Pius in a pregame interview giving Nertz his props, but Dia's also somebody that can take it to that next level, wants to be right there with Nertz in terms of the #1 rifle.
Yeah, he's got like the unique production, right? Like he's not always going to get the high volume, but he's always got impact, I feel, Dia. And he's such a cool player to watch. Decision making is top tier. On for the ace right now. He's got 4 kills, and Mapaz has not made his move. And Dia, you could just see swinging, looking for this last kill. All of it. Oh, that sucks.
Well, here's Mopos, an opportunity. 3 versus 1 now. That's got a lot to do. Only 1 frag found. It's a very convincing pistol for Ents there on their CT campaign. They keep 3 players alive. Snappy will recover the dual leads as well. No bomb planted. Bear that in mind. Movistar Riders, potential full eco on the cards going forward here. Bring out the AKs in the third. It's all about Dia, though. Very clean with the USP here. Willing to take the fights. Gets the bomb towards Monster. And this is a matter of time before they close out the round. So, Movi just purchasing a single flashbang here. I think that's all they're bringing to the table. So it will be AKs in the third. An opportunity to try and get a plant down here. But look at Ents. They're not really focusing on the firepower. They've got the 3 MP9s here. Aware of the prospect of the potential Tech 9s in the second round. And they're focusing on a bit more of the utility.
2 of them inside of the B site. Dia's M4 stands further back. So those SMGs, well, combining with the third, which was inside connector, goes swimmingly. Perfect amount of money made from Sun Pius. Just mows down the Movistar Riders on the approach to the B site.
Yeah, that pretty much locks in an AWP for the next round as well. So he'll drop his MP9 over towards Snappy, who is no stranger to the lesser weaponry, and we'll have an AWP in the third round, no problem here. So that's a massive assay going forward for Ents. Adams now, not really much he can do with this one, I'm afraid. Maybe he can steal 1 kill away. That would be great, but he's in a 4-on-1.
Jason, you said that, you know, Dia maybe not somebody who always brings up the biggest numbers, but it's always impactful. Yeah. And I think that we're going to get that specifically here on Overpass. What I love about the Dia Overpass is that he's tethering constantly with Madden down on that B site. And those are 2 players who even outside of the server have this fun little dynamic. They're always jabbing at each other. They're getting on each other's nerves in the best kind of way. And then when it comes to in-server defense on B, that duo, we saw it in the pistol, tether perfectly. I think their comms are sharp, and I think that that's what enables him to constantly have big rounds.
Those 2 players for Ents, like some of the best role players we have in Counter-Strike, when you consider like the different changes that this Ents team has had to go through of replenishing star players, that kind of core of Madden, Dia, and Snappy has always been here, and those guys being so rock solid is what have allowed them to be effective with so many different players brought into the mix. And here's that AWP, Henry. Yes. Here's some map control. Here's some positioning. A shot fired off through the boards. Doesn't land, but he's got a little bit of intel.
Yeah. He's a very assertive AWPer. More often than not, will be dominating the pacing on the CT side, opening up the round. For now, though, it is an opening kill, but it's not going to be Sun Pius. It's Nerds that will find Martinez. And that's going to be a 5-4 deficit very early on into the round. So what's the response here? How do you recover this sort of scenario? They have a couple of smokes, Jason, a flashbang as well, and no map control whatsoever. Just is over towards B, waiting for the aggression. Ooh. It's Nerds who's rotating safely out of long here as well. Just going to go for those defensive crossfires now that they've got the advantage.
This is like the two options you have if you want to attack A and this kind of a 4v5. You can see they have to leave Just here just at the B bomb site to have presence, to make footsteps, to make himself known so they don't over-rotate. But other than that, with such light utility, you can do two things, right? You can do this lurk smoke towards the end of long so you can get close up. Otherwise, you have to take a ton of risks walking through bathroom without the utility to clear it safely.
So they go with the contact, right? Show a little skin. You see the immediate reaction. Sunpius puts the op up, and he's going to get caught crossing. Mopaz, well, he just found that movement between Nertz and Sunpius, and within that realm of possibility with Movistar hitting A, we didn't see that one coming. So timing works out great. Trade frag out of Just felt necessary there. They've lost their man advantage. They've got nothing inside of the site. It's a simple, disjointed rotation, but Diha slides in. You want impact? They're about to feel it. He gets Just, peeks bomb, stops it, or at least the planter from coming back. Adam S 1v3, and both CTs up through bathrooms already.
Yeah, this was a great recovery from Movistars. All things considered, is now Adam S who will be in the 2 versus 1. A round he can actually convert as well. The bomb's planted for him, the CTs with a fake defuse as well, waiting for that reaction. But the 2 AK-47s ready and waiting. It was a complicated round there for Ents. The fact that Sunpius went down, communication was a little bit off there. It was not communicating that the bathrooms were exposed. He went down to a clean 1-tap, and that could have been a disaster, but they course correct, get the 3-0, and it's a great start for Ents. But Movistar Riders riding that loss bonus, as they'll get $2,900 plus the extra 800, so they'll have a buy available, and they're going to invest into round number 4 here as well. So not the best start, but still a compelling round. Bomb planted. They made it close.
And I mean, obviously, yeah, with only 2 players surviving, you got to feel like you've done some significant damage to the economy event. So Movistar is going to want to build upon that if they possibly can. First step has got to be the whole, let's not get picked off, guys. Let's not lose one to Sunpius. Let's not lose one to Nerds. Let's play these rounds 5-on-5 as much as possible. Be very cautious in those first 20, 30 seconds. Just going to make his way in towards short through the sewers. He's all on his lonesome. Diha, Snappy, and Madden to defend. Nertz has just shifted over as well. So for the moment, Ents have a very strong defense at this bomb site.
Time to go clear out A. We see the pathing coming out from Riders now. 3 players working on Fountain. They've got their anchor inside short. They've got their anchor down in con. And that's enough for them to feel safe to just walk around in this pack. Nothing too brazen from Ents whatsoever. We get a second player to come towards A just because of the silence, that eerie silence that blankets the A site. That same silence that net them contact long last round, but Sunpius wants it in bathrooms instead. So that threat of Sunpius, very much real.
With the backup of Nerds, he feels like he can get aggressive. When 4 players are at B, he's just kind of got to jump in the site and spot and try and get some early intel in position from there. But now he feels like he can exert a little bit more presence over in bathrooms. Deep Molotov, Mopaz and Just could be targets. Alex is working his way through the front of bathrooms as well. Sunpius is going to have targets available to him.
Ooh. Misses out on the first opportunity there, but still not sure what they're up against. No one yet to fire a bullet, but there it is. It will be Sunpius with a nice double there. Can he get away? Third player towards the bathrooms will be Alex. Finding the first incision here for Movistar Riders. It's going to be chaotic at this point, coming out of the smoke towards long, but Nerds is handling it well. 3 versus 2, 15 seconds, a scramble toward the bomb site here. Alex needs to try and get the bomb down if possible. This is a huge kill, might decide the round. It's Madden that is dropped, and that's going to allow the C4 to be planted. Great shot.
They saw the Bankman too. Diha slides out, can't stop Martinez from planting. Oh, Alex getting that truck control, jumping up, confirming vision on Diha, and such a critical kill for Alex to turn around and deal with mid. Diha, half health, no util. Nothing other than the confidence gained from that last round with his push out through smoke, which they're now concerned about. You can see one locked on Dumpster, but as he peeks out, Martinez hits the headshot. That's not a round where we saw Movistar Riders with any kind of advantage at any point. And yet into the 2v2, they pull that off.
And that's twice now, despite being at disadvantage. They've been able to find access to the A bomb site, right? They've been able to grind it back. This is essentially a 3-on-5 when Alex finds this kill on a Sunpius, and then it all crumbles. It all falls apart. Madden couldn't find a clean play. So Movistar showing, despite some disadvantages in these rounds, they still have the strength to trade themselves into a bomb site, and that's a huge win. Look at the buy now.
You know, Nertz, right? He has this read on long, kills the player coming through smoke, great. But if he takes down that bathrooms player when he had a very clean chance, 2 chances in fact, well then that one comes to an immediate halt. So a missed opportunity as Nertz leaves a little on the table.
The other side of this story too is, not just Sampaio against his former team, but also the replacement of Sampaio coming into Movistar Riders, Martinez picking up the AWP, and he's been a very strong opera for this team. He's been a very, very good player for them, and a good game from him can help propel them to be competitive against one of the best teams in the world.
Well, it's a good start. This is a difficult buy for ENCE, but it doesn't seem to hold them back whatsoever. Another opening pick for Sampaio here, as it will be just to try and pick up the pieces. Makes his way in towards B. Good spray down on the first. Makes it a double. And Madden now on an island here on the B bomb side. Famas in hand, and he's got plenty of players heading his way. They're going to try and get the bomb planted here. It's Mopos on towards the site, trying to flush out the remaining defender. It will be Madden to drop as we enter another 2 versus 2. Great advantage here for Movistar.
Man, these rounds go back and forth.
Bombs drop, though. Bombs drop due to that kill, so it's going to give Nertz time to get up towards sandbags.
No, in fact, he's going to take the flank. And that was already cleared by Martinez, say, 10 seconds ago when he took that quick glance, but Nertz wastes no further time. Hands busy on the opper. Nertz going to round that corner perfectly, nearly gives that spin a chance. And it's Alex on 62 health down beneath Sampaio, being toyed with. And all this time, you know your back is exposed. At any moment, Nertz comes over that edge. And sure enough, you think you give it a clear, but Nertz working within those milliseconds, those millimeters that define rounds of CS. I think that feels a little better for Nertz, as I would say 2 moments up on that A site, he's problematic. Watch him pick this one up and give ENCE their fourth.
Well, this is what we said about Sampaio. He'll choose where he wants to go at the start of every round, and more often than not, he'll find you an opening pick. It's a very strong maneuver each and every time, and this time no different. Managed to get the kill towards long, push him in towards that B bomb site while they had Madden waiting with the FAMAS, and it's a difficult round for ENCE. Bear in mind, that was a force buy technically, even though they had 3 rounds in a row. They were expensive, so it's a huge one for them to pick up. It's 4-1, and will actually be the first timeout for Movistar Riders as well. Then you have the decision to make as to whether they'll invest into round number 6 here. There's enough for Galils, AKs, but they haven't really been fully equipped at all in this first half as of yet.
And you think of all the little details that go into that round 2 to make that possible for ENCE. The fact that Sampaio has an AWP in that round probably surprised Movistar. And you go back, he got the triple kill with the SMG in round number 2, right? Then they go into round number 3 where they got dropped to 2 players. Someone saves that AWP, picks it up for him and drops it over, so they still have the cash to afford it. There's a number of ways in which that round could have just been impossible for ENCE to come back in and win. But Sampaio delivers a great performance. 7-2 for him, 7-4 for Diha to lead the way on ENCE.
Yeah, not too bad at all. It's not going to be the full investment from Movistar Riders, just to note that. It's going to be a half buy, but quite a potent one. The Tech 9s and Mac 10s are out, as we will see basic utility deployed as well. Still have a couple of smokes and flashes as they wait for the CTs to deploy their initial utility here.
And in a match where the two teams have so much disparity between them in terms of one of the best teams in the world versus a team who's had, a lesser route to get here, trying to prove that they can contend against the best teams in the world in Movistar, like this is such a critical round. To be able to actually take away the economy and take away all the money, these rounds sometimes can determine whether there's even any reason to feel like this half is going to be competitive. If they can't get this reset and they're constantly going against full buys, it's almost too much to overcome. So this is critical that they do good damage here.
Well, it's going to be a B-side attack, couple of smokes and flashes as mentioned, but it's a 3-man stack here from ENCE, ready and waiting. Snappy up close to the MP9. We'll be joined by Diha and Madden, and it's just a matter of moments here before Movistar Riders fully commit, 4 players up towards shore.
I'm glad Diha has no nades. It is guns out, and as they try to trickle in, he loses a teammate, but still topples 2. It's Adam to make the difference on the Tech 9. Madden tries to hide, and his pistol fails him. The collapse of the B site. And that's with Diha doing his. Snappy offers nothing in that hold, unfortunately, so it's going to come down to this Nertz Sampaio retake, but talk about a star-studded lineup for this 2v3.
They might have to save, though. If they don't get a gift soon, like, what's the call? You don't have kits, so it's got to be fast. Okay, that's a great find. Now it's on. Now they get to go for it.
Big one. Nertz right there behind him. A little bit of tag damage through the wall. Martinez position shown, and he's going to try to reroute back around towards short or just hold off. And he's not going to fake it at all. He sticks this, and Nertz, it is ice cold. Wow. Oh, just like that.
Gotta grab the AWP at the end of the day, and he doesn't do it.
He knows it's a difficult round. It's Martinez as well who's the AWPer. It was a half buy, but he was a little bit more modest with his investment. He didn't have the Kevlar. He's got to take a risk in that 1 versus 1, and it's a full defuse. It's a great call from Nertz there. Calls his bluff and manages to get that in. And what seemed like a round that was going to collapse for ENCE.
Yeah, all is not lost, though, for Movistar. 4 kills with that plant. You still have the full losing bonus. Really, really strong buy coming out for Movistar, and still ENCE not able to establish any kind of comfort in their economy. So still an opportunity for Movistar to completely demolish it and go on a little bit of streak. This one's not too far gone just yet.
Well, it will be ends with the full buy, of course, after winning the previous round, but they don't have the luxury of the Sunpire's AWP. It's been very influential so far, responsible for the majority of the opening picks. There's a ding through the wooden boards there. There's 7 damage to Mopos. And Madden trying to do a little bit of damage at the
start. A little bit more bark than bite on that one. Yeah.
That one got you excited, Henry?
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I heard it. I was like, ooh, dang.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at the utility that one ends. You want to talk about how much it's hurting right now, not able to replenish the full kit of utility and nades. Nice opening kill provided by Diha.
That's a monster.
He'll just do his thing when he has an inkling as to what's outside of Monster. Watch Diha get a little crazy. Or maybe Snappy's the crazy one.
A bit crazy, you're right.
Crawls across logs, gets killed by the boost. So nice to see Movistar still have procedures and protocols in place, I think, to regain some of these rounds.
It's nice seeing them being able to equalize the player counts frequently, right? But they have yet to win an opening engagement. It's been what, seven opening kills for ENCE throughout these 7 rounds that have been played, and Movistar's constantly grinding from behind.
Well, this is going to be a B retake setup from ENCE as well. They leave the bomb site wide open, and Movistar Riders, the contact player, flashbang to initiate the assault of the B bomb site here. Madden, death from above there, from the heavens, will find the first, doing considerable damage as well. This is a very awkward situation now for Movistar. They just got 1 player remaining. It's going to be 6-1, and this is where ENCE will really start to solidify their chances here on overpass. An injection of cash, 4 players surviving. Movistar Riders not even with a plan there.
Yeah, that round really hurts for Movistar, and I think they're going to sit there and just be like, man, if we just had a heaven smoke, we could have avoided all that. Like, the defense was set up perfectly for them to be able to come in and get a plant, and without utility on the end side of things, a retake would have been extremely difficult. So the fact they don't chuck out that heaven smoke, big mistake for Movistar.
Oh, you got a real problem now, ENCE bolstering the defense with 3 AK-47. Still no sniper, but doesn't seem to be an issue here. A full buy for Movistar Riders. It's going to be round number 8, 6-1 on their opponent's pick. ENCE are running away with this one. We've got Adam S patrolling towards the playground, but otherwise a pretty much default round for Movistar Riders, waiting for the aggression, and they'll spot a little bit of it towards the wooden boards there. It's Alex through the smoke, giving Dihar a taste of his own medicine.
And
first opening kill.
He's so far ahead of this that there's a little timing for ENCE to be caught off by. I think that's nullified now with the smoke and flash. That little moment where Just could have taken a chance, but
and you would imagine
not to.
You'd imagine too the in-game leader, right, calling him back and almost saying like, "Hey, can we just play this 5-on-4? Can we play the man advantage? We haven't had one yet. Let me work. Let me actually read this map. Let me put us in a good position instead of just trying to take an individual advantage that you might have." And let's see what they can do. Looks like another boost up is going to come into play to peer into the B bomb site. Maybe a little bit of pressure applied from sandbags to force someone out into the open. Molotov going to delay things. Good read.
Yeah, that's a lot of information as well. The fact they've had to extinguish the flames there. They're still going for the boost. We've got Snappy all the meanwhile waiting towards Monster. Maybe a push will be coming soon. They need some sort of information and advantage if they can grab it. It's going to be ENCE though, rotating players over towards there. You can see Nerds actually pushing in towards the bathrooms here, joined by Sunpire's. I mean, Snappy's all alone though. He will continue to push in towards Monster, but Movistar Riders about to walk in towards B.
Oh, this timing.
Yeah, Adam S just made a ton of sound on his departure as well, so it's nice that Mopaz is able to clear Monster from the other end, and Nerds, even though he knows he's on the trail, he misses his opportunity. Martinez surviving 2 spray downs, and another player falls for the CT side, so Sunpius' position known. He picks it up, but doesn't look like he's going to take this chance. And good on Movistar, because I feel like there was a lot of space given to them on both sides of the map at different times. We saw Adam doing his thing up on A, where you know at a moment's notice, Nerds is flying out from some kind of position. All the while, I think Mopaz not hesitating, getting through that B site, finding Snappy on his own. Remember, Snappy inside Monster Tunnel, dealing with 2 players in front of him, and he holds back 1, but it's the player peek behind that's not held by any other CT. Easily sweeps this one away, and it's 2 rounds on this T side early.
Well, there we have it. Very important round for Movistar to convert. This was the opening pick here. You'll take it all day long through the smoke. It's normally Dihar finding those sort of kills, so great to see Movistar Riders opening it up in that fashion. Bear in mind, bottom of the barrel in terms of loss bonus here for ENCE. They're going to invest, but it won't be an amazing buy overall. It's Sunpire saving the M4 A1S, and otherwise we've got FAMAS's pistols, and 2 more M4s to be fair. It's not as bad as maybe I thought, but still a difficult round. They've got 1 defuse kit to work with, and Movistar Riders a prime opportunity to sink their teeth into this first half.
They've been battling for this opportunity for these last 8 rounds, right? Like they've had this economy at a breaking point pretty much this entirety of the first half, so this is one they absolutely need, and that's a bit ambitious. That is a bit curious from Nerds, and now Sunpius is going to have to pick up the pieces. He's got 1. I think he saw them go for the boost, so he's ready for the second. And oh man, Movistar on the back foot early yet again.
That is huge as well, because look at all the real estate ENCE have just picked up. It pushes Movistar Riders and the remaining players in towards the B setup. They can't justify going back towards playground. They've lost that part of the map. They have to react quickly now and try and make their way in towards the B bomb site if possible. They have a plethora of utility. 3 players towards the short pipe, but with 1 minute 10 and Madden on the backstab now, what is their next move?
I love how ENCE is playing this opening half as well. We've seen it. We saw Nerds in the last round challenging Bathroom, was finding that quick flank downstairs. Didn't really work out, but now we have Madden pushing the whole way. This is a level of disrespect, just saying we have such an advantage. We know you're not going to be able to watch the whole map. We know we're going to have these openings and we're going to try and exploit them. Diha just waiting. Off sandbags is 2. Martinez in support. Molotov drop. Nobody can come through that. But they know the positioning now of the defenders. There's the Madden flank. Diha's got another before Martinez can even think of springing into action. And the round's done. It's over. 1v4, 7th round for ENCE.
Man, this is such an epitome of like the caged beast bites back, right? We're just mentioning how Movistar Riders have been fighting for 8 rounds to have a chance to break the economy. It's all there. And ENCE, in this suddenly scary situation, what do? They throw Nerds around party, no flash, blind with a FAMAS. Like, what is that? He just takes this fight on his own because he has Sunpius behind him. And Sunpius having that smoke on cycle next to party, seeing, like you said, Jason, those players about to go for boost. That's why he's on high alert for the second party peak. Yes, okay, Nerds looks a little insane, but with that aggression, getting early info into double trades, perfection out of ENCE, and it comes by way of confidence.
Yeah, Sunpius, no one-trick pony here, getting it done with the M4 as well. 2 very impactful frags there, funneling Movistar Riders in towards B. They had nothing left as they limped in towards the bomb site. A very convincing victory there as we go 7-2. ENCE with this game in the palm of their hand. It's Movistar Riders now with a decision. Are they fully investing here? And it looks like
I don't think you can fully invest, right? Like I think with a full losing bonus, drop to a half buy. You got Mapaz on 3,000, Alex 3,400. Just go down to the Tech 9s with this op and see what you can produce from it.
Well, they've managed to pick up our round with just the Tech 9s, but we'll see if they can replicate it. So still quite modest in terms of the spending so far. Bear in mind, Martinez saved the AWP from the last round, so we'll see what will join him. It looks to be the case it will be a half buy. So Deagles, Tech 9s, and a few smokes to boot. But this is all down to Martinez, the replacement of Sunpius in this squad.
And we saw that chumminess before this game went live, right? With everybody on Movistar saying, nah, Sunpius still great guy, great teammate. Well, you know what? You know who has no real familiarity? You know who would want a piece of Sunpius? His replacement. Yeah. Martinez is not your ex-teammate. So let's see if his round with this op can get special. It's an instant kill to Nerds traded down in con, and now we're going to see that op get mobile surely, which would leave me to believe ENCE may kind of reel back, play safe, don't get picked, but Sunpius stays floating out in the open, and he's being given a chance here with that pistol peek. The op looms not far behind.
Look at how aggressive he remains.
Yeah, he's so crisp with the M4 as well. He's really feeling it today. This is the key battle, though. Martinez seems to have his number. Going to pull the trigger and take him down. Equalize the battlefield into a 3 versus 3, but not for long. There's Diha on the push outside of short. And once again, funneling them in towards the A bomb site. Snappy to T-spawn as well. Martinez is in a lot of trouble. He's got the bomb in his back, but still time to work with. He'll negate the battle and make his way towards long.
This default spread that Movistar is playing on this map, I mean, this is going to be so hard, but like I think they got to get out of it. Like with the aggressive stance of so many people from ENCE in different positions on the map, like they're just losing players too much early on to these kinds of plays from Dia, from guys like Sunpius, as we've seen, even Nerds being aggressive from time to time. It's almost one of those situations you'd like to see them group up more. You know, get into that little death ball, walk up to a bomb site. Now the hard part is because of utility, ENCE can delay things very long, which can be an issue in and of itself, but you got to find some way to get out of this habit of just losing too many players in these spread defaults and not having the resources to actually succeed in the future.
Well, this one's starting to unravel at the seams for Movistar. That's another convincing round for ENCE. It wasn't the full investment. That was the half buy based around the AWP of Martinez, which you will have again as we get into round number 11 here. It's 8-2 as ENCE stealing the show here on their opponent's pick. We've got a full buy at least. Martinez heads towards middle. Bear in mind, Sunpius is very dynamic. He'll be changing his position up every single round. Up and towards the bathrooms now. It's going to be quite a conservative approach. And
there we go.
Kill on Madden. Beautiful shot from Martinez.
Oh, he came to play today. That's a lovely shot to pick him out of the sky, but you have to know, patiently waiting. You've seen so much aggression. Nerds is going to run right into it. Oh, and he gets away with his life. Defensive smoke as well. They won't come through that. They won't challenge it, but instead of falling back, or will they challenge it? He will, in fact, and that's why I said you wouldn't, because, you know, that happens. And So does this.
Well, surely the next guy would be fine, right? You know?
Surely he gets the picture.
Yeah. He doesn't need a flashbang. He's just going to keep going until it works because Nertz has to reload. And
no!
Ugly from Movistar Riders there. Just stubborn at that point.
Yeah.
To think, well, someone's going to kill him. Someone take him down. He can't take all four, but easy frags there for Nertz as he mows them down. A very awkward interaction.
All right, guys, he's only got the USP. It's our turn.
Yeah, that is really rough. Okay, Mopos, can you do anything with the round?
This is for the ace. This is for the ace on Nertz. All in this long aggression. On top of the rock this time, he can't complete it. Him and Diha both have let 4 kills slip away, but it's all smiles still, 9-2.
Oh, they might be done after that one.
Yeah, that one hurts.
They might be done.
That's the morale killer.
Well, you have no one to blame but yourself.
True.
Like Jason said it, don't go for that smoke.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, don't do that.
Chill.
Especially not 1-by-1. If you're going to do it, send 1 flash, 3 people swing out. Don't do the 1-by-1 maneuver.
Boop,
Then expend all his M4 bullets.
Boop,
then reload the USP twice and get 2 more kills with it. Lads, what the hell is going on here?
They know.
Oh, dear.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, that is a disaster. That, like I said, that might be it for Overpass. With that sort of round being presented, suggests they're out of ideas here. No response from Movistar, 9-2, and another half buy as Martinez operating with the P250, saving up the orb once again. It's a default spread. Aggression towards short from Ents. They've got full control here on the CT side of Overpass.
Yeah, they're doing as they please, eh? Just the amount of aggression, the timing on the aggression too, the mid-round moments that Ents are just so comfortable in. And they should be exuding confidence. We're talking about a roster that has made 4 grand finals in a row. And still, for some reason, I don't feel like all their flowers. So let this one be a reminder. With all the other expected winners falling off and just kind of fizzling out in Malta. So Ents want one more trophy. Diha. Again, ever so comfortable inside of this B site. He's got Snappy behind him to work around with. And these M4s have not been pushed back. They've not been deterred. They have not been convinced whatsoever that they are not going to dominate this game.
Well,
oh man.
What can you say at this point?
Not much, Jason.
Not much, really.
Movistar are going to have a chat about this situation regardless. Their 3rd time out in the first half. Blade behind them has got his work cut out for them. It's going to have to be some speech to recover this one. But bear in mind, it's T-side. If they can get 4 rounds, that's enough to work with, I suppose.
And this is kind of, we got to that point where I brought it up earlier, like those early rounds, like 5-6 rounds in, where you're really battling for the economy and you have them at the breaking point. If you're the underdog and you don't get that, this is what kind of happens generally. That if you get that reset early in the half, you get like 2-3 rounds out of it, right? And then maybe later on in the half, the other team goes on a run. But at that point, Movistar's already at their 4 or 5 rounds and you're feeling much better about things. And this is a closer affair and it's a different feeling. Now you're just never able to accomplish that reset. You're just battling against overwhelming odds constantly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinals continue here. It's the first map picked by Movistar Riders. Not their best showing so far. They've had a great EPL campaign, surprising a lot of the pundits here. But for now, this is just going so badly for them. Round 13, Sun Pius aggressive, of course. Waiting towards Fountain, will be flashed off, but holds the angle, finds his first shot, and will fall back.
Leaves Nertz up on Party. Molotov forward. Ready for the fight, though. Adam S., his first victim. And there's the double trade back. Ooh, an open door, perhaps. A man advantage. Surely this is enough, Henry. Surely this is a round they can walk away with.
Oh, you got some Pius here. That should be a kill for Martinez. You've got to hit those, Jason.
And
you give that one up. It could cost you the round.
Oh, no.
It starts to collapse once again. A chance of the kill through the smoke. Just taking more damage, though. Down to 28 points of HP. It's 3 versus 2. They have no territory. They're segregated on the map right now. In-game leader Alex holding towards the party, but it's anything but for Movistar Riders here as they have to limp in towards the B bomb site and hope for the best.
Oh, it's all gone horribly wrong. That miss from Martinez is painful.
Yeah, that was the money shot.
That would have been a great one to have, but you got to admire Ents in every situation. Their mindset has been fight. Anytime someone is aggressive, it's just we are fighting until we die. Snappy should be a freebie, and he will be.
Yeah, but stand on him first.
Knife him. All right. Good guy, Alex, not going for the shame. Here comes Utility towards the B bomb site, trying to make it as safe as possible. Smoke mid-site, just getting the bomb planted. And it's mostly on Madden. Oh, spots the head, and he keeps that again. Just fight, mindset all the time, no matter the disadvantage.
Just go.
swing for the fences, and knock it out of the park. An 11th on the line in this retake, and I just wish for Just's sake he had more than 5 HP. Sunpius is going to keep him pinned into it. Madden never gave them space once the bomb went down. Really just kind of ushered him back into his spawn. Get out of here, you rascal, he screams from the heavens. And next thing you know, it's another one for Ents.
Sunpius yet to put a foot wrong in this first map. He's up to 17 kills, 5 deaths, and it's all with the rifles as well. Every weapon he put in his hand, it seems to be pure destruction here. As Jason keeps mentioning, this is pure aggression from Ents, more than willing to take the one-on-one duels and coming out on top each and every encounter. It's round 14. They are running out of time on the Movistar side, but with the maximum loss bonus, the bomb going down, at least they do have AKs across the board here. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I would just say let's get the set pieces going. Let's get some bomb plants, some clutch potential, because these defaults are not working out whatsoever.
Oh, Nerds behind the smoke, spots the legs of 2. Here's the third spamming, calling it out. Oh, and Alex pauses for him. Just delivers it on a silver platter. Snappy goes unchecked for 1, and the hit is demolished.
See what I mean? Like, this is desperate at this point. You just need to have a call-off spawn, hope for the best. It hasn't really gone well at all, I'm afraid. It's going to be another 4 versus 1, 12-2 locked in, as just poor old Martinez left with nothing to do. That's just unlucky as well. We had the smoke down towards connected, but of course Nerds found a gap. He spots 3 crossing over, takes the third player down, and he was a player dropping the flashes as well. He's about to deploy utility on the bomb site, so they had no flashes, just a dry running towards the B bomb site, and of course they are mowed down as Ents look absolutely red hot right now.
It's the problem with like trying to switch out of that default that they were getting battered in a little bit too late, right? At this point, when they start doing these kind of executes and set pieces right out of the gate, right out of T-spawn, it's like, well, Ents have 5 smokes now, and they have 5 Molotovs. Earlier in the half, when maybe they only had 4 smokes, or maybe they only had 2 or 3 Molotovs, might have been able to crack that open a little bit easier. Now it's just difficult, and now it's 5 Galils.
Yeah.
Good luck, baby.
Final round, and this is what you got to work with here. Looking for a 3rd round on their map pick. T-side of Overpass can be brutal, but this is beyond the pale. It's going to be Nerds who's being very aggressive. Look at them go. The CTs is helping themselves to prime real estate across the map here. Madden is relentless as he wants that first kill, deploying the grenades as well, just locking them in towards the connector.
And this is so hard for a T-side to overcome, like mentally, when they're just bullying you like this at Playground and you realize, oh, like half the map is now unavailable.
They don't even need the AWP, Jason. They've got 4 AKs right now. It's like, you know what, it's too easy with the Sunpius AWP.
Yeah.
Let's just run around deathmatch style and lock them into difficult choke points. As Snappy using the smoke, he's going to continue the push here. Doesn't spot the player outside. He surely goes down.
He hasn't been spotted either.
He slipped the net. Wow. I can't believe it. He's going to hear the sound cue as well. He'll keep pushing potentially and catch just. What a maneuver.
I feel bad now.
Clean play.
Now what do? You realize Snappy's pushed B, we come in T-spawn. We've lost everything on the map again.
And they don't even, they're just now clearing it. Remember, they saw 2 push Playground early in the round who then backed off, but they've just wasted another 15 seconds making sure everything's clear.
So they're now go back through spawn, right? But that means they have to waste time looking for Snappy. He could literally be anywhere at this point. So they're going to have to check every corner, every crevice. You can see them now. There's a high alert. Like, where the hell is Snappy? And with 30 seconds remaining, you just don't have this time to be that diligent. You're going to have to take some risks. And Snappy helps himself to a second frag and retreats.
And while you're, well, at least they know where he is now.
Sure, that's the answer.
Good point.
Right?
Look at the positive side, guys.
Good for you, Jason. You found the silver lining.
Yeah, I got you.
And the only question left is, can they find a 3rd with 15 seconds? Your swift answer? No. Mopaz, you can try, brother.
That's right.
Get on in there. But with the Heaven player up above, it's a solid 13-2, folks. Ents coming in and swinging, proving not everybody hits the server cold.
competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
Both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Welcome back to the belly of the beast. Ents 13-2 over top of Movistar Riders. There was a period of this game in the first 8 to 10 rounds where it felt like Movistar were knocking on the door of a potential T-side run versus Ents, where it was looking a little capable, competitive, I would even say. But then those rounds very quickly petered out, and what we were left with, Henry G, was an absolute stomp.
Yeah, it looks like Movistar might be riding off into the sunset at this stage. 13-2 at the first half. Their map pick. Just a matter of time before we close out Overpass here, but we'll see what they've got to say about their CT campaign. 7 guns, Connor, to kick things off here. Double dual elites in the hands of Just and Martinez. Ents making their way through the connector. They've got 2 smokes and a Molotov to work with, the latter of which they'll deploy right now towards connector. Martinez trying to play for a bit of information towards shorts as Ents slowly but surely start to dissect the map here. Looks like a potential A finish.
Alex on the front baths, Mopaz with him. A little bit of contact, primes the peak. It ain't pretty from Sunpius. A lot of shots go both ways, but both players stand. Alex cleared out. It seems like Sunpius can bank on his teammates to come through with those headshots. Oh, Adam, he'll get there. But now his gun's empty and the chase is on. Still, he'll hold this line. Long player gets in.
God.
That was a little ugly every step of the way. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah.
I feel like Movistar have done enough, though. They've got the dual elites. 2 players of full HP here. Sunpius down to 6 points of health. 45 seconds is just. He knows there's some injured players up front, but it's Diha first. What a shot that is with the P250. Now Martinez once again has to be the hero here. Pretty far removed from the situation. He holds towards B at the bomb, waiting in the toilets here. He's hoping they overthink it and rotate into his position, but doesn't look likely. 25 seconds. They'll presumably stay on course for an A bomb site.
It's like the game wants Movistar to lose. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong, and this is a nice little fake. This is going to freeze Martinez over at the B bomb site. Utility usage is going to make him nervous. That's where the hit's coming in, which is beautiful considering Sunpius has 6 HP. D has not, perfectly healthy at all. So here comes the flank, and he has to go for this. It's all on this round. There's no chance to fight back if you don't win this pistol, this 1v2.
So much to do, though, Jason. He's got to silently make his way through the bar from the bomb ticking away. The Sunpius kill. Oh, he might miss out on it. There's the first, and now is a 1 versus 1. No kid available. His position known, and now it's just a matter of time before D-House swings.
Man, he's playing it so cool. Just as chill as you need, huh?
Another one where Diha gets a good impact inside of the A site, this time on the T side. I mean, there's a moment there, there's a chance, but that fake, that utility fake, because Martinez was heading up to A. He would have been peeking up on Dumpster.
Yeah.
Hell, there was a chance inside bathrooms and some of those shots got
There were
a
like
little
8
cleaner.
chances inside bathrooms. Yeah, it was a little sketchy in the early going, but this is some fine work from Diha. He even could have played this clutch, like the 1v1, a little bit differently. He could have played it by time, could have moved around and been a little bit sneaky and tricky with it, but just goes for the one tap to the side of the brain.
Well, it will of course have to be the force buy from Movistar Riders, all to play for, but just not much time. Deagles 5-7s, a dropped scouts as well. They'll hope to find some opening damage if possible, but it's Ents full control of the situation here. No damage given over at the start. Alex with Desert Eagle watching for any boosted players here towards Short, but that has taken their time. Getting the map control connector is theirs. Short will be shortly as well, and the first grenade is deployed.
Could have been far worse. Nert still holds off on the full-blown hit. While this round plays out, Jason, I'd like you to keep your eyes open for maybe another silver lining.
Sure. I'm a master of silver linings.
Okay, we may need one. I think, you know, round 18 around the corner could be the last, unless Martinez puts up another round. Because in terms of kill numerically, Martinez is up there, trying to hold on, trying to put up some sort of a defense for the Riders, but he plays in front of the Dice box. All of that peeking, that safe jump behind Dice, it was looking so good for Martinez, like he's going to create an opportunity, and then instead he peeks in front of it, and in that instant dies. Alex, out from bank on smoke. He's going to be found out, and this one, well, Jason, what do you make of it?
You know, here's the silver lining: is that shout out to Martinez, still trying to make something happen. Yeah, standing in front of the box. It's not
He's still trying. He's still trying.
He's going above and beyond, trying to make something happen. He still believes. He knows he's the only one who can actually create it. The only one who's been putting in production.
The problem is, though,
say it louder. It's more believable that way.
You would think, like, yeah, there's a few silver linings here. The problem is we move on to Anubis next, which is statistically one of Movistar's worst maps. They play it, but it's one of, like, they played it 5 times the last 3 months. 40% of those are victories, not against the greatest opposition as well. So it doesn't look good at all in this series. Difficult to find anything here.
We said it in the pre-show. This is one of the most lopsided matchups we have, and a little unusual for this late in the tournament, but by virtue of Movistar with some of the good wins that they've had throughout this event, and obviously even starting it out by finishing, what, second in their group, I believe, dropping down to Vitality in that Group A kind of decider seeding match. So, I mean, you got to give them credit, but certainly this one is seemingly too far.
Hell, you could argue that 9Z kind of did their work for them, right? Dispatch Virtus Pro right before this matchup actually happens.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that was a big boy win.
Had Movistar come off of a VP win into this matchup, I would say maybe a little more stock in that.
Sure.
Well, as the Golden Brick Road was paved all the way here.
I wonder if VP's watching this and being like, how the hell?
Who knows what VP get up to? Probably
They order a lot of cheeseburgers late at night. I know that.
True.
Nert's going to go down, 1-for-1 trade. Ooh, this is a tricky little angle underneath the smoke. They're going to bypass it entirely. So now the weight falls on Adams, and he's spotted out the play. Martinez going to turn now. Oh, Sun Pius, head on a swivel, spots it out, can't win the engagement. Diha almost finds Martinez, who gets away with 1 health, but at least he's slowed down the attack. See?
Down more util, they hold it off. Yeah, you've got to. You've got nothing else to do. Jason, you don't have an opportunity like this and then just walk away. Lo and behold, all of them are trying.
Everyone's trying. They're all giving it a good go. 4 versus 3 here, just with the MP9. Takes a little bit of damage, but gets the information that 2 players are here are short. 35 seconds remain. A smoke thrown in towards Heaven as well. Bear in mind, Martinez, the walking wounded here. It's Snappy who's calling for the rotation. Back in towards A. Alex will be tested in game leader. A great fragger in his own right as well, but he's got Diha to deal with. Bomb on his back. Does he check this corner? Certainly does. Comes out on top.
Dude, the way Diha just slides through Shadow advantage there too, right? Shows Shadow, knows it, then just picks up the tempo. Wide swing, Mac 10 headshot, doubles down as he gets closer to the site. We've got a chance for Riders. That flank is coming through. Preoccupied was the bomb plant, but just can't get there quick enough. And now it's going to be coverage as well from Madden. But he looks towards Dumpster, both of them heading that direction. And just, given a chance to slide in. And then forced out. It is a demanding 16-2 victory for Ents on Overpass. Movistar Riders map pick. They'll be looking to close out this series on Anubis. But if there's silver linings, let's remember, Big defeated ENCE on Anubis. They haven't looked as rocky as one would hope, and now all of a sudden, maybe there is a chance. But it's nice to see that not all the favorites go down without a
Now
fight.
that's a silver lining.
Both sides, Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Remain supreme.
Clean as a whistle from ENCE, but if you're Movistar, 16-2 is not how you want to be starting off your quarterfinals campaign. On the flip side, though, ENCE wrapping this one up clinically. And if we're being honest, Matthew, they weren't tested at any point.
No, that was a rough game to watch if you're a Movistar Rider fan, and I think maybe one of the strongest arguments for why picking Overpass as an underdog is hella scary. We had this very conversation in the Eternal Fire Na'Vi game. We said that could be a pick for Major. He didn't want to take the risk of getting shut out on the T side. That's exactly what happened to Movistar. Like, Overpass remains a map where it is so lengthy and there are so many different ways that the CT can steamroll you that you feel helpless, and this is how Movistar Rider felt, and ENCE had a day in the park, at the beach, wherever comfortable they could be.
Freya, I think you're cool and all, but you are wrong. ENCE was tested.
Okay.
But they've risen to the test. They've passed the test. Give me the rounds. Give me rounds 5 and 6. This was early in the first half. You know, Movistar even won a round, 3-0 down. They win the first gun round. This is the reset round, right? What happens? 4v5. But just as snuck out Monster, right? Good reaction. You can see the mixed buy for Ents. Their money isn't great. He finds a couple of entry kills. Now it's a 3v3. They have 2 smokes, right? They smoke mid side, no smoke for Heaven. Still 2 smokes remaining. Mopos with the bomb, jumps on top of side. Tedo maybe just planting the bomb. Still, it's a 2v2, right? And somehow Ents is going to manage to go ahead and win the retake here. Nerds with a good timed flank. You know, Martinez after that loss of Mopos takes a little bit of extra time to check that someone isn't quick flanking from short. And, you know, Alex couldn't really find the timing here. And this is first opportunity for Movistar Riders spent.
Yeah, and that's a strong timing from Nerds as well, being found. I agree with you, some mistakes, but then there's more happening.
There's more happening, and here you will see a sort of a half buy for them, really. They lose the first 2 guys, but then the Tech 9s, the Mac 10s, they create the space. It's a 3v2. They even have a man advantage in this one, but a little bit of, you know, they're trying to play close with the worst gun. Sometimes knows the HP, pulls out the USP, finds 2 kills. Now the trade comes in, but Nerds, again, in the 1v1, look at him. Look how cheeky it is. He's not even looking at his own screen. He's looking at his teammate. And listen, in this, after this, it starts getting a little bit tough. But that's why, you know, in these times when they were tested early, Ents made it look easy.
Okay, we're putting that as a bit of a test. I think, you know, we're going to look at Nerds and that and go, he wasn't, you know, put under pressure too much.
If they lose one of the 2 rounds, Ents is at 1400, right? Force by equals, all of a sudden Movi is winning some rounds, and then you question whether Nerds can do what he did in round 9 and whether they will have that much confidence and still feel like the overdog.
Yeah, but I would argue that the overdog.
Why not?
Yeah, might as well. I would argue that, the test ended there, because then we've got a cheeky little quad from Nerds coming in, which he takes his time doing this, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, it's, what, round 11, it's 8-2 for Ents. You can see he gets the first kill. He stays, you know, thinking Movistar might think he's going to fall back, gets 1 more kill, and this is where Movi is also just going 1 by 1. I mean, Martinez just sort of trying to go through the smoke with the op. He pulls out the USP. This is the first clip. All right, wait, let me reload. This is the second clip now. He's still alive somehow. He gets 2 more kills with the USP. Right, and then this is just sort of, now Movistar is starting to look a little bit silly.
Yeah, I don't really know whether to laugh or cry. That's one of these like video that get me right in between, because I agree with you. Unfortunately, it feels like at this point Movistar kind of checked out already mentally, or like they're scrambling. I'm not exactly sure what the voice cam is on this moment. For us, it's very humoristic. It's very fun to watch that. But there are so many mistakes that have to be made back to back to back to allow Nerds to have that double clip, double USP. It's just whatever, you know, next.
GG, go next.
Yeah, and next up is Anubis. So an even tougher battle, I would argue, for Movi if they have any hopes of getting back into this one. So Hugo, why is that? What is so deadly about the Ents CT side on this map?
Oh, Freya, wouldn't you like to know? The overdog events, they've got Bark, they've got Bite, they've got Anubis in their back pocket, and this has been a great map for Ents. We've seen it across this year, a 9-win streak that got broken at Pro League, of course. MIBR and Big did take them down, but maybe that's fire under the Ents camp to make them wake up in time for the playoffs. They certainly did on map 1. So let's take a look at Anubis and some of these CT positions here, because obviously them picking it, Movistar go for the T-side pick. We see that as of late. Movistar coming in T-side Anubis and CT side. So positions, who's going to be where? That's the question. We've got the captain, we've got the big boy Snappy, the oldest boy over on the B side. He will be the anchor, often playing towards Plat and backside around this area, the obelisk as it's known. Anchors on the other side of the map. We've got Diha, he'll be over on the A side more often than not. Now he often won't be alone because we have a rotation player. That is the AWP, that is Sampires. He's all over the shop. Trust me, you'll see him starting everywhere. Most common position we see him starting is over on A main, going for picks. He can also fight for mid double doors, opening kills, couple of ways you can go for frags here, and sometimes he'll even pick down Dark into lower. Talking of Dark, that's where Nerds plays over on the B-bomb site. Madden, you're wondering, I haven't said his name, well, he is the mid man. So Sampires, a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of these. He's all over the place. You can't stop him. He's the star of the show, and that is a verified CT side from Ents. But I wonder about their T side. What are Ents doing on the T side, Chad?
a second, Hugo, because I want to back up some of the points you just made there. So, look, this is full buy rounds versus full buy rounds. We're using Skybox Edge here. And this is 6 matches. It's a sample size that's 37 rounds, full buys versus full buys. And we can take a look here. I've layered them all over the top of each other. Right now, it's just a colorful mess. But we can break a lot of this down to kind of isolate and discuss a lot of the topics you were talking about that the casters can bring into the next game about some of these openers. So if we just toggle on some Pius, you can take a look at a few of the places he likes to go for these opening picks, right? So this is all those rounds, 37 layered on top. Likes to leave a couple smokes. He'll throw a smoke towards mid for himself. He likes to go for a window pick. There's flashes to facilitate teammates pushes, dark picks, B plat, and as mentioned, over towards A main with that AWP. We can do the same for every player. Madden tasked with locking down middle. If you take a look here, the blue boy, he's just going to be throwing so many nades towards middle to try and block this off. Nerds, as you mentioned, over towards dark. You can see his openers, same kind of situation. Snappy was one of interest, right? If I click and we bring Snappy, this is quite curious here. As he heads over towards B to lock things down, you see in some of these rounds, he lines himself up behind the obelisk and he'll throw a smoke to actually support Diha over towards A. So you can see here, lobbing out smokes to try and isolate and help the A defender so they can have more people over towards B. But this is where we can get into some of the good stuff that Hugo was talking about with the T side. Now, on both of these PCs, Harry and Hugo, I've got them in a round. We know that Ents love these pace changes a bit more in your face. And if we jump in, we're using refrag to be able to demonstrate one of these poppy rounds from Ents over towards B. So Harry and Hugo, they're the test dummies. I'm also in here spectating so I can show you where these flashes are being thrown. Now, you guys have been playing against this a bit. It's a bit overwhelming, isn't it?
We haven't beat it yet. It's been horrific, Harry.
Oh, what happened there?
We got our first win.
Well, nice.
That was good job. How'd you do that, Harry? How'd you pull that one off?
Let's just run it back.
We'll run it back. We'll run it back. All right.
Proud of you, Harry.
All right.
Thank you, Yanko.
The dynamic duo of Harry and Hugo holding B. Hugo's got out the AWP. He's gone for not bug eyes. Well, no, it is a bug eyes. You've got a bug eyes there. Oh, through the flashes are coming in. Oh, come on, Harry. We spoke about the crowd control. You meant this is why I said don't practice it too much. And you guys are about to win the round. And you promised me.
Wait. So in my defense,
no molly.
So in my defense here, I've mollied it every round.
You promised me, Harry.
The reason why?
You're making me look like an idiot.
Hear me out here, Chad. Right? The thing I'm trying to get down pat.
I'm trying to show how good these flashes are.
I know. And I want that
me. I'll get very blind.
Yeah, Hugo was getting very blind. I will say that.
I'm blind, and I'm blind again, and
so is Harry.
I'm still blind.
But look at the layering of flashes, right? So I believe this is some Pius and Madden throwing these, and they just keep layering all these flashes, which helps them path in towards the site and overwhelm as Harry trying to win it again, goes down to Snappy on the map turn.
Yeah, the thing that I was trying to show off with the molly is that, so I'm trying to play this like how Nerds would, right? Like,
over towards dark?
A look down towards dark,
sure.
Right? So
you wouldn't be getting blind early.
Exactly, so I'm trying to, lob out like the initial bit of util because that instant nade is coming in over the top on like a bit of a timing. And then they chain this together with all these flashes. And these flashes don't stop coming. You are blind the whole time you're in B.
Where are you looking, Madden? What's going on there?
But I did just 1v3 Ents, so we can put that on the records.
Well, you're making my pop flash strap from Ents look terrible because the two of you are winning.
I'm buying funny guns, Chad. I'm buying funny guns.
Even worse, Chad, he's going to make Movistar look terrible if they win against this Execute and they don't.
That's true. We can look at these flashes from my POV, I suppose. So here you see just this waterfall of flashes heading over, just consistent flashes. There's 5 at least, and I think there's even a 6th to come through a little bit later. But
there we go.
Yeah, that was just, there you go. You guys got owned. That's what we wanted to see.
One more
That's
try.
the result we wanted.
And guys, what do we think over on the couch? Is this going to be a quick 2-0? I said 90-10 when we were doing the pre-match. I still believe 90-10.
I'd say even more.
I thought he was pretty deadly about it, but considering how the first map turned out, like, when might I say Chad wasn't right?
I'm saying 99-1 after I've seen that first map.
Damn. When he's right, he's right.
Okay. Well, look, hopefully we can see a bit more of this.
I guess.
As we get into the server, because that's it from the test dummies. I hope you guys enjoyed what we had to show with Skybox Edge, Refrag, and 2D printed maps. Bye.
Making magic when they need it most.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
Twist will remain supreme. Okay, let's go! The quarterfinals continue here at ESL Pro League Finals 2023. We have got ENCE Movistar Riders entering the battlefield of Anubis here, and it's Movistar Riders that need to pull their socks up. We are here in the sunny shores of Malta, the second map after ENCE dominated the first.
Dominated is a nice way of putting it. That was no contest. In fact, you can even say this is the first time Movistar have actually entered the battle to begin with. Let's see what they've got on Anubis. ENCE is one of the best teams in the world on this map. It only gets more difficult for the underdog.
Well, you say that, Jason, but we are talking about an ENCE that may have been the best team on the world, now coming off of back-to-back losses. I'm talking MIBR and Big. Okay, and if you're losing to MIBR and Big on Anubis, can you really be the best?
Yeah, well,
good point.
Can you really look a bit silly here? Like one of the best teams in the world against the other best teams.
Listen, you also said, hey, maybe this is the first time they enter the battlefield. Don't you remember those first 6 rounds of Overpass? I thought those were close.
Good point. I've seen a lot of teams win games by putting in a good 6 rounds of work. It's,
I'm gonna need you to get sharper, Jason.
It is excellent. Stack in middle for the defense. Sun Pius, easy kill as he crouches. That's when Madden springs, and there's even a third player who's not been required just yet. There goes Martinez.
Okay, well, it is going from bad to worse here. Not a single lick of damage inflicted. It's a 5 versus 1. Adam S.
He just can't believe what has happened there. The mid approach is completely shut down. Ents dominate once again. 2 frags for Snappy, 2 frags for Sumpires. All 5 survive. It's the idyllic start here for the international squad.
That's a pistol round from the best Zanubis team in the world.
Luckily, you know what they say. Pistol rounds actually don't count.
Okay.
It's not Counter-Strike. So we've entered that realm.
I see we're changing the rules of this conversation.
We must move goalposts every step of the way because we're trying, again, remember, Jason, your goal of this game, silver linings.
It's okay. Yeah.
All right. So what have we got, Movistar? It's going to be the Force Buy. No bomb planted, of course, here, but they've got Deagles, Tech 9, some Kevlar as well. Martinez, an incredibly difficult encounter here towards the Dark Room. That was his chance to open things up. Doesn't connect the shots. And now, what's the next move here? You've confirmed you're up against a Force Buy. You've got the advantage in the weaponry, the utility, everything you need. An absolutely stunning grenade there through the A window. Takes Martinez down to 28 points of health. He's got no Kevlar, bear in mind.
No Kevlar.
That's what he said.
Well, it's nice and slow. Stuck behind smokes. No steps forward for Movistar at the moment as utility is deployed. Addressing towards the A-bomb site. They're going to wait for this smoke to fade. They've got a couple of flashbangs, a couple of smokes to put out, but will it be enough against these M4s?
So what have we got? It's going to be the smoke towards heaven, connector, a couple of flashes in, deep breath, and hope that you can smother the bomb site here. There's only one CT lying in way, but what a CT player it is. Diha, defensive towards the heaven, will call for the rotations here, but he might not need any help whatsoever. Massive spray down. Diha with 4, finishing in style as well. That's the Force Buy completely pushed back as Ents post another clean round. 5 players survive.
Damn, man. We had that pregame with Sumpires. He said, I've never been with someone like Nertz. The potential on him is immense. We'll talk about Diha, an above 1.9 rating back on Overpass to start this series. How many times was he tested inside of that B site just to get smacked back? Every time Movistar thought they had an exit going, Diha had other ideas. So for him to just get that quick 4-piece here in the second round of Anubis, a sign of things to come.
Yeah, he came to play today. And that was an investment from Movistar. Now they just have to sit back on Deagles.
Yeah, well, round 3, they are yet supposed to kill. And it doesn't get any better from here. They're full eco now. It's Nertz with the opening frag. Once again, takes down Mopos. They've got the Deagles, a couple of P250s, but no grenades, no Kevlar. Just a matter of time before this round is given over to Ents once again. But can they keep the streak alive? 5 players alive in the first 2 rounds. It would be unthinkable to think they keep this one up, but we'll see if Movistar Riders can even make a dent here. It's Sumpires to be tested next, and the perfect position to deal with Alex. No problem at all.
Yeah, nothing they can work with, man. You have no flashes. You're walking around corners straight into crosshairs of guns that look so sharp at the moment. So another added to the tally of Sumpires, and Martinez can lean back. You know, if there's anything else left for Movistar to do today, I think it's still at least just leave us with the best impression you can before maybe taking your departure. And Martinez back on Overpass.
Show us some fight.
Yeah, give us the fight, you know.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
0 kills again.
Yeah, 0 kills
They're coming, Henry. They're
the
coming.
worst possible start you could ask for. You're 3-0 down, no bomb plants, no kills found. You've just lost 16-2 as well. I don't know what else could happen.
Energy in the Movistar camp has got to be at an all-time low right now.
Yeah, you can see this is do or die now. They're up against Ents, who are in red-hot form. Don't seem to be missing a single shot so far. It's the first gun round at least. We've got a Martinez AWP, but no helmet to speak of. Makes him very vulnerable and squishy towards those M4s. Alex will try his luck towards middle. A speculative spam through the smoke leads him to just a nade in the face. And it's this flat default here, spread out across the map.
That second smoke in mid is a T-smoke as well, so one of the tools that they wanted to open up with early missed the mark, and it just kind of plumed real deep on their own side of middle, so that's a smoke gone to waste for Movistar. Counter Molotov to negate the timing. And no real information, no real pressure applied early, so Movistar is going to fall once again in to try and take some space and apply some pressure to this A-bomb site. But once again, utility is going to slow them down and deny all their ideas.
Yeah, brutal smoke. They're just get ready to initiate the attack in toward the A site. You've got 4 players ready for the contact play. Smoked off, and that's, what, 15 seconds at least. You'd have to reconsider your options here. Bomb is on this side of the map as well. We do have one stray Movistar player. That's going to be Alex, showing a bit of presence towards middle, trying to keep the CT's interest in this side of the map. Have a spam through the smoke, and he'll continue to push.
Oh, Diha again, though, is the only defender at this A-bomb site.
They're not wasting much time. Diha smoked off from heaven. Sumpires coming back from middle. And it looks like the cross is going to go well enough. The flank, not so much. Alex is dead with nothing to show for it. Sure enough, T's inside of the site. We've got 2 stranded behind Cake, one of which dead quickly. Snappy also now wasting 0 moments, flanking as hot as he chooses to. What a smothering inside of that bomb site. We talk about the smoke going down on long just as they approached. And then you take an eye on Ents in that moment to think, well, what do they do with that time? We get 2 players pushing bridge. It actually looked like they had alleviated Diha of any help. And within that moment, thinking Diha fell back, it looked like it ended up leading Movistar into a free bomb site. But once they got there, they got nothing else.
We're into the second map now. We're going to round number 5, and Movistar Riders haven't had a single moment to celebrate in this series thus far. It's been scrappy, it's been difficult. They've barely had a bomb plant here, and now up against Ents, one of their favorite maps as well. You're 4-0 down on what should be a T-sided map.
They've got a kill.
They've got a kill, yeah, that is fair. They've got 1 kill, bro.
Good work, Jason.
That's round 5.
Good work, you found it.
That's what I'm here for, boys. Nice
Keep your eyes
shot
open.
from Sampaias, a follow-up as well. Adam frozen in canals with nowhere to go. And oh, baby.
Okay. Just breathe, guys. You can still recover a 5-on-3. It's possible. It's going to be the MP7. And Nerds, well, he's starting to leave the area. An opening. A rare one, as Mopos will be more than happy to oblige with the first kill. 4 versus 3, still 1 minute 15 on the clock as well. That's another amazing shot from Sampaias there. His 3rd kill in the round. He's just having so much fun right now.
Snappy looking to hold off the site itself. This just connects to the head. And a little creep around jail. There's a chance to isolate Snappy in the time being before his teammates show up. The fact Snappy does damage could very well just take what's left of this away from Just. It's going to be D-Hut and Sampaias, the 2 hardest hitters back on Overpass, and the 2 players off to the races. No deaths at the moment between them. But there's no bomb either for Just. So where are you going, Bucko?
He's got time, and with low HP, he's just trying to get a little bit of a lucky engagement, a timing of where he can potentially drop down into canals.
Like
and
this.
Diha, nice and easy. Diha spots it or hears it at the last possible second, but there's a real chance. It's up against the op, so the HP matters less. But Sampaias has been on point.
He really has. 20 seconds remain now. Low HP might not be a factor against the sniper of Sampaias, but he's got pistol in hand. Comes down to this moment. It's the Tech-9 that keeps the streak alive here. An amazing effort from Just. He got a lot out of a little there, but unfortunately, without posting the round, it means almost nothing. No bomb plant down, maximum loss bonus, and again, it's going to be Tech-9's, Deagles, more of the same of what we've already described.
And to take it a little bit more seriously, the fact that in the first 4 rounds there's only 1 kill from Movistar means you don't have that situation Overpass where you can actually fight to kind of destroy the economy. There's so much money built up already by Ents in 5 rounds that even whittling it down to 1 doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yep. Good effort from Just, but Sampaias, as Hugo mentioned, he'll be in a different choke point at the start of every single round. We saw it on Overpass, and now it's in full demonstration here on Anubis. Another opening frag here as Madden prepares for the onslaught of Tech-9s, which will be coming very soon. Good flashbang. Oh my god, they give up the ghost. They know they're in trouble, and it will be Martinez at least to find a blind kill.
Well, at least now have an M4 as well, something you can actually fight with.
You can pick up your bomb. You can go join your teammates outside of A. Snappy's hot on the heels, though. Hunting.
And that's what they were doing all Overpass, remember, was like, they were like, oh, okay, we'll test everything. And if you're not here, we're just going to keep pushing up. And we'll just keep pushing up. We'll have fast flanks. We're going to harass you. We're not going to let you have map control. It's going to allow them to cheat a rotation. Smoke goes down just now at B main, which is a nice timing for one of the defenders to shift off. And Diha's playing very passively at the A bomb site, so he's not really in any risk of getting picked off or going down early.
Sit behind the heaven smoke with no problem. Rotators making him feel all the more comfortable, and that 1 push in. It's enough to get the bomb down by the looks of it, barring a spam. Diha just finds the mark, finds the lineup perfectly, and everybody else canceled out. It is indeed another total flop from the Movistar Riders.
And continue to dominate here on the CT side of Anubis. You can see we've got a packed house here today at the Intercontinental. If you're in Malta, you're watching, get involved. Come down here, say hello. Jason, you might join the crowd at some point today, right?
Yeah, I might. I got one of those big finger foam things that I'm going to wear.
Good for you.
Thanks, man.
It'll suit you well. We can get you maybe a little red nose at the same time.
Great.
Okay, then. Martinez AWP in Hamburg, relentless aggression here from the CTs, looking for their second kill of the round. Martinez does take down Snappy all the meanwhile. So a 4-on-4 technically does favor the T side here on Anubis. We've got Adam S in towards A main. Maybe not for long, though. Again, he's changing position. He's absolutely everywhere. You don't want him to be.
And remember that B defense has been D-Hub playing very passively, like back behind the bomb site. So you're kind of going over there and you're like, all right, maybe I'll find this 1v1 on D-Hub. And then it's an AWP straight to the dome.
Guys, I think they've been leaving this open.
We've had a lot of space here in the last
Six rounds,
round,
guys. It's been open. I've got the read. And then Sun Pius sitting 12-0. Prize into you. So let's see what they can recollect. It looks more of the same. Last round, 3 players walked out A main, got into the bomb site. And again, that's going to be gifted to them.
Yeah, Dihar, though, slowly but surely making his way back in towards A. He still has a smoke and a flashbang as well. If he smokes the choke point at a idyllic time once more, they're in a lot of trouble. And it feels like, yeah, he's about to drop the utility and a flashbang to suggest there's still players here. They need to be careful. But he's low HP as well, so can't necessarily challenge or deny the plant here. Smoke just to avert their gaze from heaven. But they've made their way through. They should be able to take him down, no problem.
Oh, that's awkward.
They saw it. They saw that little glimpse of him. But he doesn't give them anything to pull on. Madden's going to be between the smokes. There's the flank as well from Nerds. He gets canceled out by Martinez. But where there's one flank, there's a second, apparently. Talk about a smothering. Ents have no respect for the other portions of the map. They feel as though they can do anything at anywhere at any time. And they're not wrong.
And that adjustment from Movistar just takes too long. Part of it is a little bit of that smoke that D-Hud drops. They're pretty nervous about things, but I mean, that readjustment into the A bomb site is just, it gives a lot of time over for Ents to get that flank going. So 7-0, a timeout called. First for Movistar.
We're being attacked.
Somebody's shooting Nerf darts from the players'
Someone's
zone.
shooting us with the foam
being lobbed across the room, dude. Who is that?
I took a headshot there.
It's
early on.
It's the Ents. The Ents management.
Oh, they're enjoying themselves.
So we can start talking smack about Ents. Yeah, like this is a really shoddy Anubis so far.
Watch them lose this round against Pistols. After all that negative energy, after firing foam bullets our way, I wish them the worst of luck now.
Yeah, it's all going to go south from here.
Oh my God, I'm sick of saying it. Another half buy here, boys. Chance from Movistar Riders. We'll see if they can do anything here as currently 7-0. AWP Sun Pius repositions once more, this time towards middle. Alex to deal with. It's a very, very slow, methodical approach. The Spaniards waiting for a potential push. The crowd are loving it. And for now, they're waiting to see if an opportunity will present itself. Madden might give it to them, though. Messi spray does lead into the first kill, no problem. There's no one to trade it out as he retreats and maintain the advantage.
These are the plays that we're running on Overpass that Ents was doing that, like, Movistar just can't stop. And again, like, just getting whittled down. Although, let's say, look at the minimap now. Ents is rotated off entirely except for Madden. And it's going to be a 4-man hit through B main. So one of the rare misreads that Ents have had that's going to weaken things, but it might not even matter at the end of the day.
It hasn't. At times, it's still just, they'll find a way. But right now, it's the Just Tech 9 headshot into AK upgrade. He's got the Kevlar to work with. Martinez can get those fingers to work, plant that bomb. But again, right, no disrespect. But Ents, they're not scared in any way at any point in any of these moments. You've lost the bomb site. Where's the gun? We've got to be... No, there's no caution. There is nothing other than dominance coming out of Ents right now. The confidence is boiling over at red-hot temperatures, Energy.
Yeah. We're going into round number 9, and so far they've picked up 2 rounds in this series. We've played a whole map as well, and first one didn't go much better, I'm afraid. This is looking like a 15-0 at this point, and normally you say that about a T side of an
Oh, he's jinxed it.
Well, I'm not saying I want it necessarily. I don't want to see that. Hopefully, Movistar Riders can actually start delivering at this point because they have got the full buy. The bomb at least got planted here. Again, I would say let's start running the set pieces. These defaults aren't working now. The firepower is too much to contain. As once again, he's found the opening pick. Every single round, it seems like Sun Pius helps himself to a frag. But Martinez, he's had enough. He says, no, we're taking the A bomb side. Finds D-Hap.
Make the play.
And actually made his way through completely alone. The second kill has been found, and maybe they can do something with this one.
Man, when in doubt, do it your damn self. Martinez is now awkwardly behind Ents. They've kind of lost track of him.
Well, the bomb is all the way back towards T-spawn, and this is where things get really awkward because Sun Pius is going to start pushing. Mappas is in canals looking towards dark. Another kill from Martinez. Good find on Snappy. But still, with the push from Sun Pius, he can stop anyone else from joining up with Martinez.
Just sat in between everybody. They've allowed for Nertz to go back around CT spawn, so he's going to be looking to clear out the storage unit to get back into this A site maybe.
If you can't win this round with Martinez having this much impact and influence and taking over the map in this fashion, just call it. Just throw in the towel.
Just call it quits. Just stop now. We'll find out whether Martinez can continue from the 3 kills onwards. Molly on Heaven, and at least storage has been completely cleared. Nertz is going to try to challenge that fire. He offers up half of his health, but that at least gets Martinez to turn attention. Now he's going to try to get back on Khan. Missed shot versus his counterpart of Sunpius. Sunpius just comes flying down into the bomb site. No way. With the Tech-9 instant headshot, Alex is dead. Now Mopaw's flank through B all the way back around middle. There's a real chance he catches one off guard, but both? He sees them drop. They nearly line. He buys time, dives back, and with a Molotov on top of it, now suddenly Nertz's job's that much harder. It's a clutch. It's a Mopaw's 1v2. It's Sunpius's first death. Dare I say it, it's a silver lining.
Let's say what it really is. It's a Herculean effort from Martinez that you will not be able to replicate very frequently, but that is a round off the back of your star player delivering the goods when you need it most.
Yeah, taking a leap out of the Sunpius playbook, it seems Martinez just helps himself to the bomb site, and as Jason said, that is not sustainable. That is not a maneuver you'd actually encourage for your sniper to move in towards A alone and go for that combative style. It certainly works out for them, but we'll see if they can start posting a few rounds here, back to back, going through the canals. Faster pacing here. I like this. Just make those calls out of spawn right now. You're not winning the duels and the defaults. Try and apply pressure early and see if you can take some control of some prime real estate. Aiming for dark right now. That's going to be a good grenade. Lands on top of Mopos here. They are smoked out for now. Nertz will be joined by Madden, who doesn't last long. That's clean through the smoke. A little bit fortunate for Jasper. We'll take it all day long.
Yeah, but I think if you're Movistar, you got to be in a happy position, right? They just smoked dark. They just smoked main. So that utility, that defensive utility to block the choke points at the B bomb site is going to be running thin later on in the round. So if you're Movistar Riders, you can just kind of play patiently, see if there's going to be any reaction to this pick, and you can just fall right back into the B split.
Ooh. Luckily, there's a pillar there. Nertz hanging on to his angle. Diha's op forward. Again, we already talked about that lack of aggression out of the solo A hold. The Diha op, always a treat.
Is it?
Yeah, it's always a treat.
I was just thinking in my head. I was trying to remember the last time I saw Diha with an 8.
Far and few between.
Okay.
All right, but check it out. Something to remember. They group up, and he topples Mopaw's half health, no seconds. All right, the first fight ends up costing him. Snappy can't hold the cross either. It's man advantage with a potential bomb plant. And finally, we get Just not being found out by his opponents, but instead getting the better of a flank. When we go back to Overpass, and with what we've seen on Anubis, how few of those lurks around the map from the CTs were ever punished?
They've never had the chance because they haven't been able to have the opening pick to cause those like pushes and rotations and movements.
Again, though, I'm not sure. We'll have to see the replay, but as far as I'm aware, it was just a clean shot through the smoke, a speculative spam through towards Temple. He managed to take down, I think it was Madden at the back of Temple. Yes. Let's have a look here. So he did jump up and spot him first. So it was by design at the very least. And yeah, you'll take that. Okay. Second shot. I was
if it happened on that first burst, I would have been like, fair play. Yeah. Second one's a little...
I'll stand by my statement of it being a fortunate kill, but still you take it all day long. 4 players surviving here for Movistar Riders, 2 for Ents.
And the important thing too is after that pick, they played the round pretty darn well. Yes. After that, everything looked great for Movistar, and you could say this too. This is the first time they strung 2 rounds together in this series. They were never able to win 2 in a row back on Overpass, so here we are. And once again, you can be knocking at the doors. Rebuys come out, Entz's money is starting to get depleted.
Starting. They've definitely got another strong buy here. It'll be a tactical timeout, presumably called by Entz after giving up a couple in a row. It was an 8-0 start. Doesn't get much better than that, but Movistar Riders starting to frag now, starting to find those opening kills and coordinate these rounds.
I think it's success. Ever since the foam blaster ammunition was falling around the caster desk at the start of the
I do remember a moment where the foam blasters hit the commentary booth and all of a sudden 2 rounds go against them.
Yeah.
Interesting, to say the very least.
There's another one.
Oh, God, I thought it was coming our direction. Ready to be ready.
Dude, I saw that one hit you in the head. I was sat here. I watched my friend get blasted.
6
IRL dink.
Round lead. for Ents, and more mid-aggression coming up. I like this. They ran this a little bit earlier, went for a 1-for-1 trade. Now they see absolutely nothing at the back of mid, but look at the response. Movistar Riders put their foot on the gas. They're going to challenge into dark. Oh, first kill goes the way of Nerds. Nice trade. One more back at the bomb site, and Temple. Reinforcements are now arriving for Ents.
They're already out as well. They're in the platform. They're here to fight with weapons out. Snappy's pistol in hand. Feeling very confident that Madden's going to support from behind, and he's not wrong. Alex spams the smoke, trying to get the peeks out. Knowing these CTs are back there is one thing. Dealing with it as they swing towards use the other. And look at the fights occurring now, right? Madden decides it's time for a kill. Diha does the same. And just when Movistar Riders thought that they were taking the aggression on their own terms, it feels like they're just baited into what
they had the opening.
Ents thrive in.
They had the opening there for him. I think that's a cool reaction. And I mean, they even had the fights that they wanted, just couldn't complete, couldn't find that second kill after the 1-for-1 trade. And it all falls apart. Martinez got a long time to try and save this AWP. Bomb is not recoverable. 4 players alive is too much to ask, so he'll park that bad boy in T-spawn.
Yeah, a little bit of a scrappy round, but ends with a convincing victory in the end. I like the pace change from Movistar Riders, just throwing caution to the wind at this point, trying to bulldoze their way in towards these bomb sites. Unfortunately, the crossfire was ready and waiting on the other side, and deal with it no problem. It's Martinez to save the AWP. And in terms of loss bonus built up for Movistar Riders, they're going to get $2,400 per player. So as long as he holds onto the AWP, he can drop an AK as well. They will have a buy going forward, but they are 9-2 down at this stage. That's if he does survive. It looks like he's absolutely fine. CT's just holding position in towards the B site. They've got 3 AK-47s, though, and the AWP. It doesn't get much stronger than this.
I think the one thing missing from that hit, from that reaction, we saw Alex get to it a little bit late when his teammates had already gone down, is that spam through the smoke, through the back of like the B bomb site pillar, that main default
from
pillar.
Jail. Yep.
Yep, where you can kind of do that from jail, and it kind of takes away any of the safety that the CTs might want to scurry into while they're reloading, while they're changing positions, trying to find a new angle. That might have been able to be a little bit helpful, but wasn't actually present. Second time out for Movistar as Blade gets into the conversation emphatically.
It's going to have to be some speech at this point. You've lost the first map 16-2. You're on your opponent's pick at this point of Anubis, where they're considered to be one of the world's best. And you've got 2 rounds to speak of here. A few left to be played. I've got the full buy as mentioned, but what's the call at this point? They've tried the pace change, they've tried the executions, and the only really compelling round they've had is when Martinez went gung-ho and fully centered in toward the A side, took matters into his own hands with no teammates around him, and started hitting ridiculous shots. Like we said, is not sustainable. We'll see if he can find some form here as he peeks towards dark. And we've got Sunpius once again, aggressive, as you might imagine, in towards A main. Molotov to deny any sort of swing. They're still ready. And it's going to be a little bit of a bait and switch as well. The AK-47 of Diha will take contact and actually be taken down. Lovely shot from Adam S.
Yeah, nice flashbang as well to really take Sunpius off the angle. Timing shot almost landed, but really exposed Diha. So an opening kill. Let's see what Movistar can do with it. Previously in a 5-on-4, they played the round very, very well and took their first victory. They've got another chance here.
See what sort of risks Ents want to run as well. They pull entirely back from that A play, calling out that Movistar aren't going to scale into A in their absence. And sure enough, Sunpius has found a way to finagle a frag out of the round. And if he goes back in time, he still gets ahead of this execution. The same way Diha is played up towards heaven. Sunpius attempts a peek. Martinez A multi-frag. You brought it up, that's what got them going, and it looks like what they may need again. Bomb responsibilities falls on the others, and this CT side is not one that had already quickly crept behind the exec. There is still quite a bit of distance for these other Ents players to come in with their retake, but once they get there, sure enough, you've got utility on Madden, you've got a flank as well, currently being held by the Opper, and we'll see which of these 3 fronts Ents can actually break through. Snappy finds timing out from the storage peak. Nobody holding him on that. It's the connector play as well from Nertz. Single frag to him, and Adam S a chance to dive back into cover. Dueling with Snappy. He loses, but Martinez, he's got that hold. He's been locked in, and so is Snappy on the defuse behind the cake. It's done. Just when you think they have a chance, Ents rob it away.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunication on the plant spot. Martinez, that's hard, because you know the flashbang comes from boats as well, so he's got to keep his eye trying the flank. That's a really tough clutch to win, and that's a really tough situation to swallow if you're Movistar.
And he hits all of the shots required as well. Martinez is playing very well, but as you mentioned, Jason, there's nothing he could do there. It all started with the Adam S pick. They continue in towards the A bomb site with Sampayas picking them off one by one. Madden coming in from the canals as well. And unfortunately, it was a scrappy plant, not for A main, and it will be ENCE posting double digits here. Even though all 5 players went down, they've got plenty of cash, as you might imagine. And we get into a Movistar Riders buy once again. Martinez looking towards Dark this time.
Most of ENCE's aggression hasn't come from Dark, though. They haven't really been peeking it a whole lot. It's come a lot from middle. Some pushes towards the end of A main, but Dark really hasn't been challenged a whole lot by ENCE in any kind of aggressive fashion, mostly stalling it out. Another Molotov will do just that. Mapaz can't beat the timing, and it's going to be a deep smoke towards the end of the flames. And Nertz is going to sit comfortably into the corner.
You're dead on. The only real Dark aggression, one time Sampayas takes the op in that way.
Second
no
smoke
way.
Kill.
Ooh, Nertz may have his hands full.
He's all alone. Gonna back off.
Well, the last time Just found this open and he did convert the round. They're going to pounce on the opportunity, make their way in towards B before the rotations arrive. It's Madden to defend. Swings into the open. Ambitious kill, but it will be a clean round here. But look to things here. They've got 3, 5 versus 2. There's surely nothing that can be done here.
Surely.
Surely.
Little off shot to Alex, but that's about it. All right, so just smoke spam. Seems like that's all you need. But if you're banking on just smoke spams and a Martinez 3K solo play A site, safe to say, not too easy to replicate.
No, not at all. But, I mean, fair play. Just has got us the smoke spam twice now.
Yep.
They've won both of those rounds.
Also, for once, I feel like the confidence peaks out of ENCE get entirely shut out. Madden just slaughtered on his push through the smoke. Nertz, who was alone until Madden got there, left to duel off back plat. Headshot in that way. Movistar Riders, go ahead. Take your third. Fingers crossed. Maybe Just shoots through something else next round.
Yeah. Call that play again. Go for it.
Why not?
But you're exactly right. I mean, the swinging through smokes after it and just, you know, swinging and saying, I'm going to take this fight, I'm going to take this duel. Nice to see. It's almost like rock bottom confidence.
Right. Now, for me personally, in hindsight, it's like if Madden's going to fly out backside at that point as soon as he gets there, I almost would have preferred Nertz staying inside of Dark and fighting down in canals. If that's the play you're waiting for your rotator to throw out,
that was,
bro, I could have done that myself.
Yeah, that was overconfidence. That was 10-2 lead kind of swing.
Nertz is like, I need help. It gets there. Okay, I need more help.
Madden's like, great, I'm going to run through the smoke. I'm just going to swing.
There's the boost. Martinez has been performing very well. Nice little flick there to Madden. Opens things up once again here. Another opening advantage for Movistar Riders. They can't hold on to it, however. That's Nertz from the dark room through the smoke that does find the aforementioned sniper. Snappy there trying to transition. He's only got the MP9 to work with here, but a hell of a grenade has been deployed. He can hear the footsteps around him, but has to retreat at this point.
Oh, backs away, still in the smoke, somehow gets one, but I don't think he realized Mapaz has slipped the net. He can wrap around either one of the bomb sites, so he's in control this round. This is where, as Mapaz, you're telling your team to freeze. I've got a flank, I've got the play. Everyone just pause, don't die, wait for me to force action.
Within that timing, though, there is a chance ENCE, raise the red flag.
It is the longest rotation possible, right? So it's a long time for his teammates to sit in the positions they're in and be a little bit nervous about where the aggression is coming from. But he's got one. He's found Diha, who never realized he was in the back line. Sampayas is going to turn, and that now exposes him to danger, but not any longer, because Mapaz goes down a little bit too quickly.
And now what? Nertz is going to get super aggressive top middle. That has certainly been heard. Alex is going to be just locked in waiting for this, but what if Nertz doesn't activate?
Yeah.
At what point do the T's have to make their move? And if he loses Adam S, then it gets from bad to worse. Still, that bomb is kind of floating in limbo, and we touched the 20-second mark with Alex frightened enough to just hold off on door. Sampayas could have hidden A this whole time, guys, but guess what? Rotates to B. And the bomb goes on its own journey into the A site. Cautious, obviously, putting a smoke on his feet. Not quite sure where this last player's at. Sampayas, can you really 1v2 from the other side of the map?
I don't think he can. I'll be honest with you. He's too far removed from the scenario.
There's no money.
Here.
Saving it.
Nice little fake from Adam S. Throws a flashbang in towards B just as Sampayas was rotating in as well. But he'll head towards T spawn. Movistar Riders surely done enough at this point, and indeed the save has been called for the final round here. It'll start with the Martinez pick towards middle. Nice little flick towards Madden at this point as well. Snappy gets dropped, and Alex managing to carry the team over the line here as Adam S confirms that penultimate frag. So at least they've got 4 here. It's a T side of Anubis, your opponent's pick. I'm not sure this is going to be enough, but they'll have a massive advantage financially going into this final round here on the T side. CTs will only be getting $1,900 per player. Sampayas can drop an M4A1S on the nose if he has it equipped. Here's $2,900, which he will do.
That's a good teammate there.
Yeah, so sacrifices his utility pretty much here and allows Diha to have a rifle.
You know, it's a T-sided map, so I mean, most teams have been able to post more rounds on the offense than the defense, but I mean, considering the way this has started, 8-0 for ENCE, I mean, Movistar being able to go on this 5-2 run,
sure.
There's an actual silver lining.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll take it. At this stage, Movistar Riders have at least made this one competitive.
Jason, you said 5-2. You're not spoiling the script, are you? It's only 4 rounds so far.
That's a fair point. I did jump the gun a little bit, but I was going off the buy that we have here for ENCE.
Making assumptions. You know what they say about doing that.
Yep.
They have Sampayas ahead of them, and he has only died twice throughout this half. What a monster performance. Shooting for 20 within the first 15. Madden locked into the doorway. Ooh, I thought that little half-ass clear was going to cost him, but Alex manages to continue forward. And let's see what Diha can do on his own. Remember that M4 afforded to him by Sampayas, but it is an entirely empty-handed A play.
That's going to be it, surely. 5 versus 2, MP9 and Digo on the retake here. Movistar have done enough. They've got their 5 rounds, and like Jason said, a 8-0 deficit to bring it all the way back. It's actually not too bad. At least if they win the pistol, you never know. They might be onto something here. Nerds and Snappy just going through the motions here. There'll be no way they can win it, but they'll give it a good go.
And I mean, just seeing them win duels and confident enough to take duels is a nice thing to see for Movistar. So we'll take what we can get. 5 rounds for Movistar on the offense of Anubis. We're going to switch sides. They got elimination potentially in their future. ENCE looking for the semifinals. We'll be right back.
Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know your needs, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's vibing. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it.
Welcome back to the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. Movistar Riders down but not out. They find some form towards the tail end of the first half of Anubis, posting 5 rounds. Now that is something to celebrate because it looked like they were going to get nothing done, Connor.
Yes.
8-0 deficit, but they come back and it's basically on the back of Martinez as well, taking matters into his own hands.
I mean, Jason just had that, he had that knowledge ahead of time. What else do you see in that crystal ball between your shoulders?
This is going to be a pistol run won by Movistar Riders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, boo.
Yeah,
boo, Jason.
The dualies are going to get a double kill.
Oh, the old classic bridge to water drop, huh? Nerds blinded, great flashbang. And it's Alex to pick up the kill, but in the meantime, the dark push comes through, so you may have taken long, but you've lost the site itself. And that rotate in through Temple's dead. Snappy holds on the flank, and so the 2 players who pushed out on long, the 2 guys that were looking to get the ball rolling, have instead been popped on the jump back into the site. It's a measly 11 health in a 1v3, and it seems as though that ferociousness through the Ents drop play didn't even matter that poor Nerds gets blasted over on long. This one's toast.
Yeah, wow, they got deleted from there. Really nice reaction from Ents on losing control of B main, but just barreling through and being able to address the situation after the fact. 11-5. It only gets tougher from here, and Movistar with this kind of a deficit on your CT side of Anubis, they go for a force buy. It's going to be FAMAS, it's going to be Deagles, and they're going to try and get this one back immediately.
Yeah. There's some scary form here for Ents. Great communication there. As soon as Nerds goes down and calls are pushing towards B main, they pounce on the opportunity, coordinate themselves to plant for the back of the obelisk. And indeed, it will be another Ents victory in the pistol. They're up against a force buy, as Jason mentioned. There's a boost in towards middle, as the CTs do their absolute best to hold on here. This round could cost them the tournament. They give it up. They'll be 12-5 down, presumably 13 after the 3rd round, full eco. So it really does come down to this. They can at least find a few kills, make it expensive. That's not a bad start. The double headshot comes through for Adam S. And it's all he can find. Just will drop shortly after as well. Bomb to be planted, and the hype starting to fade away here in round number 17.
Yeah, nice shots with the Deagle. Just can't build anything off of it. I mean, a really powerful reaction from Ents. They see a double push in towards A main, try and take an advantage in middle. And they do find it and bust right in. Good shot from Madden looking for that exact peak, and Alex has got to back away and save the Galil.
That's what he wants to hold on to, but spotted on the bridge. Second T also exiting back towards River. Top middle push comes behind him. Nert's going to clear him out with that ever so rare MP7 buy.
It's coming back in style, it feels. We're seeing it more and more.
It is at range. I think that it has some legs to stand on, Jason.
A little bit of more penetrative power.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was my point, Jason.
Something more accurate than the Mac 10, but a little bit less long range than the Galil. You know, a nice in-between.
Yeah, it chugs a little bit more.
I haven't used it much myself, but just watching it seems like it's got a little bit more control than the MP9.
Yeah, I think
you know?
might be onto something there. The fire rate's a bit lower, but the damage is a bit higher.
I might test that out tonight.
Go ahead. May I recommend auto shotties too?
It's a 5-man stack on the full eco. As I mentioned, if you get up that second round, it's likely to be 13-5 here. Initial damage is exchanged. It's Mopos feeling the brunt of it, and here comes Sunpires with his HE. Snappy, a bit of a Mac 10 specialist here, as they will find the opening 3 kills. This 5-man stack has been dealt with in a comfortable manner there, to say the very least. 5 players survive once again for Ents as they're in touching distance, closing this one out 2-0.
Sorry, Henry, can you repeat how many players were in that B site for the defense? Yeah, the entire team, right? If only they had tools to work with.
0 kills with that 5-man stack. Yeah, these SMGs just going to work. The damage that was done, I mean, he was going down regardless. It was going to be to Snappy or to that nade, and then obviously no one lets go of W for the rest of the round. 3 rounds away, ends from the semifinals.
So yeah, they've got all the guns they need here, an AWP and M4s, but look at the distinct lack of helmets here. The MP7, the Mac 10, the Galil are just going to shred through the CT defense here. It's a very difficult round to win, but that will help. There's the lack of helmets. And it will be Snappy helping himself once again to the bomb site. You can see this get eviscerated by the SMG if you don't have the protection of the head. So a lot of teams will go for MP9s and utility just to make sure they don't get blasted by the SMGs like that.
The Firewalker, Snappy, runs through the first Molotov, beats the timing on the second Molotov, and that Mac 10 sings.
It's a Snappy special as well. Like, not many players take advantage of the SMGs the way he does. He understands when they've got control of the finances, when he can find those gaps, keep applying the pressure, and just make the rounds incredibly uncomfortable. So, 14-5.
Yeah.
Full save here, as you might imagine, not much to do. They're just going to have to hold on to their weapons. But with this being a bonus round, ENCE can certainly justify a bit of a hunt here. Even if they lose 3 members, just taking down 1 more CT should guarantee this victory.
And the full losing bonus for the Movistar defense, so they'll be getting 3,400, so they can pass and drop weapons over to teammates, so it's not going to be the worst buy in the world. They've got another chance with basically a full kit that they'd want anyways. It's just you've got no more room for mistakes.
You don't sound like you really believe in Movistar's comeback, Jason.
Nope, I sure don't.
Oh, sorry. I had that, you know, just double checking.
Yeah.
All right then, Movistar. One last attempt here, I'm afraid. If you give this one up, it really is over. We're done. And they do have the buy available.
Scrawny, so this is a matchmaking game. Give Movistar one of your speeches.
One of my speeches?
Yeah, give him.
I would say right now, gentlemen, we did not come this far to simply fall. Martinez, you have huge shoes to fill, and you have done so excellently. Nothing actually matters outside of this server in this moment, and this moment will never happen twice. So flash and fight.
And
together we are greater than each of us. Think of the bigger picture. Think of your family at home. Think of the regrets you will feel if you don't fight for 15.
Oh no, well there's going to be Nerds just negating the smoke there. He's actually in CT spawn already. The bomb's down all the way back at T base, but Nerds behind enemy lines here. I don't see a world where Movistar Riders will detect his presence. They both just bunch up into the A site, hoping. There's a massive mistake from ENCE to just walk into the crossfire, but this has got 15 rounds written all over it.
Tell you what, that speech would have been epic if it was the backdrop was you know, Movistar kills, you know,
yes,
like actually decimating the other.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah.
I figured if I held it on long enough, maybe we'd get there, but
they didn't participate.
No. So instead, we turn our eyes to what is going to be an actual tournament favorite. Imagine this, guys. Imagine this. A tournament favorite
winning
that doesn't blow their easy opening game.
They've finally done it.
Now that's a Pro League first.
We love to see it.
You know, if enough of those upsets occur ahead of time, right? ENCE has sat here watching them all unfold. They've just realized we can't be in that category of teams. I mean, think about it. We are talking about Snappy, after all, who has played this game for a long time, who, after being 30 years old, finally wins his first Tier 1 trophy this year. He finally gets to taste that victory, right? And now all of a sudden, when you finally break through, oh, by the way, we're changing versions of the game and the entire future is uncertain. But there's one last CSGO trophy to hoist.
And their nemesis, Vitality, they are no longer in the running as well.
Yep.
That's the one team that normally shuts them down. I will say G2 waiting in the wings, but still.
G2 or Mouse. Winner of G2 or Mouse, which is the next game of the day, so make sure you're tuned in for that one coming up.
You know, I don't want to, I hate to throw him under the bus here, but like when Twists gets eliminated from the event and then comes out with an interview right after saying like, yeah, it was hard to stay motivated. I've just been thinking about CS2. I don't think that's the case for any of these ENCE players whatsoever. So when FaZe falls to the wayside, that's a different story, right? You know, Matt and Diha, these guys have such a slim taste of victory. Nerd Sunpai is coming from regions that don't really have trophy hoisters until as of late. So yes, don't let this one slip away from you.
Well, oh, a little aggression, but he looks the wrong way. Turns from the flash, didn't expect them to be exactly there. That's a nice nade, lands right between his legs. However, a 5-on-4. And now ENCE can slow it down. Snappy can tell the troops to just calm and look for a reaction. Alex might give it to him.
Yeah, let's go. Could be the final round. Make some noise. Raise the roof as we get into a 5 versus 4. ENCE looking to close things out here. A dominating performance. They've absolutely blown Movistar Riders out of the water here time and time again. Overpass was a nightmare. It didn't get much better here on Anubis. World-class form here from ENCE as they get closer and closer to victory here.
SWAT drop. Do it.
Ooh, while they switch.
Yeah, here we go. USP is out. Double kill.
Let's go.
Bomb on the deck. Martinez trying to keep him alive, and he will continue. Two more in a tough situation. Disgusting sequence from Martinez, but is it enough?
Nerds and Adam S for one potential final round of the Movistar Riders Pro League Season 18 run.
Oh, he couldn't be further away from the plant right now, realizing that with 5 seconds left, there has to be a Nerds will get the bomb down, no problem. And Adam S with the unenviable task of retaking the bomb site against Nerds in championship form. Does it all end here?
Yeah, he reads it. He turns his attention, and as he steps ever closer, it's all shut down. So how poetic that even in this final round of the Movistar Reiners run, we get a little more from Martinez, because Sunpius wins this head-to-head, dispatching of his ex-teammates. They said there's no bad blood, and Martinez tried to keep that blood flowing for the Riders, but it's just not there.
It ends slated on Vic today. They didn't slow down whatsoever. That was clean and clinical from start to finish. They've made 4 finals in a row, continuing their bid for a 5th. They book a spot in the semifinals. Winner of G2 Mals, that's coming up next, will face off against them in those semifinals, and they've got a chance to lift one last trophy in CSGO.
You've got to say though, boys, commiserations to Movistar Riders. A great showing here at EPL in general. The fact they've got to the quarterfinals is an achievement in itself. They can lead this tournament with their heads held high, looking forward into CS2 as well. This is a team that'll be on the tip of our tongue going forward. We know they're deadly now. We know they've got the talent and skill. They just need to bring it all together. And Zents were just too powerful today.
Yeah, most certainly so. I mean, Sunpius, I think it's really good for him to hit the ground running. We're talking about an AWP player who shines in playoffs and who has done so throughout 2023, unlike many others. So for Sunpius to be this sharp, this quick, alongside an ENCE that looks to hoist one more, it all bodes well for the Finnish organization.
It's looking really good. And waiting in the wings, we've got Freya.
Thank you very much, yeah, and I've got 2 very special guests joining me down on the sofas as well. I've got Nerds and I've got Snappy. Congratulations, first of all. Was it as easy as it looked from the outside in the server today?
I think everything worked for us. When Sampaio was feeling the game, I don't think someone can actually stop him. And overall, I think we played good.
What was the difference between you guys and, let's say, Vitality? You know, like we saw them come in yesterday, also had a big break, didn't play games for a long time, went up against Monty, who was playing a couple of days in a row, and they struggled to get into the game while you guys hit the ground running.
I don't know what the difference is, to be honest. I think that every team came in here well prepared, I think. People did boot camps, I think, in general. We didn't actually have the best prep coming into it, but we arrived early and we spent our time effectively, I think, and we tried to get as ready for playoffs as we could.
Speaking of getting ready, you guys were obviously heavy favorite in this matchup versus Movistar Riders. As a captain, how do you talk to your team? How do you prepare to make sure no one is taking it too easy, no one is relaxed? How do you make sure you get the best out of everybody ahead of this game?
I think I said before the match to the guys that even if we think we're a better team, nobody can tilt if we start to struggle. Today it obviously wasn't an issue because things went easy, but the scary thing when you're playing teams like Movistar or other teams in this category is that if it starts getting close and certain people have too high expectations of the match, they start tilting. But we obviously didn't get there, but we talked about that.
We saw you whipping out the MP7 in one round, Nerds. Jason was a bit perplexed as to why. Sell him on it right now. Why is the MP7 legit, man? I'm a big fan. Why should he pick it up?
From 2014, I think, I started to play, and like this gun was like in Israeli scene. Everyone knows like MP7 is my gun, and like I think like it's OP. I will be honest, it's OP, and yeah, I like this gun.
Is it as OP as the playing behind the rock on long overpass?
I think.
Did you think they were gonna kill you eventually, or?
I was surprised because like Martinez was picking 2 or 3 times and he didn't kill me, but maybe I don't know. But I was lucky. I will be honest about it.
Snappy, I got a question for you just specifically about that prep, because when we were chatting to Alexi B yesterday from Na'Vi, obviously they're another team that came in with, you know, a little bit of a time.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I forget you don't have an earpiece in. Alexi B was chatting to us yesterday, obviously with Na'Vi, they had a bit of time at home as well. You guys had even more time at home, and he was saying that he came in and the practice for them was bad. Like they didn't have good results, but he actually said that makes him feel better as an in-game leader. Would you kind of echo that sentiment?
We had some bad practice, we had some good practice. In general, it was a bit tough for us because we went home and we took a week break in order to be ready for October, which is going to be extremely stressful for us with this tournament into Showdown, into Sydney. And on top of that, we had to apply for visas in different cities for China. So essentially our practice was cut short coming into the tournament. But then again, we arrived on Sunday and I think we did everything we could here before this day in order to get as prepared as possible with the time we had.
Yeah, speaking of this special period we are in, right? It's quite unique. CS2 is around the corner, but there are still CSGO events happening. How do you guys keep the focus where it matters the most? I think it would be easy to lose yourself a little bit in what's happening. How do you make that work?
We found like yesterday some teams to practice, but right now I don't think someone is practicing nowadays. And we are cheating a bit CS2 in the evening after this like 2-3 games, but after it like we are doing game bots and feeling the CSGO.
Yeah, I think it's just about accepting the change now. I was hoping that Blast was also going to run CS2 because obviously we won't. I think Nico wrote a tweet about it. We will only have 2 or 3 practice days coming into Sydney on CS2, which I don't think is great. So you just have to accept it. Obviously, the game is far from ready, and I think Counter-Strike did a mistake releasing it prematurely. But that is kind of what has happened now, and as pro players, we just have to adapt and stay positive and try to abuse whatever bug or whatever wrong thing there is in the game. It's our job to abuse everything now.
Right, and in terms of, obviously you picture yourself in the future, and the future is CS2, but there is still a very concrete trophy to win here in CSGO. How do you mentally keep your eyes on that prize? The CSGO prize and then CS2. How do you make that sort of balance?
I think, to be honest, that's easy because we are playing tomorrow and then potentially on Sunday. And we don't practice anyway on match days. So it's just going to be like a normal tournament for 2 more days for us. And when that is over, we will transition into CS2. Obviously, we will have to play some matches in CSGO, but we will have to start playing CS2 before Sydney.
Okay, G2 or Maus, that's going to be your semi-final opponent. I imagine you want the revenge over G2, right? For Cologne, yeah?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we showed... I don't think ENCE showed themselves in that final. Granted, they played amazing. Nico, Monesi, Honda, like they were sharp as hell. But we didn't show the real ENCE in that match, and I hope we will if we face them tomorrow.
I will say it again, when Monesi and Nico feeling the game, nobody can stop them. But overall in this ESL Cologne, I felt like we are not playing our game, like our best game. So.
What about Maus? You have your boy Exertion on there. They've been having some strong wins lately, young core. Think they can upset today?
Yeah, I think they can, especially because against FaZe, I think one of the struggles has been that Jimfat needed to adapt, and I think he was nervous. I think he also said it publicly that he was shaking a bit, but he looked really sharp against FaZe. So if he have left the nerves, well, outside of the server, then I think they have a good chance because he was looking really sharp, and that's what they need.
Before, like when they added Jimpat, I thought like they're gonna be top 5, and I believe like Jimpat is really one for the future, I would say. And if they're gonna feel it in the game, everything can happen.
Well, I think no matter who you're going to be facing at that semi-final, it's going to be an absolute banger. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your words. And yeah, best of luck in that semi-final. So it's time for us to be checking in with our DHL MVP. Yes, it is that time of the day. Again, it's our DHL MVP where you guys at home can have your say. Now, I imagine we're going to be taking a wild guess at the 5 candidates up here. I imagine it's probably going to be all of the ENCE camp. We've got Diha coming up first, obviously a staple member of the ENCE side, and he was showing up today.
I think the game is mostly going to be how many Movistar riders do we have in that list? This is the game where we'll have to play. Maybe Martinez made enough of an impression to be in there. Otherwise, this might just be the entire ENCE lineup. I think everybody had moments moment. Sambias had an absolutely ridiculous KD difference in that game with the AWP, a billion trillion opening kills found for him. Obviously, I'm guessing our boy Nerds, who was just on the couch here, should be there. That's the player that we have right there. So that's 2 more ENCE players that we could possibly have. Yanko, do we see a Movistar Rider in the EHL MVP? Is that your prediction?
Well, we've seen wild things in the list before. I think with this sort of a series, though, it's going to be very, very difficult to squeeze one in. Now we have the good old Snappy B.
Snappy B.
Snappy B. Why do they always keep throwing strays at my boy, man? Like, just let Snappy
2 IGLs.
Let him catch some sunshine.
And Madden, finally, rounding out the list.
He was there as well, yeah.
One Navi player.
Squad, yeah.
Very good.
He did exist. Yanko, you know, if you're going to be spending your valuable Twitch channel points, who are you voting for out of this series?
I am voting for Alvaro Sampaio Garcia Martinez del Suez.
Say his name.
I know they all have like 4 surnames.
I wasn't sure if the last one was correct. You nailed it.
Yeah, I was
No, this is not that. His actual surname. I just make it clear. His first name is Alvaro, though. I know that much.
We got that one. No,
How are we thinking ENCE are faring, you know, going deeper into the competition? I really hope we do get that rematch of the Cologne Grand Final, because I agree with Snappy. ENCE weren't showing their best face in that Grand Final.
Yeah, and honestly, this is sort of the last step for ENCE, is to be able to grab a Grand Final win against an elite team, right? I think if you look at their history, they've had fantastic semifinals in multiple different events. Like there was obviously the FaZe moment in Dallas, that's crazy. There's a Vitality in Cologne, but then it was always the last step that got stuck a little bit. So they have to keep their eyes on the prize, and I think that they really have the right mindset and mentality moving into games. Like you can just see how they won this one without ever letting the foot off the gas pedal. It was very disciplined, very strict. And now moving into the semi, we don't even know. Miles or G2, I think there's a conversation to be had, and that whoever makes it is going to be a huge game.
Both teams were a little bit shaky in their group stages. Miles looked great in playoffs, but this is also where G2 does their best work. You know, we also heard Nico was a little bit under the weather during the group stage. So we'll have to see, man. Miles is on a hot one. I'm interested a little bit in how G2's veto goes today, potentially also tomorrow against ENCE, because they did lose a couple of Infernos in the group. It doesn't seem as untouchable as it did for the majority of this year. On the other side, their Ancient has been pretty solid. So is that a switcheroo they might throw some way in the veto? But I think against Miles, they match up pretty well.
And for Movistar, obviously great for them to be making it to this very stage, but definitely not the way they want to be going out of this with only 7 rounds won over the entire quarterfinal series. I don't know whether we're expecting them to bolster more versus ENCE, because they're a tough team to crack.
No, listen, I think Yanko was on the money. We weren't memeing when we talked about some of these first few rounds on Overpass. When you have a team that go up against someone that is that stronger, the few key moments at the beginning of the game where you have a way in, you just immediately have to seize them. Like whenever you lose these, it feels like you're racing against a car that has a better engine than you, and that's it. They're in the distance, and you can't see them anymore, and it feels like you're not playing the same game anymore.
Like ENCE is Red Bull and Movistar is Haas.
Okay.
I think though, listen, it reminded me of Fnatic 2015. When you played against them, first you had to make them sort of respect you, and then you could actually play Counter-Strike, because they would just keep running at you, and that's what ENCE was sort of doing. They were just bullying Movistar, and if you can't stop it, that's what is going to keep happening for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Movistar, that engine out of gas. So let's get a few departing words from them.
Everybody, I'm here with Adam S. Obviously, difficult loss, so sorry for that, man. But I would like you to focus instead, if you can, in this moment, on just the run you guys had throughout this Pro League. You know, we had multiple teams get a playoffs run that maybe some wouldn't have expected. How did that feel in the big picture of things, not necessarily just today?
Yeah, I mean, we had a very good run. I mean, today we wasn't focused at all. And I think they just played better overall. And yeah, I mean, we are happy with the overall result of the tournament, and we will keep working.
I mean, back on Overpass, right? I think at the start of the game, it felt like you guys had something going, right? You had, I don't know, you had such a close break on their economy at times that the first map definitely felt way tighter, right? Going into this with the veto, obviously they're a fantastic world-class Anubis team. Did it feel to you like without Overpass, maybe this one wasn't going to happen?
I mean, on overpass, I think we had our chance. Like as you said, like there was a moment like we were 5-2 or 4-2, and we were about to break their economy, and they won a clutch or something. And then the next round, it was the same, and they destroyed us that round. And yeah, I think it was a bit unlucky, and it's good as well.
They did play well. I think Sun Pius, dude, just went above and beyond. Kind of like a little sour there, obviously, right? You get to play with your fellow Spaniard. But, you know, we heard before the game that Sun Pius and your guys' group, it's like tight-knit. That you guys play with him often? Does he kind of help you out, talk to you? What is the relationship between Movistar and Sun Pius since he's left for ENCE?
Yeah, I mean, the relationship between us is very good. I mean, especially me, like, he's my best friend, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends. And yeah, I mean, I hope he will win the tournament, actually. He deserves it, and he played very good today.
Yeah, incredibly well. And I think, again, you guys did too throughout this season, bro. Like, at the start of last season, we saw promise in Movistar. This time, we get to see you in playoffs. Obviously, CS2 is ahead. The future's bright for Spanish Counter-Strike and Movistar again. But just a few words, maybe, for the fans back home, because we know that you guys do have that crazy fan base behind you that's believing all the time. So this one's for you as we send you off for this season of Pro League.
Yeah. Should I say it in Spanish?
Yeah.
Sí. Muchas gracias a toda la gente que nos está viendo, que nos está apoyando, y lo sentimos por el partido de hoy, chavales. Creo que no es nuestra cara, pero es lo que hay. Vamos a seguir trabajando y nada, muchas gracias a toda la gente que nos está viendo y apoyando. Un abrazo a todos.
Well, thanks again, man, for your guys' run this season. We were all cheering for you. Best of luck in the next one.
That is actually so sick to hear that Sun Pius is like still friends with them and still hangs out with them, gives them some advice.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Yeah, good words at the end as well. He was talking to the fans, explaining how he don't think that this is their true face. What happened here? He's thanking them for watching them, for supporting them. It's been great words from him.
Is this like a weird flex from you, where you also
exactly
speak
you saw that one?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Wait,
I thought, why not
hold
just
up.
give him the chance and show up at the same time? It's called a win-win,
Flex.
right?
Humble Matthew, as always.
It's also very hard to feel for someone, like, because Spanish always sounds like they're having a great time.
A happy language.
Yeah, it's such a happy language. You're like,
I
wait,
guess.
is he sad or fiesta?
More like siesta, sadly, for Movistar.
Wow,
Yeah.
making wordplay now. Preying on their downfall, are we?
Yeah, I guess I am. I don't know. I struggle to see.
No, if anything, it's a learning experience in the sense
It is a
of
learning
if they
experience,
ever
yeah.
find themselves again playing on a stage, playing on a quarterfinal or whichever that is, some of these few rounds, I promise you, will hurt them more now, but will them good in the future. Which is when you get to that 3v3 in the future and you overpeak a little bit and you give that away, you're gonna remember. You're gonna remember that moment against ENCE where you gave them up a couple of these rounds and then suddenly you felt like the game didn't make sense anymore and you were getting eaten alive. Like you have to learn how to not misplay these situations, because I think they did. Some of the highlight we had, they misplayed it. You learn from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming into Pro League, there was no one who thought Movistar was going to make it out of the group.
True.
Then they make it into the playoffs and win a playoff game. You know, and absolutely, there should be no expectations for them going up against ENCE. I think, you know, Chad gave it 90-10. That means they win one game out of 10. I think that's probably fair, you know, assessment. So yeah, it's going to hurt a little bit that you weren't able to put up a stronger fight. But I think in general, an extremely positive experience for Movistar riders here at TSL Pro League Season 18.
Yeah, and onwards and upwards for us, because we do have plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards. We're talking about G2 versus Mouse as our second game and our final quarter-final here at EPL Season 18. But not before our DHL drop quiz. You guys have the chance to win some prizes and some goodies at home after this break.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Faceit presents FPL Proving Grounds, your path to pro in CS2. The top matchmaking players from 3 regions will be invited to a live event with a $100,000 prize pool. The top 30 will be voted on by experts and the community, with the top 3 most voted getting a monthly stipend to compete in FPL. Who will be the next Rops, Zaiwu or Monasi? Will it be you?
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
Ooh, eyes I can see you keeping me wavy. You are made of dreams. I'm into it, just moving like a shot in the dark. My heart it goes crazy. Too much symmetry. Fall into it. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear.
You've reached the age where everything in Counter-Strike is a challenge. You've played this game for over 20 years. Your smoke lineups miss the mark more often, and you can't entry frag the way you used to. And now there are other games that make life a little bit easier. But you don't have to remain unsatisfied. FPS dysfunction is nothing to be ashamed about, so ask your stack about CS2 today and join 1.8 million concurrent players who have already turned their limp, bot-level bottom fragging into a whole new experience. Open skyboxes allow for a whole new world of nade lineups, so you can get as sweaty as you'd like.
Yes! Let's go.
A revolutionary sub-tick system brings back those ultra-sensitive headshots, so you can frag like an 18-year-old FPL star again. A revamped matchmaking and in-game ranking will have your queues popping again, and again, and again. Volumetric smokes with improved swelling to help you fill choke points of all shapes and sizes. Multiple game updates a week will have blood rushing to places it hasn't been in years. So you don't have to suffer from FPS dysfunction, settling for lesser games. With CS2, you'll be standing tall, polishing your trophy in no time. Make sure you're healthy enough to play CS2. CS2 may cause uncontrollable rage. Smokes may be blown open unexpectedly. The sub-tick system may actually just be 64-tick. You may experience intermittent microstutters. Feeling like you're moving in wet cement is possible. CS2 may be forced upon you at a moment's notice. Spraying impotence is a common side effect. CS2 is incredibly addicting. Please frag responsibly.
There's the first. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this on. Oh, Caldera! The man, the myth, the beast!
And now one for the left. The pancake gets the quad kill. Are you kidding me? Rady picks up every single one.
passes by is going to be torn away from them very, very quickly by Simon. Oh my god, Nico gets 3, 4! Oh my lungs, I don't believe it! Shocks then, that's just to find one more. The molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shocks is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire. Twist will remain supreme.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Oh yes, it's that time of the week again. Points, prizes, and most importantly, pride on the line in our DHL drop quiz. Of course, I've got two of the brightest teams, the brightest minds in CS, once again, taking on each other for the final time in this installment of the DHL drop quiz. Gentlemen, would you like to introduce yourselves, your team name, and the experience you have up here on the Big Red Buzzers?
Hi, Freya, with the Big Byron Company, the BBC, multi-Golden Cock winner here at the DHL drop. We've taken many trophies. We're here for one more.
Any words to that, Harry?
I speak for both of us.
I just nod
You
in
just
agreement.
smile and
That
wave,
is
boys.
correct.
Smile and
It's a
wave.
Big Byron Company.
We're kind of home favourites around here in the DHL game show. So yeah, you know, the DHL
Self-acclaimed.
drop, this one's going to go our way.
Okay,
I feel good about it.
Yanko, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, this is Yanko. I'm Mania. We're the classy gentlemen. We're the big brain and the big heart. We have the whole package. We never lost to them. It's not going to start today. We're ready to fight.
And maybe you'll have a big cock to join you with that if you win in this.
I hope so,
Gentlemen,
Freya.
we are having a little bit quiz of the day, which is themed upon a dawn of a new age. We're talking the new era of players.
Oh, you're excited now,
entering
Harry,
the
are you?
scene.
I'm always excited at the DHL
Yeah?
drop. Yeah.
Okay, should we go over the rules just once more?
Yeah.
Again, you have to
Please.
wait for me to finish not only the question, but the options of 4 answers before you hit
Very important.
that big red
You hear
buzzer.
that,
Yeah,
Hugo?
okay?
Got it.
You've heard that? Okay.
We've had some
Adjudicated.
kerfuffle about it.
I also forgot to introduce the most important member of the team. It's Connor, and he's
Hello.
going to be our score counter for this. How are you feeling about this pressure, Connor?
I can handle it. I promise you that. I've got the trophies now, and with them, I await the crowning moment, Freya. So
Excellent.
please, if you will, begin.
Great stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to say the question. You're going to tell me which of 4 possible answers it is. And if you're getting involved at home, put !DHL drop, followed by your answer A, B, C, or D. Okay, question number 1, coming at you thick and fast. This player was voted by EPL Season 18 pros as the pro who will end CS2 with the highest earnings. Is it A, Zywoo, B, Simple, C, Donk, or D, Wakadia? Fast fingers there.
It's not going to be Donk. It's not going to be. Oh wait, NCS2.
CS2.
CS2.
Oh, I think it
actually could be Donk.
Because
But Zywoo
he's
was
the
Simple.
youngest one on there, right?
Zywoo and Simple,
but it
Harry.
could be Zywoo. I don't
Who's
know.
more
I don't know
popular?
if it's going to be Simple, because you know, like, I don't know. I
Voted
think
by EPL
folks.
Season
I think
18
folks
pro.
are either looking at Zywoo or Donk. I doubt it's Wakadia.
Highest earnings. That's the thing. Zywoo's already in one of the #1 ranked team in the world. Donk, you know, sure he's good, but it's not about being good. It's about winning trophies. So I almost want to go for an established
It's
name.
about being good for a long period of time.
Yeah, that is
It's
true. But I
simple
think he's setting us off. I don't want to listen to what Maniac has to say. He
I'm just
has
trying to
no
help.
incentive to help us.
Trying to help.
And he's
Go
going
on.
to pick Zywoo anyway.
I'm
so.
fine with either one. I think it's Donk, but
Well, if you think it's Donk, I don't want to tread on your toes.
but you know, go for it, Hugo. Submit your answer.
I kind of want to lock in as Zywoo or Simple.
Okay.
Can we lock in A, Zywoo?
Incorrect. Which means the question is thrown over to the classy gentleman.
I think it has to be between Donk and Wakadia, and I don't think Wakadia brings as much hype as Donk.
I think Donk is a good shout.
Donk.
Donk is indeed correct. The pros surveyed at
Okay,
ESL
I'm
Pro
pushing
League Season
harder next
18
time. I'm pushing
said
harder
Donk.
next time. I gave them
Trust
respect.
yourself, Harry.
I gave them respect.
The Discord is already there.
We
in the
don't even
camp.
need to do it.
They're fighting. It's question number 1. This is in the
You want to
bag.
know the most poetic thing about this question, Harry
Yeah.
and Hugo?
Yeah.
We'd already asked you this in a previous
Yeah, and we
DSL
did
drop,
get
and
it
you got it
right.
wrong
Yeah.
the other
Highest
time. So,
earnings?
yeah.
We actually
we've,
did do this one.
Did copy
I
and paste
also
it.
remembered that, and I was like, I'm so sure it's Donk. But then I thought the fact that it was coming up again, maybe maybe they'd ask
So it's a
more
different answer
people,
now?
so it was different.
Matt,
Like,
Same data.
more
know,
pros.
Let's have Discord. You claim to know the answers, Harry. Tell me
I
I'm wrong.
I actually asked the pros this question.
Oh.
You
So
did?
I knew
Yeah.
but even more so, that made it feel wrong to be like, well, Hugo, I know it's
Okay,
done.
right. Hindsight Harry is at the building.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Tell me
Okay.
what you think.
Okay.
My
9
God.
I
more
just didn't want to cheat.
questions
I would be
to do
salty
this
if I was
in.
Hugo right now. I'm just saying I'll be salted.
Question number 2. This player is the youngest in attendance at ESL Pro League Season 18. Is it A, Yimfat? Is it B, Starry? Is it C, Insani? Or is it D, Crims?
Well, I actually know the
just
answer
too
to
quick.
this one, but if
That's
you want to
good.
tell me I'm wrong, please
Crims,
do.
isn't it?
It's not Crims. Starry's 18. Yimpat just turned 17 this season in the group stage, and Insani, I'm pretty sure is 18. That's the only one who could be younger,
Yeah.
but I'm like 99%
So
sure
you
it's
think it's
Yimpat.
Jimmy?
I think young Jimmy. I
Yeah?
know young Jimmy
He's
is
pretty
17.
young.
Yeah, screw it. I'll get behind that. Lock
Yeah,
it
are
in.
you sure?
Young
Are you sure?
Jimmy.
Locked and
Yeah, but he
loaded?
kind of lost
Jimmy.
him. No.
And you're correct.
Boom.
Of course, he did just turn
Yeah, that's
17 and we
teamwork,
did.
probably.
That's teamwork
Probably.
right there. That's
We
why we're
celebrated
the
by
better
giving
team.
him a cake on the desk.
did give
That
him a
was really
cake.
nice.
We
Yeah.
did give him a cake.
That was all us, actually.
The
You
game
guys-
is
I'm
tied.
gonna-
The game
I
is
did.
tied for
The
the
game is
record.
tied.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Connor.
yeah,
One
yeah.
to
Just
one.
keeping score over
Amazing.
here. Letting you know.
That's important.
They're just too
Henry
quick with the buzzer.
couldn't do that for us, so we got some new guns in. Question number 3. This team has begun a legacy of developing talent and selling to Tier 1 rosters, most notably Israeli players. Is it A, Mouse Sports, B, Epsilon, C, Copenhagen Wolves, or is it D, Endpoint?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank my family for supporting me and finally buzzing the buzzer first.
I gave it to you.
This is already step 1. I think we've already
Your
done that.
reflexes are indeed better.
With age, I think after 30 it starts declining, so I'm kind of on the downfall now.
A lot of things start
It
declining.
declines a little bit, but we do get wiser. Speaking of wiser, recruitment team. It's not going to be Wolves, Epsilon. Mouse, I feel like Mouse, there was a time where Mouse was that team where people would pick players out of Mouse. I don't think that's the case anymore.
I think it's the most notably Israeli part. That's the difference,
It's a
right?
big clue.
Definitely.
Where did Flames come from? Endpoint. Where did Nerds come from?
Endpoint.
So I think we have to go with D. Endpoint.
You're locking it in. Final answer. And that final answer is indeed correct. It is D. It is
Well done.
Endpoint. Yeah, a
Well
lot of young
done,
talent
Endpoint.
coming
Yeah.
out of there.
Very
Scores
well
on the
broken
doors,
down.
Connor.
2 to the classy
Thanks,
gentleman. 1 to the BBC.
Excellent stuff. Question number 4. This player has already been on his team for over 4 years, despite only being the young age of 21 years old. Is it A, Frozen?
I'm
Is
freaking
it
out
B,
right now.
D,
What's over there?
Is it C, Animus?
It's
Or
a
is
bird.
it D, Bit?
I know how that
Right,
works.
go on,
it's
actually,
all good.
You know when you play
Fine.
the console and you get into...
It's all fine.
that's why
It's
I'm
so,
not a nerd.
it's so, I want to buzz in before you even finish, Freya.
No,
but
you have
I've
to
given you the
aim
respect
for the
as
last letter.
as the host of the DHL drop. I'm
rules
not going
do
to buzz
say
too
that.
soon.
Does he imply we're not respecting the host?
No, no.
Well, you know, you
You're
said
both
it, mate.
being
Not me.
very
I mean, you're the
respectful.
one who...
I don't like
you
the
took that
implication.
personally.
I do not like the
I didn't come at you.
implication.
Oh yeah, Connor, you've also got the job of adjudicating if the rules are being followed. So if there is a finger slip and they do go a little bit early,
Clean buzzer, right?
You are
Interesting. I would say
everybody's been really respectful.
clean
so
buzzer.
far.
Clean
Yeah.
buzzer.
And
That's
if
what I
anything,
thought.
there was a lot of waffling going on back in question 1, so careful, gentlemen.
We're going to try to read it in, and we're going to calm down just a little bit.
He doesn't know the
We're going
rules.
to
Yeah, I
eliminate
don't know what
C
he-
and D immediately, and I have to admit,
I am the
I wanted
rules.
to go straight for Frozen, and I'm realizing how long has Diha been there, but I don't think Diha is 21.
I think, yeah, as well.
He's a
These
bit
guys-
older, right?
But not by much.
Not by
I
much.
think he's like 23.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Max, but I think it has to be Frozen, right? Because
Yes.
it was also that question, he just turned 17, he can go to tournaments.
The young veteran.
The young
There it
veteran.
is.
So we're going to lock in Frozen A.
You are indeed correct. Very sound logic
Young
there
vetty
from the
man.
classy gentleman, which I believe means they are definitely in the lead even more now, Connor.
Yes.
That got me.
you wanna give me some
a little bit of
numbers,
suspense.
or-
I thought we were winning for a second.
There's been 4
maybe
questions,
we're
Freya,
losing.
Yep,
and they're
Oh, that's
leading.
my microphone.
Do the math. 3-1.
that's your job, dude. Question number 5. This rifler.
Okay, John, like that.
Hold, honestly.
This rifler turned AWPer took the dramatic leap from academy to pro in 2023. Are we A, talking about MPL? B, are we chatting about Munacy? C, is it Hedrick? Or D, is it Wacardia?
Oh, you cannot tell me.
Well, that was a little
That's
early,
not
man. That was early.
I'll put my hands up. I slipped. I was jumping the gun. Frankly,
Comes to us, right?
I will.
That's too easy.
Well,
We're not
no,
going to let them
it
off.
Don't let him
doesn't-
pick the rules. I think
Oh,
Connor, the
actually,
commissioner,
yeah.
should
That's
decide
too
the
easy.
rules.
Commissioner Connor.
Freya, how many questions are there in total?
10 questions.
10
We're only
questions.
halfway.
Seeing as we're at the halfway point, I'm going to add a little spice and let Hugo answer this.
That's too easy. That's too easy.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to follow the rules.
Right, we don't follow the rules.
If he does it again, you automatically get a point.
So we get a free pass too?
Yes.
Oh,
we're just getting dynamic.
They're just going to hit it on A.
No, sorry. If Hugo hits the button too soon a second time,
That's
the
it.
classy gentleman will get an automatic point.
You can only cheat the rules once.
An automatic point.
You can
Automatic
cheat, but
point.
only once.
What kind of
Okay,
system
that's
are we? What kind of society are
Well,
we?
Thank
you've
you,
used it
Commissioner.
now, so
I am the rules.
you
This
get
is
the
a trick
answer correct.
question anyway, so...
Well, Harry, let's talk about it, but I think I know. Actually, I want to hear what you know. Here.
I can't read the options. And there's been so much
This
discourse
rifler
since-
turned AWPA took the dramatic leap from Academy to Pro in 2023.
God, your eyes
Rifler
are
turned
good.
AWPA, MPL, Monacy, head trick with Cardia.
Okay.
You were acting like you knew the answer.
No,
I know
yeah.
the
Did you also ask that question today?
So, I mean, I would go with, before I lock it in, between us, I would go with head trick.
Yeah.
He was the rifler in Navi Junior, Navi Academy, when Monacy was the AWPer, and then he began AWPing after Monacy left, and he joined NIP to AWP, but he was a rifler. Do you
I
agree?
like
Do you
that.
concur?
No, I
MPL
like
never
that.
AWPed. Monacy.
Oh, did he now?
Monacy was always an AWPer. I don't know about Wicardia, in fairness, but he has never played AWP in Eternal Fire, so I'm going to go with head trick.
Yeah.
You
No,
concur?
let's do that. Let's
Head
do
trick
that.
C.
Some very sound logic. You are indeed correct,
Thanks.
gentlemen.
Yeah.
BBC now up to, is that 2 points, Connor?
2 points, trailing the classy gentleman's 3.
Excellent. The comeback mechanic, it is on. There is catch up in this game. Because we're only halfway. Question number 6. This player was developed in an academy team, left to go pro, and then returned to his academy team's main roster. Are we A, talking about MPL? Is it B, Shuhei? Is it C, head trick again? Or is it D, simple?
I saw we all waited. I appreciate that first. I don't think it's the easiest, most fancy answer possible. Maybe we should think about it just half a second.
Well, I think...
From academy team to pro to academy team's main.
But you see, no, it's this player was developed in an academy team, left to go pro,
and then
returned
the main
to
of the academy.
To the main roster. So
Exactly.
Shui was never in the main team. He was only in the academy team, right? And then went to Gamer Legion from there, and then went back to the main roster.
Exactly. And that fits the exact structure.
Hat-trick.
NPL hasn't had any pro outside of Navi anyway.
Yes, Hat-trick didn't come back to
No,
Navi.
Hat-trick is
He's
in
in
NIP.
And Simple was
there was
never
no
on an
academy team at the
team in
time.
the end.
Flipside was not an academy team.
So
that doesn't count.
Shui.
Absolutely. Answer
Final
B.
answer?
Final answer.
That is indeed correct. Of course, it is Shuhei leaving his team or the academy roster, then coming back because, of course, he's a mouse. Duh. Which means, what are the scores on the doors, Connor?
4-2.
Or catch-up time indeed. What's the
Still
strategy,
good. We got
guys?
this.
Well, no, I think
I'm-
the buzzer behavior is going to be very specific.
I'm
now,
waiting
'cause
for
we're
Harry
ready.
to buzz, but he's leaving it
Oh,
all to
buzzing
me.
duties are now.
we had
Just in
a little
general.
bit of a
Just in
disagreement
general.
coming into this question. I kind of misunderstood what was being
I
asked
was saying
of me
please
here.
buzz, and you were going, no, I don't want to buzz.
Yeah,
well, that's kind of the point of the
I
game.
don't know. You were like, no.
I was just telling you to buzz.
Your exact words
happening
in the
again.
first
No,
thing.
yeah,
you
but
go,
that was for later,
You
Harry.
can
You
cheat,
can hold that
Harry.
for later.
That's
No,
what you
not what I
said.
said.
together.
Not
So
what I
here
said.
we are, right?
Harry, I'm just
I'll
saying.
push the button.
I don't trust
I
him.
will
I don't trust him.
See?
Okay, so you will push the button, right?
Yes.
That's a practice run. That's
Here
a
we
practice
go.
run. You'll get one practice run.
Our
each.
strategy, though, Freya, for the long term, we're aware of the typical DHL drop rules. We know that often the majority, if not all the points, come in the last question.
Oh, where
so
did you hear that?
We're playing the long game.
I don't think I've ever seen that
We're
happen.
playing the long game.
I don't know.
I hope it's not a
Maybe.
joke.
Let's see. We've got to get to question 10, but this is only question number 7. Question 7. This player left teams speaking his native language to join an international roster in the year of 2023. Is it A, Crimbo? Is it B, Torzi? Is it C, Boris? Or is it D, Wonderful?
And I can't trust
I
this guy with the
pushed the
buzzer.
button. I waited for it to end. I pushed the button. I don't
Harry,
know.
it's about getting-
the button pushed. It went off.
It's the fine line between Freya's last syllable and before that.
Go on then.
You did
push
that to
it, man.
yourself.
You're back. You're
Like
back.
that to
I
yourself.
know. I pushed it.
I'm just scared if I get it wrong,
It doesn't
we're
play them
gonna
both
lose a
at the
point.
same time. You know?
Excuse me, BBC. I believe it's
All right,
the
yeah,
other
yeah, go on.
classy
Sorry, go on.
gentleman's answer.
Go ahead,
Give
Clark.
them the floor,
This is all
please.
to our advantage. What's happening here is beautiful. It's
Yeah.
part of the plan. Anyway, back to the question. It's not Crimbo. Crimbo is obviously part of the league.
Yes, because he didn't change the team.
He didn't
change the language.
But that's not what's happening here. I don't believe Torzi fits that narrative either.
He left no team.
Exactly. But there is, I have to be honest, Mr. Wonderful's situation has made me a little bit sad. I don't think where he is now is necessarily the best he could do with his career, if I may risk myself, that kind of analysis. Doctor. So I would probably go for a Wonderful.
Yeah, he went from Spirit to Sprout, right? Not a lot of syllables different there, Hugo, but...
One syllable difference.
But,
exactly, one syllable. Yeah, not a lot, I guess. Yeah, sure. Don't know why you aimed that at me,
That
but...
would be actually
right.
a great question,
You know,
but it's not the question.
Competition is more about knowledge. It's about mind games too, Hugo. And I'm
How
living
many syllables in
rent-free.
mind games?
I'm living rent-free in your head right
He's
now.
living more rent-free in my head than you
The
are.
correct answer, once more, is number D, or letter D, Wonderful.
Yeah, you got there in the end. Number D. It is, of
Number D.
course, Wonderful. Yes, he did, as you said,
Connor,
correctly.
what's the score? Give it to me one
Spirits
time.
to Sprout. Scores on the doors.
I forgot.
They always
I'm not gonna lie.
I always forget. They're one job. Whenever we have the
5-2.
5-2. That's what I thought.
5-2.
That's what I
5
read.
plus
Can you
2
trust us?
equals
I can't trust
7.
us.
That was question
Yeah.
number 7, which means we're on to
Yeah.
question number 8. Wow, maths is really hard. This player breathed new life into their team and brought them their best EPL result to date. Is it A, Shuhei? Is it B, Insani? Is it C, Crimbo? Or is it D, Wakadia?
Well, I hit the buzzer, and I hit it in time, and I feel fantastic.
Good job.
Take it away, Harry.
It's gotta be Ricardio, right?
Right? Do you want to break it down why? Break it down why?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
joined the roster, gave them a fantastic result here, deep run through the Pro League. Kind of fits all the categories now.
Yeah. Breathe new life implies new roster,
Yeah.
new pickup, right? Crimbo, I could make that argument for Crimbo. He's not a new player. It's not new. Maybe Bigger made a deeper run historically.
Surely it's
I'm just dragging it out. I agree
like
with you.
it, yeah.
No, I'm just trying to
this
see
is
if
good.
yeah.
Shows you workings.
We're in agreement?
Wakadia.
That's it, correct. It's correct.
Fantastic. So he doesn't know the score. What is it like?
5-3.
5-7.
I'm keeping track.
3, right?
200 to 10.
200
That
to
sounds
10.
about right.
Fantastic.
Wrong way around, but yeah, sure. They're winning still, though. So,
Definitely.
question
Now,
number
fine.
9. Hailing from Jordan, this player shined bright at the Paris Major, but has since left his team. Who could it be? Is it A, Spinks? Is it B, Cypher? Is it C, Boros? Or is it D, Nerds?
I feel like I hit
Great
it, but fair
reactions,
enough.
Matthew. Over to the
I
classy
nailed the other
gents.
ones.
I've been learning your pace and your tone and your diction, your enunciation. I know
really
when the
listening.
end of the word is going to come. So I'm basically pre-firing the end of the sentence.
He's
a
just
little bit of
better.
respect.
He's pre-firing, Connor. What
You're
do you think
just
about
better,
that?
Maniac.
It's okay.
You can say it. You're
It
just
is.
It's a strat.
you're better than he is.
It is what it is.
And that's
Now,
why you'll on your own answer this question.
I'm on my own. I do believe there is a little bit of a geographical banana peel here, which I will maybe just step on and destroy myself. I
No,
don't
what?
think so.
No, you won't.
Well, Jordan, there's only one player that's from Jordan, right? We agree on that.
Yes.
Okay, just my geography sometimes can be a bit iffy.
Yeah. Don't worry. 2 Israelis, UK guy, and C. Boros from Jordan.
Exactly. Thank you so
So he
much.
wasn't on his own. You were helping him.
No, but we wanted you to think that, but we're always a team.
Don't be jealous of our teamwork, Hugo.
You see how we
Maybe in a couple of years, you guys will get there.
We're the yin and the yang. That's what we do.
Hopefully.
We can
We're in
Harry's eyesight will improve and your mental faculties will improve.
I doubt that.
Jesus.
Me too.
C, you're locking it in?
Yes.
C.
You are
Boros.
correct. Of course, it has to be Boros since departing his
No,
roster
this
that we
is a
saw
big
making
one.
waves in Paris, which means the scores on the doors are, Connor.
6-3.
Oh no, what could we possibly
Such
do?
a lead. You know what?
It's over,
Nobody
right?
saw this coming.
Wait.
Nobody saw this
It's
coming.
over,
We have
right?
one question remaining.
Oh. We
and
cannot
I'm going to
lose.
say, winner takes it all.
No!
Question 10, of course, the
Then
classic.
still away
How
back
could
in
it
the
be?
blue shell, right at the end.
I am shocked.
Again.
Flabbergasted.
Concentration stations,
Yes.
gentlemen. This is the most important question you may ever answer in your career. Question number 10. This player is a part of a new generation coming from Chinese CS and performed well in Group C. Is it A, Starry? Is it B, Impression? Is it C, XIGN? Or is it D, Bentex?
Well, I'd like to first thank my family, my friends, my fans, my colleague, employee.
Yeah.
You've done well.
You've also
this
done a
season.
great job,
It's been
Hugo.
fantastic,
It's
Harry.
been good.
We took some trophies last season. We took some trophies this time, but I'm ready for another trophy. There's only one Chinese player in that list. So, frankly, you concur that it must be Starry.
Yes, 100%.
100%.
It's Starry, 100%. And I
100%.
believe it was winner takes all. So
And I did hear that it was winner takes all.
Yeah.
So,
So we're gonna
Freya,
say
we lock
Starry.
in DHL drop. Thank you, DHL. Starry A.
It is indeed correct.
Wow.
The comeback mechanic has come through, and the BBC once again win up here on this stage. Connor, if you could do the honors of delivering them their final golden cocks.
Harry Russell, one for you.
Thank
Hugo
you.
Byron,
Thank you,
one for you. Gentlemen, I'm sorry.
It's been a fair game. I respect the win.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
GG.
Fair as
Respect
hell.
on
The better team won.
We do
This
respect
was-
the game.
This was actually a really
We've got an ongoing,
high-end
we've got an
kind of
ongoing
game.
rivalry. We're 1-1. I
Classy
think
gentlemen, living up to your name.
they are very classy. Even
They
if
are
victories
super
or in the
classy.
losses.
To give them credit where credit is due, very classy.
I don't feel very
gentlemen.
classy. I feel very boisterous, very cocky even. But we'll get them again next season.
Yeah, how about a nice close-up of
Yeah.
these beauties? Look at
Wow. So beautiful. That's one for the
this.
mantelpiece.
And the trophies too.
Nice.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for competing. The fun games and competition are continuing though, because Jason, we've got some fun over on the 2v2 zone, right?
Yeah, what a crazy turn of events at the DHL drop. That's absolutely insane. We're going to be over here at the 2v2 station. We've got Chad and we've got Henry situated. We've seen them do some 2v2s on the same team, and what we've done now is mix them up. They're now against each other. They're hated enemies. Are you a little nervous for this one?
I don't hate Henry. What do you mean? I've got this. Yeah,
I know, you don't need a microphone.
I am excited because Henry and I, old rivals back in the day, never really played against each other in Source or CSGO, but now play with each other all the time.
Leaders of our nations, Chad.
Yes, that's true.
Of different hemispheres leading Counter-Strike nations.
Very true, very true. But we're not alone.
No, you're not alone. You've got a couple of teammates. I'm going to start over here. This is Glenn. Glenn, how you doing? Where are you from?
I'm doing good. I'm from Germany, all the way from Germany. Yeah.
Cool. Any fan of a specific team out there in the world?
Looks like 9Z.
9Z jersey. So, yeah, 9Z is my favorite team.
How did that happen coming from Germany?
I don't know. I just saw them like the first time they came to Europe and they upset Vitality. That's when they caught my eye, and I just, I don't know, I fell in love with the CS and the players.
So not a big fan?
A little bit.
Okay. All right.
A little bit. A little bit. We'll take that.
Yeah.
What kind of Counter-Strike experience do you have? Do you compete? Are you just here for fun? Are we? What are we expecting out of you in this 2v2?
Well, I do compete in Germany.
Nice.
I have a team with some friends, and we play. And yeah.
Well, Glenn's my teammate, so I like the sound of that, Jason. I like the sound of that.
That was good. Let's meet Henry's teammate. This is Monica.
Okay, yeah.
How are you doing? Where are you from?
I'm from Costa Rica.
Okay. You made the trip all the way from Costa Rica for this, or are you already here in Malta?
No, I live in Spain, so I traveled from Spain.
Okay. Very cool. All over the place. You are also wearing a Get Right jersey, so you're going to be participating in our show match.
Yeah, I am on Sunday.
You excited for that?
Yeah, I'm excited to get to meet Get Right too.
Oh, yep. He's a good dude. He's coming in tonight, actually, so he'll be around. Are you a fan of any specific team that we have here?
Yeah, Navi.
Navi, so they're still in the playoffs, so yeah. What about you? Do you have any competitive experience? What are we, you play for fun?
I mean, if my friends are competitive, then yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's good news for you, Henry. She's got a competitive streak.
Yo, we're going to take this one. We're going to be playing AIM map in CS2, Jason. It's going to be first to 13 frags.
The classic MR12.
A classic.
Jason, you want to show everybody what's on the line?
Absolutely.
Glenn and Monica should really see what they're playing for here.
Okay, well, can you talk through it? Because I'm going to have to set this microphone
I can
down.
talk through it. So now, throughout the course of the season, Glenn and Monica, we've had some painters. Henry's been one of the painters. This is Henry's rendition
Not my best work, I'll be honest.
Long Corner. So if you win, you could take Henry's painting. There's a few other options here. Option number 2, as you can see, this is, if you turn it, Jason, yeah, there we go, perfectly. This was done by Machine. It's an Eternal Fire logo and a Liquid logo freehand. And finally, the third painting of the mix, this one is by Roy. Back when Fnatic were winning, and he was quite happy. So if you win right now, Glenn, if we win, Henry, if you and Monica win, then you guys get to pick which painting you'd like to take home. So obviously some fantastic Counter-Strike artwork here. So that's what's on the line.
Yeah, well,
huge keepsakes.
All right. Get into it, Jason?
Yeah,
Are we ready to begin?
Start it up. Who's got the server control?
As everyone can give me a
Everyone
thumbs up,
happy?
everyone good to go?
Yep, give it a
Okay.
classic best of 3, I think, Henry. Like
best of 3?
Or not best of 3, like a live on 3. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, I was going to say, that changes the whole dynamic. But, let's get into it right now. It's going to be
Here we go.
As steady, good start for chat.
Yep, just a
Good start.
crispy one tap. I did bring my own peripherals, Henry.
I'm on the old school wired mouse, ESL mouse pad, and generic keyboard. So it's not going to be my best work.
Off gets Glenn. Let's go.
Distracted as well, Henry. You got to keep your eyes on the prize.
I'm just talking gibberish here while we're actually losing. Okay,
Monica's
that's a
got
rough
the
start.
Deagle
It's a rough
out.
start. It's a rough start.
Keen on the Deagle.
It's a rough start.
She's got the AK now, though, Chad. You're in trouble.
There it is.
Ooh.
All right.
The wolf is active. He's on the prowl. And he's down already. All right.
And he's gone down yet again.
Okay.
I'm going to spectate Glenn a little bit.
Rosita, though. Good
There
try.
he
Very
goes.
nice.
All right, all right, all right. My German, Glenn, I can't really communicate in it, but I'll give it a go.
Can you do like a left and right, so he knows what side?
Rechts und links. Ja, meine Deutsch ist wunderbar, Glenn.
All right, we're
Auf
looking.
geht's, Jungs.
Oh, spicy. He ties it up. She ties it up.
Das ist nicht gut.
Glenn down, just Chad to deal with. Should be an easy 1v1. Oh dear, he's pulled it off. 4-3 though, Jason. It's pretty much neck and neck, I would say.
We expected it to be neck and neck as well with these two teams that we've put together.
Especially the amount of hours Henry and I have battled against each other.
Over the years, over the decades.
That is crisp. I'll take that. Do you know, just to note, CS2 feeling a lot crispier. A lot,
Yeah, they've been tweaking a few things here and there, haven't they?
I am liking this.
It's got a nice feel to it. Henry opens things up. That's Glenn to go down. Just Chad to find his old nemesis.
Should be no problem here, Jason. No problem whatsoever.
Where are you, Hank?
All you got to do is deliver on the promise, Henry.
Oh, hold up a second.
Well, Chad's experiencing some technical difficulties
Henry,
in the
don't
live
kill
round.
me.
Okay.
Don't do it. Wait.
Tell me when you want. Tell me when you're done.
Wait.
Mercy, not a quality
wait,
I normally
couldn't
see
find
out
how
of
to
Henry.
open the case. I was trying to do a Harry. Shoot me now, Henry. It's all good. Oh, it's up top.
Ooh, close affair. Close affair. 6-4 still in the favor of Chad and Glenn.
Don't worry, Jason. I'm turning it on right now.
This is...
Oh, dear. Okay, I
hate
need to
to
stop.
see it.
Oh, you got to focus. Got to focus.
Pull it back in. Pull it back in. Nice
dear.
shot. Glenn, the spray, he's got one. Now it's just Henry G. Just a source player in front of you in victory.
Oh, dear. It's not going to be an easy fight, though. 7-5 at half.
I'm unlocking a case.
Hey, you better be quick. You have about 3 seconds to do so, Chad.
No, I got a stat track. Nothing any good. Oh.
And it's an instant kill. That's going to cost
Sorry,
the tournament.
Sorry, Glenn.
Oh, here
Chad's
we go.
low,
Tapping
Chad's
away.
low.
Tapping away.
Glenn's
Henry's
out.
got one. Chad's
I've got
low.
a
He's
goose.
ready to
We'll do
call.
it. Monica, take him down. Take him down.
That was a big...
Push him.
No. Henry, no.
There it is. The
nice.
Deagle. The humiliation at the end.
7-7.
Oh, it's a big kill on Chad as well. He's absolutely gutted, and Greer gives it away.
Oh, it's okay.
Glenn, the 2v1.
Absolutely thrown the round away. Chad dead again, though.
I'm getting
Nice,
smacked.
quick headshot from Henry, and he's still alive. Oh, trademark
Another
move
2v1.
up the ramp, but Glenn handles
Glenn's
business.
got back-to-back 2v1s. Got all the lineup, the spam at range, Henry G.
So bad.
Wow.
No, it's all right, Hank. It's all, give my AK a bit of respect.
It's time for the comeback, Henry. You can't have the most legendary comeback if you don't go down
Actually,
early.
we should have done me versus Maniac. Just the, Renegades versus Titan. Really roll back.
Run it back
Listen,
again.
I feel like we have plenty of fill segments. We can get that one booted up and ready to go.
That's true.
All
And
right.
Justin's here as well. Mats, you can call in...
Someone?
Someone? Yeah, someone can join him.
To get the whole band back together. Deagle's out.
Oh my God, my
reloading.
aim
All right, it's going to be...
You guys haven't touched her
My
yet.
aim is
She's
trash.
got 100 HP.
I'm out of ammo.
What is this round?
Get it.
Okay.
Aw,
All right, it's
Glenn.
map point, Jason. You said best of 3,
map
though, right?
point. I did say best of 3.
Well, come on now, Henry.
At one point, he did mention a best of 3.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I'm
know
saying.
what he mentioned, but I think what he... there it
Oh,
is.
there it is.
Good
It's
stuff,
all
Glenn.
over.
We did our best. We gave him a good 5.
Glenn.
All right,
now,
Glenn, you get to pick a first picture of your choosing.
What do you want, Glenn? What do you
Henry,
want to take home?
Roy, or Machine. You can get a closer look at him as well.
Some wonderful pieces of art.
If you'd like to talk me through what you're seeing in this, this is a little bit abstract.
I'm liking the Dust 2.
Ah,
I'm liking
you
the
do.
one.
And
A lot of
imagine.
action on this one.
Yeah, and look, you can see what's happened, can't you?
Yeah.
The T's come out. Was that a Deagle, Henry?
Yes, exactly.
Depicted a Deagle?
Yeah.
Look, I like this one.
I'll take this one. I like this.
Okay.
Okay.
An excellent choice.
yeah.
Exquisite taste.
People don't go home
say.
empty-handed around here. You just
And-
get second choice.
Second choice. But there's still a really good option in here. Machines, Little Liquid versus Eternal Fire.
Freehand, I'd like to add.
Freehand.
Or
That's
one of a kind.
That's
from
going to be a
Roy.
classic one day for sure.
It is actually signed.
Roy, I don't know if you experienced Roy's Twitter account, but he loves posting smiley faces, so you've got a classic there.
I think this one make it.
The machine one.
Wow.
Oh, love
Okay.
it. Talent
Machine and
artwork going
Henry.
through. That we love to see that.
Great stuff.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, and thanks for playing along, and we'll see you in the show match, and we'll head it over to Freya on the couch.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, beautiful stuff. It's beautiful artwork earned for the fans at home. I'm sure they're very happy to be taking that home.
I want to win the Roy one, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that
High
Jason's
value.
dead on. That might be like a museum piece at one point. We never know.
Yeah, that
Roy's
is
getting
a
up there.
piece of history.
Yeah,
It's
so
minimalism in his style,
It's
he's
his
got
style.
He's got a distinct style, and you want that. Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I do.
I think
actually,
we throw
can
it
I
out
play?
to the crowd like a frisbee. See what happens.
Sure. What could go wrong?
Hit somebody square in
Hit
the
somebody
face.
in the face.
Start an international incident potentially.
Yeah, we love incidents here
Sounds
at the ESL Pro.
great.
Might even end a few careers.
Anyway, should we talk about some memories? Speaking of which,
Sure.
But good memories.
More
actually.
good ones like
yeah,
adjacent
good
memories or just memories?
This is just memories
Okay,
from a
just
specific
regular
year.
old memories. Okay.
Regular old memories. We're going to be going into 2018. We've got Matthews up first, but I think Connor, you can take this one because it is, of course Zywoo joining Vitality.
Of course, it's this. It's the day the Maniac found a team to rally behind. No, in all honesty, I think Matthew is a very fair Vitality fan. He's critical when they play poorly.
Yeah.
He is happy when they play well, but he is absolutely dead on. I mean, remember the signing for I think whether it was his original signing or his re-signing, at one point we have Zywoo's face plastered on landmarks across Paris. It was it's a really big deal that the French scene's able to find not just a really good world-class player, but a prodigy of the game, a competitive best ever, right?
Yeah. You're so full of shit, Connor. Like, when have you ever seen a reasonable fan? How can you call Maniac a reasonable fan? Fans, by definition, are unreasonable.
They're over there, Yanko.
By no
Calm
means,
down.
Yanko. What do you mean? Fans,
You can't be like, oh, he's critical of them when they are bad.
Yeah.
He praises them when they're good. That's not a fan. That's an analyst.
He also is that as well.
You know, what
maybe he
are you
has
a
two
fan
faces.
Of? Surely you're a reasonable guy. Let's get to the
And he's
ball.
a fan
Am
of
I
G2.
reasonable?
Yeah.
Wow, really?
At times.
Really, am I reasonable when I watch G2 play? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Well,
you're going
I
to get to
think
bear
Matthew
witness
is.
to that in the green room very soon. Let's bring up Jason's moment. This is from E-League, from the E-League Major. Yeah, FaZe choking. Sorry,
It's not
Yanko.
Cloud9 winning, it's FaZe choke. That's the way
Yeah.
you frame it. FaZe clan choked
Not even
in
a real
Boston.
American.
Well, they did. Talking of Nico highlights, lowlights.
Kind of minimizes Cloud9's accomplishment with the title like that. But yeah, you know. Yeah, FaZe did choke in Boston.
It's true.
We all remember that.
Undisputable. Hugo, yours kind of goes in tandem with this, but looking at the brighter side of it, right?
Yeah, and one of my favorite. Ooh, hello, zoom in. I'd love the audio for this one as well. This is a classic. This is a classic.
Wait, no, reenact it.
Oh, reenact it. But look at the time. Look at the time. There's 7 seconds. They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more clay. Stewie's won the round. We're going to overtime. Classic.
That's
absolute
beautiful.
classic.
That was fun. Nailed it.
Thank you. I really
good
I know a few of these off
Very
by
good
heart.
rendition.
I've heard that one a couple of times in my career, and yeah, it was a great game, a very entertaining match, sick moment, and yeah, poor FaZe, but love that for
But
Stewie.
great for Cloud9.
Love that for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Great for NA.
I like that one.
Great for NA.
Yeah, they needed something.
I like the positive spin on that one. Yanko, what are you tossing into the ring?
For me, I think it was Magisk joining Astralis,
Yes.
right? Because it was the start of the Astralis era, really, that nobody saw coming at the time, right? There were a couple of names in play. Magisk before this was in that weird Optic lineup, international team with Freiburg and Alu and whatnot, and then he joins Astralis. They go over to DreamHack Marseille, win the tournament immediately, and I think that's where, you know, things started shaping up for them, and, you know, a team that has won 3 majors since back-to-back, all the good stuff. So yeah, I think definitely the catalyst for one of the greatest teams we had in Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Definitely, yeah.
Would they
Really
be the
starting a reign of
greatest?
dominance.
Would they be the greatest, do we think? I mean, surely, right? Closing out Go,
I think,
like,
yes.
Yeah.
is there any other argument for anyone? Like, no one lasted as long, no one won as consistently. Sure, there were, you know, runs at the start of Go. There was NIP, there was Fnatic. SK was a little shorter than Astralis as well. Is there any other argument, Yanko?
I mean, you made all the other arguments, and I feel like Astralis edges pretty much everyone out because the longevity is also a factor. I think some teams have had higher peaks perhaps, but they were really short, and you know, some of the early dominance, especially from NIP, you kind of take into account. You know, it took everyone a while to catch up, and once they did, that dominance was gone. And also, even then, they didn't win the first 2 majors, right?
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
2 finals, they ended up losing. So I think you have to give it to Astralis.
Definitely. I'm going with a similar vein with one of the majors that Astralis did win in that year. Of course, it's a London major. I've cast the net pretty wide for this one because, you know, personally, just being a little bit biased, this was the first ever major I worked. It's the time I got to do the winners interview with Magisk on the stage for him him hoisting his first ever major trophy. And most importantly,
Yes.
it's where the Zaiwu moment was born. First time I met Mathieu Hilbert. And yeah, I should have talked to him before I went on the stage because boy was he nervous and didn't realize he would have to talk during the show match. So props to him for even giving me a word during that.
This was also where we got the big cultural impact of Smooya.
True, that still lives to this day.
I heard rumors
every
that
night outside the hotel room. Oh my god, until
it was
4
every night.
a.m.
People would just be rallying out endless Smooya.
In Cologne this year, when I went, like I was out in the street, I could just hear Smooya. Like it's still going, still lives on to this day. Obviously in Cologne, similar to London, like pretty iconic. Big made that deep run with Smooya there as well. So got to keep that in mind.
What was the first major of 2018?
It was Boston.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cloud9. Because it was in January.
Yeah, no, it's so work, isn't it?
Champion.
Yeah, crazy times.
And also I tend to suppress that event.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought London was a vibe. It was I mean, I'm biased. I'm British, so I would think London crowd's one of the best crowd because, you know, we don't have a team to be rooting behind, so there's no bias there. They're just cheering for good Counter-Strike.
Also, the only major to ever feature an animal on the broadcast as a member of talent.
Wait,
I know I've been on the last few, yeah. So actually,
sure, all right.
That trend's kept up.
That's fair.
That chicken spent some time with us in the green room as well. I'm going to tell a story about this chicken. We did a little feature piece where, you know, the chicken followed and did everything that the talent do before they go into the games or the death segment. And the chicken was sat on the makeup table and took the biggest shit I've ever seen over all of the makeup. And the makeup artist was almost in tears. Yeah, chicken got put back in the cage after that. We thought maybe.
Like, why is the chicken in the green room? Is it a diva or something?
It was a lovely chicken. It was a trained chicken until then, and then
I can imagine whose brilliant idea this was.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I loved the chicken until that moment, and yeah, got put back in the cage. But great sport. We love that chicken.
Ended up in a soup.
Yeah, moving on. What's the next moment that we've got? Do we have any more moments? Chad isn't here, so let's roll it and judge him for it, I guess.
Yeah, what is Chad like?
Let's open Chad's
mic.
mic.
Chad's here. Hi, Chad.
Hi. This would have been the... What are we doing, 2018?
Yeah.
This has been the best of 5 Katowice Grand Final. One of the greatest Grand Finals probably of all time. This was casted by Henry and Matt. It was an arduous journey of a matchup. And then there was the Flusher Clutches, right? If I'm right?
Yeah, on train.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought FaZe might just disband and retire. Like the way in which they lost the Boston Grand Final a month ago, and then they go into this best of 5 and lose in the end after having a big lead on train. Is just such horrible losses to kick off the year.
Just want to quick shout out. I saw it in the background there, but hacks.gg pins. You know, you're a great. Not at this event, but in future events, we really enjoyed the hacks.gg. But I love this one. It was a great watch. It was one of these type of games that had it all. Lots of action, massive rounds, and yeah, another win for Fnatic.
And Golden. Kind of forgot about him.
Yeah, he's back to playing. I think. Yeah.
With who?
I don't know.
Alliance, or?
I think I remember Rachel TV. I saw an article. Golden back to playing.
So is Taco. So maybe they can meet up.
All the greats.
The Golden Taco. Sounds great. Henry's is up last. Harry, you haven't talked about anything, so maybe you can steal this. But what
Let's
have
see
Henry
what
got
it
to
is.
steal?
What have I been left with?
Oh.
Oh.
Me and Henry picking the same thing.
You and Henry are so in
Surely not.
Copy
I think
my
she's
homework.
looking
We'll
at like
change it a
the
little bit.
wrong box on the spreadsheet, and they just think Henry and Hugo are the same person. They go, wait,
Wouldn't
hang
it be
on.
the first, actually today, to even
Literally
think about
today.
that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But no, yeah, this.
Yeah, you want to talk about
we
it?
all
This is
know
great.
this one.
Anyway.
We've arguably even talked about it already, but this kind of was.
It's come up 3 times.
Yeah,
I think it's got to win.
I guess it has
I think
to
it
win.
kind of has to win for that reason alone.
Whatever
yeah.
lens you look at it
I mean,
through.
for a lot of people, this like is one of the best major finals ever. You know, especially if you end up on that other side of the globe, out in the Americas.
I think particularly if you're a North American, you're always going to remember it because it felt like we were never going to win. And it felt like it was impossible. And outside of the Team Liquid Intel Grand Slam and the Boston E-League Cloud9 win, there aren't really those, you know, huge moments where everybody from NACS remembers where they were, what they were doing, who they were with. Those are the two, you know. I still remember being on TeamSpeak on my knees in front of my desk in disbelief that I was watching an NA team win a major.
Yeah,
So, yeah, it wins. It gets my vote,
It
too.
has to win. Should we move on to 2019? We've got more moments to be living through. Who's his first, though? Let's see.
Just pull him up.
Roll the clip. It's Maniacs.
Of
Oh,
course.
Zywoo again.
Did he just do it every year?
I'm going to say,
like
from
2017 AAA, Wallux and Wallux add Zywoo to AAA.
But let's be real. There's stock here, okay? There has
There
never been, and arguably may never be, a better rookie breakout than Zywoo. Because Zywoo, from his introduction to Tier 1 Counter-Strike to this day, has what? Never dropped out of the top 2, top 3?
I think it's really cool as well because when you remember the time that right before Zywoo joined Vitality, he got offers from G2 who were playing pretty sick at the time. I think it was to play alongside Kenny S as well, or in replacement. I think it was alongside, and he didn't want to do it. He wanted to finish his schooling, and everyone said, "Oh," the first one was like, "Oh, cheater." The second one was like, "Oh, why does he want to finish school? He's so good." Finished school, got his whatever base level education, joins Vitality, is sick, and it kind of all worked out in the timeline it did. Like, what would have happened if he bailed out of school? Like, if that was me, I would have bailed. I would have taken the first big paycheck, and who knows how that would have gone.
That's what you did.
That is what I did. Actually, that's what I did. Damn it, you got me.
I just remember being an ESEA Mountain Dew League caster back in the day, right? And back then in MDL, there was a couple of good teams, but it wasn't the best players in the world, and that's all I was casting. That was the Counter-Strike that I was most intimately, kind of intertwined with. And I remember every time AAA would join the server, and this guy named Zywoo, some teenager, would be in the game, I remember watching and thinking to myself, I'm watching a cheater.
Really?
Like I would cast it in disbelief because the level between him and everybody else was so huge, and it just seemed impossible that this player could be that good with so little experience, etc. And then here we are a few years later, and he's literally ranked #1. So it's like when you just make other people look that bad, it felt unbelievable. But he is something special.
Gentlemen, I'm getting some breaking news. We have found Trace. I repeat, we have found Trace. But where is he? He's on a boat. What the? Okay, so he fell off the boat, and now he's found himself on another boat.
This is a different boat.
This is a different boat. This isn't the boat we were on.
It is different.
A nautical venture.
Oh God, he's coming back.
He looks pissed.
He's coming back with a vengeance, isn't he?
In what way, Freya?
Oh God.
He doesn't look mad.
Maybe both. Maybe both.
Okay, well,
I mean, I wasn't on the
doesn't-
boat, so he's not coming for me. He's coming for y'all. Good
Hopefully
luck.
he doesn't find this studio wherever he's ended up. He's been on a bit of a nautical adventure.
That was ominous.
That was scary.
Yeah.
That was threatening.
I'm freaked.
The fact that the camera never moved either, it just kind of watched him walk off. Like, I feel like we just watched someone escape, like, prison.
Yeah.
Like, why wasn't the camera reacting?
What did
Why
happen
did no
to
one try and
Trace on
flag
that
him down
boat?
and just say, like, hey, bro, you've been
don't
gone
talk
for a
about
week.
it.
Studio's
Don't ask
this way.
questions.
Yeah.
Don't talk about the boat.
Don't ask questions, Freya. Not about the boat.
Let's talk about memories, I guess. Oh, it's my memory. Great. 2019. Of course, we have to talk about Dupree and Astralis, obviously. But for Dupree, it was a huge moment for him. Winning Katowice, obviously, with the passing of his father, coming into the tournament and managing to lift the trophy in that super emotional winners interview gave on the stage. I think that was, a side of Dupree. You obviously never hope that you're going to be seeing of a player. But yeah, super emotional and just kind of cemented how damn good Astralis were at that period of time.
We see many moments of Counter-Strike throughout the last 10 years, but there's a handful of human moments that are then overlapping them. And I think that that's one of those beautiful ones that kind of intertwines in two, right? Personal adversity wrapped up with professional triumph. And so, very good choice, Freya.
Yeah, it was a very emotional moment. Yanko, your moment for 2019 was, if I just look at my list, Blast Copenhagen. That's what you chose.
Yeah, I think this was because we ended up winning this event. It was after, the really abysmal performance at the Star Ladder Major. We made some changes. I had a first event in New York with almost no practice, bombed out, but this was the first event we attended with actually, proper practice and everything. Ended up lifting the trophy in the Royal Arena. Great venue, great stage, great feeling as well. Obviously, winning a tournament. Although, to be perfectly honest, it was mostly relief that I felt at the time. It was okay, it's good, it's happening. So personally, I think, you know, for me, that was like the favorite moment. There's nothing like winning.
Yeah. Something that hits me every time we go to Royal Arena is like the family aspect of Counter-Strike in Denmark. Like the most amount of, you know, kids and parents I ever see in an event is there. It's crazy
parents,
how much of a culture
children,
it is.
women, that's really, I think, a uniquely Blast Copenhagen thing.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is a culture in Denmark. Whose have we got up next? Henry. He's not here, so Harry, want to do the honors?
I probably picked it anyway, but
oh,
yeah, go
probably.
ahead, Harry.
Astralis won their 4th major.
Yeah,
yes, indeed,
this
they
is
did.
where we actually, because I saw the other graphic for this one, and
the driver
had the
improved.
1 star in it. Yeah, the driver's gotten better. 4 out of 4 for this one. Yeah, you know, this was sick. I don't know. I've actually been kind of thinking a lot about the Astralis era and how lucky we all were to have kind of got to witness it. You know, like they very much pushed the limits of kind of what was capable in CS:GO. They uplifted the entire level of Counter-Strike, and they kind of set in motion the CS that we see like played today, and like the sort of intricacies that come with it. And yeah, you know, that was them getting their 4th major. So stellar work from Astralis. You don't need me to tell me. Sorry, you don't need me to tell you how good Astralis were. Like,
We've got 2 more moments.
Great.
Chad, if he's around, is Chad around? He is.
He's
Chad.
always around.
Hi.
He's never far.
2019. You picked Renegades making it to the semi-finals of the Starlight of Berlin major.
Hey.
Very good pick.
For Australia, kind of a big deal. The furthest Australians have... Let me get it over here. I was eating, sorry everybody. Yeah, look, for Aussies, kind of a huge thing. The fact that an Australian team made it to the semi-finals of a major is absolutely insane. Because it was back in 2014, so we're talking 5 years on, where we were able to actually, well, 2014, 2015, play at majors first of all, where we got nothing. We had no, you know, really nothing to our name.
Is that Cassard?
That is Cassard.
Yeah.
That's before the steroids, I think, he's accused of taking. But this is great. You got Jacob in here from Norway. You got Gratisfaction in there from New Zealand. But the core was Australian, and this was just a great moment for a place that is very, very far away from the rest of the world. Quite difficult for us to compete in Counter-Strike, even in our own country, because there's not that many players. The servers suck, and we can't play anybody else outside of that. So yeah, it was a big deal for Australia. That was a nice moment.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that.
Great stuff. I think Jason's is the final moment. Jason is
He's
not
hanging
here,
out.
so we can talk about his. Let's copy his homework.
Oh, you know what this
Good
is.
choice for Jason.
Beautiful play.
One of
Jason
the,
is here.
Hey, Jason, take my spot.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, this was, you know, the graffiti that never was, essentially, in my mind. And heartbreaking as a North American as well, but what a beautiful pistol round. What can you say about that one?
NACS is one thing I can say. Peeking a player who's not very close to the bomb in a 3v1. Great jump there on the train from Tarek. Just wanted to get in on the action instead of maybe playing it smart.
Guess we just can't have any fun here, can we?
And before we close out 2019, Freya, I want to say a heartfelt FU to the Krieg and Og meta. May it never come back.
Yeah, sure.
That just
Should we vote
made
for that?
so many bad teams
ramps.
sort of competitive.
Sorry, guys.
That it was horrible. It was horrible year for CS. Encapsulated in
I
Zyme
vote
winning
for an
number
FU
1.
to that, actually.
Yeah.
Screw all the work we put in.
There were 3.
Also delivered an Intel Grand Slam. So.
Ooh. There were 3 moments there, all from Berlin. So, you know,
Maybe Berlin wins.
pretty good major. In
Historic
general.
city.
Yeah. One of the cities of history, Yanko, correct?
It is
you are
indeed.
correct.
Pretty
and
old,
in Counter-Strike
I
as well.
Okay, so we're voting for Berlin, and in all its encompassing parts.
It was also like, I feel like Berlin became like more special in like posterity, because then we hit the online era, we hit like COVID, and then everything shut down, and we were all looking back at the last major being like, please.
We'd even do
And
that
also,
again.
and also, think about this for a moment. You know what Berlin gave us? You know what Berlin really gave birth to? Jame, right? That was a major final for Avantgarde, for Jame, and now here he is getting first round
and a
in
broken
EPL
trophy
playoffs.
as well, right at the end.
Oh,
Beautiful
yeah,
moment.
Give us the cool guitar players.
Okay, I've got some, I guess, good news, but maybe bad news for you
were faking
guys. We do have Trace live checking in with us. Trace,
Oh my
where
God.
the hell are you?
Look, I got off the boat, and honestly, I'm not entirely sure. No one really could tell me anything. I asked some people if CS2 was released. Turns out it is. But then I start walking around here, right? And I'm like, wow, it's beautiful out here at sunset. Luckily, I'm not alone. I got people over here. Found some other people to talk to. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
What's up?
Desk?
Don't slip on those rocks, dude. Those
this
are
is
slippery.
breaking. This is breaking. You ready for this?
Live.
No, Jason, I have actually.
He's not going to jump in the water.
I've looked into this a little bit before we did it. You guys see this boat right here? Does everyone see this boat right here behind us?
Is that what you were on?
Now, check this out. Yeah, it's a huge boat. It's a beautiful boat. Stay on the boat. Yep, stay on the boat. It's a beautiful boat. This boat was seen next to Gabe Newell's in Falmouth. It is in Trace from Space in a previous episode. So, it's from Cornwall. Does that mean that Gabe Newell came to Malta, allegedly, for the release of CS2? Now, I'm not saying he has, but maybe, right?
Well, if you climb on the boat, go look for him.
Yeah. What's happening
I don't
on the boat?
need stun on the streets. I need stun in the break and enter.
Yeah. Let me just get up in the boat, right? All right.
Yeah,
maybe I can do something like that.
We're watching.
So, all right. Well, I'll give it a shot.
Okay, see you later, Trace. Good luck.
Give us an update.
Have fun.
Oh, shout out Mr. West.
All
shout
right.
out Mr. Sarantas.
And Mr. Avi.
Mr. Avi
Yeah,
West.
couldn't have done it without them. I hope he's okay, though. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
I hope he does get on that boat.
He's dried off.
But
at
in one
least.
piece.
He's dried off.
Yeah, yeah. Are you ever going to tell us what happened on the boat?
I wasn't on the boat, but I've heard.
Harry was on the boat.
It was crazy. I thought Trace was gone. The fact that we're even seeing him right now is just a testament to how hard this guy is. Like,
You go out in those stormy seas and you never know what's going to happen.
It was wild, dude. The boat was doing barrel rolls, right? Like, you've never seen anything like it. There's loads of water on the boat, in the boat. And that's not where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be around the boat, not in the boat.
So it makes sense that Trace fell off.
It was Trace. I'm amazed he's still going.
There was a turning point where the rest of us, as people without sea legs, thought it was quite exciting, and then our humor of how big these wave waves started to get a little nervous, right? But then the professionals on the boat were still just having a normal experience. It's when the staff suddenly got quiet.
That changed
and then
the
once they
vibe
were
a lot.
quiet, then they got really
at
loud.
first you're
Then they were
laughing,
yelling
you're
at each other.
Whoa, that was a big one. And then you see like the captain like.
And then he's on his radio.
This isn't good, and it's like, oh, okay, like I am misreading the vibe a little bit,
It's like the airplane where the attendants freak out. They get nervous. You're like,
They're calling the Coast Guard.
And
there was no other boats out there whatsoever.
We were the only boat out on the sea, and that's also a bad sign.
Yeah.
I'll know that for the future.
Well,
Write
at
that
least
one
we
down.
have Trace back somewhere, somehow, in some form. I don't know whether he'll ever end up back here, but before we do indeed find out that, we got to go to a break.
Two angles and twists will remain supreme.
See, I've been wondering if you'll come over. Will you come over to me? Look at the state I'm in, and I am sober. I am sober. I'm addicted to that something. It always happens every time we touch. We made something out of nothing. And now I can't let go. You are all that I see. I've been looking for some synchronicity. And when it comes to you and me, no, we can't escape this electricity. Electricity. I'm looking at you now. And I feel the power from you. And I don't know how, but you got my mind racing, it's racing, oh. I'm addicted to that something. It always happens every time we touch. We made something out of nothing. And now I can't let go. You are all that I see. I've been
got me singing out every stroke. Every stroke's got me singing out every stroke.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League Season 18, and we are about 20 minutes away from getting G2 versus Mouse, our last quarterfinal starter. But before that, Jason, who can't use his mic, and Henry.
I have a microphone.
Oh, he does have a mic.
Oh, we've got microphones, Chad. Don't worry about that.
Microphones for days.
Now, look, everybody, we've been going down a bit of memory lane recently with the release of CS2, and right now we are in 1.6. We picked a bit of a classic map at the tippy top of most people's playtime in CS2. Well, Cisco would be Nuke, right?
Sure.
So we've jumped in some Nuke, and we can just, I don't know, run through a couple of the fun little features.
So, yeah, most of the drastic changes, this map probably looks vastly different, right?
Dude, it looks ugly as hell. This is the reason I played Source. When I got into this map, I was like, you have to bear in mind, this was one of the first ever maps released for Counter-Strike. There was no esports in mind. It was just a cool map. It's got a lot of useless features on the 1.6 version. You got no secret as well. It's back steps, we used to call it over. And you've got my screen. So secret, where you'd imagine to be over there. You've got back steps. So we'll just take you down to the lower bomb site.
Oh, hell yeah, baby. Give us the tour.
This is where things get super weird. So
now, there's no clip either, everybody. That's why we have to run everywhere.
So this isn't actually the bomb site down here. I don't even know what you'd call this room. It wasn't really
This
part
room
of
didn't even get
play.
used enough to have a name.
No, exactly. So you got a whole room here. Looks like the lower bomb site. No, psych, it's not.
But look at so these were crazy. Like spamming through these, it did like no damage. Like this.
Yeah, these big glass doors, you can nade through them and do damage.
And on pistol rounds, you could have strategies of putting a deagle or two behind them because USPs and Glocks had no chance.
Let's continue with this. They're my POV, so we'll go through to the actual bomb site.
I'll meet you there, Henry.
Yeah, Chad, if you look at his POV, he's in the vents.
I've turned my flashlight on.
You've got the you had a flashlight and night vision in 1.6.
Yeah, my night vision. Whoa, my night vision's on.
You don't have the double doors. You've got big electrical doors. This is the lower bomb, so it looks a bit more familiar now. This is like what we're used to.
Yeah, that's dark over
Window
there.
room over here. We've got dark. Apart from that, it's pretty empty. There's not really much going on here. Desolate bomb site has got the bomb site itself, the box at the back, a nice little missile, though. I do like the missile at the top.
Jason.
Chad, could you show off your clutch trick?
Yes, I could. Okay, so I would use this on the T side. Now, Jason's going to go as a T. Now, if you look at Jason's POV, I would plant the bomb where Jason's going to plant it now, and then I'd rotate down the vent. And when the CT would come to defuse the bomb, I'd hear it, and I would be able to do this.
Also, Chad, you could defuse the
24. You
almost got him.
You could defuse the bomb with a 3-man stack and lower as well. If you go on the box here, you can stack 3 players up and defuse through the floor.
Pubmaster's classic.
Which was apparently legal at some tournaments.
Now, while we're in spawn...
Remember to buy your ammo.
Yes, if we're in spawn, it's a good point. You would use comma and full stop to buy your ammo. So, comma would
I've still got the muscle memory to buy everything by the number.
Right?
Yeah, it still feels good.
And then the other feature was, instead of just using like B, right, I would use O. So you'd use O, which would open up your equipment menu. So I could just go O2 for Kevlar head armor, O3 for flash, O4 for HE, O5, right? And then
kit.
Right? So you just bounce through all those. Buying was a little bit easier back in the day. What else we got going on here?
Here's a nice one, nice and quick. If you ever hear somebody on this map call something unbreakable, you can tell they're old school because this big box right here... Wait, does it not do it anymore?
No, it used to be breakable.
It used to be breakable.
And then it became unbreakable.
And then it became unbreakable.
Precisely.
Okay.
So
they even changed it in 1.6. Yeah, I hate to see that.
That's why this little box that is here in CSGO and CS2, like we call that unbreakable, this single one right here. What else we got? This fun stuff.
So you got catwalk as well. That's on the map, so you can actually go and peek outside from the roof.
It was very strong.
Yeah, and
you could jump on a T roof from there as well.
You could, yeah. So you could actually go around and boost on towards T-Rock, or Red Rock, we used to call it back in the day. You could boost on here and get a CT up there if you wanted to.
Red Rock jump is very hard.
Yeah, I've done it twice so far in this hour warm-up we've been doing, but yeah, it's one of the hardest jumps in the whole game. Like trying to jump up there like you would on Silo. I thought you just made it that first time. That would have been wild.
You gotta get the air strafe.
It takes like a perfect jump with like 3 different variations of the air strafe. You need to go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and you could just about make it. If I do it first time here.
Guys,
yeah?
Can I ask you to show one? Can you show how did you call it? Like the Russian jumping?
Yeah. Crouch bobbing. So
yeah,
we can,
that because people used to move like that all the time. And as an ex-hopper, that's very annoying. People used to do this. That's how they would move.
Everywhere, like this. If you look at Jason's...
Because it skips a footstep,
don't do it with the
exactly.
scroll. Just
you can move a little bit faster and not make so much noise, but you do that with binding crouch to mouse wheel and then crouching in between it as well, and you can kind of keep the rhythm going and have a really awkward movement for your opposition.
Yeah, we banned this, I think. Like, I think it got bound on M-wheel, right? So you had to do it. You had to do it with control, which was fine. Like, you could still do it. And you could even make it so you get the slide going, right? Like, if you look at me, you can get this, like, kind of, like, real grimy slide out of it.
If you're, maximum velocity, then you can get a real nice slide.
I like looking at the smokes from 1.6 because as you can see, the smoke is not exactly like
not very effective, is it?
Hi, Jason.
You kind of need 2 smokes to make the smoke works the way they do in CS:GO.
Like this. I legit tried to right-click throw it just then. I just tried to underarm the smoke. But yeah, you needed 2. You'd have to layer that in a lot of positions, like when you were crossing long, for example. What else could you get up to in this nuke? You can go, it was all the wall bangs.
Spam spots.
Yeah, on the T side, they go on the roof.
Yeah, T side, they could spam heaven. You could spam where I am at the CT vent right now. That was an easy one.
Get in here between the rafters. This was another little kind of grimy spot that you could go. You get in between these rafters on either side.
Super nerdy.
This was fun.
I'm there now. Oh, you're on the roof? Side. Yeah.
All right, I'm coming back around. Coming to heaven. We've probably got about a minute left before we need to go to break, but I'm coming over, Henry.
Oh, I'm in the rafters. You were just in the opposite side. And this was one of the strongest spots in the upper bomb side, like you said, but I'm above the hut.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. What else we got? I don't know if the bug flash still works. Jason, can you come to ramp?
I can indeed.
So we talk about this all the time, everybody. It's about like a bug flash that used to happen at ramp. And as you can see, this box is kind of elevated off of the ground. And the way it used to work was something you do because the way nades worked in 1.6, you could throw it through the tightest of gaps, right? So a gap that doesn't look like you should be able to throw it through, you used to be able to lob it through. So what would happen on the ramp rush is a flash would, I screwed the pooch there, would land under the box. And what would happen, you didn't want this to happen because it was bad, it would bug flash the entire ramp room. So you need to like kind of slide it under the box.
I think they patched that.
Oh, that as well?
I think they did.
There's one on Dust 2 B tunnels as well, right? Outside the B bomb side itself. You throw it in between the boxes, it blinds the entirety of upper B.
Now,
Train had it as well.
Now, I know that there's a bunch of boomers we're enjoying looking at the olden days, but we got to get forward to a couple of zoomers to hear what's going to go down with this match between G2 and Mouse. We got an interview with Nico standing by.
I have Nico with me ahead of their game versus Mouse, and the first question I want to ask is, you were a little bit under the weather. Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I feel a bit better. Still a bit runny nose and everything, but I feel better, and I'm excited to play one of the last CS:GO playoffs as well. So even if I was sick, I think I would be excited for this playoff. So yeah, I just can't wait to get it started.
Yeah, whatever happens, this is the last moment. In fact, it's a bit of a unique moment in the history of our game, right? We are at the end of CS:GO and CS2 is around the corner. How do you make sure as a team that your eyes is on the prize and you focus on what's happening today and you don't lose yourself in the future, which is, of course, very exciting?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we are focused on the trophy yet or anything. I think we still haven't really talked about how we're gonna like approach the game that we do like right before we start. But I think we just need to take a moment and enjoy, honestly, like every round, every single moment that we could experience here. It's gonna be one of the last in CS:GO. So yeah, I think we are all just very happy to be a part of this event as well, which is, since it's being last one. So yeah, we are all just excited and a bit emotional at the same time.
Yeah, I can imagine. And in fact, I am a little bit curious. How is that discussed within the team? You are at the end of this period. There is an incredible moment that's happening with CS2. What are the words that you guys are exchanging between yourself? How are you living this from the inside?
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of uncertainty. Like once CS2 came out, we didn't really know like if the playoffs are going to be played on CS2 or if it's going to be CS:GO. After this event, we don't know. I mean, Blast should be on, like, I don't know, for some reason it's going to be on CS:GO, which we don't agree at all. But yeah, I mean, we have set our goals that we want to perform on the Pro League and Sydney. That's the 2 most important events for us for the rest of the season. So whatever is happening outside of the server is not going to affect our goals, I would say. Maybe for Sydney we won't be as ready as we would have hoped for, but yeah, it's just... maybe we should have another talk after this event and see where we stand and what we should focus on and so on. So yeah, for now, just focus one game at a time here at the playoffs and see where it takes us.
Right, then back focus on the game. Mouse are on an incredible streak. It's about 10 maps in a row. Is that part of the preparation? Do you guys expect a bit more in-your-face Counter-Strike? Do you think they're going to use that confidence to go up against you?
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely confident. I personally would have hoped to play FaZe because I think we would have a bit easier time. Because playing Mouse, like, it's always kind of weird because you don't really know, like, with what they're going to come at you. Like, they can play really good, but then sometimes they're just going to, like, heavily underperform. So it's a bit tricky. But, yeah, for this particular event, they are on point and they're playing really good individually as well. So we just have to match them with the firepower.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time. I'll let you get ready.
Okay, that is very interesting to hear from Nico. Learning to expect the unexpected coming up against Mouse. And I feel like when we're looking at Mouse's run throughout the EPL playoffs, I think it's fair to say some teams have definitely underestimated their ability so far.
I think they caught FaZe maybe slipping a little bit, and I think that what's going on back there?
Justin and I were just talking about the 1.6 days, which is where he grew up. He was enjoying watching that, that's all. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
I was just saying hi.
I got you on day one.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, that's true.
I think that you say maybe they underestimated them. It's understandable because what Nico just said is super fair. Sometimes Mouse themselves just come in and completely crumble. They underperform, they don't shoot hard, and this is just not one of those events. This is one of those events where Mouse have been given 3 seemingly difficult opponents, or opponents other teams wouldn't have wanted if you look at the rest of the playoff group, and so far, so good. So far, very good.
I still don't know what to make of Mouse. Like, I still think it's very early for someone like Jimmy, right? Like, I think he's mechanically very sound. I like watching him play. He hits some good shots, and he's always very steady with his aim. I think that's a positive. But Shuey as well.
Just getting a quick nap in.
Oh, Jesus, I thought I said something funny there. I was like, I didn't mean to be. I'm glad that you guys are giggling. But they're meditating. But this is what Fury used to do back in the day, right? A little bit of meditation before we get into the game.
Really, you want to do whatever Furia is doing
not the recent Furia, but maybe Furia.
We used to see Alexi B doing that. Remember when he was in G2 on the?
Do you want to try a bit of meditation now?
Yeah, that went real fast for him. You can say he slept through his time in G2.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, you ever take time out of your day to just
meditate?
Close your eyes and breathe and be present?
No, that's way too scary.
Relax a little, maybe, or
I'm relaxed all the time.
Yeah. You relaxed coming into this game?
Yeah, why wouldn't they be? I'm an analyst. I have no stopping. I'm not, in one of these 2 teams.
It's true.
I think that, like, G2 come in here, like, I'm not going to give it a 90-10 like I just did with the Movistar situation. No. I'd probably go something a bit more like a 65-35. I think with Shuey, like I was mentioning, I think he's still quite fresh as an in-game leader comes. This is the beacon of hope, the whole Mounds NXT thing. But I think for him, if early his calls are working, then I think he can flow with it, right? I don't think they're going to be as good as being able to adjust in the mid-rounds and whatnot as a team like G2 with all the experience. So for Shuey, the man on your screen right here, I think it's an awful lot of weight on his shoulders as a young in-game leader, but he has some good individuals to help him out.
Yes, yeah, that's very key. He's got a lot of really good tools in his arsenal.
I think exertion's great.
We got to talk about Frozen in our F4 Same High because, he's been looking super hot this tournament, and we look at him as, Connor, you're saying top 5 rifler in the world this year.
What I'm saying is that by the end of 2023, assuming that Frozen can continue with the trend of performances that he puts up versus the best opposition when they get the few chances they've had to play against those top-tier teams, he has the possibility of being a top 5 rifler in the world this year. I'm not saying it's been solidified. I'm not saying that's the case right now, but I'm saying that on a run like this with Pro League, right? If you put Frozen in front of the best opposition that Maus face, he is not the one who crumbles. If suddenly Exertion has a bad map, if Torzi disappears like we've seen it time to time, Torzi's lowists have coincided with Maus's losses. Frozen's best coincides with their #1 results. Frozen is the key to me to taking down the better teams because yes, Shuey is a young guy. If his calls aren't going well or if a certain player isn't hitting their shots out of the gate, they usually get bogged down by that. Frozen's the opposite. A rough game doesn't mean a rough map from him. He's the guy that can bounce back because he is the one that punches upwards for this roster. So if they go ahead, dispatch a Furia where they get like 6 rounds each map, they smack away FaZe, another team that should have pushed them and didn't. This is the game that Maus have worked up to. This will be the game that defines Maus's run at Pro League Season 18.
Well, should we check in with the young gun? Because we got a Frozen on the mic, courtesy of Machu.
Joined by Frozen ahead of their playoff game. First of all, Maus red hot at the moment. Incredible streak, 10 maps in a row. How's the energy in the team ahead of this game?
I think the energy is great. I think the atmosphere has just been, there's a lot of fun, I think you can see it on the cameras. We're just enjoying ourselves. It's probably it's last CSGO tournament, so we're just trying to make the best out of it and enjoy ourselves.
Awesome. Now, G2 is kind of part of the Holy Trinity and Vitality G2, the 3 teams at the very top. Do you expect a harder resistance, and is that something that was part of the preparation mentally to get into this game?
I think again, like yesterday or like against FaZe, I think it's just another match, to be honest. No special preparation. I think we're just gonna come, try to play our game, and probably they're gonna put better fight than FaZe did, and I'm expecting it's gonna be a much close match. But I'm just looking forward, honestly.
Right. You guys obviously have played a whole lot of games. You're coming in hot, as we mentioned. Is that an advantage for you? Is that something that you plan on using with a faster pace, in-your-face Counter-Strike?
I mean, could be, right? I think it could have happened with FaZe as well, that we already played one match and, we were just more used to the surroundings. So might be the case today. I mean, we will see, honestly,
Right now, specifically about yourself, your name is mentioned as one of the best rifles in the world, and I think the conversation sometimes is about playoffs and elite teams, and that's exactly where we are right now. You're facing G2 in a playoff game. What's on your mind?
Just looking forward. I don't even remember last time I played G2 on LAN. I think it was Dusseldorf, like EPL, maybe 1-2 years ago, and yeah, we didn't play them in a long time, so just looking forward as well. Like, I think it's good to play like these high caliber teams always, not always the same ones.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. I wish you good luck in this game.
We also got to see the Vito rolling in. Any thoughts, Janko, on that?
I think it's interesting. We discussed it briefly post the Ends game about G2 maybe picking Ancient over Inferno, right, or even Nuke, if you consider that a potential option for them. And we see it happen here against Mouse. Their Ancient has looked really strong ever since the player break Inferno, even here at Pro League, a couple of losses, a couple of good wins as well. So yeah, maybe just also trying to throw a curveball Mouse's way.
I think like the two maps also allow them to be a bit more brawly, right? Mirage and Ancient means you can, be playing around the smokes in middle on Ancient. Mirage, we can have a lot of mid control going on. But like, with the Frozen conversation, for a player like that, if you're playing on the extremities on the T side, if you're not being called, if your teammates are not, getting a trade or two and buying space, it's very difficult for him to come in as a closer, because a lot of the time, I'm not calling him a beta, but a lot of the time, like, he's playing the extremity where he comes in late to close out rounds. So if Shui can't call them into a position and they're just getting absolutely domed by a Monacy AWP or a Nico one-tap, then Frozen's going to have to clutch out like 1v3s, and that's not going to be easy against a team the caliber of G2.
And also, Mouse hasn't really played from behind in the playoffs.
That's
I mean, they had such dominant starts, so they weren't really that tested in any of the games. Now, here you come to the quarterfinal, right? G2 awaits, which they haven't played in a while. If they do get off to a bad start, do they still have what it takes to come back and make it competitive?
Where are you standing on G2 at the moment, Connor? What are your thoughts on them, considering this is their, playoffs debut? Yeah. They managed to make it all the way to the quarterfinals.
I mean, I expect from G2 what Ents delivered to us earlier today. This isn't a team that I think is going to struggle in the playoffs here. This is a team I think that has eyes on the prize. We're talking about the Katowice and Cologne champions of 2023. Yes, there are a couple of misses here and there throughout the year, but they're not a team that kind of just falters off. I think that they're very much focused. I think that they look really sharp. I think Hooksy's brought up the floor in this event thus far. Oddly enough, it was Nico who kind of started Pro League this season. He even tweeted like, yo, where's my aim? He tapered off a little bit, and that was fine. It was fine because JKS, I think, notably came into this event with a bit of a vengeance. His Gamers 8 performance was really rough, and to see him do that back-to-back felt unfathomable, and sure enough, Justin Savage has picked up the slack.
Did you get him on the DMs, Chad?
No, I haven't. He's been asking to play a lot, and I've just been like, no, I'm too busy doing Pro League. We haven't really had the time to sit down and play many games with him here. But I'll be honest, this could happen like a Vitality result. There is an opportunity for G2 just to have a couple of individuals who start really slow. We haven't seen them in a couple of weeks here. They could start really slow. Mouse have already played multiple rounds of the playoffs, and the same thing as a Vitality series could happen. You need to make sure that, you need to make sure. We'll be able to tell in the early stages if players' aim is looking shaky, if they're not finding any impact, and then we'll be able to see if Mouse really have a shot here.
I want to see one thing here, and that's mostly because he's so fun to watch, and for his development as a player, Monacy, right? I want to see him, even if he gets off to a bad start and doesn't find kills, to still go for some of the aggressive plays that he's known for. I think we saw it a little bit in the Complexity series when it came to Inferno. He was more timid, right? Because the series didn't start off that great for him. And he, part of the growth is realizing no matter the outcome, you need to go for your plays. So, yeah, and we had nerds tell us if Nico and Monacy are feeling it, no one can beat this team.
Yeah, it's over. Well, let's see if Mouse have what it takes to withstand the wrath of G2, but not before a quick break. When we're back, final quarterfinal here at EPL Season 18.
For both sides, Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Want to
remain supreme.
He always had a skill. He always was really amazing with all rifles and especially with dope.
He's a very smart player and a very aggressive player if you just let him play his comfort zone.
It was amazing, his comms and his aim and everything.
I think we've been working a lot, just focusing on ourselves, making sure that we are coming prepared.
We are really good individually, really confident, and that's the biggest issue for other teams.
I wouldn't say I look at it what's dangerous in G2. What I would just say what's dangerous for us, and that would be coming into the game unprepared.
Mouse is a great team. I think they need some experience playing in front of the crowd.
We are able to deal with the pressure, the nerves that are shown on the stage. We have fresh ideas.
Frozen especially is doing really good lately.
We're working every day on ourselves outside of the game, inside the game.
One of the youngest IGLs, and he showed that he's capable of big things.
All of this is just a progress for us and just a journey.
Quite a quest in these quarterfinals for Mouse as they try and rat their way to a top 4 placing in the ESL Pro League, but they've got to get through the Titans of G2 in fantastic form, both championship events this year and looking to round out CSGO with a bang. Safe to say G2 may even be the favorites for the finale, but Mouse have impressed, they've shocked, and they've surprised every step of the way.
Yeah, I think it's really the step up from Jimpad in this series where you're kind of like, okay, this team can compete. And now when you look at that kind of board that we had before the playoffs started of Vitality, of G2, you put ENCE up there as well. All of a sudden, Mouse creeps into that conversation where you're like, wow, actually, the way this team looks, like eye test-wise, they can compete with the big three.
Yeah, I mean, they already have a series of great wins to their name, right? Wins over Furia, 2-0 there. Very dominant for Mouse. That win over FaZe the other day, that's what got them into this quarterfinal. And now it's G2, the greatest challenge yet. Playing for their first time in these playoffs, in the quarters. Left to join the 3 semi-finalists waiting in the wings in Monty, Na'Vi, and ENCE. Mouse are going to start this off on the T side of Mirage, and already they're grouping for this A-hit. G2 lie in wait with 2 players under the Palace.
One of them with the dualies, that's JKS. And one watching for the Palace walkout from Ticket. This first engagement is everything, and there they've spotted the stack.
Yeah, JKS firing every bullet he can, and finding every kill in the sight. 2 from the Julies, Shui late lurk, and he's got nothing to do here. Hunter's even dropped down under, so getting past this player should be a death sentence. He'll take his time and squeeze every second out of this round, but I don't think he clears this position.
There's no reason for Hunter to move. He can just hold the off angle and just wait, right? Like, he doesn't have to actually do anything. But
what?
No, surely not. Nah. Surely that's not how the 1v3 gets opened up. Shui, 2 kills to his name. JKS and Nico not moving a muscle, waiting for contact to be made. Shui knows they're nearby, but he's got to try and locate them. They swing him together. A great call out of G2. They count down. And in the silence, they'll swing it wide, locking in that pistol. Great start from Justin freaking Savage. 3 kills from his dualies.
Yeah, that's impressive. He had a good group stage for G2 as well. That's also the perfect defensive setup for that attack from Mouse. That's just like a blind win for G2 just based on the setup. How are you ever going to break through this one? 2 underneath. Dualies doing some work. And G2 close it out. Get a quick tech pause right after the pistol to fix any issues that may have cropped up.
Dude, I love watching Frozen's reactions, man. I think he really does bring a lot to the team. Not just, we call him the young veteran because he is young, while simultaneously being a veteran.
Yeah.
Insane how that pans out, right? Yeah. But dude, no, like he brings with him experience. But I think something that's sometimes overlooked with Frozen is he just brings a great attitude outside of the server. Yes. Even when you get him on, when we've had him on the casts, when you've had him in interviews after wins, he always brings a very good attitude, a very good atmosphere to a team. And even there, and around they lose, he's just bantering with it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even when you see him in interviews, right? Like, even when he's like the one with Maniac and then there were any of the post-game interviews, he seems to have like a pretty good head on his shoulders. As you said, like a young veteran, but like it seems that experience has gone a long way very early on. 1-0. Well, now you have to explain it. Now you have to explain
No, you don't. No, you don't.
1-0.
1-0.
Oh, no. Oh, this is fine. This is good.
Okay, now you might have to. Now you might have to. Have fun, boys.
Oh.
Yeah, good luck. Have fun. All of the appropriate words. Crowd's getting a bit rowdy.
Yeah, they've been banging plastic together all day.
Having a good time.
They showed up last season.
The Malta crowd
well.
always delivers. That's what I'm learning. There's a lot of CS fans in Malta.
It's the charm of like a crowd of this size that it feels really intimate and close, and it's really easy to get them hyped up.
And really loud. Like,
Yeah.
you know, that's just that's a good thing to have on your side is the loudness. And look at this. Everyone's come out in full swing to witness this G2 Mouse game, Jason.
Hell yeah. I mean, this is the most intriguing, I feel, of the quarterfinal matchups that we have with the way Miles has been playing. Super interesting. And when you look at the route that they took, you mentioned FaZe. Before that was Furia, and let's be honest, that match like never even felt like a match. That wasn't even close at any point. They pretty much rolled through FaZe with relative ease. This might be the first team in the playoffs that can actually give them a challenge of some kind that can provide some resistance. So going to be interesting to see if G2 can do that, and interesting to see if Malz can actually respond to it and step up to the plate.
Yeah, I think either way we get, like, I'm pretty happy no matter what happens. Either we have this like glory run for Malz, it's awesome. They knock out, two titans of the game, and they do it in impeccable form with a young player who looks extremely comfortable. Or we have G2 reassuring us that they can keep up this form in the championship level events in these arenas that they've already done in Cologne and Katowice. But here in the final CS:GO LAN, it's been overplayed. It's been said before, but now that we actually know it's a fact, I feel like this one is going to go down in history.
There's something a little bit special to it now that it's actually here.
We know it to be true. And G2 want to grab it by the horns here. So round 2 coming through. Mal's on a full eco. And G2 holding off on this B-bomb site. Hooksy's going to have to use his util wisely. But the jump spots give him early info.
Flash in the top mid. And Hooksy jump spotting. Nico, quick flick to find Exertion. And so with top mid dealt with, Mouse should just die here.
Bang. Yeah.
Sometimes that's for the best.
Yeah, nice and quick. Get it over with.
Oh, God.
Nico will.
He's going to farm some cash, isn't he?
Nico's putting like a hard limit on just how long this round can be.
And he doesn't get a kill because they've all been cleaned up in the B apartment.
Well, his teammates saw him coming in. He called it out, so they smoked him off. They were like, no, those are our ego kills. We want those.
It's a good team right there.
Yeah, we want the stat pad.
Get it while you can. Get it while it's hot. And hot off the presses comes a Mal's buy round.
Yeah, AK-47's picked up good amount of utility as well. 2-0 for G2, but first opportunity for Malz to really get swinging in this matchup, in this quarterfinal matchup. ENCE awaits the winner of this series after a comfortable win over Movistar Riders earlier today.
Ouch.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE looked super comfortable there, so that's going to be a banger whatever way it ends up.
No!
Nico, crazy way to start this round. As he's flashed into ramp, he gets out with 2 on the MP9.
I think there's a second player, Anti, who's meant to swing and trade that. The swing comes a little late, it feels like. Maybe he just got caught by the flash, but yeah, Nico should not be getting more than 1 in that position.
Especially with the MP9, that transfer. Mine doesn't work like that.
I think if he has an M4, he probably doesn't get 2, to be honest. It's the close range chunking. Oh. Oh, he goes for the spam. Not his first time. He shot too soon, but he will take 1 kill. The impacts in the site gone after 1, and they know another man is deep in the jungle.
Oh, God.
Hooksy's even got the
Hooksy
bomb.
has the bomb.
Oh. Well, dead in the water now.
Yeah, this round should be over on that alone. Frozen, can you make it interesting for us, my guy? 1 player in the site to deal with JKS dead down under. There's a world where Frozen could make this interesting yet.
Do they clear this?
Very low HP on Nico. He is dead in one bullet. But Hooksy dealing with Frozen, leaving it all on exertion in this 1v3, gets the info about Nico in the site, but it's Hunter from the spawn that's the nasty surprise. That third man comes in for G2 and keeps the scoreline flawless at 3-0.
Great communication from G2, trading peaks, not overplaying their hand. Even that nade looked dead on. Xerxen just avoids it. A very heads-up player we know him to be. I mean, Maus are the youngest roster in the playoffs of Pro League, maybe even the youngest team in the top 20. I mean,
ever. The youngest team ever.
The youngest team ever.
It's funny, they have like kind of like the same vibe about Frozen being like, because they are so young and they did come into this as an academy team, but they kind of burst in and were making playoffs pretty quick, right? So they have a shocking amount of experience for how young some of the players are. 2 free upgrades in that round for G2. Hooksy and Nico both upgrading to AK-47s from SMGs. So money and economy firmly in control of G2.
m0NESY's even got the AWP on the B-bomb side as well. That's a blinder of a P250 double dink. m0NESY goes through the smoke. He's hungry for more, and he will take him. Trade onto a Yimpat. It's 4-0 for G2. They're in control. They're looking confident, and I'm getting scared, Jason.
Yeah, this is looking clean, and it's looking solid. And I think what's even somewhat frightening on the map, too, is they're proactive. The flashbang into A ramp, all the flanks, all the pushes towards the top mid that they've done. G2 in these first 4 rounds have been, I mean, impressive for being so early in the half. And now you got m0NESY with the op, so fireworks sure to fly.
Dude, the thing that's even wilder is just that, like, m0NESY came through having had a very good group stage. If you remember, it was actually like Nico who actually had a couple of like quiet games. So instead, it was other people like stepping into the limelight for G2. And it feels like m0NESY's just keeping up appearances here as we've gotten into the playoffs. For other teams who have kind of had to start the playoff journey a little bit later on, it's actually looked somewhat beneficial to be kind of hot off the streak, right? Like coming out of Group D, having played recently, that's often been where teams have found success. G2 have had a little bit of a lull in the action, and they've come back here with m0NESY in great form still. So, Maus, no freebies in this series, and another kill on the opener from m0NESY's AWP. Nico will even do a lot of damage in mid, and Hunter will be there to capitalize, keeping the advantage in G2's favor. Look at how m0NESY just played the smoke fade. Like, I know there's not been a fight here, and I don't look like I'm commenting on anything super cool, but he just stood in the center of the mid window waiting for the smoke fade. That's the kind of confidence this guy's operating on right now.
Yeah.
And he knew that he had Shuey trapped in, so he's going to collect that kill. Jimmy, 1v4, down to the 1-on-3.
Gonna roll him back to ramp, but they have the bomb. Yeah, Hunter even got a smoke spam. He did it off of audio. That's after I think Nico got team flashed out under. Worth keeping in mind. But G2 still in a 3-on-1 to close this round. Jimmy doesn't see him over the top. And Hunter has the advantage here unless Jimmy's crosshair placement is perfect. And it is.
Yeah, it's pretty solid to read that kind of a play. Hunter just crouched down. And I mean, with this much aggression from G2, protecting the bomb and having information.
I'm nervous because this is Hooksy
Another 1v1.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need to give this over. He's stalling it out, but he will reset. And that's the right call here. Play with your teammate. You don't want to give all the room in the world away, but 20 seconds. Jimmy's got to be quick to pick a bomb site.
Where do you go, though? You have 2 ops. So Catwalk is covered. m0NESY is shifted over, which now Hooksy's got to shift to Con. Okay, there's a world in which this works, and if he can cross this smoke, that's everything. There's the jump, and now we know Spam is going to miss the mark.
Oh, second one don't. Jimmy is hurt, low on health, and with m0NESY moving in through CT, Impact has found the cross. He has made it all the way over. G2 don't know where he's gotten to here. They can try work it out. But Yimpat has a chance. Hooksy tries to clear this. That's nearly the lineup. m0NESY has to win it in the 1v1, but he will keep his cool. And with 3 kills in the round, successfully puts a stop to Yimpat, who was embarking on that 1v4 as though it was his to win.
That wallbang was monumental because m0NESY's playing pistol. And if he has his pistol out there and Yimpat has a chance to get off a couple more shots, they were dead on. That lineup was right there, made for him. And m0NESY luckily just one-taps him out because the AWP connected for Hooksy. So it's a 2v1, both players have their impact there for G2.
This is so scary. Even you mentioned like m0NESY phasing that smoke in window like he just didn't have a care in the world. It feels like they actually knew someone was tucked into that corner with the Molotov coming out from Catwalk. They had the read. Oh, nicely done from m0NESY. And G2 is denying any space. There's no breathing room for MOUZ. Look how aggressive they're being. Challenging every step of the way. And sure, Hunter's fight goes against him. But you still have m0NESY with a chance to have impact.
Yeah, they re-smoke it. They're not falling for it. They saw m0NESY. Oh, bro, chill. That's not meant to happen.
Bloody hell, Exertion thought he'd done enough there, getting all the way down Cat.
Second
the re-smoke in the window, they were leaving nothing to chance.
Nice.
Damn.
The impact, so crisp and clean across these last few rounds. He's been the one that we've been looking to for answers, and he's kept it in a 3-on-3 here.
Yeah, bombs again, back top mid. MOUZ have to get it and group back up in middle. Everything else is uncertain. Ramp, they've not seen. Palace, Nico was spotted, and B-Apps uncontained this whole round.
Yeah, they spotted one in deep in B-Apps, and then the connector player, Yimpat, actually fired off at Nico. So he had that information, but not enough for HooXi to stay alive, and now they've got to shift. Both at the A bomb site. m0NESY, that's quick.
Oh my god.
It almost feels like he baited the shot out. Like a little shoulder must have shown for Torji before the entire body peak.
Dude, with the form that m0NESY's in here, I don't think it would matter even if he was 1v2 right now. I feel like he's destined to give this round a go. Moving in on the AWP, he's still suspicious about middle. Nico will be able to lay these worries to rest eventually. As he now rotates in through mid, m0NESY feels shored up. This backline area is clear, and so now him and Nico move forward. Kit dropped on short, retrieved in rotation. Nico just bought 5 more seconds for G2. Flashed out from m0NESY back in the market, but he can't find the tap. Yimpat doubled up in the round and even deals with m0NESY.
Just makes a great call as well, right? As soon as you hear Nico fire off that tap from short, you don't want to re-peek. And Nico knows that Yimpat won't re-peek, so he starts spamming the bench. That's when the re-peek comes in. Your crosshair's in the wrong place. You're already inaccurate. That's a perfect time to fight. Yimpat, not just great mechanics, but seems to be very aware of when to take fights on this T side.
The thing that's so impressive right now is like over these last few games when we've been getting like stellar matches out of Yimpat, one of the things we were kind of saying is like when he first joined this team, you didn't really know where to place him. You weren't really
looked
sure.
uncomfortable, didn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then the first few games, it felt like, oh damn, this is going to be a lot of growing pains. He's not like up there with the likes of, you know, a Frozen and an Exertion straight away.
Sure.
And it didn't feel like he had to be either, right? It kind of felt like you had other players within this team who were capable of those big performances. But here at the Pro League, I really think we've witnessed something special with Yimpat. He's been getting better and better with every single game. It feels like you've seen that progress in real time, and now you're having him be the kind of early game difference maker. And I know the score's 1-5. I'm not trying to like dress this up too much, but the one guy who's made these rounds competitive and the one guy who's actually been able to now break through for MOUZ has been Yimpat.
I think too, I mean, you talk about the money that G2 have. Ooh, there's a nice peek. Torji caught unawares. I was going to say, I think G2 might want to reconsider that retake in the previous round because their money is busted now without saving either of those weapons. So this is a really important round for them to win if they want to keep growing this scoreline.
Yeah.
And for MOUZ, a reset would be everything.
This can close up very quick if MOUZ can capitalize, but a 5-on-4 already taken by m0NESY's AWP. HooXi's going to be the one to rotate. m0NESY has the position, and the bomb is still back up in abs. So undecided now are MOUZ. They have middle, but not much else.
HooXi went and traded out, swapped to the AWP also, and then rotated away, m0NESY having that deep angle at B halls, but it looks like MOUZ is going to go right at the B bomb site. So a little bit under-defended for the moment, although Hunter now shifting, so they don't have a double op defending. They bring a rifle over with HooXi's op in position at A.
Try and clear that, but it doesn't go the way of Nico. And so now that AWP kind of has to keep holding this line. That's going to leave HooXi away from the action over here as the B play looks to come in. m0NESY, solely responsible for the B site, has missed this timing on the player at short, but it never will come to matter. Shuey throwing in to the 1 versus 3.
No idea.
And look in that smoke. It's harboring fugitives. G2 about to pick this up. Hunter collects it for free and makes it look hard as he taps out the guy planting. G2 move on to 6.
Man, how do you break through this G2 defense with m0NESY playing this well, right? I mean, this series, this game, both these teams have huge selling points for, you know, the academy era of CS that we lived in the last 12 months, a little longer, in fact. You know, with m0NESY originally coming from the Na'Vi junior side, and for MOUZ just making their roster out of the future pros that the Academy League showed us.
Half the players here are proof that the Academy system has worked.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. m0NESY's just gaming right now, 15-4, and you can see his decisions are all based off just chasing down frags. He's so confident. JKS in trouble, taps away. Whoa, that's filthy as he falls back. How 5-on-3.
G2 not missing a beat, not missing a shot. m0NESY will finally, though, and the molly burns him out after the dink. So this may be a plant for MOUZ. They've got to pick their poison, though. Planting for CT is very dangerous with no smoke down. They can get re-swung by Hunter, and the smokes on jungle are elapsing as well. Torchy gets flashed in for control. He needs this kill, so MOUZ have a staging platform. Otherwise, this post-plant will be tricky.
Yeah, they can't find any safety. Finally, with that CT smoke down as well. Call the G2 bluff. Nobody tries to stop it, and now a retake is underway.
Oh, damn. Nico was holding for that exact fight forever, it felt like. But Torchy goes and seeks it out, and now he's got the bomb to play around. This is a big issue for HooXi. Smoke on the ball. USP taps out Frozen, and maybe they have killed HooXi's wall. 2 kills from him, and G2 claim another round at the behest of MOUZ, who is sent packing by the man at the helm of G2.
Wait, that was HooXi? I thought that was m0NESY with the flicks we're getting, man. The confidence to play USP against full health players, dinks him out, and he doesn't even go for the tap. He knows the threat of the smoke is enough. He hits the flick shot as well. What a sick round for the in-game leader of G2. They can't believe it.
Even Hunter's like, oh, HooXi hit that? Dang.
This is G2 here to take a trophy, boys.
I gotta say, you know, HooXi, in terms of like when we're looking at him, he seems very laser focused in. I'm getting the vibe that it's like, this is a no bullshit HooXi right now.
Yeah.
We had a good conversation with him on the podcast the other day, and I mean, he just talked about basically like his comfort level within this team has just risen so much. Like he now feels very.
You can really see that.
Yeah,
in
like he carries it with him. Yeah, it's just like this new comfort that he's found where he's like, yep, I am in charge of this team, and I am the leader of this team, and it is my responsibility. He's accepted all that, and obviously in this game, at least delivering and massively. I mean, the op flick was great, but the double dink on Frozen with the USP.
That's like the wildest part.
He didn't even know where he was. He was like looking up at Palace.
Unbelievable. He was not brought in this team to do that, but that's going to keep G2.
But we take it.
Yeah, in control. 7-1. They have no money, Jason. They're still on the edge of reset. Every step they take, they could fall through the holes.
And that's like a throwback to the match we saw earlier today with Movistar and with ENCE, where Movistar was never able to get that reset. They had him on the edge so many times, and MOUZ is playing that same really dangerous game where at a certain point, if you haven't got it after like 4 or 5 chances, this match can slip away from you in a big way.
Yeah, the scoreline may look one-sided, but everything can change very quickly. So let's see if MOUZ can make that change happen.
Yeah, look at the utility that G2's working with at the minute. And I think that's why we're seeing this push in the B halls at the moment is they don't necessarily, they just throw their last dump of like delay utility, and that's the timing they want to hit to make these flanks happen, to make these rotations happen.
Such a big stack as well. m0NESY doesn't even need to play forward. He's got teammates coming in. JKS will get picked jungle side. They should know they have room in the site now, and they spotted m0NESY on that jump. He doesn't know the info they have, and Sui finds a double entry into A. Just Hunter left up. This would have to be ridiculous, and they will not let it happen. Heads up fights come through for MOUZ into an A stack, and they do what we say, breaking G2's money at a crucial point in this half.
And one of the more passive defenses we've seen out of G2 on these full buy rounds, right? Like we mentioned it early on, how aggressive G2 is being, pushing top mid, challenging catwalk, challenging window, you know, flash peeking down A ramp. This is one of the ones where they sat kind of far back on their haunches and just sort of waited. And you can see the danger that presents when you're giving MOUZ and giving these players that much space to work with.
G2 had to buy. They had multiple players on 1400, so this is not a decision they wanted to go for, but their hand gets forced. So MOUZ get to redeem a couple of freer rounds. I don't want to jump the gun with the Nico Deagle.
This is like the one round that ain't so free, but if you get through this one, you're on to the winners, and you get a couple of freebies. Not a bad way for this to start. Torchy finding that opener on the AWP. Quite the man to find as well. Nico out of the round, relegated to watching on from beyond the grave.
And you'd argue he's probably the biggest danger point in a round like this with Deagles. Yeah, m0NESY's scout we know can do some work, but that Deagle from Nico, 1 or 2 picks here or there, 1 or 2 nice shots that he's delivered throughout his career, and could have all been over. So that danger at least gone. Molly in towards ladder room is going to force Hunter up the ladder.
Hooksy's just trying to set him up, but they're not coming cat, they're going up con, so this will just be Mal's waltzing into a nearly empty A site. Only JKS back in spawn. Should I say only, though? A quick D connects, and suddenly his team are activated on the flank.
Yeah, that was always going to be that eventuality. Hunter jumping in, gets taken down. Hooksy as well through the smoke, and outside of the initial shot.
Excuse me. Oh, the cover just gets there in time from Frozen. One from m0NESY's scout. How wild can he make this?
Monsley.
Trades up onto the Deagle, tries his hand at the no-scope, but the Deagle won't connect. Shui still standing strong. And Maus get their third. They're about to close this gap up in a very big way.
It speaks for G2's ability when we still get worried, even in those very favorable situations for Maus up against armorless Deags, but that's the way it is sometimes. We've got another eco here for G2, and Maus get to find 4. So they've got something on this T-half.
What's Jazzy doing with the one smoke?
Oh,
Can I lob that out over towards Con?
Just stalling.
All right. Oh, trying to force them into the A play, B stack rather. What am I saying? Trying to force them over towards B, hoping that one smoke down in the connector is enough to influence where this play ends up.
Okay, Sershin's like, nah, I'm good. I don't want that fight.
I saw 3.
Shui does.
Yeah, they're coming in for the eeks.
So wait, you're telling me there's 5 ecoing players over at B right now? Damn, I got to get my fill.
The in-game leader's dream.
Oh. m0NESY is smooth. There's a gun there. Can someone get it out? The Orpa doesn't want to dilly-dally with the bomb.
I think they've got enough players, right? And they can just hit the pause button and wait for the reaction. You have to know someone's coming for that AK. So it is recovered for free. Alt peeks out a little bit late. That means m0NESY goes down.
I like the patience here, though. They know they've got them boxed. Frozen brings his sellotape to the site. And both kills on the plate. 4 rounds for Maus with only 1 casualty. Now they've built money, and that seesaw leans back in the other direction. G2 have the hard task here of finding consecutive rounds to get rid of Maus' money for the end of the half.
3-round lead. Money coming back, but G2 is going to have to fight for it. It's not everything they would have liked. m0NESY can get the AWP, would be a bit risky with the money he's at right now. Have to be glass cannon, so they're going to be missing a few things, but this is their attempt at rebounding and talking through exactly how they want to play this with the diminished utility, and m0NESY will go for the op with no armor. I kind of like that. With the attitude he's been playing with today, it actually looks like...
Oh, they're tagging him.
When I'm watching him play in the sequences, I'm like, he's actually just trying to create a frag movie. He's actually just playing like he's in a frag movie at the moment.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, man. If you really want the frag movie to get made, you got to make it happen, you know? Part of it is on m0NESY, so...
And he goes for that play, armorless as well, over the top with his spawn. He has full mid control right now, but Maus are popping. This is a great call. They're just throwing a couple of bits of util. It keeps his A stack wrong. They miss some nades. That's not ideal, but they're still going to send it. It's only Hooksy in the site.
m0NESY, Orp at short, will get there in time to lend a helping hand. He's now watching for that one player that's gone deep through the site. They've got an idea that Exertion has slipped the net here, and so him being deep is not as much of a surprise to G2 as he was hoping it was. Exertion dealt with, Hooksy traded at least. That's a step in the right direction for Maus, but there's still a man down, and only just getting out of the apartments now. Another tag from m0NESY's Orp. G2 are poising for the retake, and that bomb is not even down yet.
And all you have to do is wait now if you're G2. Just nobody die. Hold your lines. Don't do anything risky. Nico's on the flank. They're going to be trapped inside. Shui, they can't even play together.
This backstab is everything. Honestly, doesn't need to move before it. Torshi fires off, forcing repositions, and Nico will take that backstab. Bomb dropped in the site, just the captain, and Nico will rid him as well. Nice flank for Nico, and even Hooksy getting away with a kill there in a very dangerous position. Yeah. I think jumping up is such a risk, but he knows that Maus are stalling out, waiting for Xerxes in the back of the site. If he can win that kill, it takes the life out of the execute there for Maus. They get trapped in apartments, some missed nades, and a missed opportunity for Maus.
Yeah, I think Monacy spotted Exertion just before he got blind, so they had the call that one had kind of slipped the net and made it through and could be challenging over towards Market. So that was tracked the whole way, but as you said, that jump up is a bit dicey at times.
Yeah, that's the way you let him back in. It's also the way you close him out. So right now, with how Hooksy's clearly feeling in the game, I'll trust in it.
After that clutch, yeah, you're going to feel way more confident going for a fight.
Monacy's at almost at 150 ADR, 148, so just shy of it. I reckon if he gets a double kill here, that might push him over the 150 mark. Let's see.
Molly off the lamp. Now they're just going for style points.
He's trying to be involved early. Tight line to hold. Maus are having to explore elsewhere, looking down through lower and sending Shui out in a top mid. Flash for the com peak, even getting lobbed in from behind those top mid boxes. But Exertion doesn't take the space, not yet anyhow. Instead, getting set up in the window. Shui and him finding success on this mid-split. That's a nice way for this to start. Exertion now has free reign to try and flank through. And with Monacy dead, Hunter's got his work cut out for him. Deals with Exertion in the backlines. He's flushed out the flank. Oh, even flicking back over to short. Hunter does a really good job to get out of that with 2. Is that going to be enough to bring G2 into the retake, though? 2v3, and they're worlds away from this.
They got to be thinking about the money as well. That's in the forefront of your brain right now with how far JKS is out from the site. Unless Hooksy gets gifted a kill there, Justin's never going to go around the world.
Hooksy called him back as it was as soon as he got towards the end of B hulls. Man, if Hunter had been prepared for that catwalk fight and actually taken it the first time he had the spot, he could have maybe turned that into a double kill and given this a real chance. I don't think he expected a player to just be strolling out in the open like that. So Maus fighting back really well after going down quickly. What, 5-0 at one point for G2. Now Maus is clawing it right back. This is a really good look. Because I was wondering, I mentioned, like they hadn't really been tested, Maus. Well, now they're getting that test and they're rising to the occasion.
Yeah, in a spot where they could look to, split this first half. Damn near neck and neck. G2 have locked in 8 rounds at least, but this game was 7-1 at one point in G2's favor. So that scoreline is closing up. The investment comes in for G2 here. This is the round that is so important to Maus. If they can win this, they've gone on to really make something of this first half from a dire position. If they win this round, they break G2's money heading into round 15, and at that point, 7 feels as good as done.
Or is 5 all they get? Nico wants to make it so, but they molly him. They know what he likes to do. He waits for the flash. It's perfect. Getting more than 1 would be a robbery. And Shui and Torshi combine for 2 more. Fantastic shooting from Maus as G2 just gets shredded.
Yeah, good focus as well. Always waiting for the next fight. Always expecting the next fight. No one getting caught sleeping or having their eyes turned elsewhere. Thinking just the one player of Nico is going to be it. That's a disastrous... Oh, 3 flashbangs over the wall. That's a disastrous opening for G2.
That's the round. Talk about money broken in 15. Well, G2 want to hold on to something. It's the same pair saving again. Maus. They've come to play. And to think that, this game could be Maus winning the half, really, if they just didn't constantly lose all those reset rounds at the start of the map. G2 came in hot form, but Maus have responded well.
And you can see how important it is. Like, once they got to the point where they broke G2's money, they've just kind of kept G2 down after that. Now you are starting to see G2 having to make decisions with economy in mind, and it's not just the free-flowing, easy CT side of, oh yeah, we have everything we want every single round, we just go back into it. Now they're having to make some decisions. They're having to take risks somewhere on the map that Maus can exploit.
We love the Maltese crowd. They show up. Same as last season for FaZe's Intel Grand Slam. It got loud in here, and I imagine over the weekend that will continue.
Hell yeah. This is just day one of crowd.
Yeah. It's Friday.
We love it. Final round of the first half. Mal's within 2. Looking to close that gap. 2 SMGs for G2. A scout on m0NESY, who's really cooled off. Still an excellent half, but, you know, considering how this half began and how quickly he got to 16 kills, he hasn't had the same opportunities in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
No, and he's still been trying his hand at the same style of openers, right? But not necessarily finding that same level of success from them. Let's see, does m0NESY have anything left in the tank here in round 15? HooXi at least gets info. That's one way to try and make this less than ideal buy work for G2, is to play off of HooXi's push. They now know that B is clear. That frees up 4 players to go and reinforce over towards A and mid. JKS. Oh, this could be something, but it's just the one and done. Shui and Yimpat turn it around. Even though Nico replies out in the window, it's still the advantage siding with Maus in the post plant.
Got kits as well, Bersertion. He loves this play going round the world, and with a closed plant, it's a little dangerous, but if he can get 1 kill out of this, it could be worthwhile. I think Shui's got the kill instead, though.
Yeah.
HooXi waits in the smoke. He's going to go over, and at that point, Shui should have the knife in the back. In it goes, and twisted as well, leaving Nico with only 1 player with the bomb in vision. What could go wrong? Probably nothing. The time is expiring and the AWP is swinging. So this is going to be Maus finding 7 at the half. Fantastic recovery. 6 out of the last 7 in play and looking to make a comeback on their map pick here in this quarterfinal.
G2 started this one off looking lights out. They were sat 7-1 up over Mouse, but then Jimmy, Shui, and Frozen decided to get switched online, decided to get activated, and this kind of firepower trio has started lurching a bit of life back into the game for Mouse. They go on quite the streak towards the end, taking 6 of the last 7 rounds. And so that first half ends up neck and neck with Mouse safely switched online and looking to offer up a good fight here in this series.
Yeah, that's the tantalizing prospect of this second half, is the way Mouse came alive as we went deeper into the first. So let's see if they can continue it. Let's see if it's bot time for Exertion to show up in this game, because that brings a whole new angle to it as well. Now, you got to be careful of Nico's P250. Rest of the team coming in, and Chewy's going to pick off Modesty and Hooksy, and the defense looking real strong.
Captains can frag today, no doubt about it, but is it enough to break through on this B push? It's just JKS and Hunter a long way from home. If you can get the bomb out, that'd be massive. JKS takes a 3rd kill and dodges death with the bomb as well. Hunter's taking that space. There's no open window, forcing a CT rotation. JKS knows he's got the whole map to run, and he's got open road to do it. No one comes in from Cat to stop him, while Torshi re-aggresses. G2 will have an open point.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. No peek yet, but Frozen gets that for free. Justin can get away, but throwing back into a fight that he can't win.
Why are they so convinced that CT is open? That's such a surprise that it was so obvious G2 were rotating out of the bomb site. The one place they knew they had was jungle. Short's contagious.
That's where I guess the problem is Hunter's been watching for that rotate for a while, and I think the issue was that Frozen had actually beat Hunter on the timing the first place, right? So they never knew where this guy was, and they thought he was still over towards B.
Yeah.
Backwalk through CT spawn, that's optimistic.
Yeah, there could have been a little bit more heads up, but they obviously were convinced, as Harry said, that they had beaten the timing, that they kind of knew the timing, so not expecting anyone there, and unable to plan for catwalk because they realize the peak can come in. JKS 1 HP. Tough situation they almost worked themselves out of, but more than anything, it's just Mouse continuing on this march, tying things up, coming all the way back.
Yeah, Monacy got dinked immediately by the Org out middle, so he's had to swap off the AK. Give that over to the captain. The Lil fighting down below. Hunter gets him low, but he won't finish the job. JKS's time in the limelight gets jump spotted. He's ready for a re-peek, and they might give it to him. Nico's trying to battle out from Abs. But the bomb is here as well, so G2 forced to commit. It's all on this kill, and nothing comes through. Mao's looking to tie this one up pretty easily here.
Let's see what JKS has got. He's been on point. He was another one of the players that was stellar throughout the group stage. Oh, turns back instead of away from the flashbang. And Shui's got low HP, so anything that goes wrong for Exertion goes wrong for Shui as well. JKS goes for the tap, misses the mark, and that should be it. That should be the danger swept aside.
Yeah, Nico Deagle, what's that going to do? Quick headshot, maybe more, they line up. But Mal's keep a lid on it.
Damn, we were so close to the Deagle collab, man. We were so close to them lining up over towards jungle. But not meant to be. And Mal's up in the lead now, looking for double digits. No money for G2. Remember, 7-1 at one point in G2's favor. Mal's about to be sporting a 2-round lead here, and there's nothing that G2 can really say or do about that.
I like the point that Des brought up and that you reiterated, Jason, about how, Mal's, they haven't really been tested, so it's nice to actually see them tested, and they were in this game, and they've come back and now they're leading. So showing some grit on this roster. It's not just a steamroll team that's it's easy to perform when you're 13-2 up, but they did it from the back foot as well, and now they've taken that heads up.
And now they can be a little bit ruthless, right? Now they have the economic advantage. You can see challenging in the open, Frozen just swinging wide, more than happy to take any fights that come his way. Should be nice and quick. 2 flashbangs to work with, no smoke to block any of the lines whatsoever. So these 2 flashbangs need to create a lot of opportunities. And the Deagles need to create some opportunities, but those haven't quite landed yet.
A couple of flashbangs that may never get used at this rate. Mals are shredding through G2's pistols with relative ease. So
yeah, it almost feels like they wanted like 1 kill to put those flashbangs into play, right? They wanted one kill to give you the room to work with, to make it so those flashbangs can actually help you progress from there.
Just so you can scale. If you're throwing flashes over ramp, Miles is just going to re-swing you in the open. But if you actually get towards a sandwich, if you get towards stairs, you can swing further and play close with the pistols instead. But
yeah, make progress to the bomb site, but it just never happened. Never even came close, really.
No room.
Dude,
now G2 have to wake up.
This is getting really worrisome because early on in this game for G2, when things were going right, really, it was kind of m0NESY doing a lot of that, right? And getting us the most excited. And we've all noticed how m0NESY has slowed down a little. It was kind of crazy to think he was going to keep up his 150 ADR from early on in that first half. But he started to hit a bit of a brick wall. Meanwhile, Shui has risen atop of the entire server. So not just leading for his team, but leading in the fragging department as well.
I feel like we've been like 6 rounds without a m0NESY kill. He's been very quiet for a while. I can't even recall the last frag he got.
This is a good setup. They're flashing through the smoke as Zershan gets into ladder. He has good timing. That's a fantastic spam. They will have heard that. Zershan knows his fight's coming, and he wins it as well. There's more in middle to deal with, but Nico doesn't take that trade. He backs out under. They're going to have to group for this B hit. Yimpat in a fantastic position. Started this map strong. And now a round is required of him. That looks like a rotation. As far as JKS is concerned, it may be a free bomb site, but he peels back. He lets Nico work. G2 looking on both sites at the same time, and one of them is more open than the other, but that's forced their hand.
It's over.
Yeah, with this backstab, with this B stack, there's no way through for G2.
They still don't even know Jimbat's here. Like, he might, I don't even think he's going to be necessary.
Don't show. Oh, he showed.
Yeah,
that's almost like insult to injury.
Yeah, like even if you had gotten this kill, you would have still lost. 3-round lead now for Mouse. Hooksy takes a glance at his notes, looking for the next tactic to call. This map got out of hand real quick if you're G2.
What happened? They felt invincible. Hooksy's pulling up clutches.
Yeah,
I guess was sharp on the A side.
I think it's like the fashion in how this has spiraled so quickly as well. The fact that like on both of the little streaks, we kind of had Maus very quickly take some form of economic control. And you touched upon it earlier on. You were saying like that was kind of when Maus started chaining all those rounds together, right? It was when they broke in, they broke the money. Suddenly G2 didn't have all these options open to them. And so it kind of feels like really 1 or 2 rifle rounds have influenced the entirety of the game here if you're G2. So quickly this one's gotten away from you. JKS.
He has a scary amount of room, and this is perfect for a fade.
Yeah, but they should just clap. I mean, he's going to be able to draw bodies away. Oh, yeah, and he set up Hunter all the way up through Khan. Another kill from Hunter's Tech 9. And in tandem, JKS still gets away with more. It's only Impact left standing now. 1v5, and the best he can hope for is a save here, but not even that's guaranteed. m0NESY dead up in the apartments. And so he should look good to get away with this, but look at the minimap.
This round is all JKS. D-kill coming up ramp, taking all the space in the world. Making Mal's real nervous, taking their eyes off Khan where Hunter springs into action, but that is an impressive round for JKS. And more than anything, look, this is a gift. You're not going to be able to replicate this, but this is a nice thing to have in your back pocket that you're able to take away. And if you can build upon it, then all of a sudden you can regain control of the map. 9-11.
Yeah, that's a robbery of a round there for G2, but it can't be a flash in the pan.
There's some money on this CT side that G2 really has to force him to burn through. They have another buy even after this next round comes up.
I also love the way they hunt that kill. They lock him in. JKS doesn't play early market. Hunter doesn't play early apps, even though they can. They wait for Hooksy to get in position as well. There's literally no exit for Jimpat. They know they've got to break this cache sooner rather than later. G2 get full control of middle. It's allowed by Mouse. We've got an AWP in Con. Torshi, not said his name too much in this map so far. This would be a great time to come alive, as m0NESY did on his CTAWP venture. It's Shui, who's 23-4. Monstrous map for him, side by side with the Hungarian. Nico coming in from Con on the smoke spam and the Molotov. He's not safe here.
Oh, they're baited into that Torshi AWP. m0NESY dead on that swing. Hooksy will punish, and now dons the AWP. You've seen more and more of Hooksy on this AWP. Justin rewarded for his patience in towards ramp. Fed that kill from Shui, who was looking for something to give Maus an edge here. But G2 punish every piece of this re-aggression all across the map. Wherever Maus go looking for info, it's only digging their graves deeper here.
Well, now G2 has to be careful they don't do the same exact thing, right? Like Hunter's about to go on this investigation. He's got like kind of a one-on-one duel, but if Jimpad finds him, all of a sudden this could kind of slip out of their grasp. He's got no backup, no chance to trade this, so timing is kind of everything.
30 seconds left as well. Hunter dead, and the bomb was moving over. G2 both in the apartments. Maus are both waiting here.
20 seconds.
Oh my god. 4v2, and Yimpat, he gets the spot. He now knows it has to be B. That was the bomb going in first. Frozen catches it crossing, and Maus, 2 versus 4. They have just robbed G2. They've stopped G2 picking up any momentum back into this game. They've locked it out on the back of this 2-man holdover at B. Yimpat and Frozen deliver for Maus.
Man, that's such a great position for Yimpat to be solo B. Sure, Hunter sort of walks into it, but he has to make noise unless he's got the silent drop off of the balcony, and Yimpat hears him. He has an easy 1v1 fight, and at that point, G2 is so committed to their position in apartments. The bomb getting spotted is the big mistake first, but it just comes crumbling down there for G2.
The biggest issue in that round is how long it takes Hunter to walk that whole way through halls. That chews like so much time off the clock, and by the time he has the information, G2's not like grouped up anywhere to take advantage of it, right? And then they're locked into the B hit. They're locked into the B play with 20 seconds on the clock.
Disastrous round for G2. Right as they were trying to build off that eco win.
It is kind of crazy. It felt like Hunter got kind of stuck doing both things, like getting the info, but not fast enough that anyone could change anything.
Yeah, like you can't actually use the info.
At which point, like it's not even like a kill you can trade anymore, and you've still got to commit to the B play.
He dies, and you look at the minimap, and it's like Hooksy's in B halls with the bomb, like maybe like 5-6 seconds behind him, and then you have another player coming up 5 seconds behind him, and nowhere to really go. G2 kind of locked themselves in a 4-on-2. It's almost like, guys, let's just group up.
Yeah, you would have loved to just sit on balcony and wait for his team, right? Because you're just going to read or work out whether Maus actually have anyone there by whether anyone rotates in, anyone peeks, making noise, and then not even checking pretty normal positions. That's a risk G2 can't afford to take.
All right,
Hooksy, surely he saw that. It might not matter. He might go the captain instead, but there's another man at triple who can reposition.
There's two inside the bomb site, so he didn't spot it. JKS is going to come out of Palace, and he's got a job to do.
Yeah, JKS has been delivering in this game for G2. If there ever was a time to have him land in this top site, it's now. On the back of the flash from Hooksy, clinical on the approach. Frozen, first to fall. JKS has opened up the route to the A play, and all that's left to do now is keep Maus locked out. Don't even give them the option to launch a retake here. Hooksy, with that aggression, has given a kill over.
A saving every day of the week. There's no way you risk going for this in 3v4. It doesn't even matter. Another kill wouldn't even tempt you. And Zershan's looking for something here on the way out, but
he wants that AK.
Yeah, G2. They keep you entertained. I'll say that much.
Look, that's a really cool little micro play that Hooksy and Monacy just kind of set up. Is the AWP gets in position on catwalk and just covers the walk up from Hooksy, and no one from Maus ever even thought it was a possibility.
What do we make of this as well, Jason? The Krieg out for Nico.
He never brought this up.
Yeah, like when it was at its strongest, he didn't want to use it, and now it's back to this, and he's like, all right,
hipster.
Yeah.
Probably not.
I used the Krieg after it was cool.
Yeah. Well, whether it was purposeful or not, he keeps it. So I guess it was interesting purchase.
He's got a cold. He might be seeing things.
Yeah, a little bit crazy.
It's like day 8 on medicine, and he's just like delirious.
That was a great clear as well.
It's a beautiful flashbang from Hooksy.
Just perfect peek onto default, double digits, and AWP out. And a pistol in the same round. Quite a dichotomy for Maus. This is neck and neck.
I mean, this round is weighted super heavily in the grand scheme of the game, right? Like,
more so for Maus than anyone, right? G2 can sustain a loss and still get a buy up. Maus not so fortunate. This is dangerous for Shuey. Going for a con reposition. We got a boost up for Xerxes. He misses that time. Hooksy into the orb. Hey, Torchy's a bit of a turret right now. Put him in this spot. He will give you the goods. There's another man and connected to worry about. Hunter's trying to clear it. Oh, they check that.
JKS is so like laser focused in this game. Oh, weirdness! He didn't clear out Hunter, and so that one is just delivered to Hunter for free. Now they're going to boost up into the window. Hunter doesn't take the space immediately. He's just going to wait there. Nico is trying to be quiet, trying his best. Don't worry, I didn't think anyone heard, bud.
It's a gamble stack for Mouse because of the money. They don't have enough cash to really fight for this.
I like this call, though.
Yeah, stack B and just kind of hope and pray they end up at this bomb site. It's not going to happen, so they'll just save the weapons. Nico's cleared out A entirely. Only really CT spawn is any kind of an issue, so should be an 11th round for G2. Or will be an 11th round for G2.
Yeah. I like the Mouse are willing to make a call like this. It's very meta, but it also gives them some breathing room in the next round to actually fight on, to still eco on 2 players. You can absolutely win these rounds.
The bummer for it is the losing bonus is, what, 1 round? So it's like $1,900 that they're going to get. So it's not anything pretty. So they'll kind of have a decision to make if they want to buy up on Exertion and shoot. I imagine they would just save and just use these 3 rifles.
Get to 12-12, have a full buy, and even then I'm being optimistic. It's going to be a 4,400.
Yeah, if anything, you're kind of wanting to like try and double AWP save if that's a possibility here for Mouse. Obviously, they could just win this round that's coming up.
You have the tools to throw some tricks out there, right? To go for some kind of a setup, at least some kind of like an opening pick with the AWP.
So ways to make this round interesting, and if they don't succeed in that, well, then Mouse are hoping they can at least take the AWP with them.
Final timeout called by Mouse, and that's the whole conversation they have is what can we do in this round with these 3 weapons to give us a chance to win it? How do we want to play if things go south? How do we want to play it to save and preserve these weapons as much as humanly possible? Economy is going to dictate a lot in these last 7 rounds of play.
Yeah, they've not really fought for middle, not to the same extent that G2 did on their CT side. Is that going to be the change? They've just kind of posted players in connector. Try to boost on Cat. They've had ideas, but G2 have been winning the mid control all T side.
Both teams having a slow start on their T side as well, but figuring things out. In-game leaders finding adjustments and adaptations to have impactful attacks. G2's on a 2-round streak. And round 24 goes live. AWP, AK, and M4. That's what Mouse have to work with.
Yeah, G2 are really building themselves towards a powerful position here, one that would bode well for their recovery. They've kept 8 players alive across the last 2 round wins and a chance to sweeten that deal now. But a quick trade JKS dealt with over in Palace. This one's left even in a 4v4. You trade the life of Shui on a USP for the life of JKS with a full rifle setup. So Mouse are fine with it.
This is so late in the round, but Nico's ready for it. I feel like he's just got in the Krieg because he feels like he's missing his shots, trying something different, keeping it fresh. Hunter finds Frozen in the A site, and there is the AK there still, but Xerxes holding the rotation. G2, don't overcook this round. They should be absolutely fine, even though they're going into the 1 rifle. Having Hunter in this position is the insurance policy. Hopefully they won't need to redeem it. Yimpa swinging out, drops the AWP, drops the bomb, and the young Finn has suddenly made this round scary.
Yeah, and now Hunter's never going to be around and deal with this player in CT. Exertion will fall, though. Dead. Nico doesn't finish the job.
That's smooth.
Exertion gets out, gets through, and now gets to embark on the 1v2 off the bomb plant. Hunter completely rotates out in the CT. This is scary because Exertion does have a route to find guns here.
He's got the AWP and underpass. Torgy's like screaming at him.
It's so deep though.
Yeah.
So far, you got to save it.
So I mean, yeah, maybe going for something tricky, trying to get a kill and turn it into a one-on-one. That he might be able to pull a miracle off. But this is a good decision at that point when nothing presents itself.
That was terrifying.
I'll tell you what, there's no more timeouts for Mouse, but they need to have a real conversation within the team during freeze time. G2's been able to exploit connector a number of times already. We saw the Hooksy walk up. We've seen Hunter now get position over towards jungle as well from Khan. They need to be really careful about that particular position because G2's testing it. And when it's free and when it's open, when there's no resistance, they're trying to exploit it. And that's an area where Mouse can find a kill, a pick, a stop.
Well, let's see if Maus are going to be able to deal with some of the good times that G2 have been having in mid and overcon. Well, timeout called in. This one's actually from G2. Maus might appreciate that, honestly. Having an extra moment here to mull this one over, heading into a very important rifle round, because one of the things we've been talking about here is this position that G2 have found themselves in. Sure, things looked a little dire there after the 7-1 start. Maus kind of leaping up into the lead all of a sudden. You felt like G2 are running out of steam, but suddenly they're building up bank accounts. They're finding some clean rounds. They've got Maus in this position where they've got to save on the tail end of every round that starts to get out of hand. This is not a good spot for Maus to be in.
Equally, though, some of the finishes for G2 haven't been the cleanest in the world. That one almost got out of control with Jimpad inside the bomb site.
But that was like the first one that really got mega dicey on this T side. Up until that, they've at least had...
Except for the one they lost at the B bomb site, the little Hunter investigative.
Yeah.
Some of those finishes are like, it's gotten away from them a couple times. They've been bailed out as well. But that's something...
That's a huge scalp to find as well. He's going back for more. He's feeling it now. Two shots in from the orb. He does get stuck on the box. Nico's Krieg right now is putting in the work.
m0NESY has 0 kills in the second half.
That's crazy.
Still at 18.
Wow. He's not had many orbs, but this one, they need him now more than ever. And the impact's been so safe towards B, not jump spotting, just playing tucked in position. So finding a B pick is unlikely. Mouse have double ramp set up, and Nico needs to uncover this.
Nico feels so much space right now. He hasn't seen any presence inside the A bomb site. He just gave a little quick glance over towards A ramp, but everyone's hidden. This is a little bit of a trap setup.
I feel like if they go A, they're in big trouble. They're trying to show the bomb B right now, but even killing Sui, which is the goal, that's not going to tell you about Frozen. He will be the linchpin. He will be the surprise.
He's already rotated over to watch the mirror hole, which leaves these two defenders at A ramp in really, really strong positions.
Sui just gets one, man. I mean, I don't see a way Maus can lose this round. G2 would end up more than likely planting open for the ramp position. Here's Sui. Oh, he pulls nades. Not good timing.
When you
not
get
good
this
timing at all. Smoking the ramp
smoke.
side. He dies for nothing, and he's even
smoked off
screwed his teammate off.
Oh, no.
That's a disaster.
I mean, now at least, like, Nico should really not expect anyone to be ramped. That can still be the way back in for Maus. Dude, Nico really looks like he suspects something here.
It's too obvious.
Holding onto the smoke. Frozen waits right there. And through CT, Maus are grouping on the other two. Nico is about to ruin Maus's day. Frozen dead on the swing as Nico picks up both the ramp players. Yimpa and Zershan, they will find him with a nade, giving way to a 2v2, but a round to never be attempted. G2 have retaken the lead.
Disaster for Sui, right? I think the smoke, sure, the idea behind it is like, yeah, they'd never possibly expect me smoking off my teammate there, but it almost seems too obvious. It almost seems too confusing for Nico. He considers it without a doubt, looks for the A player.
Yeah, I mean, you also hit tab and you're like, oh, the A guy isn't dead.
Yeah.
You know, there's still one more guy who usually plays A who's somewhere around here.
Dude, I feel like we've got to give credit to Nico and this turnaround over the last few, right? Don't get me wrong, it's been a fantastic game from JKS, really. He's been like the kind of fire starter for G2 throughout this map, but the recovery from Nico has felt super notable and really important because m0NESY very much has hit a brick wall. I don't think he's had a kill since round 13 of this game, which sounds about right. He came into the second half on 18 kills.
Yep, it's mental to think about.
He had 150 ADR when we were approaching like round 10, and now he's sat on under 75. So yeah, he's fell off.
Hasn't even had impact, really. Hasn't even really dictated anything.
Man, to think Nico's doing this on the Krieg as well, of all guns. A couple of years later, but he's hitting the heads. That's all that matters right now. Scope or not, he got a taste for the orb.
Yeah, I just checked, actually, yeah. It was round 12, m0NESY's last kill in this game.
Blimey.
Thank you, Chad, for confirming that.
Okay, well, can G2 do it without him? Or will Maus burrow their way back into this map? It's their pick. It almost feels like a necessity in such a favorited game for G2, especially with the way it once was. Maus now losing the lead. Huxi on a Mac 10, expecting maybe less resistance. Not a low buy for Maus by any means of the word. They've been stacking this money with multiple saves on the CT side. Torshi in a new position this time, and it might be the right one. But this is not an easy shot to hit. The legs shown. Torshi takes some damage, and Hunter mollies him. Is he going to commit? He does with the kill. He might burn out, dropping into the window. They see the barrel. Modesty might get his kill, but he's flashed out as well. Torshi has the info. Easy frag for Mouse. Hooksy comes bounding out, and while he finds a headshot, he's all that remains, and not for long. Mouse are back. And Monacy is still silent on this T-half.
Oh, dude, that's such an awkward way. Like, the fact that we capture the whole thing as well, like the whole sequence for Monacy just feels awkward. I thought he would have tried his hand at the spam, if I'm honest. When he sees the barrel, I thought he would have tried to spam that. I feel like every other, culturally impactful AWPer would have done. But for Monacy, that decision doesn't come through. Game tied up. Mouse have a 4-round hiatus, but they're back on the board. Will they have their second wind, or can G2 reignite the distance that they built up against Mouse? Good opener from Yimpat. Nade finds the kill. Oh my god. Well, Monacy might not have tried the wallbang in the last round. This time, it's dealt to him by Torshi.
He's having a really bad time.
And they heard the damage as well. JKS even getting spam. They literally know he's tucked on the right. He has nowhere to go right now. And Torshi, no way you're hunting this kill, you absolute madman. JKS still given a chance. A flash is fantastic. And Torshi drops the bomb. What a resurgence. While one AWPer has died, another has been born. And Mao's bordering a 14th round with a bomb at their feet.
Mouse have had some attitude in these past 2 rounds. They have all of a sudden just planted their feet and fought right back.
They hunted that.
Yeah, this is a stellar pair of rounds for them. And I mean, really puts them back in the driver's seat in the last few rounds of this map.
I mean, G2, money must enter the mind at this point. They really want to go for this, lose the AWP. It's the only opportunity to have one in the next round.
They really need a plant if they want to have like any 1900 losing bonus for them as well. So, I mean, Hooksy will be, and he's gone down. You can't even save anymore. So, Nico, this AWP is very, very important.
And not guaranteed either in such a dangerous position. He'll take an exit. He'll take whatever he can get at this point, but he should be looking to save as Maus take the lead back this late in the game. Torshi, a massive 3K.
Dude, not only is it this late in the game, but yeah, you've been talking about the money here. That's not something we've even had to worry about for G2. They kind of successfully built up a good bank account. It felt like they'd done enough. Maus had to win 2 rounds in a row, grinding through full buys to do it, to break the G2 money. And Maus have risen to that challenge, doing it cleanly along the way as well. So what a time to kind of flip the script of this game. As we've kind of been approaching the big finale, the big finish at the end of this map, it was G2 with seemingly all the advantages. They had money. They were building up the momentum. They were coming back into the game. Players starting to find their voices. Guys like Nico waking up. But then suddenly, Maus have locked them out. 2 rounds in a row, decisive rounds at that, where G2 were never even really in the conversation.
G2's buying here as well. You want to talk about keeping yourself in the conversation. If you don't at least get a plant here, this map is just over. This map just falls out of your hands.
And those saves were worth it, hey? 4 rounds in a row for G2 where Maus kept 1 to 3 players surviving every single time. And they have put their money where their mouth is, where their mouths is. And now G2 have one last hurrah.
I think it's easy to home in on Monacy going so silent here after such a hot start. But, dude, he's still second on the board. It's not like anyone else has risen up and overtaken him during his 16 rounds of absence in this game, right? Like, there's not really been anyone other than Nico kind of starting to find a bit more success. Even that comes in waves. It has its limits. Justin has been the one consistent voice.
Do you get out? Do you just run? JKS has got the bomb, and he's kind of pinned down now. This is really weird. They wanted this to be continual progress, and now they're kind of stopped. Oh, but that kill forces the rotation.
JKS waits. But Jimpat tucked in. He's won a round off this position before, and he's even called for his AWP. Torshi moving in at just the right time. That flash could be good for the AWP, but Jimpat is still potent in this position. He drops the bomb once more. Monacy, can he come alive? No, is the resounding answer, as Hooksy has left a dead man as well. 17 years of age. Jimpat steps up again on this B-bomb site, making anchors look pretty and finding map point for Mouse.
This is such a triumph for Mouse here, man. It really is. Not just having to come back in this game once. It wasn't just in the first half. It's not like they were 7-1 down. They dug deep, and then they managed to crush G2 immediately. G2 have kept fighting themselves here. They went on that 4-round streak in the second half, midway through it, to actually retake the lead. This was Mouse having to do it twice in this map.
We mentioned G2 is going to have to clean up their closing plays to rounds, but Mouse hasn't even let them get to any of those positions. Haven't even let them get to a point where they can actually attack into a bomb site all that effectively. Mac 10, 2 Galils, and pistols for G2.
Feels inevitable, doesn't it? Still on their default, no bomb. JKS doesn't want to commit, but he gets spotted on that cross out. Hooksy's scared of an AWP, but B is jiggling.
Look at Torji just pushing a ramp with the AWP. He doesn't care whatsoever.
I don't blame him with the game he's just had, or rather with the CT side he's had specifically. Bomb's coming back. Oh no, this is, unless he goes Palace, this is disastrous. Hooksy doesn't know what he's walking into right now.
Well, the question is, where's the pressure going to come to take this attention away from A-Ramp, right? Like, it's got to be con, it's got to be mid. Oh, that's the bomb spotted, though.
Yeah, it's going to have to run back. Even if it still goes A, it's got to reset through middle. Not feeling safe. JKS can save the day, but it's a 1-for-1 with Frozen on the trade. They're up in jungle, but Frozen continues to spray, and Mouse might end the map.
Frozen's been mollied, they know he's here, still fighting, does a bit more damage before they write him off. Exertion and Shui looking to lay this one to rest.
Nowhere to go.
They got to do it between the two of them. 15 seconds. G2 do not have time to waste, and they're divided on this. Hooksy going in alone. Hunter a little further behind. No. One kill from Catwalk will end this, and Xerxin does it, tapping them out. Mouse secure the victory. G2 battered back, beat back on Mirage, now have to pick up the pieces on their map.
say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's not. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
Both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
How would Mouse react if they had a cold start to a map? That was a question we were posing coming into this series, and Mirage certainly delivered a first answer for us, because despite starting 7-1 down at the hands of G2, they managed to break G2 at the perfect time in that first half, alongside breaking their economy, which sees them, Connor, sealing out their map pick of Mirage.
Yes, Freya, why'd you direct it at me?
Because you thought you were getting comfy.
Okay.
I want to keep you on your
Caught me
toes.
off guard, yes.
Do you think Mouse won or G2 lost?
I think Mouse won.
Okay, well, let's talk about why G2 lost. Yanko, first thing that you didn't like about this, G2 melt down. Now, the first one that I want to add to the board here is Nico Krieg.
Oh, God,
what the fuck is happening with this? It shows there's no confidence. He can't aim. He's not using the AK when the Krieg was the most powerful weapon in the game. He didn't even use it. He wouldn't use it. He said publicly he wouldn't use it. And then now that he's not playing good, he uses the Krieg. So that's the first part of the G2 meltdown. Ouch. Do you have anything you want to add to my list here, Yanko?
m0NESY 0 kills in the second half.
No. m0NESY 0 kills since round fucking 12.
Wait, did he really go the entire second half?
Second half, 0 kills, 1 assist.
0 kills.
3 ADR.
0.
3
0.
ADR.
Hey, so you got a little...
You know, here's another one for the list. Most impactful player, the support player, the most impactful player, JKS. Not because he's my boy, because he was actually the most impactful player for G2 in that game, the entire game.
Especially on the T side, he gave them a lifeline on the T side, right, to sort of make us believe that they might win the game.
That Deagle round of the A bomb site to open up G2's T side was a thing of beauty.
And then he was still frustrated because he didn't get the last kill of the round. But yeah, as he should be. He did his best. I don't know what was going on with the rest of them.
I think we can show the round.
Show the round.
That is probably like, this is like watching a tier 4 team play, right?
Show the round.
This is for G2, the reset round, just after the JKS heroics. With the Deagle, really, they lose the entry kill, but then they regain some of the kills. JKS, great hold on ramp as well. Nico punishes the aggression for Torji, and now at 40 seconds, I pause the clip. Pause it here. You see where Hunter is. Look at the minimap and look at the rest of his team. Like, okay, Mouse, maybe they're gonna stack in this 2v4 situation, so you wanna send Hunter to scout. But then all 3 other players should be somewhere where they can go A if he gets into contact, and then if there's max 1 player on A, they trade, or they can join him on B before the time runs out. Here, he's sort of slow lurking B and searching, and his team is in no position to really react if he dies here. They're thinking there might be no one here. Now he dies, and now what do? They still go 1 by 1 towards the site. In the end, Nico can't do anything else than save. I was shocked by this round, because this is some basic stuff where it's like, you can even group 4v2. It's not the end of the world. You can just go together. But okay, you want to check for the stack, you want to scout, but then you know where the other players need to be if you're going to go for that, if you're Hunter.
Yeah, that was the painful part, was the other 3 players not in any position to react, whether it was to follow up at B or go back to A. Like, there was no chance any of them were going to be able to do anything. And there was even a moment of realization when the rest of them followed up in B halls, the last 2, where they kind of stopped and reconsidered their options. And it was like, nah, bro, you got 17 seconds.
To go.
You ain't going anywhere else.
You've played your hand. Yep. This is your hand. This is your life. Now deal with it.
Yep.
And Slippery Jimmy sitting in the back site.
Okay, so we've heard the argument of why G2 arguably lost this map, which you know what, I'm buying into. But Connor, you said MOUZ won this map. What argument would you present forward to say that, MOUZ just were the better team?
The only thing I think really just what we get to see here is just the composure of MOUZ. And something that I think plays into that is some of Shuhei's calls. It didn't feel frantic really at any point. There was, this continuation of saves 3 rounds in a row that I think towards the tail end of the game when they had a chance to close it definitely played into it. The buys were there. There was no panic. This felt to me like we've been having this conversation about momentum throughout playoffs running through, and it's like, yeah, MOUZ weren't pushed to the limit, which gave them more time, more calmness has been left in the tank as a reserve because of that reason. So when this series did get a little sketchy, we still had the laughs on the MOUZ side. It just felt like they showed up to play, and in the face of an opposition they expected to play better than FaZe, than Furia, well, that's fine, because they know that they can do it regardless. So it was just calm. It was collected. There was no panic. There was no crumbling.
Yeah, I mean, if we did a board for MOUZ winning the game, you could put a couple things on there. Torji's up on the CT side, found some life and found a rhythm to it. I thought MOUZ's defense on the CT side really putting a stop to some of the mid plays that G2 is trying to pull off on the T side. Let a couple guys slip through to Khan once in a while, but they equally stopped him.
Wasn't perfect. Yeah.
Shui, as you mentioned, top fragging like just an absolute beast today.
Yeah.
Jimpad as well with smart plays at the B bomb site, the round 21 that you highlighted. There was one later on in the half as well. So I mean, they had plenty of things going for them as well. Resetting the economy in that first half to climb themselves back in and give themselves a chance. MOUZ played a really good game.
And I just want to say that I think this is one of the cool things about Shuhei that maybe we don't talk about too often, but as much as he is being touted as like the next generation's in-game leader, right? This tactician, this somebody who gets the best out of other players. What we don't talk about sometimes is just Shuhei's individual level is capable. And in a map like today's, he goes above and beyond to keep them in it, and he ends up having one of the better performances across the board. So this is a young player who has come into a generation of Counter-Strike where if you don't have the aim, it's not enough. You have to be a full package. That, to me, was a display of it in the face of the most adversity they've faced this season.
But of course, it isn't over for G2 yet. It is their map pick of Ancient on the horizon. So, Chad, what are we looking at for that next map?
I've slightly cooled down. Okay, so look, we're going to be looking at their T-side positions. Justin's the A-lurk. You've got Hooksy. He'll be playing B-long. Over towards middle is going to be Hunter. He's going to get set up a lot for taking cave control and whatnot. You've got Nico, and then Monacy everywhere with the AWP. We can visualize that here. I've using Skybox Edge. I've just have JKS, Hunter, and Nico as the 3 individuals highlighted. This is how they'll take map control in a lot of their gun rounds. This is full buy rounds versus full buy rounds. As you can see here, the fixture of the top mid smoke, very common. Then Hunter's going to harass mid in a couple of different ways and molly towards the cutout, hate cheese as well to get CTs pushing. And then Nico's job is to block B and make sure that nobody can push cave or heaven. If we can take a look how that's going to match up against MOUZ, we can grab it right here. So their CT setup, Frozen is going to be over towards A. You're going to have, A, anchor of Jimmy. Frozen's going to be your donut player, B cave is Shui, your B anchor Exertion and Torji everywhere with the AWP. And they have multiple different ways they can defend this on the CT side. So you can see here, this is going to be quite heavy. This is full gun round versus full gun round as well. This is a 1A, 2 mid, 2B setup that they'll go with. And you can see a bunch of different variations of how they can do this, right? The different colors represent different players. I'm still kind of tilted. Yanko, do you think that G2, like with the issues that we saw, right, the fact that a couple of their players shot the bed, I think that's probably the best way to put it. Can they come back? Because I don't know. I think they're donezo.
I think they can, but they need to sort of cut the bullshit, really, in a way. They made some bad decisions in the macro aspect of the game. You guys talked about how MOUZ had multiple saves on the CT side. Meanwhile, you had G2 just going for a 2v3 or a 2v2 where it's like, you can just save this, especially when Monacy is having such a strong game early on. An AWP, 2 pistols and 2 guns, like if you let him work, you can win those rounds. So I think that's what hurt them ultimately. MOUZ won 6 of the last 7 rounds in the first half, and a couple of those were against half buys or mixed buys from G2 because they mismanaged their economy in the rounds they were winning. And then even like, how we saw so many close calls. There was a round by Yimpat when MOUZ was really on an eco with a couple of safe guns on the CT side where he's just hiding behind triple. Like, he's supposed to kill Hunter there as well and probably win the round. Hunter just hits a insane shot.
Yeah, they got saved that round. That round was, all of G2's like end of the round, not all of them, but like
we're live right now, Justin.
They were just really
we're looking
like
at what they're going to do. So Justin was just asking what we're doing. You going to win the next one? Hope so. He hopes so.
That's a no.
That's a no. Had a good first map, Justin. Good luck, man. Go get him. Go get him, Juzzy. Yeah.
You can do it, son.
See, all hope is not lost for Chad. What do you think of Connor? Mouse?
What am I
Take a
thinking about
listen too?
Ancient? Listen,
Yeah?
I'm thinking if we go in the last 12 months, right, the most significant and important events that Maus have played would have been IAM Rio Major and would have been IAM Dallas. At Rio, Ancient ended up being one of the most important maps that they ended up playing, right? They have a win over Ents and Cloud9 in that Rio run to put them on the map to break into the top 10. After that, we go to Dallas. Obviously, Dexter's playing at this point. It's not Shuhei leading them, right? And they take up a win versus Astralis and Heroic. Every time that we see Maus make a run within an event, when they exceed our expectations and climb slowly but surely through those rankings towards the top, Ancient plays a critical factor, and that is why, after beating Furia in a best of 3 and then beating, who was even next?
FaZe.
In that best of 3 afterwards, Ancient tonight, this is the most important game for this core, for Shuhei to return with the NXT boys, and I think that they're not going to let this opportunity slip, because this is the very last CSGO trophy, and I think that Shui, after not getting it in Paris, is going to make a hell of a run.
Damn, Connor, you fired me up and you fucking sold me on
He
this
appealed
Mouse
to
Bros.
the heart.
saying.
He appealed to the heart.
I'm not an
the brain
analyst,
with
but
that
I'm a
one. I
fucking
liked it.
storyteller.
Hell yeah.
And we're seeing a story go down in Malta.
You even stared down the camera as you did it. It was eye contact with the cam. That was great.
And Chad looks so
I'm
happy
taking
with
my
his
whiteboard and I'm
whiteboards.
going home.
Oh, see you later.
Goodbye.
Well, Chad says it's over. Let's see if it's over. Apparently, it ain't over till it's over, but we've got to see how Ancient goes down. See you there.
Making magic when they need it most.
Hey gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
The ESL Essentials collection features 8 timeless wardrobe staples that effortlessly blend style and comfort. Perfect for any gaming session.
Wow, I love it. Well, you know what they say. You love it,
you wear it. Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo, and can be worn every day to bottom frag your games.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm. The 8mm draw cords have a touch of yellow and lime and hold a hidden kangaroo pocket. Wow! This summer, it's lime time!
Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes, and hear our raving reviews from one of our satisfied customers.
When I'm not partying on the Golden Coast or shooting movies in the Maldives, I'm wearing my ESL Lime sweater and feeling cool as ever in the discotheque.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners till we're filled with faded bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The situation got upset when I stepped on a memory thorn. I did it to myself. Let I have you had to break free from the minefield that you are. Just before you break a bone. Oh, you're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy panning on the walls. How I did it to myself. Craving out
At the start of this series, Maus stood at the feet of the mountain, but now they're halfway there, one map away from a semi-final appearance. G2, the wheels have fallen off this wagon, and now they've got to pick up the pieces on their map pick of Ancient. That's where this is going to have to turn around.
I mean, surely you can't expect Maus to do this in 2, right? This is Ancient we're talking about. Historically, sure, Maus have loved it, Connor, but a 6-win streak for G2, back at Cologne, beating Ent, beating FaZe, beating Astralis, and even shredding VP and Cole here at ESL Pro League. This would be absolutely mental.
Yeah, it would be, but so would Maus defeating G2 to begin with, I think. So, you know what we say, right? Sometimes the better team wins, and today could be the day where Maus end up being better than G2. Good enough to survive the onslaught on Mirage. I do think that Chad had a good breakdown on the desk there with his meltdown pinpoints. To be honest, there were certainly some flaws within that G2 situation that allowed Maus, that enabled them to walk away with a Map 1 win. But enough about Map 1, because Harry, Map 2's about to start.
Yeah, it is. G2, they get everyone back in the server. They're ready to go here. It was a strong performance out of JKS. He was the one guy we could look to for G2 on that first map. So here, you want an explosive start from m0NESY. You want Nico showing off some better shades, right? You want him to take charge of this game and be that guy for G2. So let's see if they can bring the heat. Maus with a CT side start, dual Berettas for exertion, and already contact made over in mid. Maus triple set here to open up the pistol.
They ran in main. They wanted to fake footsteps immediately, but Maus had no one in donut. They haven't fallen for this. They've taken full mid control. Whatever G2's plan out the gate, it's already failed, and now they're going into the mid stack.
m0NESY with just a little jump, no contact, no problem. We're going to walk this away, huh? We're going to group back outside that B site. But guess what? Maus already down the ramp. Maus already prying out from cave. So there are tidbits of info for Maus already. Plenty of time for things to still just be upended. But movements on both sides.
This reset's coming quick, but Frozen's going to the wrong site right now. This is only too strong on B. Yes, there's a kit, but G2 should have the fight into the site.
The dual Berettas are here at the top of the ramp. Oh, dead immediately. Exertion gets a little curious and jiggling out. That'll be his death. m0NESY opening up the pistol with that first kill, tipping the scales in G2's favor and allowing for this plant in the first place. G2 now set up heavy in the cave to try and play around this bomb.
There's no way Maus in any situation, in any universe, should win this round. So let's see how G2 hold down his pride. HooXi swings out from the site with a kill. We've got Julie's in the cave and Maus running out of room, running out of time. I think the setting in right now. The day is dawning. JKS spamming away, has the perfect position for these guns, and he will put them to use. Another kill comes through for Maus, but I'm not worried yet. Kill on the site, and so is m0NESY.
That's what we need. G2, right? We go back to that meltdown. Again, one of the bullet points, talking about, you know, that round that Yanko brings up where we get Hunter just kind of lackadaisically walking into a bomb site on their own. It's only the pistol, but I think it's a stark contrast to what we had go down in comparison to Mirage. Look at that pack of players. I'm talking 4 players inside the bomb plant radius, side by side, ensure the plant. All 4 players jump into that cave, secure the post plants, get into your corners. Only then does HooXi come back out to play behind pillar to add a little diversity to the post plant. And sure enough, yeah, we get a clean kill from Jimpat and Frozen. We've come to expect that. There was protocols in place for G2 to close out this pistol. Now go ahead, convert. Get that m0NESY, what was it, 12-0 start. And Harry, you said at the start of this, well, we'd love a m0NESY, you know, hot start. Hell, give me a second half with a damn kill in it. Yeah, I want to see a m0NESY that hits the ground running like he did back on Mirage and then follows through. The backswing, it's so important. I think. I don't really play golf. I don't know. I've heard that, though. I thought it was
baseball.
I look at you. I think so.
Hockey.
Back
on ice.
Backstroke. Or that's swimming, actually.
A back shot for G2 in that map. They leave limping.
I think it would be like the follow-through.
The follow-through, that's it. Yeah, the follow-through.
And maybe that's what we have here on B.
All right, G2 looking for the conversion. They do have a force buy to go up against here. Maus have got a reason for this round to be competitive after all.
Bit of lane control taken. G2 spreading out, exerting pressure on mid as well. 2 players grouped in cave for Maus, but they will get forced out on the back of that Molotov from the lane. And so for now, G2 own cave and Jag. They've got a lot of real estate over here towards B.
It's a very heavy retake map and site specifically here for Maus, for any team. So Maus are fine leaving it open, trying to gamble, re-aggressing A main and middle. JKS holding off from bottom, and he will spot it and deal with it well. He is being flanked, and Shui's actually hit a dig on the B bomb side. The one player putting it to work, guns shuffled out. It will stall this B exec though for G2, who's going to line up alongside, and Maus getting in position just in time.
In position though, just up a short lane, not even. Smoked off on long.
That's a sight. That might just be the round.
Yeah, Scout will pepper through. Looks to pelt a target, but they cross with no issues. Little jump of the bomb into the site, and all is good. Sure enough, a conversion. These are what we need from G2. Clean rounds, without mistakes, where you can't point a finger at somebody doing anything wrong, because the blame game is certainly not going to help coming off of that first map loss. But I think this is a little bit more of what Maus showed us towards the tail end of Mirage, Hugo. We were talking about saving. The consistency in their saves and knowing when to hold on to things to create the possibility of upsets in the follow-through. This is not a new concept. Your second round force didn't work, but you did keep 3 players up, so go ahead, apply it in the third. Let's see if they get a little frisky.
Ooh, we'd love that. They did it 4 rounds in a row on G2's T side, and then eventually put their money where their mouth was and picked up a little streak at the end there, did Maus. So playing the long game, without a doubt, they'll need to up against G2. We've got Inferno to finish this series if G2 can drag us there.
Honestly, that's the map that I think G2 actually have the biggest advantage. I thought that would be their pick in this series.
Maus have a great track record on it as well. I don't know. I'm pretty optimistic for Ancient. I think the biggest factor to me is the tilt factor, but G2 have proved that they can stay in these series and they actually have a good mental inside of the server.
Flash over top.
Shows up.
Nice. Ooh. JKS just chucking flashbangs. I've heard he's a world-class mid-flasher when it comes to Ancient T-side. So sending those over the top dismantles what was that close MP9 push. Again, the remnants of round 2 brought forth into this one, and Maus can't get it going. Zilch. You can hold on to the red room all you want. A site's been cleared out, and the bomb is inbound.
Scramble.
This is nice though, isn't it? This is more like it from G2. There's been nothing scary in these first few rounds. It's been very put together.
Yeah, just like Mirage with that 7-1 lead.
I know.
Yeah, let's jump the gun, guys.
But look, all I'm
saying
saying
Let's get ahead of ourselves.
At least they're not coming in here. At least they're not coming in here with their Jimmy's Russell. All right?
Oh, Jimmy, just wait. He'll start rustling soon enough.
He's going to start. And maybe right now, Maus coming in with their first buy round. AWP for Torshi will make an immediate appearance here. Rifles out on everyone else. No limitations for Maus in this first rifle round. They've got everything they could possibly need and then some. Well, actually, I lied a little. They don't have a kit. They could. They could have a kit. I thought they were going to get one, but they haven't.
Yeah, that is weird, actually. 400 left and no kit from the captain, but he's coming
Feels
through
like a very, purposeful amount of money to have saved on Shui.
Saving for kits.
Because also you're up against 3 Galils and a MAC-10.
And this is an exec. They're going to get 2 smokes down at least from this position and then force Maus into a retake. So this is actually a terrible decision. This is going to be a problem for Maus unless they really hold the line. The young anchor in the site. Jimmy getting flashed out behind the boxes. He'll dodge the last one, and he may have a multi, but they find the headshot. Double kill comes through. No kit, no problem, because Maus ain't winning this round.
No chance. They can play behind the smoke all they want. Exertion's not going to dive bomb the plants, and the cover comes out from Donut. Looked like Jimmy could have lined up too. We saw that. But the Monacy instant headshot with the AK-47. Off to the races is the Flash, as he was on map 1.
Uh-oh.
Torzi's going to at least enable the exit. Flee, my friend. Nico already on the hunt, though. They want to sweep this away.
Got full blame F here.
Guaranteed.
G2 don't really have much to lose in hunting. They've got Khalil, so they just appreciate the upgrades here. This is too lucrative for G2 to not go hunting in, and if Torshi doesn't survive with this AWP, then it was all for naught for the Maus squad. Time is going to be close on this, and Torshi,
you didn't believe,
will at least keep that AWP into the next. It's still a 4th round for G2, 4-0 up on this T side of Ancient, and they get that one bite with ease.
G2 can't complain. I mean, sure, they would love the AWP on the way out, but at the same time, that could have just been a triple save for Maus from the get-go, and they'd be able to rebuy here. Instead, G2 find almost every kill on the exit on that hunt from Nico, and they go on to now put on a bit of a streak, 4-0 up. The chance for more, only an AWP, and maybe a couple of deagles surrounding it. But again, I can't get ahead of myself. I refuse it.
You can. You absolutely could. The option is yours, in fact. It's totally in your control if you'd like to do that.
I kind of want to.
But you
I think this is a 3-man.
Harry, you wouldn't object, would you?
No, I think it's fine getting ahead of ourselves, honestly. I think maybe there's even something to it, Hugo.
Yeah,
this is a good look from G2, and we want a competitive 3-map quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Come on now. Get ahead of yourself, Hugo.
Yeah, this one's done.
Okay, I don't know if I was saying that.
Yeah, that's a little much. That's a little much.
Torshi over in Donut. Oh, God.
No way.
Torshi's done. That much is obvious.
That's what that save was for? That's what the build-up was all about? He gets smothered by the close play of Hunter. And Hooksy cracks a head open towards the B site as well.
Monacy really wanted to fight that AWP. He brought it up into this round. And hell, he'll get a kill from it,
Dude,
but
this
won't
is
get the
kind
AWP
of,
head-to-head.
like, out of all the ways this could have opened, this has been very, like, this is like extra brutal for Maus because they're 0-5 down, which always sucks, but that can happen if you lose your first rifle. In fact, that's normally what ends up happening if you don't win your first rifle round.
Has been known.
It's just the fact that they've really not accomplished anything in any of these rounds. The individuals aren't even doing a lot right now for Maus, right? It's mostly been rounds like this one where 2 kills come in and that's essentially round over, almost Inferno-esque, right? And yeah, that's a little awkward because you're not really having like your players feel warm in this series, warm in this map, feel like they're even getting a gunfight at this point. The round is kind of written off before it even begins for Maus.
I mean, Torsi's got 4 kills, 3 of them are in the save. That leaves him on 1, essentially 4 frags for everybody else. And let's say, what, 2 of those have even an iota of impact? This is a non-existent CT side, folks.
Yeah, thus far you don't even feel like you've got to play around if you're
nothing.
Maus.
There's nothing shown yet so for the defense.
It's like, yeah, we've had 2 fights that were kind of close, maybe, that could have won us a round, but we lost them. And that's where you're at if you're Maus. So let's see if the individuals can get switched online a little bit more.
Yeah, we might have to see some plays getting made on this CT side, some space getting taken back. The retake rounds have not netted them much. So we have a mid-fight here for Maus into a gun round. Support from Yimpat throwing in nades. He can late rotate to A. Not a sight you often rush. And Monacy walks the molly. Sui holds on just long enough. He's in trouble though. Burnt out. Nico runs through and does find that equalizer. Chased from mid-side comes Zershan with a backstab, and Maus are throwing hands at this round.
That is a crazy way to trade that from Zershan. G2 won't be able to believe that that's how that trade kill just got picked up. But that could be the path to Maus' first round here. And it's Exertion and Frozen on this mid push, looking to make it happen.
We got him.
That's the thing with Exertion. Sometimes he just cranks that dial so fast that you just can't imagine a world where he's going to pull something like that off. He plays within that, you know, that danger zone of timings that so many other players just get caught by. So I mean, you have 2 players for G2 on that lane. They're on the lane. And Exertion just slips through the mid-smoke back behind the cave, puts the barrel to the back of Nico's head, and then has the gall to come back at lane for another.
That's crazy.
So, we wanted something, we got it. Game on.
That's nice, though. That was a Maus round where they're the ones calling the shots. They're kind of deciding where and when the conflict is taking place. That was a round they finally felt like they had some say in. So, if that's a sign of things to come, Maus will still have some more fight left in him.
Young Jimothy's gone for the big green as well on the A side, so he's going to be able to presumably get away with an opening kill here for Maus. Monacy's trying to fight, but even even Monacy, perfect crouch peeking on this angle. It's not an easy shot. It's not an easy pre-aim. It's a tight slither, and Yimpat's waiting for that kill. They're going to boost over. They will be able to get around this AWP, perhaps. This could be a problem. Flash is perfect. He's forced off the angle. Monacy now owns the temple line, and Yimpat can do nothing about it.
No, I can't re-peek back in. It's a double inside donut, too. That second player, Xerxion's even lucky to have gotten through. Green boost missed him by half a second. Ooh. But still Xerxion, while blind, picks up the first. It's traded out effectively by Hooksy, who looks to go deep. Frozen holds on. And man advantage belongs to Maus for now. With that op creeping out in the hands of Monacy, Jimpat's managed to put his on the backside. Hunter gets the headshot to Frozen, and Jimpat can't quite feel like that opening is there to push. But his position still catches them off, which means this one's alive.
Monacy back in main. We had all the promise of Monacy fighting early, being the guy to open the round, but now he's got to be the one to close it for G2. It's him and Nico left up on this main play. Boost up is nice. Impact caught by it. Monacy falls back, and a missed shot from the AWP means this round is a distant memory for Maus. It gets away from them. G2 have Nico and Monacy in the post plant, ready to go.
Oh, it's just such a scary round, right? That Temple player not wanting to reface the AWP multiple instances, and they get the room to go for the boost to stop the defuse. That's a mess for Maus on the retake. And again, Jimpat, he keeps making great decisions. He keeps making great heads-up plays, doesn't overstep at all in that round until he has to at the end. And yeah, sure, G2 get the retake on. Double AWP comes at a cost, and Maus are going to pay that fine. They've got one more buy in them.
Well, so back on Mirage, it was 7-1 to G2 before Maus started putting rounds on the board, right? It's 6-1 here, and Maus are going to have to embark on a very familiar feeling journey if they want to turn this one around.
All the more motivation, I think, right?
Deja vu.
We've done it before, and we'll do it again. Another heavy mid-take. Again, the supporting A anchor there to help out. Flashes go high over mid from JKS, and they are so blind. Easy entry, double up for Hunter, not his first.
He's the master mid-flash. There's no real room for anyone to take any control back. Shui's just relegated inside of the cave. Hooksy already owns Deep Donuts. So just don't get too stringy, stay collected, play the team play, the trade frags, the fundamentals to close out a round like this. Jimpat, I like the off angle. He's hoping that Hooksy will go back for the peak. We already saw Hooksy jumping around in that corner, so now he's a bit more stoic. Shui's gonna have an individual duel of his own. And I wouldn't want to fight Nico.
I like how safe Nico's even doing this, right? Smoking off the B side. Just to put more pressure on, push Shui further back.
Jimpat's the guy, man.
Yeah, how the hell does he get to
The
here?
one
Watch
way
it.
this could get weird is that G2 have to kind of commit to this. And that kill comes to Jimpat for free over in the donut. Monacy's alleviated a lot of the pressure by dealing with that AWP in A, but Jimpat putting on a masterclass in donut, offers up 3 kills, and now Shui gets the bomb away from G2. Monacy's got to do this alone. Impact's throwing the whole round into disarray. There's 15 seconds left as Monacy crosses in for the bomb. And any one of these kills, any missed timing, and Monacy's attempt is over. His time is done. But given that fight into the spawn, and now a 1v1 ensues. Yimpat started this with 3, and he's going to end it with the 4th. Maus rock G2's world in that round there, and it's Yimpat to do it all.
He's barely been here months, and he's already making a case for one of the best upgrades from Academy to main squad in a while, and he beats Monacy at his own game, doesn't he? That's an unbelievable round. Heads up on the second, re-swings, find a perfect third, and to beat Monacy in the 1v1, not an easy task. How the hell does he keep doing it?
So sick. I mean, catching Hunter sitting back, right, using that utility. Hunter's a sitting duck, 16 health as well. Hooksy doesn't know how to get them out of that angle. But what I loved about that moment was just Jimpat getting just that tidbit more aggressive for the deeper donut angle on the right side. Calculates his next duels. Man, Shui almost threw that.
Yeah, he really did. Thinks 5 seconds. No one's holding CT spawn at this point. I've got the time to move in. 1 more second. Monacy can't even be on that angle. Risks it, but uh-oh. In trouble again. Monacy won't take a second fight. Fade away orb shot. Same for Torshi as a flash hits and Hootsie comes hunting.
Even this is a little awkward. It's a good bit of trade work over at ramp, as is often the case. Hootsie fed in first with Nico.
Through the red smoke.
Able to trade that Hunter. Sneaks it in through red, and Exertion was looking that way. He seems kind of obsessed with the idea that someone's made it through red.
They don't know for sure. He walked through the red smoke.
Done. Frozen, just unfortunately for him, caught jumping back up. So Bomb obviously inbound for the A play, but Jim Pad again. Perfect spot. Peeks out onto Monacy, stops it. Secondary peek is then the bomb carrier, so now his teammates know. But he's locked in between them. So much coverage though. 1 kill with 3 bullets. Seems like a massive ask, and sure enough, JKS slides around, but that bought time for the CTs to creep out into the site. All right, and this whole time, yes, we've had Hunter back in the temple, but they've made the most of it until they turn away. And it felt like that silence, maybe.
They still don't know about Shui. They don't know about the second player here. They don't know about him. They've cleared him, but not dealt with him. Shui tries his hand in the 1-on-3.
Do they just think that temple wrap is coming in, right? The Hunter who already snuck through their spawn, they know he's somewhere in the site. They think they're being wrapped again before JKS plays out main. That must be the realization. But both players of Mal's watching the back line feels like an overplay of their hand. And so G2 gets a little scary in the mid-round there. Jimpat makes it so, but he can't win the round. 7-2. As far as I'm concerned, getting ahead of myself still, G2 are in a fantastic position this map.
They are.
They've reset the money.
You want to know something that's so good right now? You want to know who the 3 top performers are for G2?
Go on.
Nico, Monacy, Hunter.
Damn, you
in that order, right? Yeah, and so, we have them top in the charts. 26 kills between the 3 of them. That is more like how a G2 scoreboard is supposed to look.
Because sure, it's easy to rag on Monacy for having a quiet second half and Nico for buying Kriegs, but Hunter was nowhere to be seen in the previous map. He lost them a couple of rounds with his B-Lurks as well, so great to have him coming out with all these mid-entries that JKS keeps setting him up for, and he's going to go back for more. Nico playing very passive towards B, holding for a boost on the long side. He's going to get a walk from the pistols instead. Wow, oh, he gets finished off. Evil.
He did not think he was going to die there. When you get tagged from the Deagle, you think you got time to get away. The impact burnt out from the back of Donut. The equalizer found. Maus have immediately bit down on this rotate, bringing everyone around towards the A site, but it still shouldn't be enough to stop G2. They've just got so much firepower with all the guns in their favor. Maus are kind of blowing out the water here as they try to scramble bodies back into A. They won't find a way to do it, and Satoshi is left saving this AK into the next.
This is the point of the game where Monacy better not let it happen twice. Okay, those taps we just saw into the A site, clean as can be. The scoreline is literally nearly mirrored. Literally nearly mirrored. It's almost mirrored.
Yeah. It's almost mirrored.
It's almost mirrored. Yeah.
Literally nearly there.
Oh, that's a bridge too far for Torshi. One step out into the open and late hunted, so no guns saved, no money made. It's down to Maus to buy up and win with what they've got. That's ridiculous. Like, that's crazy. Yeah.
Fair play, to be honest with you. That is exactly like
skill difference.
Nico's probably fought down in those doors hundreds of times over and never been spammed out like that. Yeah. So kind of a weird way for it to end.
Those doors are really thick.
Really fast. Fast B. Hunter leading the charge. Torshi lands the opener and lives to tell the tale. Gets out. Man advantage taken. Maus 5-on-3 as the B defense will hold the line and not let G2 run down the B site. The fast play disrupted, and a 2v4 now. G2 desperately looking for solutions. Can m0NESY provide them?
This is the play someone's got to make. Did they hear the scope up close? They jump through, and they can stop the plant. They await a second, and that's a bit more money for G2, but it's not the round winner. A little B rush to test the limits, and I respected at this scoreline.
Sure.
But I do have flashbacks.
I was going to say, yes, exactly that. Like, we just watched, like, the ballroom brawl, right? Everybody running in, taking fights in every which direction, pushing as you please. And MOUZ, I think, in a one way or another, are just kind of grateful, right? It's simple. Just fight. Just shoot at what's on your screen. And in this case, they end up coming out on top of it. Will G2 do that twice when everything else in those rotates were working so well? I would almost hope not. And look at Nico. A smile on his face after m0NESY tilts. Because he sees himself in the kid. Said, yeah, that's right. You've earned it.
Well, G2, don't tilt too hard and don't tilt too soon. We may need you in these semi-finals unless MOUZ can stop them here and now on map 2. Final buy before economy will be brought into question. Nico's been having a good game, but a frustrating one. Again, spam through smoke.
Yeah, Shu's been a nuisance versus him head-to-head.
Oh, you're really going to take that fight, are you? You're really going to commit? Didn't feel meant to be.
Kind of like a weird way for the round to have begun. You know, like trying to fight Hooksy there. He's kind of already shooting. He's shooting first. JKS at least dealt with over in the red room, and Torshi finds a little bit more success for MOUZ here over towards B. And now MOUZ is starting to get ahead in terms of the rotates here. They take middle in the 4v3. They know that it's not mid. Torshi hears G2 moving into the B site. Desertion is picked off by that AWP. Oh, Torshi a chance for even more here, but that orb looks to trade him, and m0NESY will oblige. They don't know. 2v2, but they don't know about Cave. They don't know just how close
Was he spotted?
I'm not sure. They go looking for the site fight first, and m0NESY having repositioned now is to win this from long. The bomb is planted for him. He's got that laid out in front of him, and now a 1v1 to find. Nade goes in, but m0NESY's ahead of it.
Oh, he's
Frozen gets off and walks that 1v1 over the line. MOUZ pull up with 2 in a row, finally putting together consecutive rounds on this CT side.
It's all the mid-flank timing. That's so quick, right? You can, even though m0NESY doesn't actually get physically caught moving up short, they see him, and the timing in the head of G2 is completely off. By the time they realize CT is empty, it's already too late, and MOUZ come through with another retake. We're seeing some very, very tight rounds, but MOUZ are trying to find life at the end of their CT side. Close try for m0NESY, not today. And a half buy for G2. Even with a plant, it's not enough. Hunter gets a hero AK. These rounds are absolutely winnable, and Jimpat once again will be tested on his own.
This is crazy, though. MOUZ might be about to launch another comeback here. There's a very real world where they split this half 8-7. They win that last round. That was like the most lucrative, but now they've got another chance here up against a weakened buy from G2.
Thinking this round is easy could be their biggest mistake. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. With G2 with these kind of buys, I get very scared. They're going to play loose, they're going to play aggressive, and Jimpat needs something from the back of the site.
He's got the good cover for it. 2 pistols ahead of Hunter's AK as well. Donut smoke, does he play behind? Okay. Total forfeiture of the A site.
This is okay though, because G2 eventually in that post bomb going to have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Freebie. Just catching Hunter on the smoke cross like that. That was the AK as well, so Frozen's impact through this smoke has been fantastic.
Oh, dear.
Flash though, Flash is good. No, Hooksy gets caught out by the Opera, so it's just the tempo control. They don't even have the bomb. This one comes to a fizzle. So it seems 20 health between the 2 that remain. Held on by Torzi's angle in from Donut. Jimpat's on top of the boxes. All is good, yeah?
Yeah, and this is the wildness. This is the weirdness here for G2.
Get him.
Man, stroke of luck on that one. Okay, it's not like Jimpat's playing from behind box and gets a kill and then dives behind smoke. It is just Frozen rotating in, catching Hunter, one of the AKs in the background.
good molly timing as well for Jimpack. Gets in as he sees a smoke come over. That stalls the hit for G2. It gives him time to make that decision, walk the donut smoke, and Mao's, yeah, sure, smoke spam comes through. A little bit of luck goes a long way.
They kind of really needed the bomb plant here just to alleviate like any worries. So I know when you look at the money, you're going to tell me, oh, well, G2 are fine, they can buy, but they're going to have limitations on JKS and Hooksy, and those are the two of the players who actually do a lot of the nade work for G2, right? So there's some limitations coming down the pipeline, and if you end up buying here only to go and lose it, then you're broke heading into round 15, and suddenly this is 8-7.
What are you doing, Harry? You prophesizing a Mao's comeback? You prophesizing an 8-7 half?
I'm just saying it's got all the makings of one, right? Like, don't get me wrong, this CT side got started super late in the first half. Up until round 10, all we'd had was 2 one-and-done rounds found for Mao's. But they've successfully kind of chiseled a little way in here right at the end. 3 in a row. A slightly easier time here for 4 in a row. And if they win it, G2 are broken.
Yeah, Harry Russell's web weaving. This man's spell casting.
Oil selling.
Yeah.
Snake ringing.
I'm on it. Modesty swapping out to that AK. Look to chase through cave, but no. It is Shuhei's position for now. Shuhei better be careful. I feel like he has taken a few overt risks. That duel through the wallbang versus Hooksy. You know, this isn't...
But look, even now, this is like a good example of some of the limitations that come with this round. G2, what are they left with to actually exec? They have one smoke, one molly, 2 flashes. That is it.
I'm down with a B hit here, though. But Mao's are also down with that. They've got 3 players in position. G2 going to creepy crawl through the cave. Nico lining up a pre-fire. Shui's got to be careful in the jiggle. Oh, getting back in position. Oh, Nico can't go through that. At 55 seconds, G2 are called to a pause.
That was sketchy, huh? That jiggle on the corner. You got your teammate in front of you. Ooh.
Okay, wait. Where this could get huge, Yimpat is taking A main. Torshi is now freed up to rotate. Torshi has a full belt of utility, Molotov included. And if that finds its way towards B when this site hit looks to come through. Now, there's a world where G2 could still change this up on the fly. They're lobbing in Utah. I don't think they're going B. They're going A. They're going A. They're going A. They're going to join up with JKS. He's been waiting outside of main this whole damn time. And so the A play is on the cards. JKS probably dead here. Yimpat holds it, but Justin, too fast, deals with him back in main. Torshi is on this line through CT, but he's not going to get rewarded for it. And so this last second change of heart from G2, the B fake into the A play, it might stick the landing.
Or it could falter.
Oh.
It could fail. Oh. They try to get that CT peek going, and sure enough, it leaves it to Exertion. Tries to fly out from Donut. One player pinned behind box, doesn't know about the second right next to him. Tap onto the bomb, and Hunter's gonna put him down. What a call from Hooksy. And unfortunately for Mao's, baby, that is hook, line, and stinker stuck inside that B site. Nothing to show for it. They all stuck around and got nothing.
Oh, they fell for it as well. It would be alleviated if Yipak can get this kill. He's more than favored on it, but a great jiggle from Justin, and he gives him a bit of jazz in the bomb side as well. Final bullet tap to close it out. It's Hunter. Fantastic mid-round for G2 at 20 seconds. There's no room for error there.
G2 breathed such a sigh of relief, right? That last second change of heart, a B fake that had to work because they had no second options in going back onto that A site with no util, and they successfully take charge of the game right as at the end of the half.
Oh, that's a smoke shot. As it blooms, he finds the Monacy and gets a reposition as well. Jump across for Hooksy, not known to be an AWPer, but picks it up from time to time. Torshi tries to find 2. He's holding a tight angle, letting them get out of main as Mal's flash through the smoke, chasing down G2 at the end of the half, looking to not give away. Double digits on the T side. Hooksy has to make it so on his own.
1v3, stuck inside, looking for that AWPer that just rang out a shot. And Hooksy's been given a bit of space, but that donut peek could be his edge. Flick onto Torji, something. And nicely done from Torji to pick up a kill in that retake, because honestly, a couple missed shot felt like a G2 10th. But we're sitting pretty, folks, at 9-6. It's a 2-0 in the scope for Mao's, but it's sure as hell not easy.
one. Makes it look too clean.
Final event, the final trophy, the last chance in CSGO for the likes of Mouse to hoist a trophy, or for G2 to add one more to the cabinet. It's been a hell of a year for this G2 squad, and there have been some cold maps here and there. A bit of a crumble, a meltdown, some said, on Mirage. However, more of the same here on Ancient. It's a lickety-split start. It's a Monacy domination, and still towards the tail end of that CT side, Maus finagle a few rounds on the board, but only 7 more for G2 to take us to Inferno.
If I had $1 for every time a Blastcaster had told me it was the last CSGO event, Connor, I would have $2, which isn't a lot, but it's weird. It's happened twice. Yeah. JKS over in mid opens this up with the USP. Yimpat will reply, and so we end up in a 4v4 straight away. Maus slow this one right down. Let's see if G2 are going to take that, though. They kind of want to keep the pacing on this. The mid-crunch is locked out by Yimpat.
What's his head-to-head like right now? Yimpat might be winning it against Monacy. He's been fragging him day in, day out, especially on this map. That bit of aggro goes nowhere for G2, and I love that they gamble. What else have you got in a round like this? Moving a second and maybe a third player back into that B-bomb site.
Honestly, regardless of result at this event, I mean, what a breakout moment for Jimpat on this roster. Outshining Xertion and Frozen and Torzy at times.
They throw 2 smokes B and G2 block it. This is now a really weird round.
I'm down to get freaky. 4 players drop through middle. Eyes on the prize of that A site. JKS looking for the deepest angle he can nab. He's got one blind in front of him. Hooksy hits the headshot.
Dink versus JKS won't help, but perhaps Hooksy can peel another one off if this is even the commitment. Bomb just stalls out for the time being. There's no other chance. You've got to go, and you've got to go in. And they keep trickling into the crosshair of Hooksy. Yeah. It allows for Nico to peek out on Brokey. Frozen's trade and Torzy's answer leaves this again on Hooksy. Now that bomb plant has to come through, and Hooksy has a chance, but he's only got 13 health. And Torzy, well, he's still fighting, as is Hooksy up close. Close as can be.
Disastrous, man. I thought Miles were going to go back their time, 20 seconds, but they don't want to roll out a risky red carpet that could get torn apart. They go back into the stack, and they still win it. Miles not making it easy for themselves, but giving us an entertaining game nonetheless, and quite a game we have now in the second half of Ancient as they try and pull back to 2-0.
Dude, that Torzy shot over towards A main. Did you see that replay, Hugo? Were your eyes open? Oh my God.
One bullet, baby.
That helps. It helps the endeavor, the adventure, the hopes of Mouse. On this T side, fast play out of Hooksy. Love it. Straight up into the face, traded by Shui, sure enough. But it's information and a bit of early damage off the CZ.
Shui's seen that before. Done enough cave antics himself. m0NESY trying not to shoot his teammate in the legs, but he at least connects something. It comes at the cost of Nico. Torshi very low.
That was so close for m0NESY to get the trade. The nade brings Torshi from 6 health down to 4. So he's just barely keeping up appearances right now for Mouse. They feel fine in the 4-on-3. They're going to group for this B hit. G2 still haven't moved a muscle, so it's all on m0NESY to try and stop this B play.
Physically, no way. Double smoked out unless you're rolling that dice and hitting some shots through it. It's going to be Mouse converting this force buy, and really G2 should be looking to save, as Mouse did in this exact position in round 2 of the game with the same guns, essentially. Scout MP9. So G2 will be allowed to evade, and Mouse will close that gap by 1 more. What a run this would be.
Mouse have had the hardest run of the entire playoff bracket, in my opinion. Or they will have, considering this could continue, what's up ahead, etc., right? Like, I mean, again, we're talking Furia, okay. FaZe.
Right. Sure, yeah, go on.
FaZe, G2, and a grand final that could have been Na'Vi, Vitality, maybe Monty. It's in the works as one of the runs
of all time.
Exactly.
It certainly is difficult. And coming into the underdog in every game except that Furia matchup, right? Like, very impressive if Mouse can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, you know, you're not off base for that claim, Connor. I think that FaZe probably was, you know, like the hardest round 2 playoff match that you could look to get out of all the ones that were available, and that's the cards that were dealt the way of Mouse.
I'm here for it. No doubters on this train. If you're going to do it properly, do it right, do it against the very best. Right now, Mouse are a round down, but an eco for G2. And look at the room they've got. Xerxon in top mid, Mouse already in cave.
Yeah, no contest in middle whatsoever. This should open up the ease for Xerxon. He's going to see Back's turn, but look at that. Oh, the CT peek. When you're just so hyper focused on the 3 players that lie ahead that the CT pistol peek pays off. But the bomb has also been delayed, so now these smokes are going to fade, so now people are getting closer. So now USPs connect to your head, and just when you thought you had an open B site, you better hope that the coverage is here as that plant happens. Shuhei's taking a bit of damage. Torzy picks up 1, and while Hunter's low on that scout, it's an AK for m0NESY. Well earned. He walks close, but he can't clear out Shuhei. Torzy's going to hold off on short. The flank's eventually going to come in, but damn, did that get sketchy, and it could get worse.
Not yet. To survive, no rounds will be easy.
Even seeing Hooksy kind of jump the gun there, I know it's 5v3, you may feel so favored, but you've got a flank, you've got rifles, and he's swinging out long on his own. It's a first domino to fall, and we see G2 isolated as well as Mouse can make it happen. Like, this first kill is so important. It just frees up the room for them to swing short together. They find 2 more kills, and at that point, you've not even set up the flank. The flank is an extra. It's a side dish. It doesn't matter. It's the decaf after the dessert. It's just there for flavor. Mouse have already won the round, and they go fast out middle with gusto. Will be Hunter finding that opening kill.
Oh,
to follow up.
nade.
Great nades.
Well, Frozen and Yimpat are both really hurt.
Oh my god, welcome back to reality.
Yeah.
G2 on a full buy, eat shit. Frag grenades down elbow, everybody's dead in the first 20 seconds. That's a reminder who here is the Cologne and Katowice champion.
Ooh, yes.
Oh my god, it's like, okay, listen boys, you've had your fun, you win pistol, you convert, but yeah, let's not rush in through smokes and get too crazy now.
But again, much as how G2 threw a full buy rush up B in the first half, Miles had to test the limits.
Yeah, sure.
They had to see what they could get away with.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go back to a more respectful game of Counter-Strike, potentially.
Maybe.
At least on Miles' T side. Do your due diligence, boys.
Yeah, trying to throw Xerxin through the mid-smoke with flashbang coverage. He was the only one out. Double kill basically over on elbow with those nades. There was nothing to work with in this one.
Nope.
They got too big for their britches.
Are those shoes?
I think they're pants.
They would be pants.
Britches,
yes.
right? Britches?
Yeah. I got britches in my wardrobe.
Yeah, okay.
Skeletons too. Mouse. That one gets away from them real quick. Now, I'm curious about this save. I want to know what they're going to do with it in this next round. They're going to be getting, just the standard 1,400 at the end of this one, right? So once they've got that, they've got money on the 3 players that died to actually, like, just eco here, and they could look to bring out guns in the next. Where that gets awkward is with the 2 saved guns, right? Frozen won't have that privilege if everyone else decides to eco here in the follow-up round. So I'm really curious if they decide to force around these, and it looks like they will.
It's buy time, baby.
Oh, that's so nice. Good round from Hooksy.
Yeah.
Push up through Molly. I think his individual level has been upticking.
I think, the more championships you win, the more confident you got to get in your own style.
Ooh!
That's a kill.
What goes around comes around.
Oh, they've got B, man. This is open. Nico's gone for the back of long. That is a disaster. Hooksy, you need his individual level now more than ever. They're ready to trade this. They line up, and there's still the kill. Are they ready for Hunter's quick climb up from mid? He's here very early. Chiphat's certainly not. Jig is up, and Hunter's down, and maybe the round.
Wow, that's bizarre. Just as fast as the last round went the way of G2, this one, instead of Xerxin running out through the smoke, he decides, well, I'll spam it instead. And sure enough, he calls out that position. If you guys remember the replay we saw, it was Hunter who pushed out from Donut to kill Xerxin in the round prior when he came out through smoke. I don't know what Xerxin saw in that moment, but the other CT who was middle, not the one who killed him in Hunter, was the guy standing behind that box. Sure enough, Xerxin starts this round, spams that exact position, catches him as he climbs into it. And this, folks, ooh, tantalizing, huh? JKS solo rifle save, game tied, 10 rounds apiece.
Okay.
What's the buy, Russell?
I don't want to scare you guys either. But
I'm terrified, Harry.
There's a couple of other notes here, right? One is that JKS is slowly but surely rising up the board a little bit more towards the top. m0NESY also hasn't got a kill yet in the second half.
Shut up.
We're currently heading into our 6th round of play.
He's just getting ready for MR12. You wouldn't get it.
Sure, but while that could be a valid point, Hugo, it is a little worrying, right? m0NESY has had the AWP. He's going to bring it back out now. m0NESY with that. So I'm hoping that this is just a quiet first few rounds of the second half, and then he's going to get off to the races again. And m0NESY's going to be a name that we're saying a hell of a lot, but we haven't had to yet on this CT side, and that was exactly what happened back on Mirage. So you don't want to have deja vu here. It's the one time you don't really want it, unless you're a huge Mouse fan, in which case you're very happy with this.
I'm just saying, man.
And
you know,
me.
Chernobyl, Fukushima, G2, the 3 nuclear meltdowns of the modern age.
But how does it keep happening, Connor? How does it keep happening? Someone patch this up. JKS might have to be the guy. He goes back for more.
There we go. That's what happened. Again, we contrast this to Xerxin. Xerxin going through a smoke again. 2 times in this T side versus gun round. Xerxin tries to bully his way out through that smoke and gets turned away instantly.
Mal's out middle with the bomb. They've got a man tucked in the beehive at B. They make it up red, but I was going to say spotted. More than that, shot in the face, JKS. Now Miles get to play with this round. They can leave Yimpat to try and fake things out on a lurk. They keep the pressure on Hooksy, who will smoke off the chase. And Hunter gets curious in middle. If he's joined by Nico, this could be a great late round clear, going together to flank out this B site. And Hooksy, even though they know about him, he's peeled out a B. He can play retake. He doesn't need to commit to a gunfight as long as the cousins come in on the backstab. More spotting for Hooksy. This is excellent work. Mouse may get the plant, but G2 know what's up.
Climbing over the ledge. They've got him surrounded, Harry. Boxed in.
G2 have got to take their time here, right? Long is going to attempt to be taken by Maus. They need this real estate to the Maus squad. And so G2 late flashing into it to clear this is nice. They're ready for Yimpat. They're ready for his attempt at the trade. And Monacy is finally on the board. And G2 will get their round on the back of that. JKS opens it up in middle, and then the rest of G2 locking down the 4v3 retake over towards B.
They played that absolutely perfectly, right? If Hooksy commits to a fight there, he's basically throwing the round away on long side. He has to play safe just for the big flank, and then they assist, they set up flashes, they swing together, and they let Nico play last. It's a beautiful round for G2 on this CT side. Even those 4v3s are anything but safe. And so Maus, a weird position where they have economy ranging from 2 to 6k. This pause could be for just that ultimately. And in fact, it is their final timeout with Cyclone on the mic. And we're only 22 rounds deep. A little bit desperate.
Strapped for money too. This one's not coming in as clean as you would hope. Big moments, huh? Good. This is what we wanted. We want Maus tested. We want G2 showing they can win.
If Maus win from this position, it's like doubly impressive.
There's a lot of emphasis in this round put on Torshi having his AWP. Right? He put 6 grand into this round. That would have been enough for him to have potentially dropped over rifles, to have had a lot more to go around with. But they put faith in Torshi and his AWP. Yimpat opens, dead at ramp, Hunter wrestling with the AK, knocks out a second man. It's only Torshi and that AWP left now, 1v4, and he can't save the day for Maus here.
That's such a curious call to go for the B-pop when you have the AWP, but you also have pistols, and sure, your util isn't, you don't have the longevity to play a default round, but Exec had a spawn. You're not really giving Torshi any room to make a play when he is the top performer in the server right now.
Yeah, like you're rushing through a smoke, right? So like he's kind of really hard limited in terms of the impact he's allowed to find in this round.
Feels like a wasted opportunity. A couple of boisterous calls in this T side. And sure, Maus are confident. That's a good sign, but right now it's getting the better of them. Hunter recovers that hold very well. And we have more faces appearing of G2. Last map, there were silent players in one or both halves. This time, everyone has had a piece of the pie.
I think this is where it's fair to have some of the criticism that Shuhei does earn, right? These are 3 rounds out of the last 4 where it is just Maus trying to barrel through a smoke. Now, Xerxin going on his own is one thing. Happened twice inside of middle. The most passive round out of Xerxin in that position is one that they end up winning. Then we get this force in off of the pause. Cyclone's had a chance to speak, and it's, as you said, what? A jump through a smoke top B. Boys, you had way more to work with. You could have played for some map control. Compare and contrast that to like how G2 end their T side when they get into the gritty rounds. We get that beautiful late A play. That to me just felt like Shuhei's getting a little flustered, and I don't know what or if he can do about it moving forward. But it's got to be more complex than that.
Doing that off a pause up against one
with
of the
a
world's
huge
best
investment.
teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're going to get punished. And Maus, well, that's exactly where we find ourselves, working with just this solo warp. Literally nothing but a flash, 4 Glocks. Now, if anything, they'll at least give Torshi the time to shine.
But it's like even here, you know, this is kind of weird. Torshi's going to have to just roam with the AWP, try to be involved early, try to get picks from it and arm his teammates. But you also kind of need him to hold on to this if you're Maus.
Oh no, JKS, did he hear that?
Yeah, surely.
Yeah, he read that as well, knew it was a boost. Re-smoke, push back, try again.
Shui had the drop on JKS in mid, but only good for the dink.
Glock. Yeah, G2, they're spreading out.
Yes.
They're pushing the pistols. They know the AWP is here, and they take the room. They've got 4B control. Don't need to face this. Torshi gets a shot off. But doing anything in this round is unrealistic at this point. His team have been cut apart.
Dude, the thing that's so interesting to me here is that like Maus have to do a good enough job in wasting time because they want Torshi to try and live on the AWP. And so him getting these couple of kills is nice to at least force some more respect out of G2. Still, he can't just sit in bottom mid. He knows they want to knock this AWP out of play. And so Torshi is kind of feeling a lot of pressure here to stay mobile, to try put some distance between himself and that last known location of the AWP in bottom mid.
Yeah, even Nico's position is fantastic as well. Doesn't overstep the T-spawn flank. He's having a look now after some time, and with 20 seconds after Torshi tries to save here, there's a world where Nico finds him in the final few, maybe even after the clock. Like that, Torshi could be getting watched from above. He could be getting watched from elbow. Someone could be holding this till after time. And I think Nico might just find him at this point. Last known position is middle. And they go searching.
Oh, man, he's scared. The only thing is Nico could go clear A main.
Oh, JKS. He'll take that every step of the way. He needed that save, right? They fully go for this. He would have been on nothing this round.
That ends up being a good round. It was kind of like, and you know, I say that like with a kind of grain of salt about it. You were never going to win it, but yeah, the whole goal for that round was try to do a bit of damage on the AWP and make sure we save the AWP. And to that end,
both
Maus
objectives
succeeded. So getting out on the AWP, they bring it with them into this round here. G2, this is where they could do all the legwork and just put a stop to this game here and now. If they can win this one, Maus are broken up against 14, and so suddenly you're looking at G2 and you're looking at that third map waiting in the wings. You believe that we're getting there?
Yeah, I think at this point, surely, right? G2 are still making plays. They're still very confident, flashing up B lane. They get there from middle, and they know Maus aren't rushing this position again. Good spam damage onto Nico, but still sitting in a 4v5 of Maus. Even going through this door is a risk in and of itself. And again, Torshi is tasked to try and open this round up. Maybe a boost could be a preface to that, but G2 remaining vigilant. Heavy on this B hold, more damage off of the spam. Maus may have finally met their maker, but G2 getting impatient, and maybe at the right time.
Moment for Jimpat.
Oh,
double!
Damn!
That's a spanner in the works.
Meanwhile, Hunter picks up the kill towards top middle, so it's not like this one's easy. Notably, the health of Frozen and Jimpat. You'd think maybe Torzi will have to go above and beyond. Top mid player makes it over to B. That's necessary support for this. Oh, and again, low health, right? So a little bit of spam goes a long way. And Torzi knows that player's up above the smoke. With the gap behind it, it's an open invitation. 15 on the clock. He's going to have to peel into the cave. Frozen getting that kill, now has to give cover. As the smoke comes up, he runs into the fire. And so this one seems like it's done, but seemingly still a chance. A slight sliver of an opportunity here for Frozen. Has the plan. He's going to stick this, and Monacy's going to swap out to the rifle to chase. Frozen right there. Monacy right there. And G2 knock on the door of an ancient win.
The heart must be racing in that moment for all 10 players. I know it is for me. Hunted down. Maus barely getting the bomb site. And Monacy finally converts one of these clutches. He's been left to the wayside in this series ever since the first half of Mirage, but that is going to put G2 right there at the right time to take their map.
Man, flustered. Torzy running back behind the pillar in the fire. I mean, maybe he's trying to beat the smoke grenade and wanted to offer some of his health in response to that, but it makes the M4 spray down so much easier in comparison. And so now we're going to get just a flustered Mouse coming back, buys after buys, to try and stave off the G2 15. Solid comeback, composure after Mirage. They are cooked in the calls department. Hooksy's M4 though, blinded, falls to Jimpat.
Good molly.
And it might not be a convincing strategy, but if you can put that bomb down and hit headshots, then you've still got yourself a chance. Easy cleanup. Double kill from JKS, make it a third. Nico with him. And it feels like Torzy is a one-man army. You contrast that to Xertion's performance and Frozen's as well. Their struggles have left this too much for Torzy to burden on his own.
Yeah, he's done, dead and buried here. The Molotov comes in, and that will be the stick for G2. 15 rounds locked in. A championship level team looking to pull a comeback in this series, a reverse sweep to Inferno, and then a semi-final versus Ents. That's what's awaiting the winner. The young men of Mouse have met their match here in this quarter.
And this has been great down the stretch from G2. Keeping composed, it's not been easy. This is a Mouse that kind of exploded into the series, offering up resistance on Mirage long enough to close that out. But here it might all fall apart. 4v4, they at least trade JKS in middle. Someone who's been causing a lot of problems for Mouse today, already dealt with.
Not again.
But Hunter takes the reins over towards this A site. Nico moves in to avenge him. One man up behind the big box. Nico flashed in. Dead at the hands of Exertion, and so now it's just Monacy.
Tried.
1v3, even though he tries his hand at the no-scope, he's getting flanked. There's a guy through red. Oh, damn! And now is he ready for the red flank? In behind him, they could end the round right now. They could deal with it. They could stop this.
Scared.
But they're scared.
Terrifying.
They're scared of Monacy, and they're giving him room as a result. Fighting forward! Hell of a shot from Monacy! And thank God Torshi is still there to put a stop to him.
He's an animal.
Was 2 kills on his way to that clutch, and he was believing. I was believing after that shot.
I'm shaking, dude. You could sense it. And then you see why that fear exists.
Oh my God.
Dude, that shot. Woo! That'll keep you on the edge of your seat, and that's where they should be. But they're so on the edge of their seat, Hugo, that they're almost falling off, because what is left in this Mouse T-side tank? Aggressive up the B ramp, through the smoke again.
Yeah.
And this round, what do? Fast through middle, through a smoke again.
It's nice to see them end somewhere else. I forgot this A site existed for a second.
It's just not the most inspiring strategy, but it is enough to take a bomb site, plant that bomb, and hold on for dear life as the Monacy retake comes at him.
Yeah, white knuckle grip.
I'm going to say this as well, right? Monacy on that last map, you know, we've talked about it to no end. He had no impact in the second half. Well, here, that round, he's only had 4 kills total in the entire second half, which doesn't sound good, and half of them came from that round right there. But,
they were sick.
But the other 2 were both round-winning kills, most notably that 1v1 that he closed out over Frozen, right? So sure, he's not like popping off to some crazy degree, but he is still finding a lot of impact as Monacy. Even getting out. No! Yimpat will chase him down. And so maybe there's still more to play for. They're not ready for a third man. Why would you be? Why would you ever check for Hunter? Trigger discipline! And trigger discipline pays off. Hunter delivers 2. And continues to fight behind the big box. He had to go down eventually, but he's done all he had to do in the round.
Dude, that
2v2 to close. Nico, dead on default. Mouse have still got fight left in them.
They're not ready.
Hooksy's going to try and stop this. Moves in, but it's swiftly traded. And so Mouse keep this game alive.
All right. So this is how it's going to be for the rest of regulation. This is going to be Shuhei committing to the culture of these calls. It is going to be fast, aggressive, in-your-face type Counter-Strike until G2 either put an end to this and we go Inferno with a gentleman's handshake, or this is going to get them to overtime. But the pace isn't going to change. He's committed to this T side. Their game plan. How many pros say, play our game? This is the game that they wanted. It's the one that didn't work for a few rounds in a row, and it's now given us 2 to talk about, but Exertion goes right back at it. Not dented, not deterred from what had failed him multiple times already. He gets through that smoke. Now the question is, what can he do with it on his own, and what will G2 throw at the T side to try and disrupt it? Because he's found an opening top mid, it has slowed down this play for a moment.
It's on a knife's edge, a tightrope right now that Mouse could slip off, and they've got bloody feet. Moving through the smokes as well. Xerxen, he's been here before. He's lost this before. Hunter checks back and Xerxen wins that fight, opening up a huge chasm in this round. He can flank either way. He goes around the world trying to drag this flank out for as long as possible. It's a good reposition. JKS is trying to fight in another one. Impact coming in for the clear. He has been monumental in this matchup, and he continues to clear corners to perfection. That's opened up a path for Miles and a 13th round. G2 are playing for 30 rounds right now. This force-up, a necessity, but look at where it's left them with the money. They've got nothing to do but play for 16-14.
I don't know if I've seen Jimpact get caught off by somebody sitting and holding an angle. I mean, the kid clears everything with a presence of mind that is just above his years of experience.
Even that Hunter Monacy in the previous round where Monacy ran out of A main, the perfect angle reposition, jumps up on that little ledge and catches Monacy, who realizes he has to scope back up. He can't escape, he must fight. Jimpat, he's got a good head on his shoulders. You don't see him make big mistakes. He had some shaky rounds at Cologne, but here in Malta, the kid's the real deal. And Mals want to win this in overtime. They are fighting tooth and nail for it. A full eco for G2. I said 30 rounds, I meant it. You're not winning this. And why would Mals stop rushing?
Goodness. Mouse. Round 29 awaits them.
Bomb's already in A.
See ya.
Xerxen making money as well. Take it while you can. Yeah, round's done. Might as well cut out.
Whoa, hang on. We've cut back and they all died. So something's happened there. But for G2, yeah, it's better to save the AK here.
Monacy can send it, give Nico the Molotov, send it with the MAC-10, make a bit of money. It's ultimately not going to change too much. And he's just playing to defend Nico at this point. He doesn't care about the MAC-10. He just wants this gun in the next round. Giving Nico the AK round 30, that's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Damn right it is.
But Mouse with the Ents phase energy on Ancient. They won OT and OT and OT again. They want to end this on Ancient.
15-10 to 15-14.
What a comeback.
Yeah, this is mad, dude. Like,
2 1 versus 1s, by the way.
Exactly, right? The fact that they've come so close, and yeah, right, you've had a bunch of kind of almost desperate calls where you were leaving it down to the individuals, right? Yeah, it's like, if we go B and we just get the entry, and we don't need to get the entry every round, we don't need to do this every round, but if we just get that one round where we get in, that's what re-energizes us, and that's what Maus were kind of holding out for here, and they found their way back in, taking it the full 30 now. They stopped G2, who were streaking rounds together, who were winning clutches. It was 5 straight for G2 down the stretch. But Maus have got that second wind again, just like they did back on Mirage, where you had that G2 comeback stifled, stopped in its tracks. Now it's Maus having to dish out the long games, having to grind back in, but they're 1 round away from doing exactly that. Round 30 is what G2 were playing for here with how they've invested their money. This is where they've got to stake their claim and end it 16-14. If this gets run back in OT, suddenly Maus are a very dangerous beast looking for a 2-0.
Oh!
Nico! Get him out! What a time for Nico from nowhere. He has been written off in this matchup. 3 crisp, clear kills down the ramp. And that might be G2's victory right there on the shoulders of Nico.
In the dying days of CSGO, remember the #1 rifle. Taps and blasts the heads off Maus just when they thought they had a grain of hope.
One of the goats of Go, and that AK save we said would be worth it.
I said it once, I'll say it again, eat shit.
That was the 3 best players of Mao's executed in rapid succession, just one after the other.
You can try, but can you really believe after a round like that, Mao's have nothing to do but give it a go, a missed shot from the AWP, a molly for the pod, and suddenly we're cooking.
Okay, if Nico's just done all that only to not win the map now, only to go to OT, I don't know what to tell you. Frozen and Shui were not dealt a good hand at the start of this one. They were immediately thrown into the 2v5, and now it's got to be Shui to do it alone. G2 trying to finish what Nico started here. And with just Shui left standing, they will pressure him, they will fight him, and they will deal with him. A 3rd map of Inferno waiting in the wings. And with Nico waking up, G2 still have hope.
Sides, Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to fall in love again. Scared to fall in love again. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to fall in love again. Scared to fall in love again. Closer than I've ever been. Trying ways to let you in, but I'm scared to fall in love again. Scared to fall in love again.
G2 choose to live or die by round number 30, but it's a Nico execution to end it all. We're talking 11 maps in a row without a loss for Maus, but Nico takes the wind out of any comeback sales that Maus may have had. That was a disgusting end to that map, Jason.
Yeah, that was nasty. And that's the Nico we all been waiting to see this whole series. And that's, I mean, that's one way to close it out. That's his characteristic. Nicely done, Chad. Speaking of good shots.
Damn.
What's funny about the Nico thing is, like, I felt like when I was watching that, I was super worried because it looked like the fake. They were throwing like that fake at the A-bomb side, the other side of the map, and it seemed like actually that was pulling G2 away, and I think that's what like pulled Nico into the open. But he was still ready to just tap away at the heads.
Tap, you're all dead.
But it scared me a little bit. I was worried.
I think that game was worrisome. I want to give a shout out to Jimmy. Jimmy's real bloody annoying, isn't he? Leave him in a position, they come his way, even though they have number advantage, Jimmy gets a couple. So props to the 17-year-old because he keeps delivering. But a close game of Counter-Strike and one I enjoyed. Me, Yanko, not so much Jason, yelling at the TV for the good and the bad. It was an entertaining game and definitely one that delivered, right? Another close affair. Another one here where MOUZ, they could have taken it. Late with G2 having to make the decision, the force, the full eco, 15-14, have to get it done over the line. Good stuff.
But I like the call in the end, you know.
To go
like
for that force?
It looks weird, but if they eco and then buy, you were talking about it's like a 4,500 buy.
Yeah.
And then if you lose that, you just have a force with 2,900 in the last round. So you need one round to win. And let's make sure that one round we have the op on Monacy that we have
the strongest
and look at the
buy.
saved AK, how much it's
Exactly,
meant.
and that saved AK. They had the 2 USPs, right? Zershin kills 3 with the Mac 10 on B lane. Then Monacy and Nico both get a kill, both trying to save. Monacy was only saving the Mac 10. He dies, loses a molly. Nico saves the AK, gets 3 kills, wins the round. Game
yeah,
over,
what a cool angle to that as well.
Right?
Had to save the AK.
Right?
And even Harry and Hugo
Wouldn't
and
have happened with an
Scrummy,
M4.
they were just like, ooh, an AK for Nico is a nice little find for the last round.
I love to see it.
Yeah, that's why, you know, as coaches, it's always like every detail matters. Like every little thing can, you know, change the course of a game. And sure, it doesn't always happen, it doesn't always manifest in this sort of a way, but that was one of the examples.
Now, look, I know we have still a segment ahead of us here, but if anyone in production is listening, and it's possible for them to bring it up, that Monacy AWP shot in that 1-on-3 attempted retake of that A site. We didn't get it in the replay. If it is in there in the EVS package, I'd love to watch it in slow-mo, speed it up, slow it down, do all the good stuff, because he did go missing again for a period, didn't he? A couple of missed shots that got Yanko.
4 rounds into that second half, it was...
I mean, we weren't on him a lot, but you can just hear, right? Like,
the missed shot,
So I don't know if it's maybe he just shot and he wasn't really aiming at the place and he just flicked to try it, right? Or was it a couple of missed shots that he would otherwise hit? But yeah.
A couple like really sketchy, like the Monacy misses were one where he wins that one-on-one clutch when he swaps out to the M4, but there was like a couple rounds of the B bomb site of G2 retaking, a couple of like really sketchy bomb site retakes throughout that map.
Obviously, we're giving Nico a lot of props for that final round, which is obviously very apt for him. But JKS, he's been having quite the series, even though G2
quite the tournament. He had a good group stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, he's the highest-rated player for G2 in this series, and again on Ancient as well, he stepped up, had a lot of impact. I think on that T side as well, when it looked like MOUZ might be coming back, he had a round.
Oh wow, yes.
He had a great 4K, and that was where impact was pushed deep into A main, and Justin is alone there, and he's slow clearing it, and he gets the entry. If he dies there, then G2 everyone else is coming through Donut, and then you're pinched into the bomb side. That will make the post plant a lot more difficult. So
he got that quad kill as well.
Yeah, but it was a great call from Hooksy. It was a great call from Hooksy.
I think that was round 14. I think we've got it. So should we run it so you can illustrate to the viewers at home exactly what this was all about?
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult for G2 because their buy isn't amazing. As you can see, they don't have full utility. There's a couple of Galileos in there, and they spend a good amount of that utility early on trying to gain some map control, where on the other side of things you have MOUZ who's content with giving that away and saving some of the smokes, and they just kept blocking K, right? You can see how G2 is grouped up, and that's where they initially probably wanted to go, but they understood, after this smoke as well, that's probably going to make it tight, so that's when they switch it up with the limited utility they have, give it to Hooksy to throw all nades as they're booking it for the A side through Donut, and now the duel comes from JKS in A main.
Yeah, this is the kill here, right? And this is a difficult fight for JKS, right? It's a massive frag to make. And then everything that happens after this, the bodies are hitting the floor over there towards A, and Justin has to come through main through a smoke and find a whole lot more impact. You see Nico dead now, 3v4 situation, one back from JKS, bam. And then this last kill. The last kill is his last bullet, bang. That was his last bullet. Without that, right, it could have easily been an 8-7 half.
Yeah.
Mouse would have been sitting pretty. And well, that score was 16-14 in the end.
That's why I feel like it's unfair for you to tell him while he's passing you by, nice flashes, Justin, keep it up.
Well, you know, he loves flashes on Ancient. I just really wanted to highlight that without him, Hunter couldn't take that mid space.
And without Hooksy's calls, JKS couldn't get the 4K.
yeah, without Hooksy telling him to hard clear A main with a crouch peek, they never would have got across the line there, would they, Jason? What a great call from Hooksy that was.
It was a beautiful call from Hooksy.
What
Should
a
we
great
give
call.
both JKS and Hooksy some props in round 21 because we move into the second half? And what was going on here, Janko?
Yeah, I think this one was finally some poise from G2, right? And not rushing the situation. You'll see at the start another great entry from JKS, actually a double entry, right, with the assist flash from Yimpat. But no, now he's going to lose his life to Torji. That was a great shot from Torji. And now in the 4v3, G2 still not having control, right, after this sort of interaction as well. You can see numbers 4 and 5, Hunter and Nico, they're clearing mid, and Hooksy is going to start falling back, and he understands, like, in this position, he just needs to not die. You can see now we've moved forward a little bit. He didn't give any fights as Mouse got into the plant. Here he's also waiting. There's flash plays. He got a kill with that flash from Monacy. Now Monacy is covering him, and already, you know, Nico and Hunter are pushing up. So they had great timing for the backstab. That was a very clean retake, understanding, you know, we don't need to hold everything, right? Like if you're making a play on one side, let's concede space somewhere else, and then the flank will be there, even though they might have pushed up a little bit more.
Put
Thoughts
yourself
on
in
Inferno?
more advantageous situation. Well, Inferno, it's over. G2 win, 2-1 scoreline. It's going to be a great game.
Don't even really need to play it,
Because
actually.
G2 are walking in. Oh, we actually got Mouse behind you. So, keep that hush, Chad.
Good luck to all teams. Good luck to all the competitors, and I hope that everybody performs to their absolute best in the server and puts on an
And they've
entertaining
gone.
game.
Now you can be honest, Chad.
Let's go. No, I think that G2 should take over. Now I feel that G2 probably should have got it done in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah.
Mirage highlighted the things where it was falling apart. That was a team effort. Everybody performing. I think G2 got it.
I also really like the veto in the end, right? Like they go for the ancient pick, they don't pick Inferno, but they still don't mind game themselves out of vetoing Inferno in the end, right? Like they are just very proficient on the map. And I think when it comes to a decider in a playoff series, that's something where they feel right at home.
Yeah, but I don't think we can discount Mouse in this third map because, I mean, the big question coming into this series was they haven't been tested yet. Like, they haven't seen a challenge. And every time they've seen this challenge against G2 on Mirage first, they responded to it. Ancient as well responding, make it a close, grinding, tough battle. I expect Mouse to put up equally, like, a very strong fight on this third map. I mean, I think the way they're performing as well, when you consider guys like Impat playing well, guys like Frozen playing well, Zershin is going to be...
Torji had a good map.
Yeah, Torji had a good map. Like, you have all the players, you have all the ingredients you want if you're Mouse to make this a competitive map that you could steal.
I think, funnily enough, it's like G2 is making more mistakes than Mouse. You know, like Mouse is not giving rounds away really in any way, right? So I think if G2 cleans up their game a little bit, if they cleaned it up a bit on Ancient compared to Mirage, if they keep that level or do a little bit better, I think they have this 2-1.
Yeah, I think now that this is not going to be, well, I was going to say it's not just going to be like such a set-heavy execute map. It's not. It's more like about maintaining map control and then going for different players across. But G2 have ways to take fast mid. They've got a lot of different ways they can. But we're going to a knife for sides.
Nico and Banana as well.
We've got a knife for sides first. We don't even know who's starting where. So I don't look. Inferno, I guess it's hedging a little bit more T-sided as of late, right?
And this is where, you know, if Connor wants his boy Frozen to be in the top 5 right now, he plays pretty much the same thing Nico does on T side, right? So here is the moment for him to sort of step up as the most experienced player on his team, probably the most skilled one as well, and sort of lead the team by example.
Well, a third map required to find Ents their semi-finals opponent. It's going down on Inferno after this.
Both sides Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Faceit presents FPL Proving Grounds, your path to pro in CS2. The top matchmaking players from 3 regions will be invited to a live event with a $100,000 prize pool. The top 30 will be voted on by experts and the community, with the top 3 most voted getting a monthly stipend to compete in FPL. Who will be the next Rops, Zywoo or Monacy? Will it be you?
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
Stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Twist will remain supreme.
It's a race to the semi-finals, only one spot left, and into a third map we go. Mouse versus G2 rages on, and after a full 30-round affair, some clean, clinical taps from Nico, and a G2 that are feeling it a little bit more now. This third map, oh, it's gonna be a banger.
Honestly, man, those 3 taps, those I'm going to hold on to those. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to hold on to those for a little while because CSGO is going out the door, but those taps, that's CSGO and Nico eternal. The rifle work was great, the team play was excellent, and it felt to me like the Mao's offense wasn't too complex, right? Aggressive, time and time again trying to charge out through those smoke grenades. They committed to their cause, to their course of action. It didn't work, and now we find ourselves on Inferno, and this is a map where obviously G2, through their heydays of 2023, have made a name for themselves, most notably, I would say, on the T side. At times, total blowouts on the defense, but their offense shakes teams to their core. And tonight, they will be beginning on that T side, even though Pistol has yet to go live, and we've already had a 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, started early in the knife round. Exertion with some fancy blade work was able to close that out in a clutch for sides, and so he's gifted Mouse the choice, the decision, and they went with the CT side start. G2 on the T side to open up this third and final map of the night. In an hour's time, we're going to know who will be that semi-finalist going head-to-head with ENCE tomorrow.
Yeah, no easy route to that grand final, no doubt about it with ENCE's current form. But let's see which team is more deserving of meeting that matchup. MOUZ on a 5-win streak on this very map, not too eventful other than a huge win versus FaZe just the other day. So can they repeat it against another, arguably larger titan of Counter-Strike? We've got a fast pistol here for G2, storming the board up middle, and they get slaughtered.
Best 2 out of 3 pistols, maybe? I mean, charging up brackets like that, you thought you were going to pierce and penetrate the bomb site. Instead, you have walked straight into the meat grinder. And you know what happens there, Hugo?
You get ground down.
To the dirt. So clean headshots out of MOUZ. Their CT side endeavor begins with nothing but a crescendo of headshots top mid.
I only see 4-stack mid pistols on this map nowadays. It's always the 4-1. So G2, wow, hasn't gone well for them. Got a force up here in the second round, and they're going to play some pace again. Back up Banana.
Ooh, Tech9 to the forefront. Frozen Xertion, charge down. But the FAMAS is going to deny too. Ooh, through the smoke, Xertion grabs another one. You know, Yanko brought up a perfect point right at the tail end of the analyst desk prior to coming into this third map, which was, you know, for all of the praise that I like to throw towards Frozen and MOUZ, he was quite absent in that second map. He plays a comparable position to Nico. He is the Nico of MOUZ on Inferno. Top banana all the time. And so that to me is like, if you're going to try to be up in that upper echelon of riflers in the world, if you're going to continue this run in Malta to turn the tides of MOUZ's 2023, then it has to be Frozen on Banana within this CT side. Because again, it's that T side from G2 that is world class, and Frozen's about to get a face full of it.
Certainly helps them MOUZ have that pistol and the buffer that follows. Never a guarantee with a Nico Deeg, but making that 3-0 dream seem likely here at the start of Inferno. They are really fighting for it as well. Finally going to get punished, but throwing themselves down Banana and getting all the glory and all the potassium. MOUZ 3-0 to start. G2 coming through with a bye. They better start strong, and they better start now.
Where does one get potassium other than bananas?
It's a great question. That of which I don't have the answer.
Oh, shame.
Maybe beans.
Avocado, potatoes, spinach, orange, and dried apricots.
Ah, apricots.
Apricots.
Dried apricots.
Bit of marmalade here. As G2 rip the jar, or rather the lid off of it. They get Hooksy all the way up top B through the Molotov. Chimpat up in apartments with the AWP. Round 4 AWP. Frozen jiggling that B bomb site. Him and Xertion with full belt to util. Nico doing what he does. Looking to crack this one wide open. Rip the peel off.
No overly aggressive play from apartments, just sitting up within it back to back. This is a comfortable spot for Torsey and Jimpat. It does open up a question mark around brackets, but really it's Banana that's cause for concern.
Yeah, Nico is trying to kickstart the round over towards B, doing what he does best on these B entries up from Banana. JKS making noise in top mid, keeps 3 players there. He even deals with one of them. And so this B site was solely down to the care of Frozen and Xertion, and they both fall immediately. This first rifle round is a decisive win for G2, and even though there's a couple of kills in at the close here, MOUZ are never going to be in a position to even think about the retake. They've got to save. And so G2 starts strong when the AKs come out. Not even a whole lot happening there, just kind of waiting at the top of Banana. They let JKS sell that A play, and then they explode on the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, getting that far back into your bomb site, allowing for a full-blown execute. Classic error on Inferno. The B sites crumble in the face of the numbers push through. Not often Monacy misses a jump. True. Oh, but he makes up for it. Hits the dirt. Gives him a crouch. G2 take that first one early. 4 rounds deep, and the T side has broken through.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world for Mouse, right? Thanks to those first few rounds being so clean, they're still going to come through with everything they could need here, including a second look at that AWP on Torshi. So even though it's removed at the end, they find a way to bring it back out now. Monacy gets his on the T side too. Now we clash at Banana. I always love watching Nico play here. He gets to play Banana in such a outlandish manner, but chased down by Frozen as they aggro back in. They will deal with Nico.
Already a better look out of Mouse's banana pressure. That double grenade could have basically killed Hooksy, and that would have been 5v3 off essentially Frozen's re-aggression. But they do just kind of let the reins go on that half of the map as Hunter comes out short side, catches Shui, just fully exposed top graveyard. Damn, does that suddenly put pressure on the site hold? Torzy going to alleviate the stress with a shot straight through smoke. No confirmation of opponent needed. He sensed him, Hugo.
Felt him in his bones.
Like a real apex predator. And nobody else moves a muscle. They're going to sit within this bomb site, just allowing for the T's to come back. It's a follow through with the flash. Torzy blinded, still kills Hooksy. How blind? That's the question. And how bad are G2 at the moment? Can they get out of this?
I mean, a surprising commitment from Mouse, not moving a muscle, believing in this play, and for good reason. Monacy hits a banger, swaps off. JKS looking back with a flick shot. Suddenly a 2v4 materializes, but young Jimmy waiting in the site. They have no idea, and they'll find out the hard way. 4 rounds for Mouse, although you wouldn't believe it. Young Jimpat saves the day.
That's crazy. The fact that he's able to win that 1v2, I know that it looks easy for him. They don't know that he's there. He's able to pick up the double, but that's easier said than done. He just watched as a 4v2 got whittled down one by one. More and more teammates watching Jimpat have to sit there and pick that up alone.
Dude, we're talking about a 17-year-old, right? Normal 17-year-olds, what? Stress whether mom packed them lunch for school. Jimpat sitting in a bomb site, clutching 1v2 versus Monacy and JKS, doesn't move an inch, stays focused, hits both shots, instant headshot on the player up close. No choke in the veins of Jimpat. He pulls those Velcro shoes tight. Clutches out for Mouse's 4th. And stark contrast top banana in that last round in order to even put it in Mouse's favor out of the gate. That Frozen re-aggression off of the bomb site, precisely what they needed. G2 shuffle quickly back into the A play. Nico rips a headshot back towards Banana. We've got Jimpat completely blind, sees nothing, hears nothing, but knows this presence is near. He comes out from the pit with a single kill. It's a double off of his teammates. Shui's gonna find a second on his own. And Hunter just relegated to the pit. Yes, he can work these angles. He could catch the short peek. He could unravel this bomb site. They've got him pinned in. And Torzy puts him down. 5th for Mouse, 6 rounds in.
Ooh, it's a damn good start for Mouse. You've got to be getting a little worried for G2. Keep in mind, they started both these previous maps dominantly. 7-1 leads across Mirage. Yes, it fell apart, but Ancient at least, they did it right. It took them 30 rounds to do so. This is the first time in the series G2 have begun on the back foot and will have to maintain composed. Will have to pull a comeback into this series. And Mouse right now are feeling pretty invincible, leaving it down to just one player. Torshi. Talk about his return to form as well. He talked a lot when Sui came back into this team. He said that his performance would pick up, and I think most people doubted him. I know I did.
Sure. I mean, we have plenty of game tape to go off of in terms of justifying that doubt. But this is something Shui is starting to make a career of, making the best of his oppers. What has he gotten out of Acor back at the Paris run? What has he done with Torzy since his return, let alone those seasons of We Play? when Torzy was a beast.
And some of it comes from Shui for sure, but I feel Torzy feels so much more renewed inside of this roster. He just looks so much more comfortable. He's willing to take a lot more opening fights. It's something we didn't see on the previous iteration of Mao's. He is willing to throw himself into the meat grinder and grind G2 up for a change. 6-1, and Torzy is just wide swinging mid like a madman.
One of the talking points that all of us had with this Mao's run here in Malta was, what will this team do if a map starts against them, right? Because you go back to Furia, you go back to FaZe, that is 4 maps of domination. Yeah. That is 4 maps of uncontested Counter-Strike where they were able to go flow state and they seemed untouchable. What do we have right now, map 3, Hugo? The makings of a blowout.
Yeah, and that's after they've already warmed up into the series and proved themselves. 7
rounds in.
They can stay in a game that they're losing, and now they're doing the inverse. Will that steamroll continue that we saw in 2 previous BO3s?
I think it does because of Shuhei's calling. Again, going back to Ancient, he sticks in his track. He is a little bit stubborn when it comes to those calls with the continuity of the game plan. Well, the game plan's going well, so continue. 3 players top banana, nades exchanged, smoke top mid, keeps Hunter out of it.
Coming into this, I was saying I'm really looking forward to seeing Nico work this banana control. I love watching him here, but you know, G2's Inferno hinges quite strongly on the individuals kind of creating the space and creating these opportunities. And normally on G2, you're not shy of individuals who can do that. Nico is very much like the kind of main one that you center your gaze to, right? Because watching him over at B, he plays with tremendous freedom here. He's keen on fighting dry. He'll take his time, pick and choose his battles. Sometimes he comes at you early. Sometimes he'll hang around at banana. You'll never even see him. He's just there to influence rotations. But it's still very much kind of dependent on Nico being able to find this space, create this chaos. And they've been locking him out of banana thus far. He's 1-6 to open this up. G2. They're shutting him down. And so one of these usual pieces that G2 have, which is the ability to just end rounds on the prowess of Nico over towards B, hasn't come to fruition yet. They're going to try it again. And I think it's so important for G2 to not let this game get really far away from them, that they find success here and now. HooXi, Hunter, m0NESY, and Nico pushing into B. Double stack to contend with. HooXi falls first. Util out from the spawn. Torzy is making life easy for Frozen. And even once they deal with him, it's all a bait and switch anyway. One more man at the back of the site, and they're not ready for exertion. Only JKS. 1 versus 3, too far removed. He can't win this round. The best he's hoping for is saving. And so Mao's cling on to another. G2 fall for the bait and switch. And 7-1 adorns the scoreboard in Mao's favor.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but the one thing going for this G2 T side was that lackluster banana aggression from Mao's when they sat back site, forfeited control, and then G2 were able to follow through. Stark contrast this time because Torzy's flash over top of construction, Hugo J. Byron, dare I say. That one piece of utility, a golden opportunity, and then you see it. Completely sold. Second player locks it in.
And it's the last thing G2 are ready for. They look silly. They look split because 2 of them are working banana and working the B site, and 2 of them are holding for the coffins or CT swing. They're trying to find the other player. They never for a second consider it could be double quad. And that's an exact round that Mao's used against FaZe the other day. Sure, it was more players in the B bomb site. They had 3, and the 3rd player was hiding quad. FaZe went for the plant. We had a Stewie and Boston moment where he dropped the bomb in the last second. But Mao's did that round, except this one was even more obvious because it's not like anyone sold that position. It's not like a 3rd player appeared other than that flash rotation, which is the orb, which is Torzy, which is the guy you expect to see in spawn. And G2 never even looked at the back of quad after finding 1 kill. The red carpet was rolled out and they didn't realize that it was a trap. Disaster. 7-1. What a run it would be.
Dude, G2, they kind of just need like a hero figure to rally behind. They need someone to just be the salvation in one of these rounds. You're not shy of players you could offer up for that.
Nico.
Across this series, though, it's actually been JKS, right? It's often been him to be the difference maker. 4 and 7 here. hasn't had like this mega explosive start to kind of buy time to bring the best out of anyone else yet. I don't think it's really his job to fill this void, right?
Kind of hard for JKS to do much in his role on T sides. If G2 are going for B executes and they just need him to take brackets control, he can't be hunting kills. He has to be late lurking, and his performance is going to be dependent on the result of that B hit, making sure those A players never make it along, or at least not easily. So if you're getting massacred on your B executes, what is JKS to do? And Mouse are happy giving them banana. That's the most interesting part. We've not had Mouse really fight for it in any of these rounds.
No, I would say otherwise. We did have Frozen get flashed around. No, we did get Frozen flashed up into their faces on the half wall that one time where he blasts them both behind the wood wall. And I just thought to myself, you know, I thought that would be their regular, but it is less likely. They have been sitting in the back of the site more often. I thought it would be the other way around. Hasn't been.
Well, you'd feel like G2 would get away with that more if you're giving them that much control and you're letting them full exec. Like, sure, that is their one round on this T side. It is just the B exec. They find triple entry. They win the round easy, but you know, let's see if that keeps up, if Miles can, or G2 can win these B rounds.
On the topic of like this banana battle though, I like the fact that Miles have only really actually fought for this once, and it was successful over Nico, but that doesn't mean that they're not throwing the util to insinuate that they're going to retake banana. And so every single time Nico's gotten there on these usual quick timings that he can find, he gets full flashed, util reigns over, there's all the signals that banana's about to be retaken, and so he has to slow down, he has to wait, he can't go peeking, he can't go fighting anymore. He's got to wait and see if they do attempt to retake. So they're kind of stifling how much room Nico's actually able to find here, kind of through like creatively insinuating that they are looking to retake banana again.
Wow, one more bullet. Single point of health on Hooksy.
Oh, he might get the... Oh, that nade saves him.
Why not?
He knew that player got in logs. He was just too blind to do anything about it. Torshi wins a fight. Maybe he didn't know. Hooksy's called it. Nico's watching. They've seen something, I think. Maybe a barrel. Xerxan lost in the source. Still gets the kill. Better gun after all. And Hunter comes back to deal with this B push. Mouse have thrown themselves into G2's face. And they will get away with it until the tail. 8-1. Do we have room for recovery for G2?
Where there's a will, there's a way. I've learned better, Hugo, than to write off G2. So there's definitely a way. This is the T side that struck fear in all teams for months. It was essential to the trophy hoists that G2 have had in 2023. And right now they're getting pieced together by a bunch of damn kids. Torzi's quick glance down middle. Sees nothing. Oh! But he goes back for second servings, and it's Hunter picked up.
Nice.
Monacy's got one. Jump over the sandbag. Xerxan found out, pinned in, and dead. It's a Monacy double with an AK. As he presses around Banana, this B site has crumbled. The rotate's not close enough to stop a thing. Torzi's opening kill in mid, all in vain. Banana slips away.
To go through? No, surely.
And G2 slip in.
Yeah, the swapping nades. Torshi should be the guy setting them up more than anything. He has the AWP. He can do the backside. Dark Molotov here, line up. Got to play on the boost. Nico could get burnt out on this position. It really depends exactly how the molly blooms. Nico swings and flashes come in. Torshi attempts to line them up for... Oh, he walks into it. It spreads as well. It's up to the captain to save the day. First kill on Nico is something. Impact comes in for a rare retake as the A anchor, and they come hunting for Sui. Jimpat, he looks interested, he looks invested, but ultimately G2 won't let him in for free. No JKS flank. Spamming from Banana should be the giveaway. Jimpat tries to isolate one fight, but they'll swing together, and G2 get it done twice on the B side.
Yeah, great round for Monacy, right? Kind of a Nico-looking round for Monacy there as he sprints up Banana, gets the double entry, and that wins G2 the round. I honestly think it's pretty ballsy that Maus even gave that consideration, right? And I think the only reason they did was because they could tell the bomb was late rotating in, so they already had a bit more time to have players in position and actually stop G2 before the bomb goes down. But, you know, it comes at a bit of a cost, honestly, for Maus. Even though they're 8-1 up, the money wasn't, like, super well established here. And so they pull out one more buy, but it does have limitations. There's no kit. and they're broke if they lose this. So G2 could look for their route back in if they win this round.
That's been the story we've been saying from Maus' perspective in both previous maps. So if Maus can do it, you certainly think G2 can as well, but it all relies on winning this rifle round. Running away out of apartments. Torshi escapes.
It's not a good start.
Frozen wins
I'll say
2
that.
more back at B. G2 bailing water from the boat with a bucket.
Oh, but hang on. Hooksy might have found something here. A gap over towards the arches.
No bomb.
Not yet. And banana push coming in. Shadow scene. Torshi holds the shot just in time. And they've got that bomb all right.
That's a smoke on Banana that left a gap behind it that 2 of the G2 players, and not just any 2, m0NESY and Nico, decided they could press behind that to try and abuse Banana. And if you go back to the first bit of defense from Maus on Banana this round, it's a frozen setup flashbang for him to peek into Banana just as the util's being exchanged. I swear, dude, that G2 push was right about to hit him. And the flash finds its target. He gets them back behind the half wall, and the sequence of utility made all this easy, but them just trying to press around that smoke, there was no flash to get frozen off this angle. They just tried to walk through smoke to trade.
It is looking desperate right now for G2. There's no doubt about it. Feel like they're losing their oomph here at the end of the night. Maybe the end of global offensive. It might be the young Hungarian here to put them to bed.
In the corner, it's Jimpat. Shui's going to drop bomb. A flash to hold on to this. They may take that site, but they'll have to come back for the device. Nico! Double. Traces it through the smoke. Nobody within that bomb site, and G2 know it.
They've had enough.
Hunter's gone one further. Torshi sitting 16-5 with an opening frag over towards Banana this round. They transition quick to that A play.
Like, he should full say. He should run away. Like
even if you are the Hungarian, this 1v3 is like not meant to be, and he knows it. 16-5, hold on to the orb. Let G2 have a round. Let them have one. That's fine.
He's a nice guy. He'll let him go.
So generous.
There's enough to go around.
That's what I've heard.
Rounds, of course.
Yes,
G2
sir.
finding their third. And Torshi, it's a good save spot because they're actually already up top B as long as he moves a little further away.
I don't want to be a doomsdayer, okay, because there's still time for G2 to rack up T rounds. But even when we go back to the best wins that G2 have put forth on Inferno, always by way of T side, and we sat here almost in a comical manner thinking that when they would get 5 rounds on a CT side of Inferno, they would switch over and still just go like a flawless T-half, no round losses, take it back. That was the entire tale of the G2 Inferno run, right? So as much as we could sit here and expect most teams to wait for their defense and get majority rounds, that's not the G2 formula on Inferno, so they better have something in their back pocket, and they better close out this half with a few more rounds, because they've got a damn good chance at doing that. You brought it up, Harry, with that 3-man retake attempt on the B site. They bottomed out their money. They had 1 set of extra money. That got expended, and now they're strapped for cash. G2 take a 4th right here, right now. That 9-6 looking likely. Tantalizing, scrumptious.
Delicious.
It's right there to be had.
Doable. And big if true, but triple B for Maus. They want to send in the AWP again with a spawn, go for that pick. And we've been getting these fights every damn round. Torshi won't get it this time. m0NESY hunts through the smoke, and he comes in with a vengeance, looking for 2 kills.
Again.
m0NESY has had enough. He wants to fight for this. He wants the final trophy. Taken away at the B side by Xerxes, who needs to either go through or find a spam kill. It's getting desperate. These rounds are not retakeable, especially without a kit. This one's important. Nico denies it, and that is the save. But save of what? What?
A Desert Eagle and an MP9. The 2 players that didn't have much stationed at that A site. It's a back to nearly back, 1 round in between. m0NESY, 2K top Banana. You said Nico-esque the last time, and it most certainly is.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where we were saying G2, they kind of just need like that hero figure to rally behind, and it feels like m0NESY is occupying that void right now. Top in the charts at 10-10, and it's his late activation that has given G2 a bit of a second shot at this game, a second shot at life here over Maus. In this quarterfinal, they're going to get up to 4 at the end of this one, but no more money left for Maus means that a 5th should be brewing for G2. And so suddenly this T side is starting to get a bit of shape to it, and it all starts with m0NESY's rifling over towards the top of Banana.
What sort of shape, Harry, would you say this half is taking?
One that's salvageable.
Okay.
One that's recoverable.
How
Not
many
to
sides
say
is that?
that it's anything guaranteed, but you're at least having the option, right? The game still feels like it can be in your hands here
Right.
if you salvage 6 rounds
It's
on
malleable.
the T side. Yeah.
Clay-like. To be shaped by the hands of G2. I wish.
Oh, and after these Monacy entry rounds, G2 go for an instant A execute. I do love the balls on this call from Hooksy, and they completely avoid the 4-5B stack. This is a great call from G2. They just avoid the danger in its entirety. Oh my God. Taste of his own
Nico,
medicine.
that was like 7 dinks in 1 second. That was wild.
You know, we sometimes say Counter-Strike's a horror game. It's that you know, those bursts of dinks. That audio is the worst in all of CS.
It's not about damage. This is you know what this is? This is like the end of Ancient, right? Nico saving that AK and getting 3 taps. It's not damage, it's getting guns out here. If Mouse can save AKs, you know, it's huge impact. They get to play with them in the last round of the half. It's far more important than, you know, going for kills here. Like Jimpat can send it. He's going to upgrade regardless, so may as well go for a frag on the way out, but I don't know why Frozen hasn't gone for Nico's going to top mid. Maybe he's waiting for the bomb to blow it his way. Go on, catch it. Also the bomb radius, I guess, but he did not find it in time. It got swapped out. G2 took it and left him a Mach 10. So some jump change. Miles will upgrade and look for double digits in the end of the half, but no doubt about it, G2 have at least given us something here in the T side.
Chance to work for that 6th. 3 of these 5 round wins at that B site. 2 of those 3 off of the way of a Monacy double entry, just rounding through a smoke grenade and catching the front runner off guard. The most successful element of G2's T side. Monacy not even on an op, but he has one here for the final round of the offense. There's no contest really being thrown out by Mouse. We've seen double apartment setups. We saw Jimpat getting frags up within there. And this time, not even brackets control, just a jumping haphazardly Torzi who falls back.
Yeah, he saw the AWP, or at least he should have on that jiggle, so don't go for more here. He's had a fantastic game, and a round that Miles will be retaking regardless, so we want everyone alive till the end here. Hunter's going to go for that long take. Can beat Torshi on the AK fight. If only he would have swung there. He's going to get blocked. Trying to buy as much time as possible here on Miles. 1 minute on the clock, and Torshi
asking
goes for it, yeah.
I mean, that's like, you know, you're playing with the confidence of being 17-6. Torshi doesn't really feel like he can set a foot wrong right now. He tries his hand at the spam, but Hunter reacts immediately to the info. 5v4 for G2. They're clutching at straws, hoping for 6 on this T side, and considering the 9-2 scoreline that this game once had, G2, they might be able to recover something here. They're going to rejoin with Nico over at B. He's been getting stifled here across this T side, has Nico.
Frozen has one flash.
Way in. Walking forward, Nico, first man in, damage done. Frozen teeing them up with a flashbang. Exertion tries his hand at the double. A lot of damage to Hooksy, but not the killing blow. Bomb's getting planted. If Frozen can stop this, that would have been the round for Mouse.
It's on.
But now they've got to win it in the retake. 3v4, G2, a little bit of time to get pretty, a little bit of time to get set up here. Mouse have got their work cut out for them, and they've got to win this in dry fights. There's no util here.
No kits, nothing other than the aim to lean on, and Monacy's got that big green swung. It's a deep peek on CT. Frozen left with 3 ahead, but it's 6 on the trot for G2. They survived that challenge. 9-2 half for Mouse, and all of a sudden, we've got G2 on the brink of tying this up.
remain supreme.
I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners till we're filled with faded bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The situation got upset when I stepped on a memory thorn. I did it to myself. Blood I heavy, had to break free from the minefield that you are. Just before you break a bone. Oh, you're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy penning on the walls. How I did it to myself. Just before you break a bone. Oh, I wish you'd fall out from the window, take a bad trip through the ground. Anything with pleasure, see you pressure just before you break a bone.
When they need it most.
10:30 p.m. on a Friday night, and we're in the depths of a hell of a series. In the dying days of CSGO, they say, it's Maus and G2 locking horns for a spot in the semifinals with ENCE on the other end. Either this young, talented Maus roster continues their run of the year, or we get G2 potentially fighting up for another chance at a trophy. 3 rounds the difference. Malta, make a little noise. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. It's all about quality, not quantity.
Yeah, a little noise. You know, you set your expectations and they over-delivered. It's kind of like this Maus run right now. A winning half on the CT side of Inferno and the third map blazing away against G2. They were supposed to be the T-side kings. Now they're on the comeback.
Out in top mid for Maus. Hunter going to get the spot, and so it seems like he'll be tested on the long side. Maus have got everyone here. Yimpat pulls up. First kill goes the way of Maus. Taking it even further is Shui. And now JKS, dual Berettas, right place, right time, but can't get a beat on these players in the site. Now he's boxed in. They've got him trapped, pinned in a corner. Life is very tough for JKS. m0NESY alleviates some of the pressure with the backstab. Frees him up a path to rotate out of the apartments or proceed forward with a little less pressure. JKS given a second lease of life here. m0NESY crawling up short, has support from Nico. G2 still believing in this retake half the time off that bomb. And now they go, in they come. m0NESY and JKS with a killer piece, but it's Nico chopping away to bring it back to the 1v1.
Done.
One bullet for JKS, and that bullet had to connect. The reload is not going to save him. And so even though he gets the kill, it's a pistol round for Maus and double digits achieved as they see that one through to the very end.
They tuck in just long enough, but they're also not scared, and that's the best part about this Maus team. They will meet you head on and fight for the round. Some great trade work there in the post plant. And Suey coming through with more confidence. Calls. It's been the name of the game on these T sides. Double digs now. G2 are in hot water.
Still a little sigh of relief on that, because Mouse got
close.
They weren't afraid to fight you head on, but they were a little afraid to peek you in that post plant. Graveyard player kept his head down until he died. Long player stayed tuck until he went down. Those were quick, rapid frags coming out of G2, and so a fast showcase of the talent we know they all have. Mouse run away with the second pistol round win.
Watch them just execute and execute and execute. I mean, it's Inferno. You got to do a bit of due diligence, a bit of housekeeping here on T sides, but they look like they want to go before the minute mark into this A site. Screw a gamble. We'll take our chances. We'll roll the dice. As I say that, bomb backs up, leaves 3 mice in middle. They don't want to walk into the trap just yet. They can smell that cheese.
Apartment player starting to creep up as the 2-lane play happens. Jim Pat, we've praised his corner clearing. He does it again. Second player peeks in. That's an AK for Monacy. We know what one AK can do. So the Faxertion drops him as fast as possible. All good. And the conversion, undeniable. 11-6.
Calmly done, right? Don't break a sweat on it, even with the double app setup, even with Monacy getting a kill, they're able to trade it out nice and concisely. They don't let him do anything mad on the AK. And so the force buy for G2 falls on deaf ears here. Not even the save is 100% guaranteed, but it would feel crazy for Mouse to go any further than bottom banana. G2 getting out even with the CZ and Deagle. That's all they're left with to try and deny 12 rounds to Mouse, and then the real challenge starts. If G2 don't hit the ground running in that first buy round, this could be a very quick second half. That is the pressure that comes with not finding this pistol and not finding the force buy in the second.
There's only so much runway to go around. G2 not to be expected to win this one, but that first buy round has to field something on this CT side, or this could be a very quiet final map on LAN. Not how you want to go out. Not with your track record on Inferno this year.
Curious as time goes on as well will be how do Mouse approach that B site if they choose to, when they choose to. Because honestly, the defenders we expect, obviously Nico and Hooksy. That's 7-14 Nico, 5-14 Hooksy. Not two individuals who are having the best of third maps, and two players that could have a huge task of holding B against the pack of Mouse players. But we'll get to that road when we do, if we do. Right now, there's been this affinity for the A play out of Mouse from the pistol until now, and it has gone swimmingly each and every time. That's a lot of money made here, folks. This is a G2 not only facing a 6-round deficit, but also facing a well-equipped, strong, and momentum-rolling Mouse. A Mouse that have multiple individuals vying for the top of that scoreboard. You've got Frozen and Torzi and Exertion, your win conditions, and we haven't even talked about Slippery Jimmy.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, folks. The last-ditched effort to start something new for G2, something in this map. Frozen extinguishes the B Molotovs. G2 dump everything they've got down Banana, left only to smoke some flashes on that B bomb site. Mouse send themselves elsewhere. AWP under the porch, and a bait and switch with anti-flashes. Even a fourth here. Hooksy's here in time. Monacy with a miss,
wow.
And JKS turns back from the flash, but it doesn't matter. Talking of which, he's back in the bomb site. Hooksy comes swinging. Whoa. He falls as well, and that opens up a path. Mounds know they killed the B player. Can they find Nico now?
You're in Uncharted waters here, right? Mouse kind of changing it up on the fly, trying to go through CT, but Nico, great position to deal with this. Takes the kill as soon as it's available. Whoa. Doesn't play the discipline. So is locked in this fight.
What?
Brings the heat to Frozen. Melts him down. And now we have two 1v1s to decide the round, but actually...
They think he's gone?
They look to try and deal with Shuey here, and now alone at the B site. Yimpat a little ways away. Shuey.
I love this.
1v2. Nico, Shadow spotted and dealt with by the captain of Maus. Leaves it all on Monacy. 1v2 in with the AWP. And quiet on the approach. They don't know where he is. They don't know where he's gotten to. But Monacy is dead. And it's Shuey who killed him. Maus, 13 rounds. And that first rifle, that's oh so important rifle round for G2, goes against them.
Immense, folks. Immense. Xerxin has the balls to jump around the short play into the bomb site. Looked like that was when the bracket play is going to unfold. They get 3 guys through Arch. All 3 could have gotten into that B play, but Nico in CT sits around, pulls one off, chases with the second, and Shuhei stranded. But guess what? Shuhei, an in-game leader, the role notorious and synonymous with people who can't frag, just use a Galil to shut down the #1 rifler in CSGO as he rounded that coffin corner. Yes, it's Shadow advantage, but it's Nico, folks, and Shuhei guns him down to put Maus 13-6 up.
And we saw the reactions after that round. You know how frustrated Nico must be feeling. He did everything he could with that early rotation, gets a kill, jumps through a smoke, knows he just has to take that 1v1 while he has it, and still falls short. Frozen freaks out because Maus have realized with that rifle round, they are oh so close on the cusp of it.
Yeah, that was almost like a celebration as though you've won the match, because that is almost the implications that that round carries, right? Look at G2's buy here. Look at what they bring with them into this round. And this is saving. This is actually like the conservative way they could have looked at this. They're going to bring guns out in the next, but that really is the final chance to stop this. Right now, they're hoping that some pistols, some Mag 7s are enough for an upset against Maus, but dead on the jump.
Chief.
1 Mag 7 removed.
Nico swinging with the Deagle. Monacy has one as well. And Xerxin's so content to take this kind of space. Again, sometimes it looks a little crazy when he jumps around a corner. But the space creation for that 3-man pack of players to work their way up mid, to come and split into this A hit, inevitably, they will find footing on the site. JKS resides in the apartments and decides to get aggressive instead, hoping maybe he can peel a player off, maybe an upgrade and a weapon comes with that, or hell, a flank around short could find backs turned. But the timing has worked out against him. It's being held by Jimpat, who just hits another instantaneous headshot. And we're talking about a cleared out G2. Yes, a save though. Guns to come. But 14 for Maus, and they show no signs of slowing down after winning this pistol. Thus far, a flawless T-half, showing G2 how this is done.
Yeah, if G2 loses here and now, you can call them the Elephants, because they will never forget this loss, and they are terrified of this Maus. 14-6, as good as done. 1 rifle round, and then you just got to keep believing that G2 have it in them.
And it's wild, when you look at the scoreboard for G2, it's like there's Monacy in double digits, but everyone else is just bottlenecked on 9 kills. There's no one else above that. There is no second player trying to lift G2 out of this. It's Monacy or bust right now for the G2 squad.
I love this. And Abs pop to finish. Imagine that. Just Xerxin. Doesn't even need to be the whole entourage. Maus can work out around it, see how much success he gets. And if Monacy is caught looking with no helmet on the short side, back turned, this could go from bad to worse.
Disaster queued up, but
that's the bomb. That's the bomb first, dropped in top mid. And this quad mid setup is so G2. This is so them. Smoke off in mid. Monacy holding on to the apartments. And Maus, the job's not over yet. 2v4 here as they're churned up on this attempt to get out mid and get out the apartments. G2 lock them out.
Jumping the gun to Shuey as well there, right? He sends it before the flash is even set up for Xerxin and takes the bomb out mid. He almost cleared that close left player, but almost doesn't cut it. 4 on 2, and Maus are just trying to squeeze what they can out of this round. A couple more kills, a bit of damage, a light sprinkling, and a flash that won't do a thing to Hunter with a player under the bow. He will swing for one more. Monacy gets tagged up. Frozen's got all the fights he wants, but JKS will close it. 7 rounds. That was the bare minimum for G2. They had to find that.
Yes. I mean, there's a
even a certain aura about Frozen in that 1v4, right? Piecing together these peaks. Ooh, he's gonna find them all. But sure enough, this nice position from Hunter to stop that bomb just ripped the momentum away from the split. I feel almost like if Xerxin was given the freedom to go for that Mac 10 plate without hesitating in apartments, there's a chance that
they win the round.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, it was looking short. They were double short. They were 4 mid. They weren't even thinking about it that early in the round.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Didn't.
Round 22, Torzi towards Banana, instant damage versus him, drop to 34. That clash not favorable to him.
But I love that he's trying.
Frozen's going in though. He's gonna bombard this off that flash.
Saw the orb.
Maybe hesitance is a good thing. How about an A play maybe?
Yeah, I mean, once you've seen that AWP over there, you've got a very good inkling that it's a triple B setup out of the gate and some space taken. Exertion will fall to JKS down in the pit. So it's at least contained by G2. They stop that lurker as he tries to gain all the room up the short side. That could have opened up the round for Maus. Instead, they're left looking for other avenues here. Nothing presents itself yet, and this fight onto m0NESY's AWP at the top of Banana is not an easy one. Frozen will have his work cut out for him there. Shuey playing with timings over at long. He's going to be the guy to find the way in.
They're in trouble. Huxi has had a really hard map right now, and he is in the pivotal position to win this round. JKS down the pit. The aggression down B. They can back up again if they want, but they don't want to fight the AWP in the B site. They find JKS instead. Do they know that Huxi's here? They clear him back from the pit and back with a vengeance. It's Maus with 15. Guaranteed. m0NESY can do nothing about this. The one player who's been putting up a fight in this third map left to the wayside as Maus find a way.
Man, Shuey leaning on his ability and his confidence to go for plays, right? Somebody you can bank on. This isn't a Huxi or a Kerrigan. You know, this is somebody who has the frags under wraps and that instant headshot on the smoke plate. To have the gall to do that on his own, no support, creeps through. And with it comes the A site. Frustrating for Hunter, no doubt, but this is 8 map and match points for Maus to set up what would be the IEM Dallas Finals rematch against ENCE to then take it one further.
Yeah, y'all were talking about the Cologne final rematch now. Get on my pre-player break vibe.
Yeah.
But this is a different Maus, putting up different levels.
New and improved.
And Connor, are they going the whole way? At this rate, you've jumped on the Maus train.
Hey, man. Round by round, that's Counter-Strike.
I mean, dude, like, you know, this is a very legit run from the Maus squad. And, man, like, you know, you've kind of just got to sit here and have a lot of respect for what they've been able to do on this third map. G2 haven't really felt in it. G2 have felt fully out of it. You're watching 5 players all peaking. And every single game they've played, they've been the underdogs, not the favorites to take it. This one, the biggest challenge yet, I think it's fair to say.
I love this. Look at that.
Aggression
3
down
backs.
mid.
3 backs turned on Bananas. Hunter creeps right in.
Get him.
Ooh, but he doesn't get that second. And then the ramp player comes to help. So Hunter had an ambitious start to the round, goes for it, gets his 1, but then leaves a door for the control to come back.
Yeah, even m0NESY has to pull back as a result, right? Losing apps, boiler, mid, these are all open avenues. Maus will take them both. Third rotation, a gamble with 2 orbs. Nico, a last-ditched attempt, gets himself inside of the site just in time.
Nico's op, huh? That's what this is going to bank on. Smoke down in front of the 3-player pack. Flash is good. Sprays off the mark. Nico's able to collapse on 1, but then Xerxin trades back. But there's the real op.
Headshot.
m0NESY comes in and topples 2 out of the balcony. It falls on Frozen with bomb in hand and a clutch ahead. We are talking about a player who is trying to put his name amidst the best. And in a third map versus G2 with a best of 3 against Furia in his back pocket with FaZe in his other, it comes down to this, a chance to close, and he takes his angle on Graveyard. He holds. There's the first and one more about to round that corner! So tell me this isn't a top 5 rifler this year! Maus to the semis!
Unbelievable display from Maus as they rock G2 across 3 maps on Inferno. It all comes up in favor of Maus. It's not even close. G2 batted out of it and sent packing by the time that third map rolls around. And what a day in the office this is for the Mouse squad. Torshi with a phenomenal series, coming into his own on Inferno, lighting it up, Frozen in behind him, cementing his legacy there in that clutch to close. Damn.
Yeah, even the youngest player in ESL Pro League playoffs as well, right? Jimpack has been an unbelievable player across this tournament, across this series, and one for the future without a doubt. For G2, they end their final global offensive LAN, just falling a little bit short, not able to match up with that Cologne rematch up against ENCE in the semi-finals. They had a great close on Ancient, but this is how it will be remembered. Underwhelming on Inferno, a T-side lacking, and no comeback potential today. It's a sad day in the office for G2, but this new Mouse train is something to get behind, Connor.
Man, that glorious 3K as well from Nico back on Ancient. Yeah. That ramp play that just sent us into this third one, maybe just extending the misery of G2 tonight. But this roster, I mean, Jimpack, maybe not in this third map, maybe not throughout this series, but just this event, this is his coming to moment within this team. All he had to be was a little better than JDC, and instead, we get something special. Shuhei calling, getting the best out of Torji after so much of the scene was calling for his head. His replacement felt inevitable after we saw this roster taper off. The struggles in Paris, the shortcomings in Rio, and then Dallas out of nowhere meant what? It meant this team is what you look to when we talk about the future of CSGO, and this team has a real run on Revenge versus ENCE tomorrow. A hell of a run. The toughest run if you were to pick a team from the first round of playoffs here in Malta. What a beautiful game of CS tonight versus G2. What a great accolade for these young men to have in their careers.
Yeah, just in time as well, right? Just as the doors close, it's poetic.
One last chance.
Yeah. And man, Mouse really are seizing it. They really are grabbing that opportunity with both hands. And now, you know, now it feels like the sky's the limit. Just how far can Mouse go? They've got that semi-final tomorrow versus ENCE, but for now, we're going to give this back to Freya over at the desk.
That is indeed the question, Harry. Mouse making absolute mincemeat of G2 on that third and final map of Inferno. We've got Jimfat and Torzi down here to discuss everything. Gentlemen, first of all, I want to know what the conversation was after that second map of Ancient. We go the full 30. You're so tantalizingly close to pushing it to OT. What were you guys saying to each other coming into Inferno?
I mean, we said that we played really good, I think, and it was their map pick, so I think it was okay to lose the game, but we need to step up the comms and also a little bit the team play, because I think individually we were playing decent, but there were not really good team runs on Ancient, I feel like. And also I said to the team that like on the last two map, we lost every time the pistols, and we had a rough start on every game. And I was like, we need to start on fire, and we have to go really like strong in the beginning, because that's what matters. And yeah, we went instantly 8-0, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, well, they gave you that nice little mid-rush on the pistol run right into your stack, so that had to have felt pretty good. That's the hot start you were looking for. Was it just riding momentum from there?
Yeah, I think it was that, and also like everyone played really good, and we just kept the vibes going on, and yeah.
Jimmy, tell me, it's your first sort of playoffs. There's a bit of a crowd here, you know, and you've just been really calm in every game, you know, on the server, doing your job, doing your thing. So how do you do it?
I mean, I was actually like really nervous, even though it, like maybe it didn't show that. But yeah, I just like knew that we have so good like team vibes, and it was just so nice to play. So it really helped me a lot to go through like these nervous and stuff like that.
Do you get any help from the rest of your team? We always affectionately called Mal's like the academy team that's kind of made this jump up, the first one to really do it. But obviously they've been in your shoes, they've been down this path. Do you get a lot of assistance from the guys who have had to kind of adjust to a higher level of play?
Yeah, of course. We are like a family in here, so it's really like nice and warm like environment.
What's like the best piece of advice you've gotten from any of them in terms of handling the stress and handling the tier 1 competition?
I mean, it's just probably that I just have to go through it. Like it will come like no matter what, and I cannot avoid it. So I just have to go like and play, and then it will get better after time.
We get the rematch of IM Dallas Grand Final tomorrow in that semi-final versus Ents. How are you feeling about that, Torzu?
Yeah, it fires me up a lot because in Dallas I didn't play good. So, yeah, it will be a banger game, I think. Ents is a really good team, and they have been playing really good for the last half a year or last year. And they are the second best team at the moment, I think. And yeah, it's a hard playoff bracket for us. Yeah.
We've been talking to a lot of the teams who, you know, haven't necessarily lifted some of the bigger trophies in the era of CSGO. We were chatting to Monty just the other day saying, does this fuel an extra little bit of fire in your bellies, knowing that this is the last trophy in CSGO? Does that give you the extra edge to go, hell yeah, we're going to lift this last one?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, okay, it's not the last one because there is Blast, but...
yeah, it's not a LAN, though.
Yeah,
there's no trophy for that one.
There is no trophy. So, yeah, okay, this is the last one. Yeah, I mean, it gives a lot of energy for us. And, yeah, we just want to prove that we belong here, you know, and, yeah.
I guess I mean, my question would next be, I mean, you kind of talked about Ents as your #1 team, but sort of like the other top 2 teams that we kind of had placed here would be Vitality and G2. Who'd you have above Ents? Vitality?
I'm sorry, I didn't...
You said Ents is like the #2 team in the world, but who's #1? Because they've all already been knocked out. Ents is the last of the top dogs remaining.
I mean, I think for me, it's Vitality.
Okay.
Yeah, for me as well.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Even considering their result here and that they've been knocked out, does that affect how you kind of place them in terms of the rankings?
Not really, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I think they have been playing really great, and also like they won the last CSGO major, so...
Yeah.
Props to them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you know, back in Dallas you felt like you didn't have the performance that you wanted. Is there anything reflecting upon that grand final that you learned and you're going to be, you know, taking forward going into tomorrow?
I mean, obviously there were a lot of things going on around the team at that time, so yeah, I was not really confident, you know, but right now I'm feeling really good in the team, and yeah, it's really nice. Also, Jimmy is doing a great job on his first playoff, so yeah. Things are going great.
Anything you want to say to all the Mouse fans that are going to be cheering you on in that semi-final and have been cheering you on here in the quarterfinal as well?
Yeah, thanks guys for the cheers, and yeah, just keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. We love that. Well, we'll let you go off and get prepared for that semi-final. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing Mouse taking on Ents.
Will be a banger, Torji, I agree. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Good luck tomorrow, guys.
Whilst we do that, it's time to check in with our DHL MVP. Time for you guys at home to have your say in our DHL MVP vote. We're giving you 5 options from this very quarterfinal. And first up is Chawsey. We've seen him having massive impact on the server today, very much getting warmed up, coming into the later stages of Inferno as well. But of course, we've got Frozen up next for you. I think if you tuned in and just watched the last round of this series, you'd see him being cool, calm, collected, beautiful stuff. For him to be closing it out.
That's a spicy little snap at the end to close it out. And next up for the DHL MVP is going to be Jimmy, as we're affectionately calling him, because he's a beast and he's nice and calm. One of the more inexperienced players, younger players, but he still delivers like a veteran pro.
Only 17 years old. And we actually gave him the cake to celebrate it. Here at ESL Pro League, 4th option coming at you thick and fast is going to be Shuey. We're praising him as such a high impact in-game leader as well.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, he also does a fair bit of fragging as well. He's one of those guys who doesn't really lag behind the team and had some definitely good calls in this series.
JKS, your 5th and final option, able to give so much impact for G2, but not enough.
I think it was Chad using all his points right now to give his boy, you know, a pick-me-up after a tough loss. But yes, you know, JKS had, especially on the first 2 maps, a lot of impact. Unfortunately, wasn't the case really for G2 across the board.
Yeah, it felt like JKS was there for the whole series for G2, and it was kind of like hit or miss on which of the other players were going to step up in the other maps, which is a bummer. I bet they don't feel great about the performance they put out today.
Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking to, we thought coming into Inferno, I thought at the very least that G2 were going to have the fortitude to close out on a map we know that they can play on very well. It just seemed like they were out of gas at the very end.
Yeah, but when you lose 3 rounds in 40 seconds,
True.
And get only 1 or 2 kills in those 3 rounds, right? That just gives MOUZ all of a sudden they're up. They have 7K left in the bank when the first gun round starts, and then G2 wins the first gun round, but in the reset round, a little bit unfortunate. Torji gets a kill through a smoke and then gets the second one blind. So yeah, the starts to both halves for G2 were really abysmal, and it was too much to recover from. MOUZ played a great game, really.
End of the road for G2 here at ESL Pro League Season 18 and at CSGO Lands at that as well. So let's get a few closing words courtesy of Swanee.
Joined by Swanee, commiserations on the loss. What went wrong today? I know the loss is very fresh, but from the coach perspective?
I mean, it's really hard. Like 4 out of 5 players are a bit ill, like feeling under the weather, and then obviously we get sloppy. We don't have the energy that we need, and I think you could see it at the start of Inferno. Like we didn't commit like we usually would, and we gave them a lot of openings in rounds that they shouldn't get. But obviously, props to them. They played really well. So it's honestly more up to us that we just didn't feel on point today, and it's just sad circumstances.
Okay, and what comes next for G2? CS2 out, events in the future, IEM Sydney are that far away?
Hopefully Showdown is going to change to CS2, because otherwise it's going to be really messed up. Everything's going to be in between. We have to play CSGO, then we have to practice CS2. But obviously our full focus will be on CS2, so we're just going to grind that game and see what happens at Showdown.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's head it back over to the couch.
Thank you very much, Chad, and props to Swanee for giving us those closing thoughts. Yeah, obviously CS2 now on the horizon.
I mean, it's really disappointing, I guess, for G2. They were one of the few teams that did a full boot camp before this tournament, knowing, that CS2 is around the corner. We heard from them throughout Pro League that they, are here to win the event. They're really trying hard, and then just to, physically be unable, and then obviously you can't perform on the same level. Just a disappointing event.
Sloppy was a good way to put it. That was the key word I took away from that interview, because it looked that way. And some post plants a little bit messy, and then obviously the fast pace to their Inferno T side that Yanko already mentioned, things just kind of slipped out of their grasp. But still sets up some really cool playoff matches, some semifinal matches for tomorrow. Monty taking on Navi, nice little grudge match there between Simple and Waro, and then obviously ENCE versus MOUZ, which we've touched on, the rematch of the IEM Dallas finals with different lineups. Cool. I mean, there's a lot of cool angles tomorrow that you can get excited about.
And out of the top 3 teams, our Kings coming into the playoffs, ENCE is the only ones who look like themselves today against Movistar. So we'll see. I think MOUZ has had a really, really strong playoffs. Great team, Counter-Strike, individuals, all contributing. So I think, that's going to be an exciting semifinal tomorrow.
Who are you hedging your bets with the Monty versus Navi side of things, considering the rivalry there?
Ooh, I'm still going to side with Navi. I've really liked the way they've looked, and I guess the only concern is has they figured it out enough and got comfortable enough for it to be consistent? I mean, the answer's been yes from the matches we've seen from them in the playoffs, but you never know when a bad game can happen at any point, especially in a new roster lineup. So I'm taking Navi in that series.
Well, I'm so excited to be getting those games underway tomorrow, but we're going to have a good night's sleep before we dive into that. 2 semifinals. A semifinal Saturday does beckon here at ESL Pro League Season 18. We'll see you tomorrow.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more